It was an abandoned dragon-class beast tamed by the world, yet I spent all my savings to buy it. Passers-by on the street mocked me as a fool, but only I knew this was the strongest tamed beast in Blue Star's history, the ancestral divine beast. Today was supposed to be the annual job change ceremony. 700 years ago in this world, the will of the heavens suddenly awakened. Overnight, all living creatures transformed into monsters with terrifying power. At the same time, dungeons and extraterrestrial demons descended, plunging the world into instant catastrophe and chaos. Against this backdrop, the profession of job changers emerged. To resist the demonic calamity, everyone must participate in the job change ceremony upon turning 18 and reaching level 10, choosing their initial profession. Some are born with the constitution of laborers, becoming first-tier life professions like construction workers. Others are blessed by fate, transforming into top-tier combat professions such as mages, archers, or warriors. At this moment, as I stepped onto the high platform of the career transition ceremony, all eyes in the venue were fixed on me. As the top academic achiever in Dongling, almost everyone believed I would awaken a hidden profession. Sure enough, the next moment, terrifying anomalies suddenly appeared on the high platform. Accompanied by a deafening roar, countless phantom images of ancient behemoths manifested above the magic circle. Dragons, mammoths, celestial rocks, and cheilants stood majestically in all four directions. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below instantly froze as if turned to stone. At this moment, the principal was utterly shocked as he gazed at the phenomenon of countless beasts bowing in the sky above. Could such a terrifying omen truly herald the emergence of a hidden class? However, when my first-tier class was announced, mocking glances immediately fell upon me because I had awakened as a giant beastmaster. And due to the giant aspect, it was even worse than a regular beastmaster. As everyone knows, the beastmaster is an extremely gold-devouring profession. The price of any single giant beast is enough to bankrupt even the wealthiest noble families. And for someone like me, born into a commoner family, the chance of contracting even one giant beast was nearly impossible. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, there was only one path left for me, to lower my head and become a vassal to a great family. Yet at this moment, I was trembling with excitement, because alongside awakening to a first-tier profession, I had also awakened 3 divine-level talents. Divine Talent Beast Affinity. When using beast-related professional skills, the effect is increased by 1000%. Divine Talent Beast Fusion allows the fusion of 3 beast companions of the same species into their ultimate form, with no restrictions whatsoever. In other words, if I currently possess 3 Caterpie beast companions, I can fuse and evolve them into their ultimate form. It's important to note that even the most ordinary Caterpie beast companion evolves into a giant beast form as its final stage. Thus, with this talent, I no longer have to worry about lacking giant beast companions. Divine Skill Bloodline Appraisal. Upon use, it not only reveals detailed information about a beast pet, but also detects its ultimate form. With this detection skill, I can select and purchase beast pets with the highest evolutionary potential. However, I didn't let excitement cloud my judgment. To the outside world, I only claimed my awakened talent to be B rank. Over the years, countless dark forces have targeted elite professionals across the globe. If my true talent were exposed too early, it could easily lead to security risks. Next, I planned to visit the Dongling trading market to see if there were any suitable beast pets available. But just then, an exceptionally beautiful girl approached me. "Xiao Chun, is your talent really only B rank?" I nodded, but my eyes kept scanning the surroundings, as if searching for a chance to slip away. "I'm not some big bad tiger. Why are you in such a hurry to run away?" Seeing my obvious desire to escape, the girl couldn't help but pout with her rosy lips. Hearing this, I couldn't help but show a helpless expression. The girl before me was none other than the school belle and perpetual runner-up Sitayu, who had now transitioned into the profession of a Gale Archer. This class not only boasts high burst damage but also exceptional agility, making it one of the most popular choices for solo dungeon runs. Barring any surprises, Sitayu would likely rank among the top 3 in Dongling City during the upcoming major exam a month later. The reason I wanted to avoid her was simple. Ever since I pushed Sitayu down to second place, she had constantly found excuses to challenge me to sparring matches and often insisted on eating together. This, without a doubt, had turned me into the public enemy of all male students at school. "Go ahead, what do you need from me?" Looking at the smiling girl before me, I spoke indifferently. "There's only 1 month left until the big exam, so we need to hurry and level up in the wild. I was thinking of teaming up with you to train outside, making the most of this month to improve as much as possible. I'd better pass. You already know my profession, don't you? Without a giant beast pet, this profession of mine, without a behemoth beast pet, my profession is actually worse than an ordinary imperial beastmaster. When the time comes to practice in the wilderness, it will only drag the team down. Wang Dust gently shook his head. No, it's a deal. I'll see you in 3 days at 8 in the morning at the Morning Glory Guild Hall. Sityu, however, said seriously, then turned around, humming a song and bouncing away. Wang Dust was helpless. But after these 3 years together, he also knew the Sityu's character. Once Wang Duan stood her up once. As a result, you dare to believe that she directly found Wang Duan's home, in front of Wang Duan's parents, broke into Wang Duan's bedroom, an elegant high jump plus 1,000 caddy fall, and pressed the Wang Duan who was sleeping half dead. She had no regard for men and women, but it made Wang Duan's parents look silly. Luckily, Wang Dust was able to prove his innocence and Sityu's innocence by persuading him. This also proved that the character of this girl, Sityu, was more or less a big disease. Shaking his head and shaking away the thoughts in his mind, Wang Chan then packed up his things and left the school, taking a taxi to the Dongling City trading market. There, equipment, props, elixirs, beast pets, skill books, and all sorts of other items were available. And while this market is very much on the side of the common man, it is also destined to sell things of low grade. You're basically hard to buy skill books, materials, props, etc. above B rank if you want to, mainly because they are a real rarity in small, isolated places. Nevertheless, this free trade market was still very lively and crowded. After all, in Dongling City, ordinary transmutants made up the vast majority, and their needs were these low-level resources. After Wang Dust took a few glances at the ground stall, he found that the beast pets here were all sickly and wilting, and the key was that there were not even Shen beast-level beast pets. The ranks of beast pets are ordered from lowest to highest. Mortal beasts, demonic beasts, metaphysical beasts, spiritual beasts, source beasts, divine beasts, sacred beasts, and ancestral divine beasts. Mortal beasts to source beasts, each level is categorized from low to high into 1 to 9 stages. When it comes to divine beasts, there is no class but another ordering. The ordering of stages above the divine beast rank, from low to high, were transcendent, legendary, epic, overlord, monarch, and cosmic. Without any hesitation, Wang Dust came straight to the innermost perimeter of the market. It is also the busiest area. There was a wide variety of beast pets here, which was very suitable for a budding beastmaster like Wang Duan. The only downside, that's expensive. Welcome. May I ask the guest if you need a life-type beast pet or a battle-type beast pet? A salesman approached with a big smile on his face. Chapter 6: Expensive Beast Pet. Combat Beast Pet. Without hesitation, Wang Chun directly stated his intentions. Although the beast pets around them looked much stronger than the state of the floor stalls, most of them were life-type beast pets. They're well-behaved and sweet, with a gentle disposition, but the fighting is all over the place. This type of beast pet was mostly artificially cultivated and did not even have the value to allow Wang Chun to use the bloodline appraisal technique. Alright guest, the combat beast pets are all on the 2nd floor. Please move to the 2nd floor with me, guest. Hearing Wang Dust's words, the eyes of the salesman who came over lit up, and the smile on his face gained a few more threads of sincerity. It was well known that the price of combat class beast pets was a cut above that of life class beast pets, with the starting price of each one being over 100,000 gold coins. If we make this order today, this month's bonus will be secure. Thinking with surprise in his heart, the salesman was even more enthusiastic about Wang Duan. She made a gesture of invitation and moved her waist in style to walk ahead to lead the way. Guest, what a coincidence that you are here today. We happen to have a few source beast level beast pets coming to our store, so I'm sure you'll be able to fill up today. On the way upstairs, the salesman smiled coquettishly and pushed hard. However, when he heard her words, Wang Chun, who was walking at the back, touched his nose in some embarrassment. Source beast level beast pets were each priced at over 3 million. If he wanted to meet the opening conditions of the beast pet fusion talent, he would have to buy at least 3 of them, which was nearly 10 million gold coins, which was simply not something he could afford. When he came here today, Wang Chuan's main goal was still to focus on Shen beast-level beast pets. He intended to pick the ones with the highest growth potential from them and use the beast pet fusion talent to synthesize the final form as his battle partner for the first turn stage. As for higher levels, that would have to be considered after his strength reached the second turn. Upon successful transfer, the Beastmaster gains a blank Beast Pet slot, after which one is added per turn as they continue to transfer. In other words, after successfully turning 2, Wong Dust had to once again look for a giant beast to use as his battle partner to enhance his current stage of combat power. For 1 to 9 revolutions, he needed to contract a full 9 giant beasts. Giant beasts are not ordinary beast pets. Each one has a strong strength, and it is said that when they grow to their limit, they can have a power comparable to that of a deity. Up to now, there were only a handful of giant beasts that had appeared on the Blue Star, not to mention their cubs, which were even more precious to the point of being outrageous. It was also for this reason that the giant Imperial Beastmaster was considered by the Blue Star crowd to be the most money-burning profession in history, and was discarded as such. Even those clans with strong financial resources could not afford the consumption of giant royal beastmasters. Even if they were able to scrape together all of their family funds and purchase a giant beast cub, but when they thought that there were still 8 more behind them that needed to be prepared, they were probably despairing inwardly. Luckily, I have the divine talent of beast pet fusion. While dealing with the enthusiastic salesman, Wong Dust thought with emotion in his heart. Second floor. Guest. This is an illustrated introduction of all the combat beast pets in our store today. The total is 160 beast pets, 100 Xian beast level beast pets and 50 spirit beast level beast pets. The last 10, all of them are precious source beast level beast pets. Wong Dust had just sat down on the sofa, and the salesgirl who led the way handed over an atlas, and also opened it for him in an extremely considerate manner. The first thing that caught his eyes was 10 source beast level beast pets. As a freshly minted Imperial Beastmaster, Wong Dust was attracted to the patterns of the beast pets on the atlas at the very first moment. Even though what he saw was just a pattern, there was a ferocious aura that came out at a glance. The either hideous or flashy shapes, the claws and teeth full of attacking power, each one of them made Wong Dust's eyes greedy. However, after seeing the selling price of these beast pets, Wang Chun silently held back the excitement in his heart. Golden Scaled Python. Source Beast Level Beast Pet. Priced at 3 million gold coins. Vajra Demon Ape. Source Beast Level Beast Pet. Priced at 3,100,000 gold coins. Unicorn Thunder Leopard. Source Head Level Beast Pet. Priced at 3,300,000 gold coins. Every time he saw the selling price behind a beast pet, Wong Dust seized his heart. It's too expensive. The bursary loan he had just been approved for would only buy one of these beasts' paws. It's better if I see for myself. Ignoring the attentive service of the salesgirl, Wong Dust took the illustrated book and directly flipped through the section introducing the source beasts. Out of sight, out of mind. Sure enough, the selling price of the Spirit Beast pet in the back looked much more normal. Two-headed dog. Spirit Beast Grade Beast Pet. Priced at 800,000 gold coins. Flaming Tiger. Spirit Beast Grade Beast Pet. Priced at 850,000 gold coins. Gale Wolf. Spirit Beast Grade Beast Pet. Priced at 500,000 gold coins. The price range of Spirit Beast level beast pets had dropped drastically compared to the Source Beast level, with most of them being within 1 million gold coins, barely within Wong Dust's acceptance range. Honestly speaking, if he had switched to an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster, the range of choosing a beast pet would basically be within these. One of his favorites, a two-headed dog. As a Spirit Beast level beast pet, the two-headed dog possessed both water and fire attributes, and was quite strong in battle. And most importantly, there are many routes of progression for a two-headed dog with a high success rate. There was once an Imperial Beastmaster who carefully nurtured his beast pet, the two-headed dog, so that its talent mutated, and its final form turned into a divine beast, the two-headed dog of hell. A sacred beast. Although it was a transcendent level with a relatively low class amongst the divine beasts, it was still enough to stand proudly against the majority of Blue Star's transmutants. However, its selling price of up to 800,000 gold coins made Wong Dust back off. Can't help it. Too poor now. The price of purchasing a beast pet must be kept at around 300,000 gold coins for a single one. Guest, do you prefer a two-headed dog? This one was carefully selected by our store. Its affinity for water and fire magic is extremely outstanding, and the chances of it being able to advance are very high. If you're hesitant, I can show you around. This little guy is a bundle of energy and will never let you down. On the side, when the salesgirl saw Wang Chuan's gaze lingering on the two-headed dog, she hurriedly opened her mouth and said eagerly. At those words, Wong Dust nodded. It was good to take a look, seeing the real thing with his own eyes, so that he could use the bloodline appraisal technique to pick out the strongest ones in their final state. Then please lead the way ahead. Putting down the iconography in his hand, Wang Dust smiled gently. You're too kind this way. Seeing Wang Dust being so polite, the smile on the salesgirl's face became even more intense, and she hurriedly bowed to lead the way ahead. The place where this store stored its combat beast pets was in a warehouse at the back of the building. When Wang Dust followed the salesgirl into the warehouse, he found that there were large and small beast cages inside. Beast cages held all sorts of beast pets, both adult ones and young pups. After they saw a human enter, each of them looked over with fierce gazes and let out a low growl from their mouths. Chapter 7 Shadow Leopard and One-Horned Rhinoceros. Ho 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 ho! Just as he walked into the warehouse, a piercing growl rose up in his ears. Each of those beast pets of different shapes and sizes that were locked in the cages stared menacingly at Wang Chun. Although most of these beast pets were in their juvenile stage and not very strong, they were wild and their icy gazes contained a strong sense of oppression. If it was any other freshly turned munchkins encountering it for the first time, I'm afraid that they would be scared out of their wits by the aura. But that didn't include Wang Duan, who excelled in every subject in school and had faced down vicious and tyrannical wild monsters head-on. The gazes of these beast pet pups were wild, but lacked ferocity. To him, it was no different than a fresh breeze on his face. Guest, in order to prevent harm to the beast pets, so our store doesn't use inhibiting potions on them, please forgive me if I startled you. Guest. Seeing Wang Dust stopping in her tracks, the salesgirl hurriedly explained. It's okay. I'll take a look first. Wang Dust nodded at his words and did not explain as he walked directly in front of a beast cage. In the middle of this beast cage, there was a leopard with hair like ink dye, and if you looked closely, you could find that its figure vaguely gave off an illusory feeling. As Wang Chuan approached, this leopard stared at Wang Chuan with amber-colored eyes, and a low, threatening growl came out of its mouth. Shadow Panther. Xian Beast Level Beast Pet. Wang Dust had seen it on the iconography before, and it was priced at 300,000 gold coins, which was right in the range of what he was considering. At this moment, arriving in front of the beast cage, Wang Chun did not hesitate and directly opened the bloodline appraisal technique talent. Buzz off! An undetectable fluctuation appeared, instantly enveloping the shadow leopard in the beast cage. At the same time, a stream of information surfaced in Wang Chen's mind. Shadow Leopard Shen Beast, Final Evolved State. Shadow Divine Leopard Divine Beast, Transcendent Level. Wang Dust nodded. Not bad. Divine Beast level beast pets were worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, and were only a handful in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This was an open door, seeing the first Shen Beast level beast pet to synthesize a divine beast. However, after checking the final evolutionary state of the Shadow Leopard, Wang Chuan did not stop and continued towards the next one. There are many more beast pets here, and the Shadow Leopard could be an alternative first. Blizzard Wolf Spirit Beast, Final Evolved State. Tsunami Silver Wolf Source Beast. Flaming Tiger Spirit Beast, Final Evolved State. Twin-Winged Demon Tiger Source Beast. Lightning Hawk Spirit Beast, Final Evolved State. Sky Hawk Source Beast. Stopping in front of one beast cage after another, Wang Dust kept using the bloodline appraisal technique to appraise the final forms of these beast pets. However, what made him feel a bit unfortunate was that these beast pets, which were one level higher than the Shadow Leopard, were just stuck at the source beast level in their final forms, and were not cost-effective. It seems that the potential of a beast pet doesn't have much to do with its initial rank. The initial rank only determines the lower limit, and the upper limit of the final evolved form depends on other factors. Viewing the final evolutionary state of a beast pet through the bloodline appraisal technique, an idea gradually surfaced in Wang Chen's mind. And very quickly, after checking out the final form of the Vajra Demon Ape with the bloodline appraisal technique, Wang Dust was certain of the correctness of his thoughts. Vajra Demon Ape Source Beast, Final Evolved Form, Mountain Giant Ape Divine Beast, Transcendent Level. The initial rank of the Vajra Demon Ape was a full 2 ranks higher than the Shadow Leopard, and the price was even 10 times different. But the limit they could eventually evolve to was the same for all Transcendent Level Divine Beasts. When you compare the two, it simply goes without saying who gets better value for money. After looking at the Vajra Demon Ape, Wang Chuan's interest in the other Source Beast and Spirit Beast level beast pets diminished greatly, and he directly ran to the Xian Beast level beast pet area with great interest. Following behind Wang Dust, the salesgirl was not displeased to see Wang Dust looking east and west. After all, shopping for a beast pet is not buying a cabbage. This is a partner that is selected to carry out the battle with the owner. If you pick one that is not to your liking, not only will you waste a large amount of money, but you could lose your life. It could be said that selecting a beast pet was even more troublesome than a woman selecting cosmetics, with a combination of various needs. While the salesgirl was rambling in her mind, Wang Chun had already walked to the Shen beast level beast pet area in the warehouse. To the naked eye, the beast pets amongst this area were much weaker than the aura they had seen before. As those spirit beasts and source beasts roared, they were all very quiet with their tails between their legs. But Wang Dust wasn't disappointed about this. For others, perhaps a low beast pet rank meant low combat power. But for him, as long as these Shen-level beast pets had high potential, he could turn them into an existence that other beast pets looked up to in minutes. I hope there's a tough one in here, or else I'll have to go with the shadow leopard today. Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Chun looked at the surrounding beast pets with anticipation in his eyes. Red-feathered eagle Shen beast, final evolved state. Flaming eagle spirit beast. Spiked boar Shen beast, final evolved state. Tusked pig king spirit beast. Fire-swallowing python gen beast, final evolved state. Heaven-swallowing python gen beast. One-horned rhinoceros Shen beast, final evolutionary state. Moonwatch divine rhinoceros divine beast, transcendent level. It had to be said that the variety of beast pets here was indeed complete, dazzling Wang Dust. However, what made him a bit disappointed was that after walking around, among the beast pets he had seen, only the one-horned rhino's potential could be compared to the shadow leopard. Other than that, only the fire-swallowing python could barely catch the eye. It seems that I'll have to choose between the one-horned rhino and the shadow leopard for my first beast pet. Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Dust stopped his steps with some disappointment. Although divine beast-level beast pets were an unattainable existence for other imperial beast masters. However, for him who possessed the divine talent of beast pet fusion, it was somewhat inadequate. Just as well, Dongling City is only a small city after all, and although the types of beast pets are complete, they are not as good as those more prosperous big cities. I still have a chance, and the divine beasts are more than enough to use at the current stage. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Dust was ready to choose between the shadow leopard and the one-horned rhinoceros. But just then, whoo! A faint, milky cry suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw that in the beast cage in the corner, 3 small creatures that he had ignored were meeting him with clear eyes. These were 3 ice lizards with a body length of 30 centimeters and a body that appeared ice blue. As if they sensed that Wang Chen's gaze was not malicious, they spat their pink tongues at him. It looks lovely. Seeing this scene, even if Wang Duan was a straight man, he was somewhat adorable at this moment. The little things are quite delicate. Let me see where your limits are. After thinking about it, Wang Chuan rushed the 3 cold lizards that weren't afraid of life and released the bloodline appraisal technique. Originally, he didn't have much hope for the cold ice lizards. After all, these guys were too cute and looked incapable of fighting. But the information that came back, however, caused his body to tremble and his breathing to become rapid. Chapter 8 with the ancestral divine beast. What kind of trash is a divine beast? In the warehouse, Wang Dust breathed in sharply and looked at the cold ice lizard with a fiery gaze. Cold ice lizard Shen beast, final evolutionary state. Swift overlord extreme cold dragon ancestral divine beast. The ancestral beast. How could Wang Dust not have thought that these 3 cute creatures that he had almost ignored had such great potential that could be considered heaven-defying? That's an ancestral god beast. A horrible creature that has never yet been seen in the blue planet. The existing grading on the beast pet rank was all information that the transmigrators had explored from among the secret ruins. However, since this information was made public, the highest ranked beast pet that had appeared in the blue star was the holy beast ranked 5-colored dragon. That was once the battle partner of the most powerful transmogrifier in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, possessing a greatness comparable to that of a god. After the 5-colored dragon, Blue Star had never seen a sacred beast-level beast pet. Even many experts believed that a holy beast was the apex of the beast pet rank. The so-called ancestral divine beasts were merely existences that only existed in fantasies and could not be taken seriously at all. For many years, there has been controversy on the blue planet about whether or not the ancestral beasts exist. Wang Dust didn't expect that he had unraveled this controversy of many years today. The ancestral god beasts really do exist. And soon, it would become his Wang Dust's contracted beast pet. If this news were to spread out, I'm afraid it would cause the entire blue star to go crazy. causing countless people to rush in. The bloodline appraisal technique is worthy of being a divine-grade talent. It's really strong to the point of being heaven-defying. Exclaiming in his heart, Wang Chun looked at the cold ice lizard with a blazing gaze, his eyes bright and frightening. All three of the little ones in the cage curled up into a fetal position at his gaze. Calm down. Must fade. This news must not be spread. I'm still weak. If the news leaks out, I won't be able to protect the ancestral god beast at all. It's better to sulk now. With his strong self-control, Wang Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his expression once again became as calm as before. But because of his earlier dissimilarity, the salesgirl seemed to be seeing a hint of it. Guessed, you wouldn't have fallen for the ice-cold lizard, would you? She came to Wang Chen's side and asked with some hesitation. Hearing. That's it. Wang Dust nodded bashfully. Hearing his words, the salesgirl's expression was a bit tangled. Guessed, would you like to reconsider? The chilly lizard it. As a qualified salesperson, she shouldn't have been able to talk much after the guest's decision. But there was something special about the cold ice lizard, and she couldn't bear to see this little handsome guy in front of her, buying a vase beast pet back. It was well known that the cold ice lizard was at the end of the line in terms of strength amongst the Shen-level beast pets, and was only a little bit stronger than the magical beast-level beast pets. If they were to compare, the shadow leopard that Wang Dust saw first could easily take on 3-in-1 against the ice lizard. And because the cold ice lizard was cute and loved by some female professionals, its selling price, which was equal to that of the shadow leopard, also required 300,000 gold coins. The price-performance ratio is ridiculously low. Although the more expensive the beast pet, the more sales commission the salesman could get. But looking at Wang Chen's young and handsome face, she couldn't bear to see the other party go astray. After the contact just now, she could see that Wang Duan was just a budding royal beastmaster who had just switched and should be shy in his pocket. Seeing the salesgirl's look of wanting to say something, Wang Dust had a smirk on his face. This young lady has a kind heart. Silently thinking, Wang Chun still firmly shook his head and declined the other party's kindness. What a joke. What kind of trashy thing is a god beast with an ancestral god beast in it? Okay, customer. Then you see which one you fancy and I'll help you load it up. Seeing Wang Dust insist, the salesgirl no longer persuade. Which one? I'll take all three. Wang Dust waved his hand and boldly took out his cell phone to open the payment code. The 3 ice lizards combined would require 900,000 gold coins, and the bursary loan that had just arrived would directly bottom out before it was even warmed up. However, Wang Dust didn't care about it at all. That was the ancestral divine beast, the existence of the top level among the beast pets. After having it, he still needed to worry about money in the future. Seeing Wang Dust's brash look, the salesgirl froze. Did you look away before? This handsome boy, is he some rich young man with a bad taste? The doubt in her mind didn't last long, though, before it was replaced by joy. Selling a large order of 900,000 gold coins, she could at least get a commission of 900 gold coins. Okay, guest, I'll pack them all up for you. The salesgirl nimbly scratched away 900,000 gold coins and then began to get busy. By the time Wang Dust left the store, not only was he carrying a cage with 3 cold ice lizards in his hand, the enthusiastic salesgirl had also prepared some cold ice lizard food for him. Warm neighborhood. Located on the outskirts of Dongling City, it is a dilapidated neighborhood that has been built for more than 30 years. Wang Dust's home was in Building 9-302, which his parents had spent most of their life savings to purchase the year he was admitted to Dongling First High School. The time had just come to 6 o'clock when we got home by the 11 way. At this time, his parents had not yet gotten off work, and Wang Dust prepared the meal as usual and put it in the thermos to keep it warm, then returned to his room. Click. As the door to the room closed, he couldn't wait to take out the cage containing the cold lizard. At this time, these 3 little ones were not as fearful as before, and their amber-colored eyes looked at him curiously. Exciting times are coming. With his mood buoyed up, Wang Dust extended a hand and aimed it at the cold ice lizard from afar. Divine Gift Beast Pet Fusion. Activate. Buzz off. Invisible fluctuations spread out from Wang Chen's hands, instantly wrapping the 3 cold lizards. At the same time, in front of Wang Chen's eyes, a virtual panel that only he himself could see appeared. The virtual panel had 3 grids, among which was a projection of the ice lizard, and a synthesis button below the grid bar. So this is how the Beast Pet Fusion talent manifests. How convenient. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun thought with some excitement in his heart. and his mind ruthlessly pressed the synthesize button. In an instant, Wang Chun felt that most of his spiritual power had been drained away, leaving him with a void, as if he had suddenly entered the sage time. But at this point he didn't care. Instead, his eyes burned into his eyes. After he confirmed the synthesis, the 3 frigid lizards in the cage, their bodies were gradually rendered by azure-colored light, and finally turned into balls of light altogether. Then under Wang Chen's gaze, these 3 balls of light quickly crashed together and then slowly began to merge. Soon, the azure-colored balls of light completely fused together, transforming into a strange sphere that looked like ice crystals. Bang! Bang! As the sphere undulated regularly, the light gradually converged, and a strange creature appeared in front of Wang Chen's eyes. Chapter 9 Vision, Panic in Dongling City. Dongling City. The time was just after 6 o'clock, and Dongling City was right at the peak of the off-duty period. After a busy day, people leave their workplaces and either take the city's public transportation or walk to the LRT station to ride the LRT. However, this peaceful scene was completely shattered after an invisible wave swept through. Everyone felt a palpitation, and they, involuntarily, stopped in their tracks. What happened? Why do I get an inexplicable feeling of palpitations? What's the situation? Just now I felt in a trance as if a terrifying force was about to descend. The crowd, which had stopped in its tracks, looked around in alarm. Upon seeing that the people next to them were just like themselves, everyone couldn't help but murmur. And at that moment, the crowd suddenly realized that the light around them had become dim. Is it going to rain? Someone looked up into the sky and let out a question. One could only see the vast dark clouds filling the sky above Dongling City, covering the entirety of Dongling City in almost just the blink of an eye. Hurry up! Maybe it was just a hallucination just now. Wait, why is it so cold all of a sudden? Am I blind? It's summer. Why is it snowing? Noticing the dark clouds pressing down on the city, many people in the open area rushed into action. But just at that moment, an alarming sound rang out abruptly, causing everyone to raise their heads and look toward the sky. Then, everyone who looked up to the sky at this moment was as if they were petrified, frozen in place with extremely shocked expressions on their faces, only to see in the sky, drifting up goose feather like snowflakes, voluminous, and soon wrapped the city of Dongling with a layer of silver. Tick-tock, piercing alarm sounded. The area where the Dongling City Escort Guard headquarters was located was in chaos. Reporting to the Guardian, there is an unusual power fluctuation in the city, danger level. A member of the escort pushed open the door to the Guardian's office in a panic. Before he could finish his sentence, though, he was interrupted by the Guardian standing by the window looking away from the sky. I know. Danger level red. Looking at the snowflakes drifting outside, this country-faced Guardian had a deep concern in his eyes. The red danger level, which corresponds to a disaster that would be enough to destroy the city. Once this disaster fell, I'm afraid that with the defense force of Dongling City, a third-rate city, it would be wiped off the map in a matter of moments. Inform the city head side that Dongling City has entered a state of citywide alert, and the defense magic array is turned on at full power. Commanding to his subordinates, the tone of the country-faced Guardian trembled a little as a strong sense of powerlessness enveloped his heart. Even though his strength had already reached the 4th turn, which was unrivaled in the entire Dongling City, he could only do his best in the face of a red danger-level disaster. In this moment, countless great figures in Dongling City who were like guardians, towering above the rest, looked up at the sky with pale faces. Buzz off! After the order to put the whole city on alert was given, strong beeping sounds echoed over Dongling City. The defense spell formation that hadn't been activated for decades quickly enveloped Dongling City like a wave of water. The sky was illuminated at this moment, and the shivering crowd felt a sense of security, while at the same time being awakened to the horrific memories that had been buried in the depths of their memories. The defense spell formation was opened. Could it be that the wild monsters are going to attack the city? What the hell happened? Why did this happen? Can someone help me? I don't want to die. Despair, fear, like a plague spread through the crowd, and everyone prayed silently at this moment. Roar! Just then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. When everyone looked up, a look of incomparable fear appeared on their faces. Only a behemoth appeared in the sky above Dongling City. With a gentle stretch of her wings, she stirred the clouds in the sky into churning. The light coming through the cracks in the clouds allowed countless people to get a full view of the behemoth at this moment. Head born with 2 horns, wings spread to cover the sky, like a streamlined body covered with azure scales. In the light of the sun, exudes a biting and unreadable sense of holiness. A giant dragon? Seeing this scene, an extremely shocked look surfaced on everyone's faces, and their mouths exclaimed in disbelief. Megalosaurus. That was a powerful creature at the lowest level of divine beast, standing proudly at the top of the Blue Star's food chain, possessing unfathomable greatness. Why is she in the city of Tungling? Roar. Another exorbitant dragon roar rang out, and the giant dragon in the sky looked up to the sky, its huge body circling a few times over Dongling City before waving its wings and rushing towards the clouds in the sky. Rumble. A thunderous sound kept exploding. The giant dragon disappeared into thin air, and the dark clouds that had been shrouding the sky above Dongling City dissipated along with it. Everything once again was back to normal, and Dongling City came through this crisis safely, with a result that seemed to please everyone. That's weird. After the terrifying dragons and visions disappeared, the guardians of Dongling City, as well as the controllers of those guilds' plutocrats, each one of them sat helplessly on the ground. With their hearts in their mouths, all of them gave one and the same order. Check. Make sure you find out why all this happened today. Warm neighborhood. Wong Dust had no idea that his fusion of beast pets had caused such a terrifying commotion. At this point, he was looking at the magnificent ball of light in front of him with an excited expression. As he watched, the light converged a little into the center of the light mass, and a strange creature inside manifested its form. The appearance of this creature was very similar to the giant dragons that Wang Chuan had once seen on the information, but the body was even more slender and full of power, with an inexplicable sense of holiness. The scales on her entire body were azure blue in color, as dazzling as crystals in the light. A pair of tiny wings were affixed to her back, and every trace of pattern on them gave her a thrilling beauty. The 2 eyes were also azure-colored, and at this moment, they were looking at Wang Chun with doubt and curiosity. Phew! Is this the final form of the cold ice lizard? The ancient overlord extreme cold dragon? It just looks so powerful. Taking a long breath, Wang Chun looked at the opposite side of the dragon of extreme cold with the same curiosity. But, with the appearance of the dragon of extreme cold, the temperature of the entire room dropped off a cliff, and on the floor where the dragon of extreme cold was located, frost was even visible to the naked eye. At this point in time, with Wang Dust's body just after the transfer, he was about to be somewhat unable to carry it. Next, it's time for the most important step, signing a contract with this little guy. Without hesitation, before the frost continued to expand, Wang Chuan extended his hand and used the Imperial Beast art on the Dragon of Extreme Cold. Chapter 10. Ancient Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. In the bedroom, buzz off. An invisible fluctuation surged out from Wang Chen's hands, instantly enveloping the tiny extreme cold dragon. Under the strong effect of 10,000 beasts' fondness, the effect of the Imperial Beast art was increased by 100 times. Soon, the 2 contract runes then disappeared into the foreheads of Wang Chun and the Dragon of Extreme Cold respectively. Next, Wang Dust was right in the middle of the contract and felt a fond and affectionate intention, while his hands were a bit itchy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Dragon of Extreme Cold spitting out its little tongue and licking the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From today, this little guy was his closest fighting partner in this world. Little fellow, hurry up and put away your divine ability. Holding the extreme cold dragon, whose face was full of dependence, in his arms Wang Dust, who was in a good mood, said in a quirky manner. Then, with a thought, he called out the attribute panel of the Dragon of Extreme Cold. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname None. Sex. Female. Age. Under a month infancy. Level 1. Rank. Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent. Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 500, Wisdom 500, Physique 500, Agility 500. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skills. Frostbody SSS. Passive skill. As an ancient overlord, the Dragon of Extreme Cold itself is the present manifestation of the laws of Ice attribute, 100% immune to Ice attribute damage, 100% immune to Water attribute damage, 20% reduction of damage from other magical attacks, and 20% reduction of damage from physical attacks. Extreme Cold Spit SSS. Active attack skill that sprays extremely cold dragon breath in front of you, dealing massive ice attribute damage to enemies within a certain range. Ice Inferno SSS. Active attack skill summons endless frost, freezing all enemies within a certain range. Remarks. Any enemy with intelligence attribute lower than that of the Dragon of Extreme Cold that is in the area covered by the ice territory will trigger the instant death effect. Dragon's Might SSS. Passive skill. As an ancient overlord, the oldest among the dragons, any enemy whose rank is lower than that of the Dragon of Extreme Cold will be weakened by 10%. Loyalty. 100. Equipment. None. Introduction 1. The Dragon of Extreme Cold, the ancient overlord, is the present manifestation of the law of the origin of the ice system, the only ancestral divine beast of the ice attribute with unlimited potential and can switch between the combat state and the normal state at any time. 2. The Dragon of Extreme Cold will inevitably awaken SSS-ranked talent skills every time it advances. Hiss. After reading the attribute panel of the Dragon of Extreme Cold, Wang Chun could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Terror. It's just horrible. Having just leveled up, the four-dimensional attributes reached 500 points alone, which was already comparable to those ordinary professionals who had just turned 2. Especially when he saw the row of skills on the skill bar, it caused tears of envy to flow from the corners of Wang Dust's mouth. Worthy of being an ancestral divine beast, just born with 4 SSS-level talent skills, and every time you raise the level it is bound to awaken a SSS-level talent skills. As we all know, there are 6 stages that a beast pet has to go through from newborn until it grows to its limit, and they are early childhood, adolescence, youth, adulthood, prime, and finally the Inquisition. This meant that growing to the end, the Dragon of Extreme Cold would possess 10 SSS-ranked natural skills. Is this the ancestral beast? Simply love, love, love it. Hugging the ice-cold Extreme Cold Dragon, Wang Dust simply loved it at this moment. Now if anyone dared to say that the giant Imperial Beastmaster profession was garbage, he would backhand a slap across his face. After contracting the Dragon of Extreme Cold, any hidden professions would have to step aside in front of him. With a stirring mood, Wang Chun didn't forget to check his enhancement at this time. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level, 10. Talents. All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills. Imperial Beast Technique S. Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B. Bloodline Identification Technique Divine. Contract Summoning B. Power. 70 points. Wisdom. 70 points. Physique. 70 points. Agility. 70 points. Unallocated attribute points. 0 points. Unassigned skill points. 0. Looking at his panel information, Wang Dust nodded in satisfaction. The 4-dimensional attributes were raised by 50 points individually, adding up to a total of 200 points. This made him now comparable to a level 20 professional in terms of 4-dimensional attributes, and what he lacked was nothing more than a shortcoming in terms of skills. This enhancement was already expected when Wang Chun saw the attributes of the Extreme Cold Dragon. The Imperial Beastmaster did not occupy an advantage compared to the others in today's Blue Star's professional system, and was even ranked at the end of the scale. This was mainly because a large portion of the Imperial Beastmaster's strength depended on the beast pet he contracted. Whether a beast pet was strong or not directly determined the level of strength of the Imperial Beastmaster. Each contracted beast pet will give the Imperial Beastmaster a fixed percentage of attribute feedback based on the growth cycle it is currently in, from 10% in the juvenile stage all the way up to 60% in the inquisitive body. Some people might think that it's a bit of a loss to train a beast pet to the ultimate body and only get 60% of the attribute feedback. But this idea, in fact, is ridiculous. It was important to know that after each transfer of the Imperial Beastmaster, he would gain a new blank beast pet column. Nowadays, the rank division explored by Blue Star was from 1 to 9 turns, which meant that the current maximum number of beast masters that could be contracted by a royal beastmaster was 9 beast pets. 9 beast pets that had grown to the ultimate body, with 60% of their attributes stacked onto one. What a terrifying monster could be created. No one would even dare to imagine. However, this is almost impossible to accomplish. It wasn't without reason that the Imperial Beastmaster had such a terrifying prospect, but was still so unpopular in the Blue Star professional system. Beast pet advancement is not playing monsters and upgrading. Each growth cycle requires the consumption of a huge amount of resources. This was the case with ordinary beast pets, and the extreme cold dragon whose rank had reached that of an ancestral divine beast would surely be even more terrifying. Wang Dus can already envision that there is only one road in front of him in the future, and that is, screw the money. Crazy to get money. That, and it's a real pain in the ass. Touching the extreme cold dragon's head, Wang Chun thought with some emotion at this moment. Woo! As if sensing Wang Chuan's worries, the dragon of extreme cold gave a milky cry and gently rubbed against Wang Chuan's hand. Feeling the fondness coming from amongst the contract, Wang Chun tenderly rubbed the extreme cold dragon's head. Little one, from now on we'll be battle partners who will live and die together. Let's see, what kind of mighty, dominant name should I give you? Chapter 11. Must find him. Gentlemen. In a hidden conference room, the head of Dongling City tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I'd like to know what you guys think about the red danger alert that just passed. He looked at the attending crowd with a grave gaze. Every single person sitting at the conference table was a pivotal bigwig in Dongling City, including the presidents of the major guilds, the family heads of the top-tier plutocrats, and powerful guardians. The moment, upon hearing the city head's words, the people attending the meeting looked at each other in dismay, with a trace of deep fear hidden in everyone's eyes. The vision that had appeared in the skies of Dongling City earlier, as well as that hideous and terrifying giant creature, was like a huge boulder pressing down on their hearts, changing the celestial signs of a city. Once this terrifying power descended upon Dongling City, all the wealth and power they possessed would make no difference in front of it and dreams and bubbles in general. Lord City Head, we dare not speak lightly on this matter, so why don't we listen to what Lord Guardian has to say first? A middle-aged man with a big belly in the lower hand position said bitterly. As the words fell, the gazes of all the people present all looked towards the head of the city sitting on the first place, as well as a country-faced middle-aged man beside him. Like this. Then let's ask Guardian Sito to introduce the situation. After all, you are the most powerful person in our Dongling City. Your judgment is more accurate than any of us. Seeing that all the people present were like this, the head of the city's line of sight likewise fell on the country-faced middle-aged man beside him, and said with a polite face, the guardian of Dongling City was named Situ Haonan, a 120-level 4-turn warrior, and in terms of strength, the crowd in attendance tied together would not be enough to beat him with one hand. I think you all are being a little too wishy-washy. Situ Haonan saw the crowd all gazing at him, sipped his tea and said in a relaxed tone, Lord Situ, do you mean that this red crisis alert will not affect us in Dongling City? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd were all a bit uplifted, and also a bit incredulous. That's right. Situ Haonan nodded faintly and continued. Based on the escort's specialized equipment testing, as well as my discussions with several experts, we agreed that this heavenly change was most likely caused by a certain beast pet with a sudden change in talent. As he spoke, Situ Haonan waved his hand, and a subordinate maneuvered the instrument and projected a terrifying figure on the projection wall of the conference room. Hundreds of meters long, covered in azure-colored scale armor, with hideous wings and huge dragon claws. All of them were highlighting its identity, a giant dragon. I think what we should be talking about right now is how to find him. After all, this is a giant dragon, and it's also a rare ice attribute, so at the very least, it's an epic divine beast. After Situ Haonan's words fell, the crowd in the conference room collectively sucked in a breath of cool air. The bigwigs who had just been withered with a look of fear. At this moment the light in their eyes flickered and their faces became flushed. Epic beasts? Even though the people present were all worth over $100 million, and their strength had all reached over 3 turns, an epic divine beast was an existence that they needed to look up to. Once they befriended the owner of this epic divine beast, or even took it under their command, then the forces that they each belonged to would be able to directly leap over the Dragon Gate. After all, historically, any professional who possessed an epic divine beast had reached more than 7 turns in their future accomplishments. That was a big shot that held sway in the entire Dragon Kingdom. He must be found and befriended at all costs. At this moment, everyone present cried out madly in their hearts. Warm neighborhood. Woo-hoo! Hearing that he was going to have a name, the dragon of extreme cold excitedly waved its 2 tiny front claws with a face full of anticipation. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. You can't wait, little one. Let's see. What would be a good name for you? Holding the dragon of extreme cold in his arms, Wang Chun carefully observed it. At this moment, The extreme cold dragon, whose body was covered in azure-colored scales, looked as if it was beautifully carved out of crystal, emitting a gorgeous halo under the light, like an exquisite work of art. As a cute girl, what with names like Storm Dragon King and God of Ultimate Destruction, you shouldn't like them. Sulking, Wang Chun looked at the extremely cold dragon in front of him with an expectant face, and suddenly his gaze lit up, saying, "Otherwise, as the saying goes, ice clear, frost clean, you yourself are of the ice attribute, so let's call you ice clear." Woo-hoo! Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the extreme cold dragon that was held up in mid-air chirped a few times in excitement. Clearly, she was very happy with her new name. Ha ha ha! It's decided then. Seeing the dragon of extreme cold agree, Wang Dust placed her on the ground with a smile on his face. Then, looking at the little guy in front of him with a longing face, Wang Dust stretched out his hand. "For a formal introduction, my name is Wang Dust, and from now on, we'll be combat partners in life and death." Woo-hoo! Upon hearing this, the dragon of extreme cold stretched out its own tiny dragon claw and placed it on Wang Chen's large hand, its pair of amber-colored eyes shining brightly, looking adorable. She didn't last long with this serious look, though. Gulp! A slight sound rang out abruptly, and little Bing Qing covered her stomach in embarrassment, her expression very embarrassed. Next! She then crashed into Wang Duan's arms and rubbed her little head around. Woo! And chirping in his mouth. Feeling the thoughts coming from the contract, Wang Chun froze, then a smile appeared in his eyes. "So I'm hungry. It looks like the bag of ice crystal flowers that was given away is going to be of use." Gently rubbing Bing Qing's head, Wang Chun put her down and turned to leave the room to get ready. Ice crystal flower, an F-class magical plant that mostly grows in cold wilderness areas, is the favorite food of many ice attribute beast pets. Consuming it over a long period of time can increase the chances of a beast pet entering the next growth cycle by a hair. However, the chances of this were so small as to be insignificant. After all, the ice crystal flower was only F-ranked, only a little bit stronger than an ordinary plant. Walking through the living room, Wang Dust glanced at the time and turned the TV on in passing before entering the kitchen and starting to get busy. It was almost time for the evening news broadcast, which was old Wang's favorite program to watch on weekdays. Click! Just as Wang Dust was preparing a loving dinner for Bing Qing, Father and Mother Wang came back from work. "Mom and Dad, you're home," Wang Chun, who was fiddling with the ice crystal flower, shouted, but no one responded. The king's father and mother, who opened the door and came in, were pale and still had undried water stains on them. What happened? Turning his head to see this scene, Wang Chen's heart thumped. Chapter 12, The Rookie 4-Pack. Warm neighborhood. The three members of Wang Duan's family sat neatly on the sofa watching TV. The TV was broadcasting the evening news of Dongling City, and the pretty host had a solemn and grave expression at the moment. According to the information learned by our reporter, the large-scale heavenly changes and giant dragons that appeared in the sky above our city before were heaven and earth anomalies caused by a beast pet's talent mutation. Please don't panic. The red crisis alert is only a false alarm and will not affect the city of Eastling. In order to make up for the fright caused to all of you this time around, the head of the city and the Lord Guardian have decided to. Listening to the broadcast on the TV, the corners of Wang Dust's mouth twitched a little. How could he not have thought that he had made such a big commotion when he used his beast pet fusion talent? Nice guy. It caused a celestial anomaly within the entire city of Dongling. Should I say it's worthy of being an ancestral divine beast, the dragon of extreme cold? With a silent thought in his mind, he looked at the TV screen. The camera's image was a bit blurry, a huge and incomparable hideous creature, hovering in the middle of the sky, roaring up to the sky from time to time. On the ground, countless people collapsed on the ground in fear, full of fearful expressions. In a flash, he saw his father, Wang Jiangwo, and his mother, Li Xiufan, next to a bus stop in some flashing image. The image of the stolid, honest father holding his mother in his arms. His body seems to beat it. It wasn't waiting for Wang Dust to take a closer look. The screen went black. Old Wang, who was a little pale, picked up the remote control with a quick eye. "Don't look. The city head and the guardian lord say it's fine, and the matter is over." "Dusty, did you have a good time at the transfer ceremony today?" Old Wang turned off the TV as if nothing had happened and pursed his lips as he asked. Wang Dust opened his mouth, originally wanting to tell the matter of the extreme cold dragon to make his parents happy, but looking at his father's appearance, I'm afraid that this would remind him of some experiences that he wanted to erase. It's not bad. A turn 1 Imperial Beastmaster profession. I've already taken care of the beast pets myself, and there's absolutely no problem with the entrance exam in a month's time. After thinking about it, Wang Chuan did not reveal that he was a giant beastmaster profession in order to avoid his parents from worrying. After all, they were all Imperial Beastmasters, and the others couldn't tell if he didn't. Hearing his son's words, the king's father and mother could not help but be overjoyed even if they had not yet recovered from their previous experience. Good, worthy of being my Wang Jiangwo's son, first turn Imperial Beastmaster, and counting your previous performance in school, brat, you can at least get a book back. Wang's father raised his eyebrows and smiled, patting his chest with an old-fashioned look of comfort. The queen mother didn't say anything on the side, but the surprise in her heart could be seen even from the smile between her eyebrows. Since the Dragon Kingdom set up the higher education examination for professionals, it has divided the nation's professional universities into a total of 4 classes, which are, for top universities, 21st universities, 82nd universities, and 3/3 universities numbering over 200. Universities have vastly different teaching strengths and resources depending on the level they are in. It was no exaggeration to say that the amount of resources that differed between each level was at least around 10 times. In the simple cognition of Wang's father and mother, a university is already the limit of their expectation of Wang Chuan, and every year, the number of people who can pass the exam in Dongling City is less than a handful. For Wang Dust to be able to hopefully get into a book, this was already a great honor for them to shine. But, in response to his father's high expectations, Wang Dust just smiled without saying anything. College? If it had been him before, he would still be excited about it. But now, having gained 3 top-level talents and skills, and contracted the ancestral divine beast Swift Overlord Extreme Cold Dragon, Wang Dust's eyes had been set higher. His goal had long since become those 4 top universities located at the apex of the Dragon Kingdom. The only way to maximize his talent and gain access to more resources is to get into a top university. To know, the resource gap between the first, second, and third class is tenfold. And the 4 top universities at the top, they have a variety of resources that add up to all the other universities combined. Every year, the outstanding graduates from the top universities had reached at least 4 revolutions or more in strength, and when placed in a third-rate city like Dongling City, they would be able to directly obtain the position of guardian. Equal to the head of the city, he controls the life and death of millions of people. Of course, this goal Wang Chun did not intend to talk to his parents at this time. It was better to wait for all the dust to settle and then let the 2 of them be surprised. Brat, are you holding back some bad ideas there again? Seeing that his son was smiling there without saying anything, Wang Jiangwo reached out and patted Wang Duan's shoulder. However, he did not ask more questions. His own son himself knows best. Since childhood, Wang Dust is extremely opinionated. Everything can be done in an organized manner. There is no need for him to bother more. Here, to celebrate your success in your first turn of combat profession, I've prepared a gift for you, old dad. As he spoke, Wang father pushed the box, which he had been grasping in his hand since his return, in front of Wang Duan. And gifts! Upon hearing this, Wang Chun was a bit surprised. No wonder mom and dad and the others came home so late today, so they were off preparing the surprise. That's for sure. Open it up and see, Wang Jiangwo said slightly smugly. Wang Dust didn't hesitate and directly opened the box from the goodness of his heart. And after seeing what was inside, he pursed his lips. Sharp longsword, boots of agility, necklace of courage, tough cloth armor. In the box, 4 pieces of equipment were neatly arranged. Under the illumination of the light, it reflected a glistening black iron luster, causing Wang Chen's eyes to become a little moist. These 4 pieces of equipment are the famous high school graduation outfit, also known as the newbie 4-piece set. Although the name is mediocre, it can provide no small amount of assistance to a professional who has just switched. Dad, Mom. Wang Dust moved to look at his parents, his voice a little hoarse. In today's Blue Star, anything that can have an effect on a professional is expensive. The same goes for this newbie 4-piece set, which adds up to 100,000 gold coins. Wang Chun knew that his parents were afraid that they had taken out all their savings over the years in order to buy this equipment. Brat, you're about to graduate senior year. Why are you still acting like a little kid? The queen mother took her son's shoulders and said with a smile on her face, Our family lives in poverty, but you can't be short of what others have. Take it back to your room and try it on. Don't let the outfit not fit. On the side, although Father Wang didn't say anything, he was also looking at Wang Duan with a face full of relief. Aha! Hearing his mother's words, Wang Chun nodded heavily and tightly grasped the 4 pieces of equipment in his hands, the thoughts in his heart growing stronger. His parents had worked hard for him for most of his life, and from now on, it was time for him to honor them. Chapter 13. Traveling to the Aurora Union. Back to the room. Wang dust fed the ice crystal grass to Bing Qing before checking out the novice 4-piece set. Equipment: sharp long sword. Type: melee weapon. Grade: black iron. Level limit: 10. Attribute: strength +5. Equipment: boots of agility. Type: defense. Grade: black iron. Level limit: 10. Attribute: agility +5. Equipment: necklace of courage. Type: jewelry. Grade: black iron. Level limit: 10. Attribute: wisdom +5. Equipment: tough cloth armor. Type: defense. Grade: black iron. Level limit: 10. Attribute: physical fitness +5. All 4 pieces of equipment were just the most basic black iron equipment, with only attribute point boosts and no attached attributes. Moreover, the total number of attribute points added was only 20, and the boost it brought was only equivalent to the free attribute points gained when a professional was raised 2 levels. With this kind of garbage attribute, 4 pieces of equipment could be sold for a high price of 100,000 gold coins, so it could be seen how exorbitant the price of higher level equipment would be. In today's Blue Star, the types of equipment are divided into 3 main categories: weapons, defenses, and accessories, and the ranks from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, daybreak, and divine weapon. Each step up in equipment level brings a significant increase in attribute increase. And starting from bronze level equipment, the equipment would come with various enchantment effects that would enhance the professional even more. Of course, compared to the increase effect, the price of these higher level equipment also went up. A few years ago, in the Dongling City Trading House, there appeared a superb gold level equipment with 3 enchanted attributes, and the final auction price was as high as 6 million gold coins. This price had shocked Wang Dust for several months. 6 million gold coins, that was already a figure that an ordinary person, or even an ordinary professional, wouldn't be able to earn in several lifetimes. This trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I can try to explore deeper. The higher the level, the higher the burst rate of the wild monsters. When the time comes, not only will you be able to level up quickly, but you will also most likely be able to get drop items. Just getting a couple pieces of bronze equipment can make a huge difference in your parents' lives. After putting his equipment on, Wang Dust lay on his bed and thought about his plan of action a few days later. 3 days later, Morningside Union Hall. It was just 8 o'clock and the hall was already packed. Seeking a level 30 or higher healing profession to team up for a quest, a contract can be signed, and regardless of whether the quest is successful or not, an additional 1,000 gold coins will be given as a reward. Take a look and see my humble self 38 level warrior, full body graduation suit, able to resist and fight strong body, has many times to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range experience, which young master and young lady is interested in, please contact with me. Mountain Peak Adventure Troop recruiting new. Welcome all professionals enthusiastically enroll, not limited to novice veterans, as long as you have the potential to have the strength of my Mountain Peak Adventure Troop to all. Join the same day on the signing of a formal contract, food and housing with 5 insurance. The professionals who came and went were talking, or enthusiastically selling themselves, or looking for teammates to complete the quest together, making the atmosphere in the Union Hall as noisy as a food market. But the crowds coming and going, however, were used to this kind of situation, and many of them, even after walking into the hall, had heartfelt joy on their faces. Ever since the revival of the Will of the Heavens 700 years ago, when the Blue Star expanded thousands of times in size and a secret copy and field map appeared, it began. The hall of the Adventure Trade Union was as lively as today for hundreds of years. To this day, the Adventurers Union has become a large force spanning the entire blue planet, and has become an important hub connecting countries and folk. Countless professionals walk into this place, register as adventurers, take on quests to earn gold, and explore wild maps with dreams of getting rich. The wilderness map near Dongling City was called the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and it was said that all sorts of wild monsters existed within it. The deeper one went, the more the strength and number of wild monsters would increase, and even in the deepest part, there were terrifying existences whose strength was comparable to that of a fourth or even fifth turn. Of course, this was referring to the depths, in the outer fringe areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After the adventurers had swept through year after year, the danger had become quite small. Many ordinary people who hadn't been transferred would also come to the Adventure Union to take on some gathering quests that they could afford to subsidize their families. For example, Wang Duan, before he was converted, he then used to secretly hide it from his parents and the school, registering as an adventurer in the Adventure Union and taking on some herb gathering quests to help ease his parents' burden. Sure enough, once the transfer ceremony was over, the number of people coming and going from the Adventure Union at least doubled. Arriving outside the Morning Glory Labor Union, Wang Dust looked at the flow of people coming and going, and a smile appeared on his face. It was said that every year after the transfer ceremony, the wild monsters in the outer regions of the 10,000 Beast mountain range would become hot, and there would be a situation where it would be hard to find a single monster. I don't know, that little girl said to you, did she make any preparations to go deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Chun stepped into the Morning Glory Guild Hall. Wang Chun the bastard. How dare you be late after agreeing to team up with me? It just pisses me off. At the front desk of the Morning Glory Labor Union Hall, a youthful and beautiful young girl looked at the bustling crowd around her, the expression on her face growing colder and colder. The young girl was about 1.75 meters, with long legs and a wasp waist, wearing fine leather armor and carrying a blue-colored longbow on her back. Her delicate features matched with a slightly heroic single ponytail, looking beautiful and valiant. Standing in the crowd, it was like a crane in a flock of chickens, attracting many gazes to peer at it. In theory, such a beautiful young girl appearing in the hall of the Adventure Union would immediately become the center of attention in the crowd, attracting numerous hitches. Not to mention, the leather armor and longbow on the young girl's body highlighted her status as a long-range professional archer. But at this time, if you look carefully, you can find that although there are a lot of gazes around, these lines of sight, after landing on the token on the girl's waist, all panicked and moved to the side. The token engraved with the word Situ made all the adventurers in the hall lose their courage to accost them. The head of the city and the Sitoko rule the city of Dongling. This sentence had been circulating in Dongling City for decades, and anyone who dared to question it would have grave grass several feet high. The young girl was none other than Situ. But while ordinary adventurers scrupulously feared Sito Yu's identity, some of the children who were also born into powerful families and plutocrats would not be so. They will, instead, gravitate to it. Student Situ, I didn't expect to run into you in the Adventure Union. This is quite a coincidence. A greasy-headed, tart youth with a fake smile on his face pushed his way out from among the crowd. Chapter 14. Blanking this face. In the middle of Dongling City, Situ Yu was truly the proud daughter of heaven. She has a distinguished family background, beautiful appearance, and has successfully changed to the special profession of wind shooter at the transfer ceremony. So her future is unlimited. The sons and daughters of the powerful families and plutocrats in the entire Dongling City all worshipped Situ as a goddess and launched a frantic pursuit. The greasy-haired youth named Chun Hao was the only son of the current generation of the plutocratic Shin family, and although he looked a bit tawdry, his talent was still good. At the transfer ceremony 3 days ago, he had successfully turned the combat profession Cold Ice Mage in 1 turn, and among all the transfer students this year, he was considered to be outstanding. Moreover, in the past days in Dongling First Middle School, he was Situ Yu's crazy suitor. Student Situ Yu, are you planning to take up a quest to head to the field map? By the looks of you, you don't have any companions yet, so why don't you join me? Eyes on fire as he looked at Situ Yu, Chun Hao walked closer at this moment with a smile on his face that he considered himself a gentleman. But Situ Yu, who turned around upon hearing the voice, couldn't help but have a flash of disgust in her eyes after seeing him. Get out! With a cold snort, Situ Yu did not intend to pay any attention to this annoying fellow at all. With her status and talent, he doesn't need to put his peers in Dongling City on his mind at all, except some guy who made her hate her guts. Hearing Situ use one-word truth, Chun Hao's expression froze, but he was not annoyed. Situ Yu was recognized as an iceberg goddess in Dongling No. 1. She didn't show any color to anyone, and to be able to say a single word to him today, it was already considered groundbreaking. Student Situ Yu, I'm sure you're well aware of the dangers of traveling to the field map alone, so there's really no need for you to turn people away. Licking his smiling face, Chun Hao continued to come up and said, I'm a first-turn cold mage. I've already formed a team with a few classmates before coming here. The team is fully configured. You'll definitely be very safe if you team up with us, and the upgrades will definitely be very fast as well. As he spoke, as if to enhance his persuasive power, Chan Hao waved his hand, and 3 arrogant youths emerged from the crowd. Indeed, as Chun Hao had said, the occupations of these people were very reasonably matched: warrior, assassin, priest, and with the addition of him as a mage, it was exactly the usual 4-member squad among adventurers. Moreover, if one looked closely, one could find that the equipment on these 3 people were all good, faintly carrying a hint of green light, which should be well-matched bronze-level equipment. A team like this could almost be considered a top-tier configuration when placed amongst the Munchkins. After the words fell, Chun Hao looked at Sitayu with an expectant expression. He had a feeling that the other man would probably agree to his proposal. However, Sitayu glanced at it faintly, without the slightest expression on her cold as ice face. Not interested. When she finished speaking, she craned her head toward the crowd around her. Perpetually in the top of the first middle school in Dongling, Sitayu naturally has its own pride. Third-rate goods like Chun Hao, who had switched to a good profession by luck, were not even in her sights. She came to the Adventure Union today and had her own business to attend to, so how could she possibly let this kind of eyesore delay her business? But, looking at the crowd surging around him, Situyu's eyes grew more and more unkind. Wang does this, won't be letting this girl off the hook today, right? With an exasperated thought in her heart, Situyu stomped her foot aside. Seeing this scene, even if Chun Hao was stupid, he could tell that his goddess was waiting for someone. For a while, his mood was a bit irritated and resentful. After successfully turning a cold mage, he was considered a first-rate genius amongst the Dongling First Middle School. Who else would be more qualified than him to team up with Sitayu? And dare to make the goddess wait here? A flash of gloom flashed in his eyes as Chun Hao took a few more steps forward. Student Sitayu, it seems that you already have a candidate for your team. I wonder which genius from our Dongling city? Asking with a smile on his face, Chun Hao's heart laughed coldly. He wanted to see who dared to compete with himself. At those words, Sitayu did not pay any attention at all at this moment. She suddenly had a feeling. Her eyesight looked towards the entrance of the Union Hall, and a flash of color flashed in her eyes. A handsome-looking young man was walking in through the door, and although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an unspeakable dusty temperament. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of many adventurers. The youth was none other than Wang Qin. Seeing Wang Duan appeared, Situyu's feet moved and she was ready to welcome him. But then when she thought that this asshole dared to be late, humph! With a cold snort, Situyu boarded up her face. This lady also wants to save face. Walk into the Morningside Union Hall. At the first glance, Wang Chuan saw the young girl who was so clear and elegant in the middle of the crowd. Although there were many adventurers coming and going in the Union Hall, the unique aura of Situyu's body directly overshadowed the others. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic. Walking straight towards Situyu, Wang Chan said with a smile. Humph! Hearing this, Situyu snorted coldly, but a flash of stealing joy flashed across her pretendedly cool face. This asshole, he even knows to give this lady an explanation? Thinking of how Wang Chan had never looked like he was in love before, the little bit of unpleasantness in Situyu's heart dissipated. For being so understanding, my lady will forgive you today. Snow-white chin slightly raised. A smile appeared on Situyu's face. All right, let's hurry up and go to the front desk to receive our quests. The outer regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range have been overcrowded lately, so we won't be able to take up a good spot if we go late. Situyu said with a smile, then turned around and bounced towards the front desk of the labor union. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust rolled his eyes. Nice guy. I'm a minute late. Why does it sound like you're guilty? Shaking his head helplessly, he whirled around and took a step to follow. However, Wang Chan had just taken 2 steps when suddenly a man came striding over and stopped in front of him. Wang Duan, it's really you? You're a giant beast sentinel profession who doesn't even have a beast pet, and you dare to come to the Adventure Union Hall to take a quest. Do you not know how to spell death? Chun Hao looked at Wang Dust with an exaggerated expression, and when he said the words giant imperial beast master, it was even louder. The words fell. The adventurers in the hall who were admiring the handsome men and beautiful women were all in an uproar. Giant imperial beasts? It can't be. Someone would really be unlucky enough to switch to this profession. I've heard that this is known as the most money-consuming profession in history, not to mention the powerful plutocrats. Even a country can't carry it with all its national strength. For a while, the many adventurers looked at Wang Chun with a touch of sympathy in their eyes. It's a shame to look so handsome and switch to the garbage profession of giant imperial beastmaster. Chapter 15. The Troubleshooter. Morningside Union Hall. Wang Dust couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he felt the sights projected around him. With displeased eyes, he looked across at the tawdry youth. This young man had an ordinary appearance. His face was pale, and he looked like he had overindulged. But he was wearing valuable equipment on his body. After just a few glances, Wang Dust's heart was clear. This should be the trouble brought about by Situyu, the great lady. Thinking that he was being victimized, Wang Dust couldn't help but frown. Who are you? You. Chun Hao seemed to be not expecting Wang Chun to recognize himself at all, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. Good you Wang Dust, you're no longer the high and mighty school bully in the school, a garbage giant imperial beast master, and you dare to be so unselfish? Ha! So what? At those words, Wang Chun sneered. I'm telling you, you're a trashy career to recognize who you are, and you're thinking of climbing the ladder? Chun Hao looked angrily at Wang Chun and said in a proud tone, I advise you to draw a line with fellow student Situyu, or you won't even know how you'll die. Oh, ha! Hearing Chun Hao's words, Wang Duan shook his head disdainfully and looked at Chun Hao with amusement. At this moment, he was even more confirmed that Situyu was a troublemaker by nature. It was clearly Situyu who had inexplicably approached him, but in the eyes of others, it turned out to be him trying to climb up the ladder and being assumed to be a love interest by others. It's really ridiculous. For a retard like Chun Hao, Wang Duan felt that saying a few words to him would be an insult to himself. Shaking his head dismissively, he took a step about to walk towards the front desk. What do you mean? Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent look, Chun Hao became even more enraged. After saying that, he reached out his hand to stop Wang Duan. Snap! However, just as his hand reached out, it was knocked back with a tremendous force that directly brought Chun Hao to a stumble. Retracting his hand, Wang Chun took out a piece of paper and wiped it, then looked at Chun Hao with indifferent eyes and coldly said, Don't bother. Don't you stir up your nose. Opposite. Chun Hao's face changed drastically. Wang Chen's action of taking out the paper to wipe his hands made him feel a great humiliation, and his face directly turned red. Since he was a child, when has he ever been humiliated like this? Wherever he went he wasn't being star-studded, and no one has ever dared to touch a finger of him. King Dust! Chun Hao wrung out a laugh, his eyes becoming incomparably fierce. Dare to hit me? Do you not know how to write the word death? Heh! At those words Wang Chun sneered, his eyes indifferent. I'm sorry. I really do know this one. If you don't, I can teach you. As the words fell, Wang Chun took a step forward and looked at Chun Hao condescendingly. You! Sensing the indifference in Wang Chen's eyes, a flash of panic flashed through Chun Hao's heart, but immediately afterward, he became arrogant again. Do you know who I am? Looking at Wang Dust, Chun Hao screamed madly. My father is a top 5 plutocrat in Dongling City, with wealth you can't even imagine in your lifetime. I'm the only son of the Chun family. My status is a world away from a mudblood like you. Chun Hao finished with his eyes looking viciously at Wang Chun. You still want to teach me? Don't even look at your shabby appearance. Many adventurers in the hall had originally kept their attention on this side. After all, watching this kind of scene of youngsters fighting over jealousy was considered a rare pleasure for them on a regular basis. However, after the crowd heard the words that came out of Chun Hao's mouth, the atmosphere instantly became warm. The Chun family's young master? No wonder this youth looks so familiar to me. Daring to compete with the Chun family's youngest master. This young man called Wang Duan is truly courageous. But, you guys, look at young Master Chen's expression that wants to eat people. And then look at that Wang Dust's bland look. The highs and lows of this fight will be decided immediately. This Qin Daoshao is also really arrogant. Saying this in public, not afraid of discrediting his Qin family? Seeing that there was something lively to watch, the adventurers in the hall gathered around, each with a playful look in their eyes as they looked between the fields. And there were quite a few people whose sights had been firmly placed on Wang Chen's body. Handsome teenagers like Wang Chun were also rare in today's era of transmigrators, and many female adventurers, among their gazes, carried a strange color. A good handsome boy who had changed his job to become a giant imperial beast master, and now he was being targeted by the Chen family's youngest. It was really a decline to the extreme. These female adventurers with good looks were all planning to go up to Wang Duan and accost him when this matter was over, and comfort this little brother properly. But the minds of these infatuated women are doomed to fail. Interfield. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen's gaze did not waver in the slightest as he locked eyes with him, even showing a touch of mockery on his face. So what? You talk yourself up so much, and your goddess still doesn't give a about you? Wang Dust smiled disdainfully, not putting what Chen Hao said in his eyes at all. This kind of uninformed dilettante is just owed in his opinion. After saying that, he turned around and headed towards the front desk. You! Chen Hao, who had been hit by a sword in his chest, looked at Wang Chen's back with eyes that were about to burst into flames. Bastard! How dare you humiliate me like that? With a furious roar from his mouth, Chen Hao quickly walked towards Wang Chen and was about to stop him. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly crossed between the two. Chen Hao, I'll say it again, you get the hell away from me. Wang Chen is my chosen teammate. You dare to question him here? Do you want to get beaten up? Sityu looked at Chen Hao with icy cold eyes, anger surging in his eyes. Sityu, you. Chen Hao looked at Sityu with disbelief, his expression incomparably humiliated. Are you out of your mind? Teaming up with Wang Dust, a garbage profession giant beastmaster. Look at his poor appearance, and he's still wearing a novice's suit. Speaking loudly under his breath, Chen Hao's expression was somewhat hysterical. He had never expected that his goddess, no matter what, would defend Wang Chen, a mudblood. One is a big lady from a powerful family, and the other is a trashy professional who can only afford to wear a novice's suit. The difference in status between the two sides is completely different. And what is even more humiliating for Chen Hao is, he, a plutocratic young man, was unexpectedly no match for Wang Duan in Situyu's eyes. So what? Situyu looked at Chen Hao with disgust in her eyes, looking indifferent. Wang Duan, he's still 1,000 times stronger than you trash, even if he hasn't transferred. As the words fell, Situyu turned her head to Wang Duan and said, Ignore this trash. Let's hurry up and finish registering as adventurers and take the quest to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Saying that, she directly stepped forward and pulled Wang Chen's arm, tugging him towards the front stage. Where was the condescending look she had when facing Chen Hao just now? This scene caused the watching adventurers to directly fall through their glasses, and also caused Chen Hao to be struck by lightning. Chapter 16. This is simply enviable. A rich young lady falling for a commoner's boy? In the hall of the Morning Glory Labor Union, the crowd was in an uproar after Situyu appeared. Crazy, huh? This kind of scene that appears in novels can actually happen in reality? And the people in the audience could clearly see that after being grabbed by Situyu's arm, that commoner kid even had a reluctant face. Oh my god! Could it be that someone had unleashed an illusion skill of more than 4 turns in the Union Hall? Everyone at this moment began to doubt life. Lobby front desk. As the crowd could see, Wang Duan was indeed very reluctant right now, feeling the warmth coming from his arm, and the fresh scent, if any. Wang Dust frowned slightly. In the past in the school even so, now in public, Situyu you so screw. My Wang Chuan's one life of innocence is going to be ruined by you. A man and a woman are not related. Muttering under his breath, Wang Chuan slapped Situyu's hand away with a look of disgust. The hand was slapped away. Situyu stared at the eyes that were as beautiful as jewels, and her face showed a full smile, and then it directly lunged toward Wang Chen. Pity. Missed the punt. Early on, when he saw the smile on Situyu's face, Wang Chen guessed that this girl was going to be sick. Sure enough. Shaking his head, Wang Chen reached out to stop the open-mouthed Situyu. Are you finished? Hurry up and take the quest. There won't even be a hair left if you're late, he said helplessly. However, upon hearing his words, Situyu didn't even move. Instead, Wang Dust, who kept scanning up and down, had a pair of bright eyes. Sure enough, your talent is definitely not B rank. Looking at Wang Chen, Situyu had a face of certainty. At those words, a flash of amazement flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. How did this girl find out? But he wasn't about to admit it, and with a shake of his head he was ready to deny it. Hey, Wang Dust, are you planning to find an excuse to stall me? Then you'll have to think of a good excuse. When Situyu saw Wang Chen's appearance, her rosy little mouth curved into a graceful arc. I'm a first-turn blast archer. I have an advantage in the speed attribute myself, and I didn't leave the slightest bit of residual power in that lunge just now. A normal Imperial Beast Master would never be able to dodge it, Sityu said with a smile. The words fell. A curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chun. Name: Sitoyu. Profession: Blaster Archer. Level: 10. Talent: Stigmata of the Wind S. Skills: Windwalk A, Phantom Arrow A, Lianzhu Arrow B, Battle Renewal B. Power: 20 plus 30 points. Wisdom: 15 plus 25 points. Physique: 15 plus 35 points. Agility: 20 plus 40 points. Unallocated attribute points: 0 points. Unassigned skill points: 0. This was clearly Sityu had set her attribute panel to Wang Dust in a display state. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun smiled helplessly. Nice guy. This girl is really sick. In today's Blue Star, where professionals are on the rise, attribute information is a professional's biggest secret, and many professionals won't even tell their relatives. After all, knowing a professional's attribute information, it was entirely possible to make a targeted plan, and once it was leaked, the professional's life would be seriously threatened. Wang Duan felt pressurized when Sityu messed up like this. However, as he was helpless, he looked at Sityu's attribute information and was secretly surprised in his heart. I had heard about the special profession of Blast Archer, which not only had high burst damage, but also extremely high agility. I saw it today. Just after the transfer, the strength attribute and agility attribute had reached 20 points each, which was twice as much as when Wang Chun had not contracted a beast pet. The total attributes, even more so, were as high as 70 points, a full 30 points more than the giant Imperial Beastmaster profession. And even more so, with an S-rank talent, it was no wonder that the leadership of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was so excited after this guy's transfer. Of course, if it was just that, Wang Chun wouldn't be too surprised at all. Name: Wang Dust. Occupation: Giant Beastmaster. Level: 10. Talent: All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion God. Skills: Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Identification Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B. Power: 70 plus 5 points. Wisdom: 70 plus 5 points. Physique: 70 plus 5 points. Agility: 70 plus 5 points. Unallocated attribute points: 0 points. Unassigned skill points: 0 points. Having contracted the Swift Overlord Extreme Cold Dragon 1, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were now directly dumping Sityu. What really surprised him was the increased attribute points provided by those equipments on Sityu's attribute panel. With a total of 140 attribute points of enchantment, was this girl wearing a silver set or not? Damn! This little rich girl is so hateful. Just know how to show off in front of him. A laborer. Let's see me find a pretext to fool you. For a while, Wang Chun silently pondered. There's nothing to say, is there? Hurry up and be honest with this girl. Seeing Wang Chen's silence, Sityu said with a smile. I'd rather not. I'm afraid you'll be skeptical when you find out. After thinking about it, Wang Chen gently shook his head and turned toward the front desk. You are simply abominable. Sityu's expression stiffened at his words, and he chased after Wang Chun with his teeth and claws open. He himself had displayed something as secretive as attribute information, and this damnable guy was still hiding it. It's simply unconscionable. You abomination. Show me your attribute panel. Hurry up, please. Sityu jumped up and down to catch up with Wang Duan with an unforgiving look. Unfortunately, in the face of warm words and soft words, Wang Chun was not moved at all. Joke. I'm a decent man. How could I give in to this temptation? In the hall, many adventurers were dumbfounded at the sight of Wang Chun and Sityu flirting with each other. Sityu was the Sityu family's eldest young lady, Dongling City's premier daughter of heaven. No one in the crowd expected that they would be in the hall of the Adventure Union and see this great lady, stalking a commoner boy. This simply enviable. How come I don't have this kind of lust? Everyone thought sourly in their minds. And Chun Hao, who had witnessed this scene, had suffered 10,000 points of damage in his heart. A face changed from red to purple to iron blue, vividly performing a face change in front of a large audience. Humiliation, resignation, resentment. At this moment, a burning rage arose in his heart, and his entire face twisted with jealousy. In what way am I not as good as Wang Dust? This mudblood? Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, Chun Hao's fists were clenched to death. The interaction between Wang Chun and Sitayu was like a sledgehammer, smashing what little pride he had hard. Chapter 17. So angry you got loaded again. Front desk of the Union Hall. Getting rid of the pestering Sitayu, Wang Duan took the registration form handed over by the receptionist. However, he only glanced at it and directly turned his hand and called out in front of Sitayu. What do you mean? Situyu's head emerged from behind the registration form with a puzzled look on his face. I don't need to register. I was already an officially registered adventurer a few years ago. Casually explaining, Wang Dust asked the receptionist for a list of today's tasks. In the Adventure Union, besides those fixed quests of collecting magical materials and strangling wild monsters, it also takes commissions from individuals or groups and releases them in the form of bounty quests to the general adventurers. Compared to fixed missions, these bounty missions offer more substantial rewards, but at the same time the difficulty of completing them is correspondingly higher. In the past, because of his lack of strength, Wang Dust had done some fixed quests, but now that he had officially changed jobs, he could look at the bounty quests that he had been longing for. Good. Wang Dust, how dare you enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before you transferred? No wonder I haven't been able to catch up with you. So you're secretly working so hard? Situyu's expression was a bit indignant, and her eyes, which were like jewels, stared at Wang Chun tightly. Being stared at by this pair of beautiful eyes, Wang Chun inexplicably felt that something was wrong. Nice guy. I make money after school to supplement my family. Why is that weird coming from you? Hurry up and fill it in. We don't have much time. Helplessly rolling his eyes, Wang Dust pushed Situyu over to the table to fill out the registration form, and then began to check out the list of today's tasks. Task 1. Seek to purchase the tiger treasure of the twin-winged demon tiger. Task difficulty, Level A. Quest reward, 2 million gold coins plus 1 level 50 arbitrary skill book for the warrior profession. Task 2. Pick the magic stargrass. Task difficulty, Level B. Quest reward, 1 million gold coins plus a set of magic restoration potions. Quest 3. 30 sharp claws of blasted demon wolves. Task difficulty, Level C. Quest reward, 500,000 gold coins plus 1 inflammatory explosive technique skill book. The list of quests was full of quests, and the rewards of each quest made Wang Dust look at them a little hardily. All of these quests that were ranked in the front of the line, as long as one of them was completed, they could pretty much clothe and feed an ordinary person for the rest of his life. However, these quests could only be looked at for Wang Dust, and there was no way to pick them up at all if you wanted to. Adventure unions everywhere would divide quests into different levels based on their difficulty, from the lowest F grade all the way up to the highest S grade. Of course, this task leveling is not uniform. Dongling City was only a third-rate city, and the S-ranked quests of the Adventure Union here would most likely only be rated as A or B ranked by the time they reached a bigger city. This was because the difficulty of the quests was divided and also measured by the strength of the adventurers in the region where the Adventure Union was located. And for each level of quests, there would be a threshold set for taking them, to prevent some adventurers from being so self-indulgent as to take on quests that they simply couldn't finish. For example, the first quest in the quest list was a Level A quest, seeking to purchase the tiger treasure of the twin-winged demon tiger. The twin-winged demon tiger was a wild monster that had reached level 70 and was distributed in the central region of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the only people who wanted to deal with it were those second-turn adventurer squads or solo warriors who possessed the strength of a third turn. So under the requirements for taking this quest, it was clearly written that a minimum of a 4-man squad with all members at level 60 would be able to take it. After taking a greedy look, Wang Dust silently scratched the list of quests to the end, picking up those quests that were suitable for newbies like him. Soon, Wang Chun found a task he was more satisfied with among the list of tasks. The difficulty of these missions is among the D and E levels. As for the lowest-ranked F-ranked quests, Wang Dust didn't pay attention to them. F-rank quests were usually in the outermost fringe areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, collecting some magic-rich herbs. He had been able to do it easily before when he hadn't transferred, and now taking on this kind of quest was simply not cost-effective at all. The list of quests that his finger slid, Wang Dust looked at the quest introduction with a somewhat hesitant expression. Task 326. Seek to purchase 30 golden snake grasses. Task difficulty, Level D. Mission reward, 100,000 gold coins. Task 327. 10 golden scaled pythons snake gallbladders. Task difficulty, level D. Quest reward, 100,000 gold coins or a skill book of equal value. Quest 3.28. 40 eyeballs of the demonized goblin. Task difficulty, level E. Mission reward, 60,000 gold coins. These 3 quests were the most cost-effective among the D rank and E rank quests, especially the first 2, Mission 326 and Mission 327, which can even be done together. Golden snake grass, a magical plant that only grows in areas where the golden scaled python is active. The golden scaled python was a rank 35 wild monster that lived in groups and had a huge size. Its snake bile was a good magic material, able to enhance the range of vision of low-level professions, and quite useful for archer-type professions. Snake meat can also fetch a good price in the trading market. But Wong Dust's hesitation at this moment was not because the golden-scaled python was too high-ranked. Perhaps other budding professionals who had just switched over would be terrified of the golden-scaled python. But now that Wang Chuan had contracted the ancestral divine beast, the swift overlord dragon of extreme cold, even though his own level was a shortcoming, as soon as he released the ice cleanser, he could also fight when he bumped into a level 40 wild monster. He was mainly worried about whether or not this guy Situyu was any good, and it would be troublesome if he dragged his feet at that time. Wang Dust, you haven't picked one yet? While Wang Chun was pondering in his mind, the task list in his hand was snatched by someone. What's the hesitation in taking quests? Let's just look for the ones with high rewards, Situyu said with a bewildering confidence on his face and a smile. But once she placed her eyes on the task list, the expression on her face froze directly. D level? With a cry of shock, Situyu hurriedly covered her small mouth and looked at Wang Chan with a face full of disbelief. How dare you? A newbie who just switched jobs and challenges a D-ranked mission. Isn't this looking for death? What? Scared? Seeing Situyu's expression, Wang Chan said indifferently, if you're scared, you can team up with someone else. Cut. At those words, Situyu glanced at her mouth. Good grief, you're loaded again. Silently thinking in his heart, Situyu put a confident smile on his face again. What am I afraid of if you're not? I'm just worried about you dragging your feet when the time comes. Let me see which mission we choose is better. Forcing her heart to be weak, Situyu's flourishing jade finger scratched the task list. However, looking at it, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. A golden-scaled python? The snake guts of this thing are very useful to budding shooters. Wang Dust chose this mission, could it be? Chapter 18. Are all young people nowadays so reckless? Hey, are you good or not? At the front desk of the Adventure Union, Wang Dust looked at Situyu, whose pretty face was red, and asked with some confusion. Huh. Upon hearing this, Situyu responded sheepishly, handing over the task list with his hands in a frenzy. You choose as you see fit. This girl is all for it, she said with a bit of a mid-sentence. Weird. Receiving the list of tasks, Wang Dust muttered. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, Situyu wanted to be a shirker, so he decided on his own. Hello. Placing the list of tasks in front of the front desk lady, Wang Dust gave a polite greeting and then said, I'm going to take the 2 missions, 326 and 327. It's an adventure card for both of us. As he spoke, Wang Chun handed over his and Situyu's adventure cards as well. Yes, just a moment, sir. Upon hearing this, the receptionist lady returned a smile, then lowered her head and got busy. But just transferred. When she swiped out the information on Wang Duan and Situyu's adventure cards, she couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise from her mouth. Would you like to reconsider, sir? Golden-scaled python, but a level 35 wild monster. The front desk lady looked at Wang Chan and Situyu with a look of a monster. 2 freshly turned munchkins taking on a D-ranked quest. This was no different from looking for death in her opinion. Are young people nowadays so reckless? Thanks for the reminder. We've given it some thought. For the front desk lady's kindness, Wang Dust was grateful, but at the same time shook his head without hesitation. He entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in order to quickly increase his strength and get money in the process, but he didn't intend to join the other newcomers to compete for the pathetically weak wild monsters. Hearing his words, the receptionist lady was a bit hesitant. She really couldn't bear to see this big handsome guy go to the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to die. However, seeing Wang Chen's insistence, she still nodded silently. Okay. One moment, please. In the hall, the adventurers who saw that there was no hustle and bustle were busy with their own things. However, after hearing the front desk lady's exclamation of surprise, everyone's eyes had coincidentally landed on Wang Chun and Sitayu. Did I hear it right just now? Golden-scaled python, these two little guys. Do they intend to directly challenge a D-ranked mission? Crazy. Crazy. They've only just transferred and are only level 10. Is this an attempt to refill the golden-scaled python's meal? Are all young people so reckless nowadays? I remember the first quest I took on when I first switched, or dealing with a level 10 red-eyed rat. There was a lot of chatter among the crowd, and everyone felt as if they were hearing hallucinations. A newcomer challenges the golden scale python, which can have a level difference of 25 levels. This is not the way to find death. For a while, the eyes of many adventurers looked sympathetically at Wang Chun and Sitayu. Great guys. Two such good-looking people who turned out to have major brain problems. And in the crowd, Chun Hao, who was incomparably indignant in his heart, was likewise attracted by these murmurs. Ha! Wang Dust, a mud leg is really a mud leg. There's no pussy in his heart at all. Chun Hao had a sneer on his face as he looked at Wang Chun with incomparable contempt. He and his classmates formed a standard four-man squad, and each of them had bronze equipment on them at the very least. Such a lineup was already a luxurious configuration amongst the budding newcomers. But even so, Chun Hao didn't dare to challenge the golden-scaled python. He really couldn't figure out whether Wang Chun had eaten his heart out or lost his mind, daring to take on a mission of this difficulty. But Chun Hao, whose face was full of cold smiles, had his expression twisted again after seeing Sitayu sign the mission receipt without hesitation. He felt, at that moment, that his heart had been viciously stabbed. Nima, King Dust is crazy. The goddess even accompanied him in his madness? What's wrong with the world? Damned Wang Duan. What kind of mesmerizing soup have you given Sitayu? Silently thinking in his heart, Chun Hao's face was as fierce as an evil spirit. The mission duration of a Class D mission is 1 month, and if the mission items are not submitted for more than 1 month, the mission will automatically be judged as a failure. Entering the information into the system, the front desk lady handed the adventure card to Wang Duan while instructing him. Thanks, hard work. Resulting in the card, Wang Duan politely nodded his thanks before turning his head to look at Sitayu. Well, now it's time for us to get going. The light rail to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range runs on the half hour, and we're rushing to the station now, just in time to catch the next one. Speaking under his breath, Wang Chun took Sitayu and directly left the Adventure Union Hall. As for the ogling sights and comments, he didn't give it a second thought. Just because other people couldn't do something didn't mean he couldn't. After the two of them left, the gathered adventurers shook their heads and stopped paying attention to this little episode. And there was only one person who looked at Wang Chun and Sitayu's backs with resentment in his eyes and did not retract it until they disappeared into thin air. Ho, what do we do now? A teenager with a pockmarked face tapped Chun Hao's shoulder, drawing his attention back. What to do? Chun Hao said in a resentful tone. Since they took on the task of hunting the golden-scaled python, we'll take it too. I just don't believe it. The two of them, how strong can they be stronger than the four of us? Hearing Chun Hao's words, the expressions of the three teenagers who had gathered around all became somewhat hesitant. In their opinion, Wang Chun and Sitayu dared to take on the golden-scaled python's mission, and that was because there was Sitayu, the eldest young lady. The Situ family, as the top most powerful family in Dongling City, had no idea how many life-preserving equipment props they would prepare for Sitayu, the eldest young lady. Perhaps there were also third-turn experts protecting them in secret. Them? Although in Dongling City is also considered the upper-class family, but and Sitayu difference is not a half a star with what to compare with others. What? Seeing the hesitation on the faces of his three companions, Chun Hao frowned, his tone somewhat unpleasant. Is it that my words don't work? He looked at his three companions and said, No. Forced by Chun Hao's eyes, the three teenagers hurriedly shook their heads in denial. The gap between them and Sitayu was a world of difference, and between them and Chun Hao the gap was also quite large. So at this moment, they didn't dare to refute Chun Hao at all, and could only curse Wang Duan to death in their hearts. Damn you, Wang Dust! What are you, a mudblood, doing acting in front of Sitayu? Don't let us run into you alone in the future, or you won't get away with it. With indignation in their hearts, the three of them wore expressions of dead parents as they walked to the front desk and began to register. Chapter 19 Preparations. Since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, the blue planet has expanded 10 million times in size. From one city to another, the distances expanded 1 million times. These extra areas are covered by mountains, lakes, swamps, and wastelands filled with wild monsters. Nowadays, if you wanted to travel from one city to another, the distance was even farther than when Wang Chun left the country in his previous life. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was precisely a large gathering place of wild monsters located 300 miles away from Dongling City. The wild monsters inside had a very large span of levels, from the lowest level 10 red-eyed rats and crippled skeleton soldiers, all the way up to the level 100 mountain forest giants and two-headed demon wolves that were equivalent to a human third-turn professional. For the professionals in Dongling City, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was their paradise for upgrading and acquiring resources. 10,000 Beasts mountain range station has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner. The sound of the light rail arriving at the station rang out, and Wang Chan and Sitayu, as well as a large number of professionals who had just picked up quests at the Adventure Union, swarmed down from the light rail. Just as he stood on the ground of the station, Wang Dust felt an air of desolation come over him. Coming from Dongling City to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was like traveling through time and space from a technological world to a primitive world. Here there are no skyscrapers everywhere, as well as a variety of objects full of technological flavor. There are only endless wilderness and forests, as well as a huge mountain range in the distance that looks like a giant dragon lying prostrate on the ground in general. Roar! From time to time, the roar of the wild monsters could be heard, as well as the panic cries of the budding professionals, as they were chased by the wild monsters. Is this the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Why does it feel a little different than what you see on TV? Sitayu looked around with a somewhat puzzled expression. To be precise, this is not quite the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun opened his mouth to explain. This is just the outermost edge, usually only ordinary people who haven't been transferred, and newbies like us who have just been transferred will be here. The monsters that appear here are usually little critters like demonized rabbits that don't have much offensive power. What you see on TV about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, that's all about what you can only see when you go into the depths. Oh, Sitayu nodded, then blinked and twisted her head to look over curiously, asking, Wang Chuan, I heard that bounty hunters are rampant amongst the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and quite a few of the professionals who entered it, instead of being killed by the wild monsters, died in the hands of these bounty hunters? Have you ever seen a bounty hunter before? Hearing her words, Wang Chun touched his nose unnaturally. Where there is light, there is darkness. The will of the heavens was revived, and the professionals were born, in an age where greatness comes into its own, and where great power allows humanity to preserve its current home, while at the same time activating the darkness within some. Bounty hunters, for one. They are a bunch of human scum who will do anything for money, normally hidden amongst the professionals, enjoying the peace that others desperately earn. Once they enter the wilderness, they transform into vicious wolves, specializing in those professionals who have fallen on their own. Robbing property and murdering lives is a no-nonsense offense. With this in mind, Wang Chun blankly glanced at the curious Sitayu. Big sister, can't you think of me in a good way? He said somewhat breathlessly. I didn't transfer before and run into a bounty hunter. Do you think I could have survived until now? At this moment, Wang Chun was even more sure that this girl was seriously ill, or else how could she ask such a retarded question? However, Sitayu did not hear the dislike in Wang Chen's tone. Instead, at this time, she had an indignant expression on her face. It's best if I didn't run into them. I've long heard that these guys have no evil to do. If they dare to find trouble with me, I'll shoot them into hedgehogs one arrow at a time. Clenching her pink fists, Sitayu had a vicious look on her face. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust did not hold back from rolling his eyes, looking at Sitayu in a way that was more like looking at a retard. Bounty hunters are badass, but they're not idiots. In the boundaries of Dongling City, looking for trouble with the Situ family's eldest miss. Isn't that the old man hanging himself and suspecting his life is long? Unless these guys didn't want to hang out in the 10,000 Beast mountain range anymore. With this thought in his mind, Wang Tung glanced at the decorative object that seemed like a token at Situ Yu's waist. With this thing in place, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, except for those wild monsters that didn't have eyes, it was estimated that no one would dare to actively mess with it. Hey, what do you mean? Is it that you don't believe what my lady said? Seeing Wang Chen's lack of interest, Sitayu wrinkled her cute agaric nose and said with some dissatisfaction, No, no, how could what you, Miss Situ, said be wrong? Hurry up and go. We still have to stay in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for some time next. We still need to prepare some things. Wang Dust shrugged his shoulders, didn't argue with Situ, and fled as if leaving the station. Entering a wild monster gathering place like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range wasn't like going out to summer camp. There were many things that needed to be prepared. Food, water, tents, and other necessities need not be mentioned, and Wang Chun had prepared them in the big bag he was carrying. But some of the medicinal powders that repelled mosquitoes and insects and masked one's breath, things that were seldom used on weekdays, could only be purchased by coming here to the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Leaving the station, Wang Chun directly brought Situ and headed to the flea market on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Here, it was a trading market spontaneously formed by the professionals entering and exiting the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a small sparrow but with all the essentials. There are all kinds of items such as equipment, props, elixirs, skill books, and so on. Moreover, because this place was close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the prices of many items were a bit cheaper than buying them at the trading market within Dongling City. And because it's cheap, it's even more important to keep your eyes peeled when buying things here. If you buy defective and fake products, you are basically out of luck. There's no such thing as after sales here, so I guess you can't even find the same seller who sold you your stuff once you turn your head. When Wang Dust brought Situ to the flea market, he found that the atmosphere here was incomparably warm and lively. Tearful sale, D-grade spirit medicine silver moon grass 80 plants, sufficient medicinal effect, good quality, don't 998, don't 888. As long as 668 you can take away 80 plants of silver moon grass. Don't miss it when you walk by. Freshly baked bronze grade staff, double attributes plus 10, comes with special effects to increase magic damage. No matter if it's to kill monsters or used to give it away, it's the first choice. A price of 300,000 gold coins. Look. The South Border Adventure Group has disbanded. The leader of the group ate, drank, whored, and gambled, and ran away with his sister-in-law, and the equipment whose original prices were all over 300,000, 400,000, and 500,000 are now only 100,000 gold coins through and through. Chapter 20. I'm just making a bargain. Why are you running, boss? I didn't expect that there would be such a bustling market on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After arriving at the flea market, Situ looked at the noisy scene around her with the face of a curious baby. In particular, here, the adventurer who sells equipment, extremely rhythmic, said, the adventure group disbanded. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law. This stupid guy had a sympathetic look on his face. Wang Duan. This uncle is so pitiful. Abandoned by his companions. Should I buy all the equipment on his stall? Only $200,000 for one piece. It's really cheap. Looking at Wang Duan, Situ hesitantly asked, talent? In an instant, Wang Chen's eyes turned nonchalant as he looked at Situ. Nice guy. How come $200,000 feels like $20 when it comes out of your mouth? Big sister. Collect your money power. And what gives you the feeling that this guy is pathetic? After slowly gathering his emotions, Wang Chun looked at Situ speechlessly. $500,000 worth of equipment for only 200,000. What in heaven's name? What this guy was selling was either a defective product that was about to be scrapped, or else it was a fake product that was made using a camouflage scroll. However, seeing Situ look like she really wanted to purchase it, Wang Dust's eyes rolled and he didn't tell her this cruel fact directly. After all, some things are only remembered longest after you've experienced them for yourself. And it was still unknown whether that adventurer dared to sell anything to Situ. Sure, we're here to prepare things. Buy as much as you can carry. But I don't think you'll be able to make this deal for sure. Nodding indifferently, Wang Dust hid the laughter under his eyes. Humph. Impossible. Also, I brought the biggest space kit in the house with me when I came. It's 1,000 cubits, so I can fit more stuff. Hearing this, Situ beamed in defiance and leapt towards the vendor. Back. Wang Dust touched his nose unnaturally. Holy. Space equipment with an area of 1,000 cubits? In today's Blue Star spatial equipment, something that was incomparably magical in Wang Chuan's previous life, had also appeared with the revival of the will of the heavens. However, it's not something that ordinary people can play with. A most ordinary space equipment, the kind with an area of 3 cubic meters, sold for as much as 1.5 million gold coins. 1,000 cubits? Wang Dust felt that it was worth at least no less than a small goal. Foolish teenage girl. Have to admit, did get faked out by you. Hello, beautiful lady. Pick whatever you like. Each piece is only 200,000 gold coins. The adventurer boss, who was yelling hard, brightened up when he saw Sityu walking towards him, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. I'm just looking. Sityu also grew a mindful eye at this time, not saying straight out what he came for, and picked up the equipment that was laid out on the road to check it out. The attributes of this equipment are very good. Is it really only $200,000? After seeing that the equipment, which was just picked up casually, were all fine pieces of bronze-level equipment, Situyu's expression was somewhat surprised. Although she usually didn't care much about low-level equipment of the bronze level, she still had the least common sense. Fine bronze-level equipment, at worst, is over $300,000. Of course, beautiful lady. All of these equipments I'm laying out only cost 200,000 gold coins apiece. There's no way to sell it like this. The adventure group disbanded. That damned leader of ours owed a lot of foreign debt. Now, in order to pay off the debt, can only sell the equipment cheaply. Hearing Situyu's words, a glint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the stall's owner, but his face still pretended to be sad. For this kind of budding newcomer who looked to be fresh out of school, the boss knew very well that his sad persona should never crumble. Then this is such a great deal. Pack up all your equipment here. I want it all. Upon hearing this, Sityu Chinyu waved her hand and took out a platinum card piece with great bravado. At this moment, Situyu's heart was overwhelmed with joy, and she felt that she had taken a great advantage. If these equipments were to be sold in the city, the price would at least go up by 30 to 40%, and she would be able to earn a lot by then. Hey, I'll be able to impress Pops this time. Silently thinking in his heart, Sityu handed the platinum card to the vendor owner. Swipe. Upon hearing this, the vendor owner, who was beautifully prepared to receive the card, fixed his eyes on it and was directly startled. Platinum card. He looked up at the beautiful young girl in front of him with shock in his eyes. In today's Blue Star, a platinum card is not something that anyone is qualified to hold. This has to be a certain amount of assets to get from the bank. If the vendor owner remembered correctly, in the entire Dongling City, the number of people who possessed this card would add up to less than a handful. How could the vendor owner not have thought that this silly-looking young girl in front of him actually possessed such a precious platinum card? This is definitely someone who can't afford to offend himself. With a silent thought in his mind, the vendor owner carefully sized up the young girl in front of him. This look instantly made his expression even more shocked, while his entire body unconsciously bent over. Stu. That was the Sityu family's identity token, which only the most immediate clan members could hold. The young maiden did not need to be said. It was bound to be the Sityu family's most outstanding genius of this generation. Sityu. So it's Miss Sityu. I'm sorry. I have something temporary to do today, so I won't be selling these equipments for now. Effortlessly averting his eyes from the platinum card, the vendor owner said carefully. Selling these fake goods to the Sityu family's Missy. He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. What? Are you regretting it? I can raise your price slightly more. Seeing that the owner of the vendor was not going to sell, Sityu assumed that it was because the other party felt that the selling price was too low. But after she offered to increase the price, the vendor owner still shook his head firmly. What a joke. I wouldn't even dare to sell it at the original price, but at a higher price? I haven't lived long enough. For a while, the vendor boss couldn't even be bothered to explain to Sityu. After all, he didn't have much to explain. Directly using the fabric spread on the floor, rolled up the equipment above and packed it, then ran away with the bag in a puff of smoke. Ran. Looking at the vendor boss who fled, Sityu was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? I'm just haggling. Why did I scare the boss away? On the side, Wang Duan, who was standing at the back watching the entire program, tried his best to hold back his urge to laugh. Ha! Now you know I'm not wrong. You're definitely not going to make this deal. Chapter 21. The shortest line between 2 points. In the flea market, Sityu's entire body was messed up. How could she not expect that she was just bargaining for a price and directly scared the human boss into running away with her bag? Wang Duan, is this your doing? Deflating her mouth, Sityu's eyes looked at Wang Chun with an aggrieved expression. If not, she simply couldn't figure out why Wang Chun would know in advance that she wouldn't be able to make this deal. That has nothing to do with me, it's you. At those words, Wang Chun hastily shook his head to deny it. This matter had nothing to do with him, It was clearly that vendor boss who ran away for fear of selling fake goods to Situ and being retaliated against by the Situ family. Then explain to me why you knew in advance? Situ was very dissatisfied with this answer and looked at Wang Chun with an exasperated look, her head coming straight over and exhaling like an orchid. You! The sudden attack caught Wang Duan off guard. Looking at the pretty face close in front of him, he took a step back in some disgust. Nice guy. My innocence is almost at stake here. After thinking about it, Wang Chun looked at the unforgiving Situ and still decided to explain. Otherwise, he felt like he would be annoyed by this guy next. It's not because he's afraid of retaliation for selling fake goods. Dragging Situ aside, Wang Chun whispered into her ear. No way. The attributes of his equipment don't seem to be a problem? After listening to Wang Chen's explanation, Situ's expression became even more puzzled. Just now she had gotten it in her hand to check the information of the equipment, and it didn't look like a fake in any way. Haven't you ever heard of a camouflage scroll? Wang Dust asked a rhetorical question at this time. He was somewhat skeptical that the young girl in front of him was afraid that her good grades in school were not bought by virtue of her ability to pay money. How did she ask such a common-sense question? Disguise scrolls? At those words, a dawning realization appeared on Situ's face. It was a magic scroll sealed with a disguise spell that could disguise the information of an item for a certain time limit. After figuring out the situation, the young girl skimmed her mouth at the moment, the aggression on her face turning into irritation as she huffed. Damnable fellow, to use such underhanded tactics to deceive people. As she spoke, a flash of cunning flashed through Situ's gem-like eyes. Then, she took the identity token hanging from her waist and received it among her spatial equipment. After doing this, she winked at Wang Chun and said smugly, "These guys are so hateful. This girl is going to catch them in the act and put them in jail." Seeing this scene, Wang Chun helplessly rolled his eyes. Normally, I don't even see it, but this girl is full of sense of justice. Let's go. There aren't that many crooks here for you to catch. After buying something, we'll enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Shaking his head, Wang Dust was the first to walk towards the interior of the flea market. Behind her, Situ followed with righteousness, and at this time, the way she looked at those vendors around her, she looked at everyone like a liar. In the meantime, at the moment Situ took off his identity token, not far away from the stall, a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance saw a flash of helplessness in his eyes. Little Jade, this girl, why did she put away the identity token? This is great. I'm afraid my hard-earned vacation is going to become unsettled. And that damnable brat, knowing full well the function of this identity token, he didn't even stop it? The handsome middle-aged man shook his head and casually threw the item in his hand onto the stall. In response, that vendor owner didn't dare to have the slightest objection, and instead accompanied a smiling face full of respect, because on the sleeves of this handsome middle-aged man, there were 3 dragon-shaped inscriptions embroidered in gold thread. This was clearly a powerful third-turn powerhouse. After purchasing some wilderness survival items, Wang Duan and Situ then officially started off. The area where the golden-scaled python is active is located at the junction of the outer and central regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Between our current location and this area, there are quite a few powerful wild monsters inhabiting the area. Walking through the forest, Situ was holding an electronic map and pointing excitedly, rather like pointing out the mountains. The electronic map, which was distributed free of charge by the Adventure Labor Union to every registered adventurer, contained a brief introduction of the habitat locations of the wild monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The purpose was to prevent some weak adventurers from accidentally entering the area of some powerful wild monsters and losing their lives on the spot. Among these wild monsters, the most threatening to the two of us are the Goblin Horde, the Blizzard Wolves, and the Minotaur Camp. When the time comes, we can bypass these 3 gatherings of wild monsters. What do you think, Wang Dust? Situ handed the electronic map to Wang Chun and asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Wang Chun looked at the excited young girl and subconsciously touched his nose. Big sister, do you realize that the way you're going, it's going to take us at least twice as long? Don't bother. He reached for the electronic map, then drew a straight line right across it. A straight line between 2 points is the shortest. It's a waste of time to go around or anything. Speaking indifferently, Wang Chun returned the electronic map to Situ. Words. Situ's expression was a bit stunned as he hesitantly asked, "Rushing like this? Isn't the risk too great?" Her concern was not without reason. The goblins and blizzard wolves, although they were only wild monsters of challenge level 20, they lived in packs and appeared in numbers of at least 100 at a time, and the danger was great for some veteran adventurers as well. However, hearing her words, Wang Chen firmly shook his head. Isn't that better? We can come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range not only to complete the mission, but also to level up and meet the big exam in a month. Wild monsters are strong and provide more experience value, which is best for us. As he spoke, Wang Chen glanced at the young girl with a slightly deeper meaning. Say, you're not scared, are you? He asked. I'm not. It's just that you don't even have a beast pet, so don't drag your feet for me when the time comes. Sityu waved her small fists in defiance, and as she said that, she suddenly covered her mouth in embarrassment and looked at Wang Chen with a hint of apology in her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not, she explained in a bit of a panic. At those words, Wang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The situation of the giant Imperial Beastmaster was known to everyone, and what Sityu said was merely representative of the public's perception. And, who told you I don't have a beast pet? Wang Dust looked at Sityu and asked with a smile. It goes without saying? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Sityu's face became even more embarrassed and she lowered her head. Giant beasts are so rare. You can't find one in the entire Dongling City or even the entire southern border province. I went back and asked my father, and he said that there are less than 5 registered giant beasts in the Dragon Kingdom today, combined, and they're all in the hands of those 7th turn powerhouses. Chapter 22 Crap. My position is going to shift. The forest. Sityu's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and in the end it was like a mosquito's voice. She felt that she was afraid that what she said at this moment had hurt Wang Chen's heart. Worried, she quietly looked up at Wang Chen and realized that after her words fell, the expression on the teenager's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Wang Chen, you won't be angry with me, right? Lowering her head, Sityu asked with some embarrassment. No. Wang Dust shook his head indifferently. Why should I be mad at you when you're telling the truth? Besides, I do have beast pets. As he spoke, he directly summoned little Ice Ching, who had been impatiently staying in the Imperial Beast space. Out. Swish. The light flickered. The creature, which was blue in color and resembled a fine work of art, appeared on Wang Chen's shoulder. Woo! As soon as it appeared, Bing Qing gave a disgruntled yelp, and her icy little claws messed up Wang Chen's hair. This little guy in the middle of the Imperial Beast space was about to go crazy. Okay, stop it. Gently rubbing Bing Qing's head to calm this little guy down, Wang Chen turned his head to look at Sityu. First time meeting. Let me introduce you. This is my beast pet, Bing Qing. Woo! After Wang Chuan's words fell, little Bing Qing looked at Sityu with a face full of curiosity and stretched out his tiny dragon claw in a polite manner. Hello. Sityu subconsciously stretched out her hand, her entire body confused. Wasn't Wang Dust's profession a giant beast royalist? Where did he find the behemoth? Or is it? The cold sensation in her hand allowed Sityu to recover her mind. She looked at Wang Chen and then Bing Qing, her face full of doubts. Wang Dust, is this your beast pet? Is she a giant beast? After freezing for a moment, Sityu asked with some disbelief. Of course. Wang Dust nodded directly. For the rest of the journey, he would definitely summon Bing Qing to strike, so there was no need to hide it from Sityu. Bing Qing is not only a giant beast, but also a dragon. Of course, Wang Chuan still had some reservations. After all, the name of the ancestral divine beast Swift Overlord Extreme Cold Dragon was still a bit too shocking, and it would not be good to scare the little ones. Stop it! Sityu, who didn't really believe it in the first place, became even more disbelieving after hearing Wang Chen's words. Dragon? What a joke! How could this kind of creature, which was at the very least at the divine beast level of equilibrium, possibly appear in Dongling City? Moreover, which dragon is not mighty and dominant, hideous and strong? The little Bing Qing in front of him was as pretty as if it was the finest work of art, and looked adorable. How could it be a dragon? You must have used a contract scroll to trick me with an ordinary beast pet. But little Bing Qing looks so cute. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Sityu gave Wang Duan a skeptical look, then directly snatched Bing Qing and held it in her arms with a face full of love. In today's Blue Star, beast pets are not exclusive to beast masters. Other professions can also use contract scrolls to contract beast pets to enhance their combat power. The only difference was that other professionals weren't able to get the attribute feedback from their beast pets like the Beastmaster. Therefore, Situyu's words were not without reason, and she was completely treating Bing Qing, at this point, as an ordinary beast pet that Wang Chun had bought. Oh, the poor pride of a teenager. Situyu gave Wang Duan a smug look. It's like I've seen it all, so don't try to talk your way out of it. Opposite. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust rolled his eyes breathlessly. I'm so sincere and you don't believe me? What a stupid woman. You're right about everything. Let's get going. Shaking his head, he didn't bother explaining to this girl who didn't know what had been brainstormed. Facts that will teach this girl a good lesson. Having heard what was said, Situyu was full of complacency as he hugged Bing Qing. However, at this moment, she did not act, but instead smiled and took out an equipment from her spatial ring and handed it to Wang Chun. It was a long sword with streams of flashing light. Bing Qing is so cute. It's simply too cruel to let her fight. This is my equipment that I eliminated from use, so I'll lend it to you for now. See this? Wang Dust rubbed his nose and looked at Situyu with some strange eyes. Something doesn't seem right about this. This girl, knowing that he was a giant beast royalist and that the chances of contracting a beast pet were very slim, still dared to send out an invitation to form a team, and now she was borrowing equipment. What does she want? Is it trying to help the poor? Noticing Wang Chen's burning gaze, Situyu couldn't help but feel a blush on her face. Don't get me wrong. The young girl squirmed a little. I was worried that you were dragging your feet and affecting the speed of my upgrades. I'll believe the hell out of you. Spitting in his heart, Wang Dust carefully sized up the young girl in front of him. Her appearance was delicate and elegant, and her large, jewel-like eyes still had a little bit of panic in them. There was a complete lack of the iceberg schoolgirl look that she had in front of the other students during the weekdays. It looks extremely tempting. The only downside is that the family is too rich, but with a little bit of ups and downs. Ugh! With a sigh, Wang Dust retrieved his disorganized thoughts. What do you mean you're sighing? On the opposite side, Situyu looked over with a suspicious face. Were you just thinking about something really rude? Nothing, just a sad thought. Shaking his head, Wang Dust received the equipment with somewhat averted eyes. Nice guy. Am I acting that obvious? Muttering in his heart, he checked the information on this equipment. Equipment: Blasted Wind Long Sword. Type: Melee Weapon. Grade: Silver. Level limit: 10. Attributes: Strength plus 30, Agility plus 20. Attachment effect: 1. Each time an attack hits the target, its own attack speed increases by 2% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 2. Increase the power of all your own skills by 5%. 3. Double attack. When attacking, there is a 20% chance that a sword chi equal to the damage of this attack will be summoned to attack the enemy. Silver level equipment? And with 3 enchantment effects? Seeing the attribute information of this piece of equipment, a flash of astonishment flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. This is definitely extreme silver equipment. The attributes and value compared to the novice longsword in his hand was a heaven and a hell. There was no need to ask. Just based on this attribute information, Wang Chuan dared to conclude that the price of this Blastwind longsword was at least above 4 million gold coins. In an instant, he held the Blastwind longsword and only felt a heavy weight in his hands. Well, aren't the attributes great? This was specially selected by me. Situyu, who was on the side, saw Wang Chen's appearance and came over with a smile. At those words, Wang Chen, who had returned to his senses, looked at the coquettishly smiling young girl in front of him with a somewhat tangled expression. Oops, is this what kills rich women? It feels like I'm going to be on the wrong side of the fence. Chapter 23. Lurking Danger. The Forest. Woo! A crisp chirping sound rang out, and the extreme cold dragon Bing Qing uneasily rubbed against Situyu's arms, with 2 big, cute eyes, curiously looking at his master. She was a little puzzled as to how her master, with his expression, had suddenly become so strange. The slightly dull atmosphere in the arena was broken after Bing Qing's shout rang out. Wang Dust rubbed his nose in embarrassment and looked solemnly at Situyu. Thanks. I'll return the equipment to you after leaving the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Aha! At those words, the young girl nodded imperceptibly and averted her eyes somewhat. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust didn't say much. Saying too much would instead become even more awkward later on. Next, he replaced the novice longsword on his body with the Blastwind longsword and his own four-dimensional attributes saw an increase. Name, Wong Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 10. Talent, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion God. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Identification Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B. Power, 70 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 0 points. Counting the equipment's enchantment, now the highest strength and agility attributes among his four-dimensional attributes had reached 195 points respectively. This attribute value was already comparable to that of a level 21st turn professional. This shows how much good equipment can improve a professional. Of course, this was also because the attribute feedback that Wang Chuan had obtained from the extreme cold dragon Bing Qing was strong enough. If it was an ordinary budding professional, even if they wore a full set of gold equipment, their attributes would not be able to reach the level of Wang Dust. Let's get going next. Let's go to the first wild gathering point on the map, level up, and familiarize ourselves with the coordination. After looking at his attribute panel, Wang Dust twisted his head and proposed. Yes, Situyu nodded at his words. The two of them then began to hurry. Shortly after the duo left, four hurried figures appeared in the forest. These four people were neatly equipped and polished, with a slightly tender face. Obviously, they were all budding professionals who had just recently switched jobs. Chen Xiao. The two of them went east. One of them watched the ground for a moment, then said to his companion beside him. The one who was addressed as Chen Xiao was a pale-faced youth. If Wang Chun and Situyu were to do it again, they would definitely realize that he was none other than Chen Hao. Ha! Go after them. And when they encounter a wild monster, you guys make your move and waste Wang Duan. Chen Hao sneered at this moment, his eyes sweeping over his three followers. Remember, don't hurt Situyu, or don't blame me for being impolite to you. Understood. Chen Xiao. The three people beside him all nodded in response. Seeing this, Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction, his eyes somewhat excited. As long as he eradicated Wang Duan, the mudblood, and popped out to save the beauty himself, he would surely be able to win the heart of the goddess. Go! With anticipation in his heart, he waved his arm and took his followers in stride to chase after Wang Chun and Situyu in the direction they had left. Here it is. Up ahead is the area where the sinking devil is active. An hour later, Wang Chun and Situyu, the two of them, appeared in the middle of the first wild monster habitat area labeled on the electronic map. This is a valley in the primeval forest with an overall pocket shape, roughly the size of a soccer field. The moment, Wang Chun and Situyu were standing behind a large tree, observing the situation in the distant valley. Green-skinned dwarves, numbering in the hundreds, could be seen in the valley, gathered in twos and threes, either fighting or cooking something in huge clay pots. If you ignored their ugly appearance, this place looked like some kind of primitive tribe. These green-skinned dwarfs were none other than the challenge level 15 wild monsters, the Sinking Devils. Don't look at them with the word devil in their name, but the status of the Sinking Devil in the wild monster circle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was actually not even as good as the goblins that were about the same size as them. These guys were timid by nature, and a budding professional who had just turned a new job could take one-on-one. However, Sinking Devils never act alone, and when they encounter enemies they tend to swarm them. So for budding professionals who have just switched, these guys are still quite dangerous. Moreover, some mutated individuals would sometimes appear amongst the Sinking Devils, awakening some special skills. For example, the Sinking Demon Sorcerer, Strong Sinking Demon Warrior, these mutated individuals with a challenge level of 20. At this moment, this Sinking Demon gathering discovered by Wang Chuan and Situyu possessed this kind of mutated individual, and there was more than one in number. Monster, Sinking Demon Warrior. Level, 15. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge. Type, general. Monster, Sinking Demon Wizard. Level 20. Battle style, remote output, auxiliary. Skills, elementary healing, poison ray. Type, mutation. Monster, Strong Sinking Demon Warrior. Level 20. Fighting style, melee. Skills, skin hardening, tearing, charging. Type, mutation. After the trees, Wang Dust released a scrying spell towards the sunken demons in the valley. Seeing the information returned from the scrying technique, a flash of color flashed under his eyes. 2 mutated sinking devils, and one of them was a rare sinking devil wizard. This luck of his and Situyu's was no one's. What now? On the side, Situyu, who had also viewed the attributes of this group of sinking devils, had a grave expression and turned his head to Wang Chan to ask. The strength of the sinking demon sorcerer and the strong sinking demon warrior was only 5 levels higher than that of an ordinary sinking demon, but the significance was completely different. These guys, once they show up, are the backbone for the timid and cowardly sinking demons. With them present, the combat power that hundreds of sinking devils could exert was at least 30 to 40% stronger than without them. Even though Situyu was one of the top geniuses in the first middle school of Dongling City and was wearing a full set of silver armor, he was a little scared when he ran into the number of hundreds of commanding sinking devils. But, of course it's cool. Seeing the gravity on Situyu's face, Wang Chan spread his hands indifferently, with a very relaxed expression on his face. Since he had already stumbled upon it, it was naturally impossible for him to give up this large wave of wild monsters. The Blast Wind Longsword had just arrived, and he still wanted to try the sword to see if it was sharp or not. Chapter 24 Wang Duan's Intentions. Chun Hao's Expectations. So we use luring tactics? Lure the sinking devils out one by one and kill them. Between the trees, Situyu asked after thinking for a moment. For a long-range profession like her, the kite stream was a good choice. However, no. Wang Chun directly shook his head at his words. Without the presence of these 2 mutated individuals, the luring tactic would have worked well. But now, these guys won't fall for it so easily. So what do you mean? Situyu looked at Wang Chun with some confusion. Of course it's a straight kill. Wang Chuan silently held the blizzard long sword in his hand, speaking as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Are you out of your mind? At those words, Situyu couldn't help but let out a low cry. The expression on her face filled with shock. There were hundreds of sinking devils in the valley, and there were also 2 mutated individuals commanding them, and their combined strength could at least match that of an elite adventuring team with an average level of 15. Although Situyu was confident in her own strength, she didn't think that, together, she and Wang Duan could go head-to-head with these sinking devils. Seeing the young girl's look of disbelief, the expression on Wang Chen's face did not fluctuate in the slightest as he explained. Actually, the danger is not as great as you think. Sinking devils are timid by nature. As long as we surprise and quickly kill the 2 mutated individuals, then the remaining sinking devils will rout on their own without a command. By that time, these green-skinned dwarves won't be a threat to us at all, except for their high numbers. No way. Situyu shook her head and refused outright. She still felt it was too risky. Those 2 mutated individuals are in the very center of the valley. If you want to run into them, you'll at least have to take care of the dozens of sinking demons that are blocking the way first. If we execute the decapitation plan in this situation, I'm afraid we'll be slowed down by those ordinary sinking demons before we even make contact with the target. And, as he spoke, Situyu looked at Wang Chun with a fixed expression of hesitation, as if it was somewhat difficult to speak. But after a pause, she continued, and with my profession, I'm not suited for this kind of decapitation operation. Once I'm deep in a heavy siege, my advantages won't be utilized at all. At those words, Wang Chun gave Situyu a breathless look. Big sister, I always feel a little offended by your ideas. You don't think that, by proposing this beheading plan, I intend for you to carry it out, do you? This is too much to look down on me, Mr. Wang. Don't worry. Your strengths are high burst damage and high agility. How could I possibly let you go into melee combat with the sinking demon? In a moment, your task is to stand at the back and release cold arrows. Bing Qing will protect you from the side. Shaking his head, Wang Dust said indifferently. Are you crazy? You don't even have a beast pet. So what are you going to use to execute decapitation tactics? Hearing his words, Situyu was anxious. A giant imperial beast master without a beast pet is not much stronger than those living professions. In Situyu's opinion, Wang Chun was only able to bully ordinary sinking devils now that he was equipped with the blizzard longsword. Trying to kill sunken wizards and strong sunken warriors is no good at all. And just this is still she tried to estimate as high as possible because of Wang Dust's excellent performance in actual combat. Originally, Situyu did not want to say these words for fear of hurting Wang Chen's self-esteem, but seeing this hateful guy in front of her with a resolute look, she could not care less about this. Wang Chun smiled helplessly at his words. Nice guy. Hoping that you didn't believe a single word of what I just said about myself contracting a beast pet. Big sister? Are you really treating little Bing Qing as a beautiful ornamental beast pet? That was why Bing Qing felt that these sinking devils were too weak and didn't bother to make a move at all. Otherwise, these sinking devils packed together wouldn't be enough for her to swallow in one bite. The matter is settled. I'm not as delicate as you think. Shaking his head, Wang Chun decided not to give Sitayu another chance to speak. With a movement of his feet, his body seemed like a cannonball as he jumped directly into the middle of the valley. Hello, Wang Duan. Seeing this scene, Sitayu stomped her foot in exasperation. Little Bing Qing, this master of yours is simply too detestable. How could he be so reckless? It's safe here, so stay here and don't move, and my sister will come back for you later. Waving his hand and taking out a longbow with flickering streams of light, Sitayu placed Bing Qing on the ground and barked some instructions before rushing after him. Woo-hoo! In the back, little Bing Qing saw this scene and a puzzled expression appeared on her cute face. How did the soft cushion get away? Woo! What strange humans. It's obviously safest to be around me. Why are you running around? It's better to go after them. You can't disobey your master's orders. Thinking suspiciously, Bing Qing swung her small wings and followed behind Sitayu. And on the other side, thud, Wang Dust's upright body fell into the middle of the valley as if it were a cannonball, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding sunken devils. These green-skinned dwarfs, upon seeing the humans that appeared in the valley, all had puzzled expressions on their ugly faces. What's the situation? Is human service so good these days that they've started delivering to your door? Roar! Soon, however, the nearest dozen or so sinking devils let out an incomparably excited roar. It was the first time they had ever seen a human who had come to their door of their own accord. Kirikou! Roar! Kirikou! A single sinking demon looked at Wang Chuan with fierce and cruel eyes, and disgusting mucus dripped from its hideous mouth. The human scent drove them straight to madness. Finally, a sinking demon that couldn't hold back its ferocious nature excitedly rushed towards Wang Dust. It was extremely fast, like a striking cheetah, and its ugly face was filled with a desire for fresh flesh and blood. It couldn't wait to see the image of the human in front of it being torn to pieces by itself, and couldn't wait to savor the human's delicious flesh and blood. With this movement, the surrounding sinking devils that reacted instantly followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Dust was in a predicament where he was surrounded by dozens of sinking devils. Ha ha ha! This mud blood is really looking for death. As Wang Dust fell into the surroundings of the sinking demon, a suppressed laughter resounded from behind a large tree outside the valley. Chun Hao's face carried a sense of pleasure as his eyes looked ahead with disdain. How could he not have thought that Wang Chun, a waste of a man who had transmuted to a giant beastmaster, would dare to mess with hundreds of level 15 wild monster sinking devils? And still, when you mess with it, you mess with a large group. Hee, you still think you're the genius you once were? This group of sinking devils should be treated solemnly, even if it's a squad of 15th level professionals. Looks like it saves me from having to make a move. Just wait until you're torn to pieces. With disdain in his heart, a flash of cruelty flashed across Chen Hao's eyes. He couldn't wait to see the scene where Wang Chun was torn into pieces. Chapter 25 Crushing, Wang Duan's first experience of killing monsters. The valley. Facing the surrounding sinking devils rushing up, Wang Chuan's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh! Seek your own death. He let out a cold snort under his breath, and the blast wind longsword swept out horizontally. Swish! Between the flashes of cold light, the sinking demon that lunged at Wang Chen first was directly slit in the throat. One strike and you're dead. After resolving the first sinking demon, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate for a second. His feet moved continuously. His body was like a sharp sword, directly chiseling into the surrounding sinking demons. In this moment, he seemed like a butterfly wearing flowers, fluttering in the surroundings of dozens of sinking devils, and every time he swung his wings, he would inevitably bring up a handful of blood flowers, accompanied by a sinking devil falling to the ground. There were no surprises. All the sinking devils that faced Wang Chuan could not support more than a single move under his sword at all. Generally speaking, a freshly transferred professional, even a warrior amongst melee professions, holding a silver-ranked longsword at level 10, would not be able to kill a level 15 sinking demon in a single blow. But Wang Chuan was different. The attributes that the extreme cold dragon Ice Ching had fed back to him had made his four-dimensional attributes today comparable to a level 20 professional in a bear state. Coupled with his excellent combat instincts and a degree of body control that could be called bug level, every attack he made was bound to hit the deadly parts of the sinking demon. All of this added up, causing Wang Chun to explode with terrifying killing power at this moment. The 15-level full-state sinking demon fell as if it had been mowed down. In less than 30 seconds, 20 of the sinking devils that rushed up died under his long sword. Outside the valley, Chun Hao, who had an evil and impetuous expression on his face, laughed with a stagnation, like a duck that had been strangled. He looked at the figure in the valley as if he was strolling idly, and the expression on his face was extremely shocked. King Dust, instead of being torn to pieces by the sinking demon in the first place, he even counter-killed it? It's Angie freshly converted munchkins. The three followers next to Chun Hao also had expressions of incomparable shock on their faces. The heart was even beating a retreat at the same time. Wang Dust could easily kill the sinking demon. Surely he could easily kill them who had just been transformed not long ago. As good as what Chun Hao promised was, they had to have the life to take it. Young Chun, why don't we just forget about it? For a moment, the three little followers hesitated for a moment, and one of them asked apprehensively, "Forget it?" Chun Hao heard the awe in his followers' words and waved his hand and threw an ear slap over. "No way. This guy is going to die here today no matter what. If you dare disobey orders, I'll go back and kill you." Speaking viciously under his breath, Chun Hao twisted his head to look at the stern figure in the valley. "Wang Dust, what makes you so strong for a trash profession?" He thought spitefully, and a crazy killing intent appeared on his face for a moment before he said icily, "When those two mutated wild monsters make their move, you three move in and use your binding skills to control him for me. Let him die at the hands of a mutated wild monster." As the words fell under his fierce gaze, the three followers reluctantly moved their feet toward the valley. After the death of the sinking devils, a dull ball of light floated over their corpses. These clusters of light quickly split into two halves, half of them disappearing into Wang Chen's body and half of them flying towards Bing Qing. These were the life energy gained from killing the sinking demon, and were also jokingly called experience value by the professionals. For Wang Dust, the experience value provided by a dead sinking demon could increase his experience slot to level 11 by 1/10. 20 sinking devils were just enough to fill up his experience slot leading to level 11. The last mass of light was absorbed, and Wang Chuan felt a warmth surge among his body. Upgraded. With joy in his heart, he sidestepped a sinking demon's attack and took the time to glance at his and Bing Qing's attribute panels. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, under a month infancy. Level 2. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 550, Wisdom 550, Physique 550, Agility 550. Without any buffs, equipment, or props. Skills. Frost Body SSS. Extreme Cold Spit SSS. Cold Hell SSS. Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction 1. The Dragon of Extreme Cold, the Ancient Overlord, is the present manifestation of the law of the origin of the ice system, the only ancestral divine beast of the ice attribute with unlimited potential and can switch between the combat state and the normal state at any time. 2. The Dragon of Extreme Cold will inevitably awaken SSS-ranked talent skills every time it advances. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level 11. Talents. All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills. Imperial Beast Technique S. Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B. Bloodline Identification Technique Divine. Contract Summoning B. Power, 75 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 75 plus 5 points. Physique, 75 plus 5 points. Agility, 75 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 10 points. Unassigned skill points, 10. Hiss, worthy of being an ancestral divine beast. Every time he rose one level, all his attributes increased by 50 points. It was simply perverse. Seeing Bing Qing's new attribute information, Wang Chan thought with some shock in his heart. Unlike him, now that he had turned one, he could only gain 10 free attribute points after each level, as well as 10 free skill points. Bing Qing rose up one level equal to 20 times his. Completely out of this world. It seems like I have to hug Bing Qing's thigh tightly from now on. With an amused thought in his heart, Wang Chun distributed the 10 free attribute points evenly among the 4 attributes. With the attributes fed back by the Dragon of Extreme Cold, he didn't even need to prioritize his 4 attributes like other professionals, and could completely develop in a comprehensive and balanced manner. As for the free skill points, he kept them. All of the skills he currently possessed were Imperial Beast Master-related vocational skills. With the SSS Grade Talent 10,000 Beasts attachment in all of his professional skills, the effect is enhanced by 1000%. For the time being, there is no need to spend skill points on these skills to enhance the effect. These skill points, he planned to save them for later when he learned generalized attack skills. Phew! After solving this nest of sinking demons, I'll almost reach level 15. After upgrading, Wang Dust was full of motivation and wielded his long sword to battle the surrounding sinking devils once again. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that after he had made his move, Situyu, the long-range output had not moved at all. Swish! Slitting the throat of a sinking demon that was trying to sneak up from the left, Wang Dust took the time to look behind him. Missy, are you planning on being a cheerleader for me? Can you stop posing? If you don't do it, I'm going to kill all the sinking devils. Chapter 26. This lady won't lose to you. This? Seeing Wang Duan swimming comfortably in the surroundings of the sinking demon, Situyu's entire body went numb. Bending her bow and arrow in preparation for an attack, she completely forgot what she was supposed to do in this moment. Her mind and eyes moved closely to the figure that was rolling around in the surroundings of the sinking demon. This guy, so strong? Situyu muttered, wondering if he was seeing hallucinations. If it was in the past, someone had told her that a freshly transformed budding professional was able to rampage through hundreds of level 15 wild monsters, and even slaughter them in turn. Situyu would definitely think that this person was sick. But now, she looked at the figure that was riding easily in the surroundings of the sinking demon, and the only thing in her heart was shock and disbelief. When a giant Imperial Beastmaster without a beast pet with such terrifying strength? She invited Wang Dust to form a team to come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to practice, and the purpose was to bring this guy. But now she suddenly realized that she seemed to have become the one being taken. Little Bing Qing, your master, he is a monster, right? Turning his head to look at the little Ice Qing flying aside, Situyu muttered. In the past, when he was in school and everyone hadn't switched, Wang Dust's grades and strength hung over everyone, and his number 1 position never wavered. After the transfer, Situyu had thought that he had successfully assumed the special profession Wind Shooter and would be able to catch up with or even surpass Wang Chun, the giant Beastmaster. Results. Now, looking at it this way, the gap between the two has not only not shrunk, but has become even bigger. What the hell? Are you in a special profession or am I in a special profession? Situyu was confused. Woo-hoo! Upon hearing her words, little Ice Qing, who felt all warm and fuzzy after the upgrade, poked Situyu's face with her little dragon claw in dissatisfaction. Stupid human woman. You've been standing here posing for half a day and you have the nerve to speak ill of my master? I poked and prodded. Situyu was a little tickled by Bing Qing's little paw poke, waved his hand and was about to slap it away. Just then, he suddenly heard Wang Chen's voice. Turning her head to meet Wang Chen's somewhat teasing gaze, Situyu's pretty face reddened and a flash of panic flashed through her eyes. But immediately after, when she thought of Wang Chun saying that she was posing, she was a bit unconvinced. I'm sure it's still so annoying. This lady is not going to be a cheerleader for you. Humph! With a cold snort, Situyu bent his bow and arrow. Whoosh! With an ear-piercing wind-breaking sound, an arrow heavily hit a sinking demon that was trying to sneak up on Wang Dust. Bang! The arrow, which directly penetrated the heart of the sunken demon, fixed it on the ground. Seconds. After doing this, Situyu gave Wang Chen a smug look. It's like this lady is not going to lose to you. But Wang Dust didn't even pay attention to her at this point, and just nodded as he looked at the dead sinking demon on the ground. As expected of a little rich girl with the ability to pay money and a transfer to the special profession Blizzard Archer, this damage was quite substantial. It's not like you have to worry about dragging your feet when you take this guy to fight monsters. Silently pondering in his heart, Wang Chuan once again fought with the surrounding sinking devils. Behind. When Situyu saw Wang Chen's bashful look, Her rosy little mouth couldn't help but pout. Stinker, how dare you pretend to be calm in front of my lady? Humph, I'm going to take all your monsters. With a disgruntled cold snort, Situ bent his bow, and an arrow shot out like a series of cannonballs. With Situ's addition, the number of sinking devils in the valley began to decrease at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soon, hundreds of sinking devils were killed by half of Wang Chun and Situ, and at that moment, Wang Chuan also held the blood-dripping longsword and came close to the two mutated sinking devils. The size of the sinking demon wizard is not different from the ordinary sinking demon, and even looks a little thin. Skin and bones look like a walking dead. Strong sunken demon warriors, on the other hand, were nothing like their own scrawny counterparts. It was nearly 1.6 meters in height, covered in rippling muscles, almost as big as two ordinary sinking devils, and in its hand it was carrying a hideous bone rod. Roar! Damn human! How dare you slaughter my people? The strong sinking demon warrior's scarlet glowing eyes stared at the human in front of him in death. In the middle of his eyes, he carried undisguised killing intent and tyranny. Wild monsters were not unintelligent, especially the humanoid wild monsters like the sinking devil. The common ones had the intelligence of a human 7 or 8-year-old child. And a mutated individual like the strong sinking demon warrior can even reach the level of a normal human. So when he heard this angry hoarse voice, Wang Dust did not have any surprises. It was a situation that he had read about long ago in the library materials, and he knew more than that. After the revival of the Will of the Heavens, the terrifying monsters that invaded Blue Star not only possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, but also had a civilization that existed. Among these monsters, only the weak ones like the sinking demon would be reduced to wild monsters and be captive in disguise by the humans, serving as whetstones and sustenance for budding professionals. Those that were powerful gathered in the middle of the horrifying otherworldly battlefield, attacking human defenses, always thinking of subverting humanity and exterminating it. Compared to them, the sinking devil and even the wild monsters amongst the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range were just a younger brother. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Kingdom have let a wild monster gathering area like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range appear outside of the city? It was also for the purpose of practicing and to keep the new generation of budding professionals in their place. Otherwise, such places would have long been wiped out by the state power. Facing the angry, strong, sinking demon warrior, Wang Dust waved his hand to shake off the blood on his long sword and smiled disdainfully. Don't be so angry. Soon you'll be down there with them. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter of no consequence. But it was this calmness that made the strong sunken demon warrior extremely angry. All the humans that it had encountered before were afraid of it, but this human in front of him, he even looked as if he didn't care about it. This caused the anger in the heart of the strong sinking demon warrior to frantically start boiling. It decided that it would shred the human in front of it, cutting it into pieces little by little. Only then could its anger be calmed, and could it stand up to those of its kind who had died. Roar! Damn human! I'm going to tear you to pieces! With a frantic roar, the strong sinking demon warrior swung his bone club and took a step to launch a charge towards Wang Dust. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and he met him with his sword. But just then, whoosh, a violent wind-breaking sound rang out, and a black shadow flew in at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis surfaced in Wang Chen's heart. Chapter 27: Cold Arrows from the Shadows. Whoosh, violent wind-breaking sounds rang out. Wang Chuan, who was preparing to launch an attack, suddenly had a flash of warning emerge in his heart. Through his afterglow, he saw a black shadow flying extremely fast on his left. Someone's sneaking up on us? A flash of clarity surfaced in his heart. Wang Chen's forward-charging figure at this moment instantly stopped, and in a flash of lightning, he fell backward toward the rear. Whoosh! A sharp arrow that flashed with a cold aura flew past his nose and landed heavily on the ground. Steadying his stance, Wang Chun turned his head toward the direction from which the arrow flew. Only 3 figures stood quietly on the rocky wall of the valley. One of them had just lowered his bow and arrow. They? Seeing these people, a flash of doubt flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. The other party gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. But at this moment, he couldn't think in time, because with this delay, the strong sinking demon warrior had already rushed up with his bone club. Roar! Damn humans! It roared angrily and wielded the bone rod in its hand to slam down fiercely towards Wang Chun. At this moment, The strong sunken demon warrior couldn't wait to see the image of the human in front of him, smashed into minced meat by himself. Saw the scene. There was no fear on Wang Dust's face, only an indifference. Phew! He took a deep breath. The muscles of his legs suddenly tensed, and his body rushed out as if he were a cannonball. The ground, where stepped out 2 deep pits by the powerful force he had erupted at this moment. Bang! The blizzard longsword and the huge bone rod collided together with a dull sound. Next, a scene that shocked the wild monster and everyone else present appeared. Only Wang Chun intercepted the bone club in the hands of the strong sinking demon warrior just by virtue of the light blast longsword in his hands. Wang Dust little. Joking, right? Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Sityu was about to remind Wang Chun to be careful of sneak attacks when he saw this unbelievable scene. The level 20 wild monster strong sinking demon warrior, which itself favored the strength attribute mutation, after launching his charge, the power of that huge bone club swung out could at the very least blast a boulder into pieces. Even a level 20 warrior with the main strength attribute was afraid that he wouldn't be able to receive this strike. How could Sityu not expect that this Wang Chun fellow would go hard and directly blast against the strong sinking demon warrior? Since when could a freshly transformed giant imperial beastmaster tussle with a level 20 power wild monster? Wouldn't this mean that Wang Dust's strength attribute was at least on par with that of a strong sinking demon warrior? While Sityu was in disbelief, the strong sinking demon warrior facing Wang Dust was even more shocked and angry. At this moment it even used all its strength, but the result was not only did not suppress this abominable human in front of it, but instead, the bone stick in its hand was still being lifted up a little bit. Didn't you eat? Holding his sword in one hand to stop the bone rod, Wang Dust looked at the strong sinking demon warrior across from him with a somewhat mocking expression on his face. Through this collision, he basically had a rough judgment of his power. Not counting the attribute boost from the blizzard longsword, his strength attribute could already compete with a level 20 warrior, and counting the attribute boost, a level 20 warrior would have to be willing to take the fall when he came. Ho 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 ho! Damn human! How dare you mock me? The strong sinking demon warrior on the opposite side had a mixture of shock and anger in his heart, and his eyes were incomparably furious as he looked at Wang Dust. It summoned the strength of its entire body, wanting to crush the abominable human in front of it. But its efforts were to no avail. Instead, as Wang Chuan lashed out, the bone rod in the strong sinking demon's hand directly flew out of his hand. Since this is the only level you have, then go die obediently. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Wang Chuan quickly stabbed forward with his sword. Brush. Between the flashes of cold light, the blizzard long sword shot out, instantly piercing the strong sinking demon's throat completely. And at that moment, the silver weapon's enchantment special effect was activated. Brush. The 2 sword shadows that did not reduce their attack power in the slightest also landed on the chest of the strong sinking demon warrior at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, the life of this level 20 wild monster was harvested. Blood spattered out. The strong sinking demon warrior's face wore an incredulous expression, and his short and stout body shook a few times before he stumbled helplessly to the ground. The rich smell of blood spread in all directions, and the eyes of the sinking devil who saw this scene were incomparably terrified. They didn't even listen to the command of the sinking demon wizard anymore, and all of them quickly fled backward in fear. Directly beside Wang Chun, an open space within a 10-foot radius was formed. The moment, Wang Dust didn't give a damn about the fear of these wild monsters around him, and after beheading the strong sinking demon warrior, he gazed indifferently at the rock wall on his left. I'm curious, who gave you the guts to sneak up on me? Is this ing human? On the rock wall, 3 of Chun House followers stared dazedly downward, their faces filled with incredulity. How could they not have expected that Wang Dust would be able to dodge the cold arrows coming from the shadows while fighting the strong sinking demon warrior? Especially the Heelay who made a sneak attack. He felt like his 3 views were going to be shattered. The profession he had switched to was an archer, and although it was only an ordinary profession, not as good as Situyu's blast archer, the speed of the arrows he shot with his skills was comparable to bullets. If a second-turn professional had dodged it, he would have nothing to say, but Wang Duan was only a first-turn munchkin, or a chicken rib profession giant beastmaster. Wang Dust, what makes him able to dodge? Immediately afterward, upon seeing Wang Dust easily kill the strong sunken demon warrior. What to do? This guy is too scary. Why don't we retreat? Follower B Mage and Follower C Warrior were even shivering and couldn't speak well. Hearing their words, the healer A's face showed intent, If possible, he did not want to make an enemy of the terrifying Wang Chun. But just as he was about to agree to his companion's proposal, "I'm curious, who gave you the guts to sneak up on me?" The icy voice echoed in the valley, and the three of them simultaneously stiffened their bodies and turned their heads to see Wang Chen's cold and unfeeling gaze. "Damn it! He's found us!" The three followers panicked in their hearts. Just now, when they made their move, they thought that Wang Chuan would surely die, so they didn't hide themselves at all. Now, damn! Retreat is out of the question. If Wang Chuan doesn't die, once he stirs up today's incident to the Adventure Union, we'll be dead. He must be killed. Heel A, who was holding the bow and arrow, swallowed his smear with difficulty, his eyes sweeping over the two men beside him. Good. Under his gaze, the two men looked at each other, then nodded heavily. Spell it out. They didn't believe that their three archers, mages, and warriors, plus the wild monsters in the valley, still couldn't get rid of Wang Duan alone. With that in mind, the three of them began to head towards the valley. Chapter 28. Attacked from three sides, a certain death? This girl Sitiyu. Her ability to cause trouble really can't be underestimated. Looking at the three people coming down from the rock wall of the valley, Wang Chun thought icily in his heart. Upon closer inspection, he had remembered who the three guys were. 250 those three followers of Chun Hao. Since they appeared here, that Chun Hao fellow must be there too. Where is he hiding? Pondering in his mind, Wang Chuan's gaze scanned the rock wall, but in the end, he found nothing. "Wang Chun, what are they?" Just then, Sitiyu brought Bing Qing over with a nervous face. "Presumably, it's your suitor?" Hearing this, Wang Chun said indifferently. He didn't put Chun Hao's four people in his heart at all, so his tone was very bland at this moment. "What?" Sitiyu screamed, her eyes blank. "What do you mean, my suitors?" He looked at the trio on the rock wall with a skeptical look on his face. "After half a dozen looks, I don't recognize any of them." "Hey, they're bounty hunters, right? Don't you shake me." Upon hearing this, Wang Chun rolled his eyes breathlessly. "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about bounty hunters? A guy this weak, a dog won't even hitch a ride." With that in mind, he said with a lack of interest, "It's Chun Hao's three followers. That guy doesn't know where he's hiding now." Situyu's eyes stared, and his face instantly became very ugly. This guy Chun Hao dared to take a shot at himself? Their Chun family was living out of patience. Seeing Situyu's appearance, Wang Chun casually said, "Don't think too much. Their target is probably me." That won't work either. Go back and I'll have my old man exterminate their Chun family." Situyu sniffed and became even more angry. While Wang Chun and Situyu were talking, the sinking devils in the valley, seeing one of the two leaders die, had their morale directly halved. There were already quite a few sinking devils whose ferocious light in their eyes dissipated, and they began to think about where to escape from. And a scowl came over the withered face of the sunken wizard who was in the protection of his minions. "All of you, whoever dares to escape, I'll kill it first." It waved its short staff to drive away the minions around it, causing them to attack Wang Chun and Situyu. Terrorized by the sunken wizard's intimidation, the immensely fearful sunken wizards launched their charge in disarray. However, at this time they were like a regular army and a miscellaneous army compared to before, and their fighting strength and morale had fallen to the lowest point. "Bunch of trash." Startled by the sound, Wang dust skimmed over the sinking demon that rushed up. "You keep an eye on those guys. I'll take care of the wildlife." Giving a word to Situyu, he swung his long sword to meet the sinking demon. While killing ordinary sinking devils, his line of sight kept sweeping over the surroundings, looking for traces of sinking devil wizards. But this guy is tricky, keeping his body hidden among those minions, and constantly shifting his position. Worthy of being an intelligent wild monster, it's completely different from that short, frustrated, and thick one just now. Silently thinking in his heart, a cold smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Since the sinking demon wizard was planning to play hide and seek with him, he would kill all the surrounding sinking demons so that they would have nowhere to hide. With a decision in his mind, Wang Dust began to speed up the rate of slaughtering the surrounding sinking devils. Brush it off. A cold light flashed, and the sinking devils that rushed up fell as if they were cut down like wheat. In less than a minute, their disorganized ranks became somewhat emptier. And at this point, behind the many sinking devils, the sinking devil wizard carefully hid his body, his eyes resentful and incomparable as he looked at Wang Dust. At the same time, the twisted short staff in his hand swung in small increments, dark green energy coalescing at the tip of the staff. Soon after, this dark green energy condensed into a substantial sphere at the top of the short staff. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the sinking demon wizard. In the next moment, the short staff in his hand pointed toward Wang Chun, and the dark green sphere of energy suddenly shot out as a ray. Whoosh! The flying speed of this dark green ray was in no way inferior to the arrow shot by Sityu. In just the blink of an eye, he had arrived around Wang Chun. Seeing this scene, smugness and anticipation flashed across the sinking demon wizard's bark-like face. This dark green ray was none other than its long-range attack skill, Poison Ray. It couldn't wait to see the human who had caused the damage to the camp turn into a puddle of blood. In the meantime, when the trio of followers who had carefully entered the valley saw this scene, a flash of joy flashed across their eyes. "It's now!" Follower A yelled, and the drawn bowstring in his hand simply let go. The mage on the side also used a fireball spell at this time. In an instant, 3 attacks echoed back and forth, flying toward Wang Chun with a powerful aura. Rear. Sityu, who was holding a bow and arrow to suppress the warriors in the following trio, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw the 3 attacks that flew towards Wang Chun. "Wang Chun, be careful!" Those 3 attacks were extremely fast, and by the time she opened her mouth to warn her, they were already less than 2 meters away from Wang Chun. But, finally running out of patience, Wang Dust, who was strangling the sinking demon with his long sword in hand, felt the strong wind and a fishy odor coming from his side, but the expression on his face was not the slightest bit surprised. A level 20 wild monster with long-range attack skills and 3 unsuspecting guys lurking around. How could he not be on guard? Don't look at the fact that he seemed to be killing the sinking devil at this moment, but in fact, his mind had been tightly tensed just to prevent a sneak attack. Now that you're out, prepare to join your companions on the road. Turning around to face the flying poisonous rays directly, Wang Dust's line of sight directly locked onto the sinking demon wizard who was hiding in the back. Opposite, the locked-down sinking demon wizard's heart chilled, and his body subconsciously shrank back. But then, the fear on its face dissipated, and instead, it looked at Wang Chun with some disdain in its eyes. At this time, the distance between the poisonous ray and Wang Chun was less than a meter. With the flight speed of the poison ray, it would take less than 0.1 second to cross this distance. And there were 2 other attacks right behind it. Unless this human was a god, it would be absolutely impossible to escape. The sunken demon sorcerer was looking forward to seeing what happened next when the human was eroded by the poison and wailed miserably as he turned into blood. Available at this moment, it didn't see any fear on that human's face, and even the other party showed it a smile that looked bright but was full of icy killing intent. Playing God. Seeing this, the sinking demon wizard snorted coldly, not at all feeling that this human could escape this certain death at such a close distance. However, in the next second, the expression on the sinking demon wizard's face directly stiffened. Chapter 29. Extreme Combat Skills. The Valley. When the 3 attacks were about to hit his body, Wang Chen's body suddenly twisted against the norm. At this moment, it was as if the bones in his body didn't exist, and his entire body shifted 10 centimeters hard across to the left. And especially his feet, at this moment made a series of dazzling movements, his body so bizarre that it seemed unreal. This all happened in the middle of a very short period of time, just when the sinking demon wizard thought he was blinking. It was horrified to see that the poison ray flew past Wang Duan at some point and landed heavily on a sinking demon behind it. Bang! The poisonous rays went straight through the body of this sinking demon, pinning it heavily to the ground. And just in the blink of an eye, this sinking demon's corpse was left with no bones left, turning into blood and water that reeked of a fishy odor. The other 2 attacks did the same, not harming the human at all. How is that possible? How did this damn human dodge my attack at such a close distance? Upon seeing this scene, the sinking demon wizard's scalp exploded and his eyes almost glared out. What he saw in front of him was simply incomprehensible to his intelligence. And in the surroundings, Sityu and that trio of followers saw this scene, and their eyes almost glazed over. It is combat super sense and butterfly steps? No! And perfect level body manipulation, the 4 murmured in unison, looking at Wang Chun as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Sityu, as the top student in Dongling No. 1 middle school second only to Wang Duan, his knowledge base was naturally very complete. The various reactions that Wang Chuan made under the 3 attacks were all seen by her in some way, and she also found the techniques that corresponded to them. However, it was just a matter of seeing. Sitayu simply couldn't comprehend how Wang Chun had practiced these 3 combat techniques to such a high level, and was able to use them together at the same time. Naya! Everyone is a genius. Why is the gap so wide? Luckily, this guy's occupation is a giant beast royalist. If he casually switched to an ordinary occupation, I'm afraid that my old lady will be crushed underneath him for the rest of her life. At this moment, Sitayu, who had always displayed an iceberg image to the outside world, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. And at the entrance of the valley, a silently sneaking figure came over, and after seeing this scene, it even directly hid at the side of a sinking demon corpse. Is Wang Chun still human? This can even be dodged. Chun Hao was staring into the distance with wide eyes at this moment, wailing in his heart. How could he not expect that he was prepared to come in to see how Wang Chun would die, only to see such a shocking scene? At this moment, Chun Hao was a bit skeptical. Could he really reach his goal? In the meantime, phew! At the center of everyone's sight, Wang Chun let out a long breath, silently experiencing the soreness of his body. 3 high-level combat techniques were used in a row, especially since among them was the butterfly step, a technique that was extremely taxing on the body and mind. With his body that was comparable to that of a level 20 professional at this time, he also felt a bit disengaged. However, although his body was a bit tired, Wang Chen's spirit was very uplifted. Just now, in that flash of lightning, he felt that his experience of the butterfly steps had become even more profound. Moreover, the power displayed by the butterfly steps made him very satisfied. Butterfly steps, a combat technique that was usually only covered by professionals above the 3rd turn. In order to perform, not only do you need a strong body, but you also need to have fine control like a machine. Even amongst the 3rd turn professionals, less than 1% were able to successfully practice. Previously, when he was in school, after Wang Chuan had learned the combat skills taught by his teacher, he secretly found a full set of butterfly steps training tutorials in the library. Today, it was the first time he tested the real-world power of the butterfly steps. It's not in vain that I've been practicing hard for months. This kind of higher combat technique is really a huge boost to strength. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chuan instantly became more interested in several other combat techniques that were on par with the butterfly steps. Now, though, is not the time to think about that. Moving his body a bit, his eyes looked playfully at the dumbfounded sunken demon wizard across the room. This guy, he hadn't recovered from the shock of his own poison ray missing. No way! What the hell was that weird situation just now? That abominable human's body just seemed to have disappeared from the middle of this space in an instant. Why is this happening? With incredulity in his heart, the sinking demon wizard felt that the human across from him was a monster. It was clearly not a high rank, about the same as those human professionals that it had beaten the crap out of before, but in real strength it was incredibly strong. For a time, the sinking demon wizard's heart had risen in retreat. When encountering this kind of perverted monster, if you can't beat it, you run away, and you don't lose the face of the sinking demon at all. Roar! All of you! Tear this damn human to pieces! Grumpily driving his remaining minions to surround Wang Dust, the sinking demon wizard didn't move and began to retreat. It could feel an eye with malice locking onto it the whole time, but it didn't even dare to turn its head to look. You can't change who you are. The timid nature of these sinking devils can't be changed even if they've mutated. Looking at the sinking demon wizard who was preparing to escape, a cold smile appeared on Wang Dust's face. However, he was in no hurry, and while taking care of those remaining ordinary sinking devils, he approached the sinking devil wizard without slowing down. This valley has an overall pocket shape with rock walls on 3 sides that are not too high, but easy to get down but tough to get up. The sunken demon wizard tried to escape, and it didn't look like there was any other way to live but the exit of the valley. However, it was now retreating towards the interior of the valley, which aroused Wang Chen's interest. This situation meant that there were definitely passages inside the valley that led to other places. Now that he was keeping the sinking demon wizard for a while longer, Wang Dust felt that he might have some unexpected gains. After all, for these mutated wild monsters with intelligence, besides being ferocious and tyrannical, each of them had a bit of a fetish for collecting treasures. Under Wang Dust's superior efficiency, the remaining dozens of ordinary sinking devils were quickly decimated. By now, the floor of the valley was littered with mangled corpses of sinking devils, and the strong odor of blood smoked people to the point of vomiting. Wang Chuan glanced at the figure not far away that was quietly moving toward the interior of the valley before he looked with an icy gaze toward the three figures that were dumbfounded under the rock wall. Now, it's time to settle the score between us. Chapter 30. What's the point of talking about feelings now? Now, it's time to settle the score between us. Wang Dust walked forward with his sword, his eyes looking at the three people under the rock wall with a smile or not. At this moment, the dumbfounded trio of followers were awakened by the icy voice, and all of them couldn't help but tremble physically, especially when they felt the killing intent in Wang Chen's gaze. They were all about to despair. Before they came, they had thought that it would be incredibly easy to tackle a giant imperial beastmaster, and that they could use this to hug Chun Hao's thigh. But I didn't expect that the three of them, even with the assistance of the wild monsters, didn't have the slightest impact on Wang Chun. This peer is so strong it's almost like a monster. Wang Dust, we have no choice but to do so. Can you spare us? Yes. This was all forced on us by Chun Hao. None of us wanted it. Please, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, let us go. Knowing that they and the others were by no means Wang Chen's opponents, the trio of followers did not hesitate to beg for mercy at this point. Even the follower shamelessly raised the laborious 3-year classmate relationship. Ha! Hearing their words, Wang Chun was amused. Classmate love? He doesn't even know what these three guys' names are. So there's a load of emotion. Besides, if we're talking about feelings now, what were we doing before? Cut the crap with me. Where's Chen Hao? Speak up numbly, and I can give you a hard time. Eyes indifferent as he looked at the three, Wang Chun was not moved at all. Hearing his words, the trio's faces turned pale, and Hila said with some undying concern, Wang Dust, if you spare us, we will tell you. Swish! With a flash of cold light, Heal A's head was directly cut off. Who are you to bargain with me? I don't know what the hell is going on. Waving his hand to shake off the blood on his long sword, Wang Chen's tone was filled with mockery. On the side, the followers B and C were drenched in blood all over their heads, and directly paralyzed on the ground shivering. Chun Hao is outside the valley. The two of them were as soft as mud and only knew how to shout frantically under their breath. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun swished 2 swords to understand them and twisted his head to run out of the valley with Sitayu. But there were indeed signs of activity outside the valley, but it was empty and there was no sign of Chun Hao. This can't run away. This girl will definitely dismantle him. Returning to the original spot, Sitayu kicked the stones with a furious look. Wang Dust, who was in the process of picking up his equipment, looked at the young girl strangely at the words. It wasn't that he doubted the veracity of what Sitayu had said. After all, in Dongling City, there really wasn't a guy who had offended the Situ family and was still alive and kicking. He was just a little surprised. This girl's heart is really big. Before killing wild monsters when not soft, now killing. What are you looking at? Sitayu noticed Wang Chen's line of sight and glared over with a puff of air. Nothing. Spreading his hands, Wang Dust got up with the stripped equipment. Let's go. Go after the sinking demon wizard. If you're late, the duck in your mouth will fly. Greeting Sitayu, Wang Chun directly stepped toward the interior of the valley. As for the surrounding sinking demon corpses, neither he nor Sitayu were interested in scavenging them. A wild monster of the type of sinking demon had no useful materials on it at all. Even the meat was poisoned, and it was only the experience value that was more lucrative. It was because of this that the duo didn't even realize that there was a guy who had been stunned hiding in the middle of a few sunken demon corpses. Phew! Running beside an overgrown bush deep in the valley, the sunken wizard looked back. Not realizing that the 2 dastardly humans weren't following, it let out a long breath. Damn humans! Sooner or later I will seek revenge on you. With a low curse under its breath, it plucked the grass in front of it with its short staff and stepped inside. Behind the overgrown bushes was a dark and eerie hole about 2 meters in diameter, from which a chilling aura spread outward. It made the ground at the edge of the cave entrance, frozen hard. Here, a secret passageway that the sunken demon wizard had stumbled upon, through which he could leave the valley directly. Because of the seclusion of this place, the sinking demon wizard also placed his lair in the passageway. I'll be back. Taking a lingering look at his surroundings, the sunken wizard stepped into the cave entrance while covering it up again with weeds. Hopefully, those 2 damn humans won't find this place. With a silent thought in its mind, it walked towards the depths of the cave. But The sinking demon wizard's thoughts were doomed to failure. Shortly after it entered the cave, footsteps appeared around it. Wong Dust, how did you find out that it still has a secret base? Seeing the hole that emanated cold air, Sitayu poked Wang Duan, her face filled with excitement. With my head, of course. At those words, Wang Duan peeled Situyu's hands that were poking around on his body to the side. This valley is in the shape of a pocket with only one exit, and the sinking demon wizard chose to run inside when he escaped, so there must be other secret passages. Explaining casually, he walked over to the cave entrance and used his long sword to push aside the weeds that covered it. Up close, one could see that the edges and surface of the hole were so smooth that it didn't look like it had been dug out at all, but more like a hole made by some kind of creature. Be careful in a while. There's no chance there'll be a terrifyingly powerful one in here. Reminding a word to Sitayu, who was full of curiosity, Wang Chun walked into the cave with his sword. About 20 meters down, the slope disappeared and the passage became gentle. Rip, as the illumination spell scroll tore open, a soft glow illuminated the surrounding area of 10 meters. Looking at those smooth rock walls of the passageway, Wang Dust was more certain about his previous guess. It really wasn't an excavated passage. The rock walls were smooth and occasionally some sort of imprint could be seen, like scales pressed into them. About 2 meters in diameter with a scaly body that can travel quickly underground. Looking around, Wang Dust combined the guesses he thought of one by one. This should be the cave left by the dark worms. Soon he had his answer. Dark worms. On the side, Sitayu heard Wang Chen's whisper and his neck shrank, as if he had thought of some horrifying image. Dark worm. A wild monster that lives underground. Technically, it's not that powerful among the wild monsters. Although it had a length of more than 5 meters and a body with a diameter of more than 2 meters, its level was only around 35 to 40. It wasn't considered a big trouble for the elite professionals who were active in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, its hideous appearance and the huge mouth that opened up to a diameter of more than 3 meters made many female professionals stay away from it. What? Scared? Seeing Situyu's appearance, Wang Duan smiled and asked. Not at all. Sitayu is a little out of breath. A 5-meter bug is scary to think about. Chapter 31. All attributes breaking 100. Don't worry. In the cave, Wang Dust smiled when he saw Situyu's face turn a little white. This should be the cave where the dark worms used to be, now that they've left, or else that nest of sinking devils out there wouldn't still be alive today. Oh, Sitayu said, quietly relieved to hear that it was okay. Come on, let's hurry up and find the collection of the sunken demon wizard you were talking about. If we get there late, it'll be gone. To prove that she wasn't afraid, she strides ahead, carrying her bow and arrow. Back. When Wang Dust saw the scene, he smiled and shook his head. This girl, who doesn't change her face when she sees dead people, is afraid of bugs. Well, if we really run into the dark worms, will this chick, Sitayu, be so scared that she'll cry? Thinking with some anticipation in his heart, Wang Dust quickly chased after him. 5 minutes later, as the duo went deeper into the cavern, they had gradually sensed the aura of the sunken demon wizard. Meanwhile, clanked, the sound of objects colliding also reached the ears. No need to guess. The sinking witch must be packing up his belongings and getting ready to run away. Luminous stones dimly glowed. A thin, dry figure laboriously placed an item on the spread-out animal skin. From time to time, these items clashed together, making a clanking sound. Sooner or later, I'll form a bigger tribe of sinking demons and skin those 2 damned humans. The sinking demon wizard kept cursing under his breath while quickly loading up those items he thought would be useful. As for some of the other bottles and jars, it was left with the heartbreaking choice of giving them up. In this way, the resentment in its heart towards those 2 abominable humans became even more intense. Once things were pretty much packed away, the sunken wizard was ready to roll up his animal skins. But just then, he suddenly realized that the light in the middle of this secret base of his had all of a sudden become incredibly bright, and the glow in the dark stones in his hands had all dimmed. Damn humans! How did you 2 know about this place? Craning his head toward the source of the light, the sunken wizard froze, followed by a cry of grief and alarm. You're the one who brought us here. Wang Dust spread his hands and brought a smile on his face. In the light of the illumination spell, he saw quite a few goodies from the sunken wizard's collection. Several valuable magical herbs, ores that emit an eerie glow, and 7 or 8 irregularly shaped holy crystals. This sinking demon wizard is going to be even richer than I thought. Silently thinking in his heart, Wong Dust looked at the sinking demon wizard as if he was looking at walking gold coins. You guys! Damnable humans! I'll fight you! The sinking demon wizard was chilled by Wong Dust's eyes and waved his small short staff in a shrill cry. Before the words left his mouth, the tip of the short staff in his hand surged with dark green magical power. A pungent odor began to fill the cavern. But, whoosh! The sinking demon sorcerer's skill was just about to be ready when a sharp arrow, like lightning, hit its body. Bang! The tremendous power carried on the arrow directly nailed the sunken demon wizard to the rock wall. Ah! The intense pain made the sunken wizard scream, but immediately after, a cold light slashed across its neck and the screams came to an abrupt end. Seeing as you've contributed so much, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. No thanks. Waving his hand to shake off the beads of blood on the blizzard longsword, Wang Chun put the sword back into its sheath. In the meantime, the sinking demon wizard's body fell to the ground powerlessly, and 3 dim light masses emerged on its surface before they respectively disappeared into Wang Chun, Situyu, and Bing Qing's bodies. As Wang Chuan had predicted earlier, after killing the last sinking demon wizard, his level increased to level 15, and Bing Qing also increased to level 5. Beast Pet, Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, under a month infancy. Level, 5. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 700 Wisdom, 700 Physique, 700 Agility, 700. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills. Frost Body SSS, Extreme Cold Spit SSS, Cold Hell SSS, Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction. Slightly. Name, Wong Dust. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level, 15. Talents. All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Identification Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B. Strength, 102.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 105.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 102.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 102.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 50. Levels reached 15, attribute points were still evenly distributed, and all 4-dimensional attributes broke through the 100-point mark in the naked state. Looking at his attribute panel, Wong Dust nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being an ancestral beast, Ice Clear is just powerful. Nowadays, even if he didn't have any attack skills in his hands, he could still arm wrestle with a level 30 melee profession just with his 4-dimensional attribute enhanced body. As for professionals less than level 20, he could crush them with one hand. However, this thought was slightly curtailed after Wang Chun saw Situyu on the side. This kind of professional with the ability to banknote probably has to use 2 hands. What are you looking at? Do you want to practice with my lady? Noticing Wang Chen's line of sight, Situyu glared, her eyes a bit impish. The blaster archer, unlike the giant Imperial Beastmaster, needs to split the experience equally with the beast pet. Therefore, Situyu's level was even 2 levels higher than Wang Duan's, reaching level 17. Having surpassed Wang Chun in rank for the first time, Situyu was full of confidence at this moment, proudly resembling a peacock with its screen open. Or not. Seeing the young girl's provocative expression, Wang Chun shook his head breathlessly. I'm afraid I'll make you cry. Mentally muttering, he didn't say anything. Situyu, this girl herself was competitive. If this was known to her, the gap between the two not only didn't narrow but also widened. Wong Dust felt that he would be annoyed to death by Situyu in the future. Hey! Scared, aren't you? From now on, the name of this 10,000-year-old will be yours. With a smile on her pretty face, Situyu proudly waved her pink fist. Since she had known Wang Chun, this was the first time she had surpassed the other party. The mood now is simply soothing. Woohoo! At this moment, Little Ice Ching, who flew to the side as an atmosphere group, looked at Sityu with eyes full of sympathy. What a stupid human being. With a flick of her wings, she flew to Sityu's shoulder and patted Sityu's head with her small wings. It's pathetic, flat and brainless. Hee. Sityu, who had no idea what little Bingqing was thinking at this moment. The smugness on his face became even more intense. Did you see that, Wang Duan? Little Bingqing all think I'm right. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression turned strange. With the Imperial Beast contract in place, how could he not know what little Bingqing was thinking? Nice guy. You think she's complimenting you? She is pitying you, maiden. Forcing back the urge to laugh, Wang Dust walked over to the beast's skins on the ground and checked the harvest. As for Stuart Jade, let her sink in a world of falsehood. Chapter 32. Instant Sword. 2 strikes. With the light of the illumination scroll, Wang Dust checked out the Sinking Demon Wizard's collection. 6 moonwort plants. 12 secret silver ores. 23 unknown scales. It had to be said that the collection of the Sinking Demon Wizard was still very rich, and these D-rank magical materials could be sold for at least 8,000 or 9,000 gold coins when taken out for sale. However, these things, Wang Dust just took a look at them and put them aside. Then, his eyes excitedly looked at the 2 items that were separated out individually. 8 holy crystal stones worth 80,000 gold coins, and a grayish, seemingly book-like item. I can't believe that this guy, the Sinking Demon Wizard, has a skill book in his collection? Picking up this grayish book, Wang Dust thought with some excitement. Without hesitation, he directly took out the appraisal scroll and appraised the skill book. Swish! With a flash of light, the information of the skill book appeared in front of his eyes. Instant Sword D. General skill, active attack skill. Instantly burst forward a distance after use, and send a powerful chopping blow to the enemy. Remarks. Instant Sword bursts forward a distance of 10 meters, can be upgraded. 2. Cooldown time for each use is 10 seconds. Well, bursting forward 10 meters, as long as it's applied properly, this can be used as an instantaneous movement skill entirely. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Dust felt very satisfied with this skill book. At this point, quickly show me, what level skill book is it? Sityu poked her head over and looked curiously into Wang Chen's hand. But just a D-ranked general skill book? When she saw that the instant sword was only a D-rank skill book, she showed some lack of interest. Skill books are graded with a maximum of S grade and a minimum of F grade. A D-rank skill book was already quite good for an ordinary professional. Putting it in the trading market, it could be sold for at least 100,000 gold coins. But for Sityu, she couldn't even look at this kind of low-level skill book. After the transfer was over, the B-rank skill books that the family had prepared for him were all too much for her to pick out. Aside, Wang Chun heard Sityu use words and rolled his eyes breathlessly. There has always been a widely circulated saying amongst professionals that there are no trash skills, only trash professionals. He didn't look down on the instant sword just because it was only a D-rank skill. Wang Dust, this skill book, you'd better keep it and sell it in the trade market. Seeing that Wang Duan was a bit unimpressed, Sityu came over and said with a smile, in the skill books my father prepared for me, there are 2 B-rank skills that don't match me. If you call out to me as a sister, I can sell them to you for 2 gold coins. Oh. Saying that, Sityu winked with a look like you've earned it. To this, Wang Dust directly shook his head. 2 gold coins for 2 B-rank skill books. To be honest, he did have some heart. After all, a B-grade skill book was worth at least 1 million on the market. But looking at the cunning hidden in the young girl's eyes, he knew that this girl was definitely harboring bad intentions and had great intentions. Selling himself for 2 skill books was not something he would do. Moreover, the power he exerted using D-rank skills nowadays didn't have to be weaker than those first-turn professionals who possess B-rank skills. Since you don't want it, it's mine. As he spoke, Wang Chun distributed all of the holy crystal stones on the ground to Sityu, and then directly chose to use the skill book. With a flash of light, he then directly learned the instant sword skill. Next, the 50 skill points that he had been saving, all of them were put on the instant sword to strengthen its power. As a D-rank skill, the instant sword has a level cap of 5, which is raised by 1 level for every 10 skill points. 50 skill points were invested to raise the instant sword skill from level 1 to level 5. The power was increased by 50%, and the surging distance was increased by 5 meters to 15 meters. In the meantime, after raising the skill level to full, a new change appeared on the instant sword's information. Instant sword D. General skill, active attack skill, instantly surging forward a distance after use and delivering a powerful chopping blow to the enemy. Remarks. Level max, surging distance of 15 meters. Note, Level 2. Unlocked two-step attack, can be used again within 2 seconds after using instant sword, but will accumulate cooldown time. Looking at the instant sword's new information, Wang Chun nodded in satisfaction. This new special effect 2-strike was just another reason why he chose to instantly this D-rank skill. As we all know, any skill that is raised to full level through skill points will have a full level effect. However, for high-level skills, the level cap and the skill points consumed when strengthening and raising them are much higher than for low-level skills. 50 skill points could raise a D rank skill to full level, but if you invested in a B rank skill, it would be good to raise it by 1 level. Every time a first-turn professional upgraded, the skill points they gained were only 10, which was a complete drop in the bucket for high-level skills. In this case, for Wang Dust, it was most cost-effective to raise the low-level skills to full level. As for gaining high-level skills later and not having enough skill points in hand, he wasn't worried. Skill points can be obtained by challenging secret sidekicks in addition to each upgrade of the professional. Of course, this way of obtaining it was a bit of a distance for the current Wang Dust. The secret realm copies were basically held in the hands of the University of the Dragon Kingdom and the major powers. What he could do at the moment was to raise his strength as much as possible, and then get the knockout bricks to snap open these secret realm copies after the college entrance exam competition. Aside, Sitayu stomped her foot in exasperation when she saw that Wang Chun had directly learned the instant sword skill. Stinky guy, is it so hard to get you to bow down and give in? With indignation in her heart, she gathered up the items on the floor, turned and ran out. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust scratched his head somewhat puzzled. However, he still hurriedly chased after him, then directly dragged Sitayu towards the depths of the cave. The cave went straight ahead, straight out the exit, just saving them a detour. And in the meantime, in the pile of corpses in the valley, the waking Chun Hao crawled up on his hands and knees. Saved! Without seeing Wang Duan's figure around, Chun Hao was almost in tears at this moment. The strength that Wang Chuan had shown earlier, and the aura of killing without mercy was simply too frightening. The palpitating Chun Hao completely forgot about his goal at this point. He climbed up and was about to move away from the place that made him have a mental shadow. But just then, knock knock, footsteps sounded outside the valley. Chun Hao subconsciously ducked back into the corpse and looked outside with a frightened heart. Soon, 4 uninvited guests came to the valley in a mess. These 4 people had different looks and ages, and different attire, but all of them carried a ferocious aura. After entering the valley, they pulled away from each other for a short distance, warily surveying their surroundings. Chapter 33 Iguana Squad. The valley where the sinking devil is. More than 100 corpses of sinking devils fell across the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire valley. For cautious figures, 2 meters apart from each other, carefully walked in the middle of the valley. Boss, what's going on? The one walking in front was a sharp-tongued man with a pair of triangular eyes looking at the fallen bodies of the sunken devils around him, with a hint of fear hidden in the bottom of his eyes. As a 35-level 1-turn professional, the Hanyu was not afraid of the sinking demon. He alone, as usual, could also decimate these numbers of sinking devils. But on the floor of the valley, more than half of those fallen sinking demon corpses were killed by a single blow without any extra injuries. This kind of tactic was something he couldn't catch up with even if he beat his horse. Boss, could this be the work of a 3rd-turn powerhouse? When the Hanyu walked to the center of the valley and saw the strong sinking demon warrior who had also had his throat closed with a single blow, he finally couldn't help but stop and turn around to look back. How can that be? 3rd-turn powerhouses aren't that idle. Behind him, the middle-aged man as strong as a polar bear frowned unhappily. It should be a 2nd-turn swordsman. Check your surroundings and don't scare yourselves. The strong middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the squad of people to spread out and search. Boss, look! Not long after, the triangular-eyed man exclaimed and walked over, clutching a large bundle. They're all special arrows laced with magical metals, and each one recovers at least 100 gold coins. Which archer is such a loser? Use it once and then don't want it anymore, he said with a shocked look on his face as he placed the item on the ground. Upon hearing this, the strong middle-aged man looked at it and had a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Ordinary archers using arrows that were made from synthetic metals, each costing basically 10 gold coins or more, and these in front of him, Each one was made of a special alloy with certain magical metals mixed in. The price, it was estimated, was over a few hundred gold coins each. Even with the strong middle-aged man's insight, he couldn't help but be shaken in his heart at this moment. How rich does one have to be to use special arrows as disposables? Boss, I'm afraid we've stumbled upon a big fat sheep this time. The triangular-eyed man counted the arrows one by one, the greed on his face growing more and more intense. Don't jump to conclusions so early. Whether it's a sheep or a wolf is yet to be seen. Keep searching and see if you can find any other clues. At those words, the strong middle-aged man snorted coldly and put away all the arrows on the ground. Oh! Hearing his words, the triangular-eyed man reluctantly nodded and turned to continue to go searching. Soon, the four made another discovery. Boss, found a live one over here, a munchkin. A man with a broomstick head carried Chun Hao, who was covered in blood. Over. At this moment, Chun Hao's body was as soft as mud, and his eyes were filled with despair. How could he not expect that Wang Chun, the killing star, had just left on the front foot, and that he would run into the infamous hyena squad on the back foot? Hyena squad. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the infamous bounty hunter squad acted cruelly and never left any survivors alive when they struck. There were a total of 4 people in the squad, and the middle-aged man, who was as strong as a polar bear, was the squad's leader, a second turn level 50 warrior. The remaining 3, the second and third, were turn 1 level 40 assassins and druids, and the fourth was a turn 1 level 40 shield warrior. With the strength of 1 second turn and 3 advanced first turns, the hyena squad ranked 36th on the wanted list of the Dongling City Adventure Union, with a bounty as high as 4 million gold coins. Bang! Chun Hao was thrown in front of the hyena boss, and in fear, he couldn't care about the pain on his body, and hissed for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm the youngest master of the Qin family. I have plenty of money. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. 3 days later, the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The dark jungle was shaded by a canopy of tall trees that blocked out the light from the sky. It was so quiet in the jungle that the sound of the wind ruffling the leaves could be heard clearly. Sasha. Wang Chun walked deep and shallow in the jungle. Beside him was Sitayu, who was holding little Bingqing. Wang Chun, I regret it. Sitayu continuously used the longbow in her hand to pluck away the thorns that blocked her path, with a somewhat sultry expression on her face. What? Hearing her words, Wang Dust, who was repeating the same action beside her, turned his head and asked, Wang Duan, this path you've chosen simply sucks. Pushing aside the thorns and weeds that blocked the way, Sitayu grumbled. Originally, after seeing Bingqing's strong strength, she thought that the next trip to the golden-scaled python's activity area would be a straight path, with God blocking gods, blocking the devils, 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 blocking, and crushing all the wild monsters. Results. Just 3 days after setting out, Sitayu was saddened to realize that things were not at all like she thought they would be. What was imagined to be a beautiful journey has turned into a wilderness survival now. The number of wild monsters encountered was indeed considerable, but more time was spent, all on the open road. These damned thorns and weeds had rendered all the pretty clothes she'd spent so much effort preparing useless, and now she was alive and well as a savage. On the side, Wang Chun touched his nose somewhat awkwardly when he heard Situ use words. It is indeed his pot. The route was drawn with the idea of saving time, and as a result, he forgot that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was a completely primitive area, and the consequence of deviating from the route on the adventure map was that there wasn't even a road. Surviving alone in pristine terrain is also a necessary skill for professionals. I'm just letting you get a feel for it ahead of time now, so don't complain. The road will be easier through this area ahead. Swinging his long sword to cut the thorns that blocked his path, Wang Dust justified his mistake. Hearing his words, Situyu beamed. Oh, ayuk, men's mouths. Lying ghosts. That's what you said yesterday, and you haven't gotten out of the middle of this area today. With this thought in his mind, Situyu's eyes became more nuclear in nature as he looked at Wang Chun. But it was just as she was about to tell this abomination that she wasn't so gullible. A black shadow abruptly sprang out from among the weeds and thorns and ferociously pounced on Wang Chun. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and it slammed headfirst directly into Wang Chen's arms. Bang! In the next second, Wang Chen's body flew backwards directly toward the back. And in the same spot where he stood, a leopard 2 meters long, half a man tall, with fur as black as ink appeared. Level 30 wild monster. Shadow Leopard. Wang Duan. Seeing this scene, Sitayu let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly bent her bow to attack the shadow leopard, trying to attract its attention. But the shadow leopard that suddenly appeared easily dodged the arrows and didn't care about Sitayu at all. Instead, he used all 4 of his feet to chase after Wang Chun, who had been knocked away. Chapter 34: The Cunning Shadow Leopard. Between the jungles, the shadow leopard was extremely fast, like lightning, and caught up with Wang Chun almost in an instant. Swish! In the ear-piercing sound of breaking wind, its 2 sharp claws flashed with an awe-inspiring cold light, pointing straight at Wang Chen's throat. Man in mid-air. Wang Dust looked at the oncoming shadow leopard. His eyes were ancient and calm, without the slightest bit of fear. Only to see that he took a long breath at this moment, and violently turned his body. The blast wind longsword in his hand crossed in front of his body, stopping the 2 sharp claws of the shadow leopard. Bang! With the sound of the collision, he used the force of the recoil to send his body flying diagonally out towards the other side, incidentally dodging the subsequent strike from the shadow leopard. Knock knock! After landing, Wang Chun moved his feet and quickly retreated to Situyu's side. And on the opposite side, the shadow leopard made a beautiful pirouette in the air, and his body landed firmly on the ground. Are you okay? Situyu's pretty face turned white as she looked at Wang Chen's chest with some concern. It's okay. This guy's head isn't hard enough. Shaking his head, Wang Dust stared vigilantly at the shadow leopard and returned Situyu's sentence. He reacted the moment the shadow leopard appeared just now, and although his opponent was caught off guard, he consciously unloaded his force backwards when he was hit. Half of the body being knocked away was due to the impact of the shadow leopard, and half was also due to Wang Chen's active choice. This cunning fellow is so devious? Seeing that Wang Chun was fine, Sitayu breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look viciously at the shadow leopard. Bending his bow, an arrow shot out like a cannonball, aiming straight at the shadow leopard's head. The unexpected situation just now had startled her. The young girl with a small heart decided to get back at her with a vengeance. But in the face of this arrow, a flash of humanized disdain flashed across the shadow leopard's scarlet eyes. When the arrows that shot out were about to come to its body, it moved all 4 of its feet and its body flickered rapidly between lightning and fire, as if it was a twisted shadow, directly dodging Situyu's attack. Saw the scene. Sitayu was a bit dumbfounded. How could he not expect that the shadow leopard would still be able to dodge the attack at such a close distance? Besides, is this guy that intelligent? Noticing the disdain that the shadow leopard exuded, Sitayu thought indignantly in his heart. However, on the side, after Wang Dust saw the shadow leopard flashing through the arrows like a ghost, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. Under such a violent movement, the shadow leopard didn't make a single sound between its actions. No wonder he didn't realize it before it made its move. I'm afraid. It's another mutated wild monster. Silently thinking in his heart, a flash of light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as the detection technique was unleashed. Monster. Mutant Shadow Leopard. Level 30. Fighting style. Melee. Skills: clawing, biting, shadow walking. Type: mutation. Sure enough, seeing the attributes of the shadow leopard, Wang Chun nodded silently. As he had guessed, this shadow leopard was indeed a mutated wild monster. It made no sound between its actions before, even its breath was hidden. It should be the credit of that shadow walk skill. Thinking in his heart, Wang Chun was a little afraid that if the target of the shadow leopard's attack just now was not himself, but Sitayu, the consequences would be unimaginable. But this shadow leopard had some trouble if it had been lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to move, but now that it had appeared in front of the eyes, this shadow walking skill of its was considered null and void. Use long-range skills to limit its movements and don't let it retreat into the jungle. Giving a command to Sitayu, Wang Chun quickly rushed towards the shadow leopard with his sword. Instant sword. The body pulled out a trail of residual shadows in the air, and in the next second, Wang Chun had already arrived in front of the shadow leopard, and the blast wind longsword in his hand chopped down heavily. At this moment, his sudden burst of speed caused the shadow leopard to freeze, but immediately afterward a tyrannical look surged in his scarlet eyes. How dare the damn prey take the initiative? It's so uninformed. Roar! With a cruel snarl, it swung its sharp claws to meet it without fear. Bang! The blizzard longsword and the sharp claws clashed together with a loud boom. Right at this moment, the shadow leopard's scarlet eyes suddenly widened, only to feel a surge of great force coming from its sharp claws. This damn prey, not only was it fast, but it was surprisingly extremely powerful as well. Without the slightest surprise, the instant sword's powerful chop directly sent the shadow leopard flying. Roar! However, the shadow leopard was worthy of being a mutated wild monster, and its ferocity was simply not comparable to ordinary wild monsters. As its body flew backwards on its way, it roared angrily, and the tail behind its buttocks was like a long whip as it ferociously lashed at Wang Chun. Wang Chun, be careful! Not far away, Sityu, who was bending his bow and holding an arrow to aim, let out a nervous cry and loosened the bowstring in his hand. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, hitting the shadow leopard's tail heavily. Bang! A cloud of blood exploded, and the shadow leopard that landed on the ground had a section of its tail missing directly behind its buttocks. Roar! The pain caused the shadow leopard to let out a mournful growl at this moment, and its scarlet eyes gave Sityu a deadly look, in which there was a biting, killing intent surging. That look was as if to say, "I remember you." After doing so, the shadow leopard's body quickly retreated towards the back. It was going to hide in the darkness again and wait for the right time to properly hug this arrow. But it had good intentions, but Wang Chun didn't want to give it a chance. Just then, Wang Chun, whose body was falling downward due to inertia, slammed one foot in midair. With this kick, it was as if he was stepping on solid ground, and his body rushed out as if he were a phantom. Instant sword. Second strike. This was exactly the special effect that appeared when you tapped the instant sword to full level through skill points. Next, Wang Chuan's body appeared in front of the shadow leopard like an instantaneous movement. The shadow leopard, who was preparing to withdraw backward, saw a flash of shock in his eyes at this scene. It seemed to be how it had never occurred to him that this prey could still burst out with such terrifying speed. But it couldn't even think about it at this time. The ear-piercing sound of breaking wind was whistling in its ears. The blast wind longsword chopped down heavily. Roar! With a roar, the shadow leopard swung its sharp claws to meet it. Bang! A violent crash sounded. The shadow leopard, who was in a passive position, was directly crushed to the ground by the powerful force carried on this sword. Roar! Covered in dirt, the shadow panther felt immensely humiliated and opened its hideous mouth to bite at the human in front of it. It was going to take this abominable prey and tear it to pieces. However, at this moment, lying on the ground, its threatening nature had dropped to an extremely low level in Wang Chen's eyes. The hideously huge mouth that opened was more of a joke than anything else. With a movement of his feet, Wang Chen's body flashed past the shadow leopard's attack as if it were a ghost. Then, when the shadow leopard's head was about to brush against his own, the blast wind longsword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Chapter 35. Serious Face. You can't beat me. The sharp long sword pierced into the middle of the shadow leopard's bloody mouth, stabbing out directly from the back of his head. Swish! As Wang Chan withdrew his long sword, the shadow leopard's body shook helplessly for a few moments and collapsed heavily on the ground. This level 30 mutated wild monster was so miserably turned into a corpse. Wang Chun, did I shoot that arrow just now at just the right time? The battle ended, and Sityu came up with a smile on his face. Words. Wang Dust shook off the blood on his long sword and glared at her without any good reason. The task he had given to Sityu just now was for her to restrict the shadow leopard's movements with her long-range attacks to prevent this fellow from escaping. As a result, Sityu was good and didn't listen to the command and directly broke the shadow leopard's tail with an arrow. A shadow leopard fur in good condition on the market could be sold for 20,000 gold coins. Without the tail, the price would at least shrink by half. However, Wang Dust also knew that this little girl was worried about herself to be like this. Yeah, you're the best, Wang Dust said with some words. Hearing his words, Sityu's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and a silly smile appeared on her face. This scene made Wang Dust roll his eyes. In the meantime, while the two of them were talking, 3 dim masses of light surfaced from the corpse of the shadow leopard before they respectively disappeared into the bodies of the 2 of them and Little Ice Ching. The accumulation of these 3 days coupled with the experience value gained now caused the light of upgrading to appear on the bodies of the 2 people and 1 beast pet at the same time. When Wang Chuan's mind moved, information about Little Ice Ching and his brand new attributes surfaced. Beast pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Ching. Sex, female. Age, under a month infancy. Level 11. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 1000, Wisdom 1000, Physique 1000, Agility 1000. Without any buff, equipment, or props to enhance it. Skills. Frost Body SSS. Extreme Cold Breath SSS. Ice Inferno SSS. Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty 100. Equipment none. Introduction omitted. Name Wong Dust. Occupation Giant Beastmaster. Level 21. Talents. All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills. Imperial Beast Technique S. Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B. Bloodline Identification Technique Divine. Contract Summoning B. Instant Sword D. Strength 147.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom 147.5 plus 5 points.
Physique, 147.5 plus 5 points.
Agility 147.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points 0 points. Unassigned skill points 60. It's the same old story. Attribute points are evenly distributed and skill points are reserved first. Now, not counting any increase in equipment, Wang Chen's 4-dimensional attributes had already approached the 150-point mark. This attribute was basically twice the main attribute of a professional of the same rank. As for Little Ice Ching, 1,000 points of single attributes was too super specified, and a level 60 warrior would probably be slapped over by Little Ice Ching. Satisfied with his attributes, Wang Chan twisted his head to look at Sityu. This girl's 2 eyes were vacant, with a silly grin on her face, obviously distributing her free attribute points. Speaking up, because Wang Chan was going to split the experience value evenly with Bing Qing, Sityu Yu's current level, which was a full 4 levels higher than his, had reached level 25. According to this upgrading speed, Wang Chuan felt that before the journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was over, Sityu, the girl, would be able to reach the full level of the first turn, and would have to carry out the second turn. Hey! Wang Dust, are you envious of me now? As long as you give me Little Ice Ching, the experience value of any wild monsters you encounter afterward will be yours. By that time, you'll be able to catch up with me in rank. After assigning the attributes, Sityu noticed Wang Chen's line of sight and a bad smile appeared on his face. In her 3 years of high school, she was left behind by Wang Duan in the school's exams on various subjects. Now that the level had risen to 25, it was far behind Wang Duan by a long shot, allowing Sityu Yu's vanity to be greatly satisfied. Oh! Hearing her words, Wang Chun sneered. A mere experience value, and you want to trade Little Ice clear away in my hands? Foolish woman. Do you have some misunderstanding about the ancestral beasts? Besides, what's the point of just having a high rank? Wang Chun silently gazed at Sityu for a few seconds, and brewed in his heart for a moment before slowly saying, "You can't beat me." The sincerity in his words was overflowing, simply making it impossible for Sityu to find any possibility of refutation. Humph! Exasperatedly kicking her feet, Sityu hugged little Bing Qing, turned around and moved on. So angry. Stuart Jade is self-absorbed. Behind him, Wang Dust looked at the young girl's exasperated figure walking away and touched his nose and laughed. What are you walking so fast for? Was what I just said wrong? If you think I'm wrong, you can contradict me and I'll apologize to you. Get out. Before Wang Duan finished speaking, Sityu picked up a branch and threw it over, her chest rising and falling rapidly in anger. Off! This girl never wants to talk to you again. After giving Wang Dust a vicious look, the young girl turned around and advanced with great strides. This girl is really angry, the kind that can't be coaxed in any way. Woo-hoo! At this moment, little Bing Qing poked his head out and rested on Sityu Yu's shoulder. She looked at Sityu and then at her master. Woo! Humans are such a pain in the ass. Russell. The jungle, after the fighting subsided, was soon filled with another group of uninvited guests. Bang! Kid, are you swindling us? It's been 3 days. Why haven't you caught up with your 2 classmates? The hyena boss casually threw Chan Hao to the ground, his tone extremely impatient. Big brother, I really don't know. The thorns dug into his flesh and it hurt so much that Chan Hao shivered, but he didn't dare to cry out in pain at all, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the hyena boss. At this time he, miserable beyond measure, his body and body equipment was stripped bare, only wearing a blood-stained thin coat, completely lost the rich young man's godly spirit. Humph! Upon hearing this, the hyena boss snorted coldly. It's going to be dark. We'll rest next. And then we'll make our way early in the morning. If we don't find it by tomorrow, you'll be useless. As he spoke, he stepped forward to lift Chun Hao up, ready to bring the other party to talk about a several $100 million deal. But just then, "Boss, we got something," the oldest hyena with triangular eyes exclaimed and ran over with an arrow. It's an arrow from earlier, and the blood on the ground from the battle hasn't dried yet. Chapter 36. The Iron Law of Darkness. The Dark Jungle. What? Hearing Lao San's words, the hyena boss dropped Chun Hao in his hands and snatched the arrow over. Yes, the same arrow as before. Those two brats, they just left not long ago? After observing for a moment, a look of excitement appeared on the hyena boss's face. At those words, the three people around them also had hideous smiles on their faces. Treating arrows worth hundreds of gold coins as disposable items, this kind of fat sheep, their hyena squad was excited just thinking about it. Seeing this scene, Chun Hao, who was lying on the ground humiliated and covering his buttocks, silently let out a sigh of relief. That's great. Daisies don't have to be destroyed. Silently thinking in his heart, he looked at the cruel expressions on the faces of several people from the hyena squad, and his heart was slightly excited. King Dust, you wait for me. You're so handsome. The hyena boss will like you very much. Just then, thinking of the treatment that Wang Chan would suffer afterward, Chun Hao, who was excited in his heart, suddenly realized that a shadow had enveloped him. Boss, hurry up and catch them. They have a lot of valuable things on them. Looking up and seeing that it was Boss Hyena, Chun Hao said excitedly. Don't worry. Hearing his words, the hyena boss smiled wryly. I'll have the two of them with you soon. As the words fell, his fist, which seemed to be the size of a sandbag, suddenly swung out. Bang! Before Chun Hao could ponder the meaning of the words, he was directly blasted through the heart. You promised me you'd leave me alone. You, not a man of your word. Life drained away little by little as Chun Hao looked at the hyena boss with disbelief in his eyes. Huh! Hearing his words, the hyena boss casually tossed him aside like a piece of trash. Spare you? Credit. The rule of our hyena squad is to never leave anyone alive in every strike. Leaving behind a cold sentence, the hyena boss licked the blood on his fist, his eyes excitedly looking deeper into the jungle. Let's go. Go after those two fat goats. With a wave of his arm, he led his three companions to chase after Wang Chun and Sityu in the direction they had left with great strides. Dusk, sunset, the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range fell into silence. The darkening light of the sky could no longer break through the layers of canopy that blocked it, spilling its rays onto the ground. At this moment, the interior of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was so dimly lit that it could almost be said that one couldn't see a finger. Not to mention the professionals who entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to seek their fortune. Even those wild monsters native to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range would honestly stay in their own lairs at dusk and would not move around easily. Rustle. The silence was broken by the sound of a slight rattle and the light of a flashlight casting a column of light through the dim jungle. Wang Dust and Sityu walking deep in the jungle. Wang Chun, I can't walk anymore. Under the flashlight's illumination, Sityu's face was a little white and her breathing was a little ragged. As a blizzard archer, her attribute additions favored strength and agility, and her physical strength was completely incapable of being compared to this pervert, Wang Dust. Got it. Through this forest we'll look for a place to camp. Wang Dust, who was leading the way in front, said at this time without looking back. Without the need for Sityu to say anything, he was planning to find a location to camp as soon as possible. After all, the night in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was too dangerous, and the professionals who had been mixing in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a long period of time would silently follow an iron law. That is, after entering the darkness of the night, one should never act in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Because at night, although the wild monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range basically don't come out, there are always those exceptional guys. These wild monsters that dared to move around at night, without exception, each one of them was a strong and terrifying hunter. Among their respective regions, they were all deservedly dominant. Therefore, the veteran birds who entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, even if they didn't find a suitable camping spot, they would only stay close by for the night and would never get up before dawn. Rustle. Exploring forward with the light of the flashlight, Wang Dust silently searched for a suitable camping spot. Soon his eyes lit up. Not far ahead, he saw a large, extremely thick tree. The tree was at least as thick as a three-person embrace, so as long as it was handled properly, digging out a treehouse to accommodate 2 people would not be a problem. Well, seeing Wang Chuan stop, Sitiyu directly leaned over and rested her chin on Wang Chuan's shoulder with a breathless look. Hold on just a little longer, we'll camp up ahead. Wang Dust didn't have the good sense to push the young girl who was taking advantage of him away, and reached out to point at the large tree in front of him. Great! Hearing his words, Sitiyu let out a cry of joy, instantly losing the shriveled look she had just had. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get over there. As she spoke, she directly ran towards the big tree with little Bingqing in her arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust rolled his eyes breathlessly. Nice guy. So you were pretending before? He shook his head helplessly and took a step to follow. Bang, bang, bang. With a muffled sound, Wang Chuan used his blizzard longsword to dig a large hole in the trunk next to the thick tree branch. After getting it done, Sitiyu couldn't wait to squeeze in. Hey, Wang Dust, do you want to come in and rest for a while? In the hollowed-out hole of the large tree, Sitiyu moved her butt and made a place in the small space. Forget it. The place is too small and cramped. Outside the tree hole, Wang Dust glanced at the small space in the tree hole and shook his head. A place that big is big enough for 1 person, and for 2, 1 person's share of the place isn't as big as his ass. I'd better lie here, just so I can still keep an eye out. You should get some rest, you still have to travel tomorrow. Tying up the hammock, Wang Duan said. Oh, then. Good night. Hearing his words, Sitiyu responded, her emotions seeming to have some small loss. Saying good night to Wang Dust, she tightened the blanket around her body and prepared to rest. Just then, though, she caught a sudden flash of light in her afterglow. Wang Chun, there seems to be someone over there? Sitiyu was instantly alert in her heart as she pointed in the direction where she saw the bright light and whispered. Anyone? Hearing Situyu's words, Wang Chun could not help but stare. No way. This road is so difficult and there are other professionals coming. With this thought in his mind, Wang Chun looked in the direction of Situyu's finger. This look instantly made his eyes grow heavy. Nice guy. There's really someone else who walks this Thai road like we do. Underestimating under his breath, Wang Chun and Sitiyu looked at each other. What now? Surely they'll spot us if they get any closer? Sitiyu asked in a small voice. Hearing her words, Wang Dust rubbed his nose and felt some toothache. This indeed is a problem. Chapter 37. I, Wang Duan, would like to call you Wolf Destruction. What to do? Looking at the gradually approaching bright light in the distance, Wang Chun touched his nose and silently pondered in his heart. At this point in time, it's definitely not practical to change your campsite spot. It was going to be completely dark soon, and wandering around in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range at this time of the day was tantamount to dancing on the tip of a knife. But if we don't change the place, the guys in the distance will come over, and there's a good chance there'll be trouble again. After all, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the most trustworthy thing for all the professionals was only their own weapons, and the rest of anyone, including their companions, had to be wary. Silently pondering in his mind, Wang Dust gradually came to a decision. Let's wait and see what happens first. If it's just ordinary professionals venturing into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, we'll leave them alone. If not, then prepare to fight. He turned his head and looked at Sitiyu and said. At that, the young girl tensed a bit. That's not good, is it? Sitiyu said hesitantly. Although there are no laws in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, we can't just kill people at will, right? Wang Dust looked at Sitiyu with strange eyes and a very nonchalant expression. I'm just talking about fighting. You're talking to me about killing people? Sheesh, a young girl. That's a really open pattern you've got there. I, Wang Duan, would like to call you Wolf Destruction. What's wrong? Being watched by Wang Chen's gaze, Sitiyu was a bit puzzled. Nothing. Seeing that the young girl didn't find the words inappropriate in the slightest, Wang Dust shook his head and turned to look into the distance, not wanting to say anything. This is so ruthless, we must offend less in the future. Russell. The hyena squad, a group of 4, walked drearily through the jungle. Boss. There's someone in the tree up ahead. Just then, the oldest of the squad suddenly stopped in his tracks. He only saw him close his eyes and perceive for a moment, then said with some excitement, 2 in total, it should be those 2 fat sheep. Hearing his words, the other 2 both simultaneously set their eyes on the hyena boss. They had no doubts at all about Lao San's words. After all, as a level 40 druid, Lao San could already communicate a little bit simply with the plants in the forest. Boss, what do we do now? Kill them directly? Assassin profession elder licked his lips and asked with some excitement. No! At that, the hyena boss shook his head, a flash of cunning on his face. These two brats were able to tackle so many sinking demons before. They must have powerful equipment in their hands, and definitely no shortage of magic skill scrolls. Let's lean over to meet them and try to take them out by surprise. Lao San, you go straight into a sneaking state and wait for my order to do it. Looking around at his three teammates, the hyena boss commanded. Good boss is wise. The three people around them nodded, and the second one of them even disappeared without saying a word. His body directly shook and disappeared. A closer look reveals an additional faint outline among the shadows on the ground. Action! Seeing this scene, the hyena boss did not hesitate and directly stepped forward in the direction of his target. Soon, the three of them then arrived under the large tree where Wang Chun and Sitayu were. When they reached this point, the hyena boss stopped several people with a wave of his hand. Tree friend, it's getting dark. Mind if we hitch a ride around? He looked at the shadows on the big tree and raised his voice to shout. Tree. A flash of dissimilarity flashed in Wang Chen's eyes when he heard this. When did these guys find out about themselves and Sitayu? With that in mind, he cautiously emerged from the tree and looked at the three below. Sorry about that. It's not very convenient. You'd better go somewhere else. Hearing his words, a flash of anger surged on the faces of the hyena's oldest 3 and 4, and they were about to open their mouths to retort. At that moment, however, a large hand clapped on their shoulders, none other than the hyena boss. Understandable, in a place like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a little more vigilance could probably lead to more lives. As he spoke, his line of sight constantly swirled around Wang Chen's handsome face, and a rich greed surged under his eyes. Masculine? Handsome. It's the old man's type. The hyena boss stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. At the same time, he wiggled his fingers quietly and gave his dick an order. Opposite. Being stared at by this line of sight, Wang Chun felt a chill go straight from his tailbone to his head. Nice guy. You're not right. Since you understand, that's great, slow down. However, after all, Wang Chun was not a person who was addicted to killing, and he silently gripped his longsword at this moment and gave the order to expel the guests. However, right at that moment, just after the words were said, a strong sense of threat suddenly rose in his heart. Whoosh! In the next second, the violent sound of breaking wind rang in his ears. When the hyena boss gave the order to make a move, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the root of the tree, and he seemed to move forward on the tree like a snake, and silently rushed to Wang Chen's side in a lightning-fast manner. This little brat is so good-looking. Looks like I'll have to leave his body intact or else the boss will teach me a lesson again. This black shadow was none other than the second in the hyena squad. He held a dagger in his hand with a touch of pity amongst his icy eyes. The skill he used at this moment was the exclusive skill of a first-turn assassin, Shadow Assault. It allows him to approach his target silently through the shadows and then strike a fatal blow against him. In just a few breaths of time, the hyena elder approached Wang Dust. When he saw that Wang Chun opened his mouth to speak and his attention was all on the boss's side, a cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Good chance. Without hesitation, he suddenly leapt out from among the shadows, and the dagger in his hand stabbed at Wang Chen's chest like a viper. After launching the attack, the hyena dick had a somewhat excited expression on his face. He couldn't wait to feel the wonderful touch of the dagger as it pierced the body. However, just as the dagger in his hand was about to hit its target, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Whoosh! The sound of violent wind was ringing in his ears. Wang Chuan was shocked in his heart, and at this moment, he could not even think about it, and subconsciously chopped out with a sword. In order to increase the power, he even used his skills directly.
Instant sword.
Za! Violent wind sounds echoed, and the long sword in Wang Chen's hand chopped out as if it was instantaneous. Immediately, the hyena's second, who thought he was going to get it, his pupils shrunk. A long sword that fell at extreme speed appeared in his field of vision. Next, Medaka! Violent sounds of gold and iron clashing rang out, and dazzling sparks arose from the collision of the two weapons. With the help of the suddenly bright light, Wang Chun saw the appearance of the sneak attacker clearly. For a moment, a flash of color flashed in his eyes, and on the opposite side, damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Just as surprise had time to surface in his heart, Hyena Lao San felt a strong force coming from the falling long sword. Being in mid-air, he had nowhere to unload his force, and his entire body was directly split out. Chapter 38: The Walking 4 Million Gold Coins. Bang! It wasn't until he fell to the ground that Hyena Elder stopped his body from flying backwards. Phew! Splitting the sneak attacker with one blow, Wang Chun moved his somewhat numb arm and let out a long breath. With that sword just now, he had used all of his strength, and projecting from the recoil force, that sneak attacker was at least 20 levels higher than him. Looks like I've run into the elite of the first-turn professionals. With a grave thought in his heart, Wang Chun patted Sitayu, who was somewhat lost in thought beside him. Well, are you okay? Ha! Sitayu woke up like a dream at this moment and froze a little. She still hadn't figured out how she suddenly got into a fight when she had just been talking so well. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust rolled his eyes breathlessly. Without good humor, he yanked Sitayu behind him as he looked down with wary eyes. Hyena Squad? Snap. Kid, you're outstanding in your resilience and observation skills. What? Any interest in joining our Hyena Squad? Under the tree, the hyena boss, who was as strong as a polar bear, clapped his hands and looked at Wang Dust with a face of admiration. Masculine, handsome, with a decent talent for strength. It's also excellent to absorb into the team as new blood. The hyena boss stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Opposite. Wang Dust was finally clear about where the chill he inexplicably felt came from. But at this moment, the way he looked at the hyena bosses and the others was not much different from each other. The eyes burned, and it was as if there were gold coins glittering in them. Seeing the hyena elder's appearance under the sparks of the collision just now allowed him to learn the identity of the other party. Hyena Squad. Hey, this was a wanted criminal who ranked 36 on the Dongling City Adventure Guild's most wanted list, and the 4 heads combined were worth 4 million gold coins. Once he thought that in front of him was a walking 4 million gold coins. Wang Dust felt that the disgusting gaze wasn't intolerable. I do have an interest in your Hyena Squad, but it's for your heads. Looking at the Hyena Squad's boss, Wang Duan had a sunny smile on his face. I don't know how to die. Hearing his words, before the Hyena Squad boss could say anything, the second one, who had just been cleaved away, popped out. At this moment, he moved his numb arm and looked at Wang Chun with an incomparably cold gaze. At this point, he had long since seen that the other party was just a level 15 munchkin. The thought that he was actually slashed by the sword of a newbie who had just recently switched over made Hyena Elder's heart furious. But despite this, he did not act rashly, but slowly surrounded the tree with his companions. The Hyena Second was well aware that the boss hated it when people messed with him when he was having a talk. The last Hyena Dick was dealt with for rashly striking out. At this moment, the 3 members of the Hyena Squad surrounded the large tree where Wang Chun and Sitayu were from the left and right rear. The Hyena boss, on the other hand, was holding a long knife and blocking the forefront with a sardonic smile on his face. Kid, you refused my good intentions, so I'll have to play by the rules. Don't worry, I'll treasure your corpse. Tree. Wang Duan, I'll run away quickly. Seeing the 4 men of the ferocious Hyena Squad approaching, Situyu's voice took on a hint of trembling amongst her voice, and one of her hands tightly grasped the corner of Wang Chen's coat. Apparently she recognized the infamous bounty hunter squad as well. Run! Hearing Situyu's words, Wang Chun patted her somewhat trembling little hand. Don't worry, nothing will happen. It's them who should be running away now. Speaking in a light tone, Wang Dust glanced at little Ice Ching, who was eager to try. This little guy, upon seeing the 4 members of the Hyena Squad appear, began to get excited. The talent for fighting hidden in her bloodline caused a burning desire to fight to rise in her jewel-like eyes. But, hearing Wang Chen's words, Sitayu became even more nervous. There's a second-turn powerhouse inside them, we can't beat them at all. Seeing this nervous expression on her face, Wang Chun couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Usually in school, this girl is staggering and looks like she's not afraid of anything. I didn't realize that there was such a little girl gesture. If this was filmed, I'm afraid it would become Situyu's black history for the rest of her life. However, this idea Wang Dust just thought about it in his heart. This girl was scared. Adding oil to the fire is a bit unorthodox. Don't worry. Haven't you forgotten that I'm a giant beast sentinel? Just because the 2 of us can't beat them doesn't mean that little Bing Ching can't. In a while, you'll be watching little Ice Ching show off her power. Patting Situyu's hand, Wang Chun smiled. Little Bing Ching? Hearing his words, Sitayu had a puzzled look on her face and looked down at the little one in her arms. Woo-hoo! Little Bingqing chirped at this moment, his cute little face full of complacency. A look like I'm awesome. No! Wang-chan, you're letting little Bingqing go to her death. However, Situyu's brainwaves didn't match up with little Ice-Ching at all. We'll die together if we have to, you can't be so cruel. She'll be eaten. Looking at the adorable little guy, Situyu's eyes revealed impatience, and he deadlocked little Bingqing in his arms. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun breathlessly touched his nose. Nice guy. You really didn't take what I said before seriously. One time, Wang Dust had some expectations. What kind of expression would Situyu have in a moment when little Ice-Ching showed her fighting stance? The four of the hyena squad completely blocked off the space in front of and behind the big tree. As they looked at Wang Chun and Situyu, who were talking quietly, a hideous smile appeared on each of their faces. Ha ha ha, you two have a deep bond. What? Did you discuss who to leave behind to break the back? I can give you a chance for one of you to run for a minute first. The hyena boss teased. As he spoke, he quietly gestured toward the second in line. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly after seeing the older two's bodies twisting unnoticeably. The main reason why the hyena boss led his men to slowly surround up and did not directly launch an attack was because he was worried about Wang Duan and Situyu indiscriminately throwing high-power skill scrolls. Now, however, the hyena boss wasn't worried. First-turn assassins have an exclusive skill named Shadow Split. Shadow Split C. Assassin's exclusive skill, active skill. After using it, you can split a Shadow Split, and within a range of 10 meters, you can swap positions between the main body and the Shadow Split at any time. Remarks. The Shadow Doppelganger does not have any attack or defense, and has a duration of existence of 60 seconds. Just now, he had already told Lao Air to use his skills, and when he did, it would be hard for these two fat sheep to escape with their wings. Getting ready, the hyena boss silently looked at the two fat goats in front of him. At the sight of Situyu, a flash of disgust flashed through his eyes, but when his eyes landed on Wang Chen's body, a flame of desire surged under his eyes. Since you don't want to join in, you'll just have to do it while it's hot for a while. With excitement in his heart, the hyena boss licked his lips unnaturally. Chapter 39. Air shake cold. Is it wrong to be handsome? The big tree. Hearing the hyena boss's words, Situyu's expression shifted uncertainly, and after giving Wang Chan a reluctant glance, she gritted her teeth and was about to move forward. However, just as she lifted her foot, Wang Duan reached out and yanked the silly girl to a halt. Do you appear to be seriously ill? The words of a bounty hunter can blossom in an iron tree if they can be trusted. Without any good humor, he dragged Situyu behind him, and Wang Duan mockingly looked at the hyena boss. Trying to sway us with words? What a poor trick. And, as he spoke, he skimmed his mouth dismissively. Using the Shadow Split skill under the nose of an honor student who can get a perfect score in a magic fluctuation perception course? Do you take me for blind? As soon as the words fell, the long sword in Wang Chen's hand turned and stabbed down heavily directly toward his left hand. Puffing, the long sword instantly missed the trunk of the tree by a foot, and the shadow that was stabbed violently twisted, then dissipated into a wisp of green smoke in the next second. The shadow doppelganger that didn't have the slightest bit of attack power or defense was directly crushed. Seeing the scene, Hyena Elder, who had used his shadow split skill and was preparing to sneak attack from behind, had a shocked expression on his face. How could he have thought that a level 15 budding professional would be able to discover the shadow doppelganger's trail? That's ed up. Sure you're not kidding? After his skill was used, even the hyena boss, who had reached level 50, couldn't accurately find where the shadow divergent was. What a keen insight! The hyena boss was equally filled with shock at this time, and his eyes were even more colorful when he looked at Wang Chun. You have this talent. It's a shame to die here. Think about it. As long as you kill that woman, I'll let you join our hyena squad. When the time comes, I can fulfill whatever you want, including me. As he spoke, the hyena boss's body, which was as strong as a polar bear, trembled strangely for a few moments. This scene made Wang Duan and Situyu shudder as they watched. It was the other three members of the hyena squad around them who also chilled and quietly moved away from their boss. This hobby, it's so damn scary. Wang Dust, does he like you? Do you want to think about it? Hiding her body behind Wang Chun, Situyu stammered. Hearing her words, Wang Duan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Is it wrong to be handsome? The air shakes cold. Damn girl, do you want to die that badly? Originally, while Situyu was preparing to give up his life to break his back because of the hyena boss's proposal, Wang Dust's favorability towards this girl almost directly exploded. But now, nope. What do you mean you like it? What do you mean you're into you? If you don't know how to speak, don't say it. Stumbling leads to misunderstandings. Glaring fiercely at Situyu, Wang Chuan reached out and grabbed her in her arms, then directly threw the impatient little Ice Qing towards the 4 people of the hyena squad. Little Bing Qing, get them for me.
No.
Seeing this scene, Situyu immediately let out a cry of shock. Wang Chan, you're too cruel to let little Bing Qing go to her death? As she spoke, Situyu reluctantly glanced at Xiao Bingqing's back, then gritted her teeth as she grabbed Wang Chen's arm and was about to jump like under a tree. You heartless fellow, hurry up and leave. Don't waste the time that little Bing Qing has bought us. However, Wang Dust was like an old tree taking root, looking ahead without a single glance. Situyu's little bit of strength made his figure not even sway a bit. Anger. Didn't want to hitch a ride with this guy with a major medical condition. Seeing this scene, Situyu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Opposite, the 4 members of the hyena squad's eyes couldn't help but become grave when they saw Wang Chan wave his hand and a blue-colored shadow flew out. Careful, watch out for skill scrolls. The hyena boss, in particular, gave a loud reminder to his teammates at this moment. However, after the words fell and the azure-colored shadow appeared in front of them, they saw that it wasn't a skill scroll at all. Instead, it was a strange creature covered in azure scales, with small pointed horns on its head, and 4 claws, 2 large and 2 small, that flew in the air with the help of small wings. It looks cute and cuddly and is the type that will be chased like crazy by little girls. This is our ING pet? Seeing this scene, the hyena boss was furious. He had just been scared by a small pet? It's just a strange shame. Catch it for me. I'm going to stew it for meat today. With a furious roar, the hyena boss did not put little Ice Qing in his eyes at all, and with a swing of his long sword, he was ready to move forward, and the other 3 followed suit with their attacks. Woo-hoo! Little Bing Qing waved her wings, excitedly looking at the 4 people rushing up, and let out a clear chirp from her mouth. After being out for so long, I finally ran into a couple guys who could barely be used as toys. Without hesitation, little Ice Qing swung her wings and directly met the 4 members of the hyena squad. Seeing this scene, the hyena boss holding a long knife had a hideous smile on his face. You're a loyal little thing, so I'm sure it'll be something else to dig out your heart and roast it. Speaking cruelly under his breath, the hyena boss swung his long blade and was about to decapitate the small creature in front of him. Yet just then, the hyena boss's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of the tip of a needle, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Ong! The clear chirping from little Ice Qing's mouth suddenly transformed into a high dragon's roar. Immediately after that, her delicate and small size rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 5-meter-long behemoth. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The bitterly cold wind blew, the moisture in the air condensed, and the entire dense forest instantly seemed to have entered winter. Meanwhile, the other 3 people of the hyena squad, before they could figure out what was happening, had a sudden gust of wind in front of them. Their bodies, then, were slapped backwards by an irresistible force. Bang, bang, bang. After the 3 of them tumbled to the ground, they spat out a mouthful of blood almost at the same time. That hit just now had directly caused the 3 of them to break several of their ribs. But they lived up to their reputation as notorious bounty hunters, and one by one, they forced themselves to get up from their injuries, vigilantly looking for the source of the attack. But immediately after, they were so dumbfounded that their eyes almost fell out. Only in front of them, a creature that seemed to have come out of mythology was hovering in mid-air. The creature was covered in azure-colored scale armor, and the gentle wave of its 2 wings brought up a piercingly cold wind. Hideous claws, and a pair of sharp horns hovering over the huge head. All the features were indicative of the fact that what appeared in front of them was a mythical creature from the legends. Megalosaurus. Chapter 40. Just how many sins have you done to be targeted by a giant dragon? A dragon? Dragon? The hyena boss felt his soul freeze as he looked at the behemoth in front of him. That unassuming little pet was an incredibly noble dragon? Crazy. This could be at least a divine beast-level behemoth, but to be held in someone's arms as a pet before? The hyena boss never imagined that he would one day be able to see a giant dragon among the divine beasts with his own eyes, and also, unfortunately, become the enemy of this giant dragon. How many sins did he commit? How many sins did he commit to get this kind of retribution? And on the side, the other 3 people from the hyena squad were so frightened that they trembled and fell straight to the ground. Nima, why would a horrible creature like a giant dragon appear here? Just now, with just the gusts of wind brought up by those 2 dragon wings, the 3 of them had suffered considerable injuries. The moment, the 4 people of the hyena squad were filled with despair. Tree. This. Sitayu looked in front of him, and his entire body directly froze. A massive creature over 5 meters appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. The powerful dragon claws, the hideous dragon horns, the huge wings with a wingspan of more than 7 meters. None of them reminded her that this was a divine beast that had stepped out of the legends. Megalosaurus. How could Sitayu not have thought that Bing Qing, who had previously been treated as his pet, had turned into a giant dragon among the divine beasts? It was as if the sky was the limit. In the meantime, anon, a high dragon's roar rang out as the energetic Bing Qing prepared to use the extreme cold spit to give his initial battle a perfect start. One moment, vast frost power converged in Bing Qing's mouth, forming an azure-colored mass of extremely cold energy that emitted terrifying power fluctuations. Rumble. With the energy built up to the extreme, Bing Qing deflected the dragon's mouth, and the azure-colored ball of energy transformed into a pillar of light, sweeping towards the 4 members of the hyena squad. Boom! Violent roars rang out, and the violent energy turbulence instantly spread in all directions. In just the blink of an eye, a deep gully appeared where the extreme cold spit hit. Aside from the hyena boss, the other 3 members of the hyena squad who were in the gully were torn to pieces by the raging force without even having a chance to let out a scream. So strong! Seeing the destruction caused by the extreme cold spitting breath, Wang Chun clenched his fists with excitement in his eyes. Killing 3 level 41st turn professionals in one hit. Little Ice Qing's strength really didn't let him down. And on the side, the hyena boss who had escaped from death saw the tragic death of his 3 teammates, and his whole body shivered in fear. The power of the strike was too terrifying. He knew very well in his heart that if he hadn't dodged just now, he would have definitely ended up being killed in seconds directly. Is this the strength of a divine beast dragon? It's too overspecified. It was only after a long time that the hyena boss came back to his senses, his eyes still filled with a strong sense of disbelief. It was definitely not something he could deal with as a second-turn professional. With fear in his heart, the hyena boss quietly stepped back and tried to escape. However, as soon as he moved, he saw a pair of azure-colored vertical pupils filled with majesty appear in front of him. Flutter. Without the slightest hesitation, the hyena boss directly fell to his knees and kowtowed frantically to Bing Qing. I was wrong. It's me who has no eyes. I'm willing to pay any price and beg you to keep my dog's life. The hyena boss kowtowed at this point. Dignity? Face. Money? At this moment in the hyena boss's mind, nothing was as important as his own life. At this moment, he only regretted why he had been so blind, treating that youth, who possessed a huge dragon, as a fat sheep. After escaping today, I definitely want to stay away from Dongling City and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With depressed thoughts in his heart, the hyena boss kowtowed unceasingly, and his mouth even begged for mercy loudly. It is I who have no eyes and have offended you too. This is all the belongings I have on me, and I am willing to trade them for my dog's life. As he spoke, the hyena boss took out all the valuable things he had on him. His life was at the mercy of that handsome young man across the street. Now, he somewhat realized the feelings of those adventurers who had tragically been poisoned by the hyena squad before they died. Woohoo! At this moment, Bing Qing also looked at Wang Chun, with a pair of large jewel-like eyes that carried a hidden aggression. That expression, it was as if he felt like his toy was going to be snatched away from him. The big tree. When Wang Dust saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Bing Qing, this little guy is quite playful. When the owner is the owner, how can he grab a toy from her? Just take your time and don't give it a break like the other 3. This guy is worth a lot of money. You'll have to take his head for all your future snacks. Smiling and instructing Bing Qing, Wang Chun turned his head to look at Sitayu. As for the hyena boss, he didn't care at all about the offer from the other side. Getting paid for your life? Hey, the only good bounty hunter is a dead bounty hunter. Damn kid. I curse you to death. Seeing that Wang Chuan didn't pay any attention to himself, Boss Hyena's heart sank into the abyss and he cursed furiously. Cursing angrily, he gripped his long sword and stood up with difficulty. Bastard, you really think you've got me? If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Knowing that he could not be spared today, the hyena boss was also aroused to ferocity, and he intended to fight for his life. Although this huge dragon in front of him was a mythical creature, it was not as huge as the legends, and was obviously still in its juvenile stage. As luck would have it, the hyena boss felt like he might even get away with it. But just as this thought had risen in his mind, a black shadow suddenly enveloped above him. Bing Qing swung his wings and instantly came next to him. Then the dragon claw, which was like the size of a millstone, swung out, straight to the hyena boss with a big BB pocket. Bang! The hyena boss didn't even react, and his entire body was hit by a strong and overwhelming force. The body spun in circles and flew out. Boom! Under this powerful force, he directly slammed into the rock wall, and then his entire body was embedded. Eft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. After receiving this blow, the hyena boss had broken at least 17 or 18 ribs. And at the place where he stood before, the dragon of extreme cold, Bing Qing, was excitedly moving his dragon claws in a playful manner. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust silently gave Boss Hyena a second of silence in his heart. A level 50-second turn professional should be able to allow Bing Qing to move his muscles, right? Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Chan patted Sitayu, who was still a bit stunned. Hey! Come back to your senses. Now do you believe what I said before? At this moment, awakened by the sound, Sitayu came back to his senses. She twisted her head to look at Wang Chan, her eyes full of unbelief and shock. Chapter 41. Do you want to cool down with a dragon's breath? Wang Dust, this stinky fellow, had actually contracted to a giant beast? And the apex among the giants, the gargoyles? Sitayu thought about how he had rubbed Bing Qing in his arms earlier and felt as if he had experienced a hallucination. That's a giant dragon, and I was treating it like a normal pet before? Even with her big heart, she was now feeling the backlash. With the size that Bing Qing displayed, she could probably sit on her ass. Hey, what's on your mind? Seeing Sitayu start to stare again, Wang Chun waved his hand in front of her. At those words, Sitayu looked straight over. Wang Chun, tell me the truth. How did you contract Bing Qing? There are only a handful of divine beast giant dragons in our Dongling city, or even the entire dragon kingdom. It's probably luck. Wang Dust touched his nose and somewhat ambiguously returned. I just bought a cold ice lizard at the free market, then went home and used the Imperial Beast Technique contract, and the cold ice lizard mutated into an ice clear. Let's just say that good-looking boys don't have too much luck. As he spoke, Wang Chen's face deliberately revealed a touch of smugness. He naturally couldn't tell Sitayu that he had obtained Bing Qing through the fusion of beast pets, and that Bing Qing wasn't a divine beast. It was a topmost ancestral divine beast. This kind of secret, it's better to rot in your heart for the rest of your life, or else it will lead to countless troubles. Luck? Because you're handsome? Cut. Seeing Wang Dust's smelly look, Sitayu subconsciously glanced at her mouth. Immediately afterward, she took a violent step forward, and her pretty face was almost pressed together with Wang Dust. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by Situhoyan, or else this fellow would be afraid that he would directly explode in place with anger. Tell me, what beast pet store did you get the ice clear from? Word for word, Situyu's eyes lit up. It's at the beast pet store at the far end of the free market. His beast pets are of good quality. Feeling the young girl's orchid-like spit on his face, Wang Chan unnaturally turned his head away. But the next second, his head was squared off by two jade hands. Look straight at me. Situyu's eyes were as bright as stars, and his mouth even issued a vicious threat. Don't think about lying to me or I'll go to your house every day and make trouble. It's hard to imagine that. Sitayu, who usually had a big grin in front of Wang Chun, was suddenly serious at this time, and her pretty face, which was serious, unexpectedly exuded an aura as if she was a queen. Noble and cold and unquestionable. But next, and she broke. Can we have some hygiene? You spit in my face. Wang Dust reached out and pushed Situyu's face backward, then wiped his face with his sleeve in disgust. In front of the cave entrance, the atmosphere became intolerable for a moment. Situyu's pretty face was covered in a red haze, and her ears were red. So embarrassing. She covered her face with her hands, feeling like she had no face. and on the opposite side. So, are you okay? Wang Dust felt that the young girl in front of him was in dire need of Bing Qing's help. Look, it seems like smoke is coming out of her head. I'm fine. Sitiyu stomped her foot and said loudly, quietly looking at Wang Chun through her fingers, her eyes hiding. Woohoo! Seeing this scene, Wang Chun touched his nose. That's weird. I'd rather watch Bing Qing's battle heroics. With that in mind, he turned his head to look down at the tree. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, little Bing Qing's playfulness was high, treating the hyena boss as a leather ball and constantly slapping it around with a pair of dragon claws. To be a second turn level 50 professional and be reduced to the point of being a toy, there was no one else for what happened to the hyena boss. And he's a toy that's not cherished at all. Xiao Bingqing reached 1,000 points of power and did not have the slightest bit of restraint in each swing. After just a dozen or so blows, almost all of the bones in the hyena boss's body were broken, and his entire body went limp, more like a ball. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust was a little worried that if he didn't stop it, Boss Hyena would be beaten alive next. Okay, Bing Qing. Stop when you're done playing. Greeting Xiao Bingqing, Wang Chun walked forward with his long sword and cleanly understood the hyena boss. 4,000,000 gold coins in hand. Satisfied, he took the head of the hyena boss and wrapped it in a Ziploc bag and packed it into a parcel. Woo-hoo! On the side, seeing her toy gone, Bing Qing whimpered. A pair of jewel-like eyes looked at Wang Chuan with resignation. Bing Qing, be good. When we go back, I'll take you to the playground. However, at this time, Wang Dust was in the middle of picking up his equipment, and when he heard the voice, he just took the time to comfort him. Woo-hoo! At those words, Bing Qing let out a disgruntled yelp, feeling that she had been left out in the cold. Phew! With a wave of her wings, she instantly rose into the air and flew towards Sitiyu at the entrance of the cave. During the flight, Bing Qing's body shrunk rapidly, and in an instant, it returned to its previous small and delicate appearance. Next, Sitiyu, who was still immersed in the world of embarrassment and was about to snap his toes out of the 2 rooms, suddenly felt a weight in his arms. This, looking at the cute little guy that suddenly appeared in front of her, Situyu's body subconsciously trembled. She hadn't forgotten Bing Qing's majestic appearance just now when he showed his fighting form. This was not an ordinary pet as previously thought, but a divine beast dragon. If he upset little Bing Qing, would this little guy also beat himself around like a ball? For a while, Situyu felt pressurized. But, whoa! Pouncing into Situyu's arms, Bing Qing's jewel-like eyes blinked and blinked in a way that begged for comfort. Seeing this scene, Sitiyu felt like her heart had been struck. It's so cute. What kind of luck did Wang Chuan have to contract such a lovely creature as Bing Qing? No, I'm going to abduct this little guy. Thinking silently in his heart, Sitiyu took out the treasured snacks from his spatial equipment and handed them to Bing Qing's face. Bing Qing, you were fantastic today. These are all rewards for you. From now on, you'll follow me around, and you'll have enough snacks, Sitiyu said with 2 glowing eyes. Woo-hoo! Seeing that the foolish human woman was so understanding, Bing Qing patted Situyu's shoulder with her wings. Decision made. Ben Long snacks, from now on, you'll be the one to contract. As for hanging out with you, ooh, this beef jerky tastes good. Save one for the host. Little Bing Qing secretly poked a packet of beef jerky and grabbed it in her little paw. The other 3 members of the hyena squad had their equipment scrapped along with them because they were directly blown to pieces by Ice Clear's extreme cold spit. Wang Dust's counter-killing of the hyena squad this time, aside from the 4,000,000 gold coins bounty on the most wanted list, the rest were the 4 items he had stripped from the hyena boss. A long knife, a half armor that had been somewhat deformed by Bing Qing's slap, a ring, a necklace. These 4 items were flickering with a faint magical aura, and were obviously at least bronze-ranked equipment or above. Next, it's time to open the blind box. Placing the 4 items on the ground in turn, Wang Chun took out the appraisal scroll. Jab! As the appraisal scroll was torn open, a soft glow enveloped the item on the ground. In the next second, the attribute information of these 4 items appeared before his eyes. Chapter 42, Huge Harvest, 6,000,000 gold coins in hand. Under the big tree, Wang Dust looked at the 4 items on the ground expectantly. Equipment: green blade. Type: melee weapon. Grade: silver. Level limit: 45. Attributes: strength plus 100, physique plus 50. Enchanted effects: eye, Each attack hits the target with a critical hit effect, with a 5% chance of causing a 1-second stun on a target with a strength attribute lower than the wearer of the equipment. 2. Increase the power of all your own skills by 5%. Equipment: Steel Chainmail Armor. Type: Defense. Grade: Bronze. Level limit: 45. Attributes: Strength plus 40, Physique plus 70. Attachment effect: Unyielding. When attacked, reduces damage by 20%. Equipment: Silver Moon Pendant. Type: Jewelry. Grade: Silver. Level limit: 15. Attributes: Physique plus 30, Spirit plus 20. Enchanted effects: Silver Moon Shelter. When fighting under a moonlit night, your own attack speed increases by 10%, and your stamina recovery speed increases by 10%. 2. The power of long-range attack skills is increased by 5%. 3. Blessing of the Moon passive. By wearing this equipment, the user will gain a shimmering vision effect. Equipment: Space Ring. Type: Special Item. Grade: Bronze. Level limit: None. Attributes: None. Enchanted special effect: Internal self-contained 5 by 5 cubic storage space. After reading the information of the 4 items, Wong Dust nodded with satisfaction. 2 silver and 1 bronze, and 1 was a spatial ring that he was currently in dire need of. This wave is really rewarding. Starting today, I no longer have to carry a big traveling bag on my back to make the journey. With excitement in his heart, Wang Chun put the spatial ring on his hand. As a faint magical wave flashed by, his consciousness established a connection with the spatial ring. With a slight mental perception, he saw a space about the size of a living room, which was empty, not even a hair. However, Wang Dust was not surprised by this. A low-grade spatial ring like this one didn't have any anti-theft means at all, and whoever got it could use it. However, every time a low-grade spatial ring changed owners, the space inside would be regenerated, and everything stored by the previous owner would fall directly into the middle of the alien space. Trying to take out the parcel income a few times, Wang Dust was satisfied to put his entire belongings in. Within these 4 items, it was this spatial ring that was the most useful to him. Although the green blade and the fine steel lock armor were 1 silver and 1 bronze equipment, they were both worn at too high a level. At level 45, it was already at the level of the second turn, and there was still a distance from Wang Dust. Moreover, Wang Chun was confident that when he turned 2, he would definitely obtain better equipment than these 2 pieces. Therefore, the green blade sword and the steel lock armor, he planned to take them to the free market to sell these 2 pieces of equipment. Selling a 2 million gold coins would not be a problem. As for the silver moon pendant, this silver level equipment, although appropriately leveled, boosted attack speed and long-range attacks, and was clearly a better match for Sityu. It just so happens that the Blast Wind longsword is very easy to use, so the silver moon pendant will be used to replace it with Sityu. The bounty for the hyena squad is 4 million gold coins, and the green blade sword and fine steel lock armor can be sold for 2 million gold coins as well. Not counting these 2 pieces that are kept for personal use, this wave has directly harvested 6 million gold coins. Sure enough, a wild monster map like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is a gold rush, and you can get rich in one night if you're lucky. Thinking silently in his heart, Wang Chuan collected his things and destroyed the 4 members of the hyena squad before taking the silver moon pendant and going to look for Sityu. At this time in the big tree, the Sityu hugged Bing Qing with one hand and kept taking out snacks to feed her with the other. Little Bing Qing ate with his mouth full of oil, where there was still that formidable appearance just now, a real foodie. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust frowned slightly and climbed up the tree. Eat less. Watch out for indigestion. As he said that, he poked Bing Qing's rounded stomach. Woo-hoo! The little guy gave a disgruntled chirp, gave his master a grudging look, and turned his head away to continue his feeding frenzy. Hee. Are we still following the established route next? Seeing this, a smile appeared on Situyu's face as he casually asked while throwing food. At this time, her tone was relaxed, unlike the nervousness she felt when Wang Chun had drawn that straight line earlier. Having seen Bing Qing's fighting prowess, the young girl was now bursting with confidence, and was no longer worried at all about those dangers she would encounter along this route. Exactly. Wang Dust nodded. This straight-line journey is the closest. The time to catch the road plus playing monsters and upgrading to do the task, round trip down, will be a month's time, will not delay a month after the college entrance examination competition. By the way, this is for you. As he spoke, Wang Chun took out that silver moon pendant. Me? When Sitayu saw this, her eyes went wide and a blush appeared on her face. The silver moon pendant sells extremely well, especially because it belongs to the silver equipment, and the surface has a faint hazy glow which is highly aesthetic. This piece of equipment, even if its own attributes were inferior, would probably be sought after by a large number of girls. Are you? This too expensive for me to still? Sitayu pinched the corner of her coat tightly, her expression a little twisted. It's too sudden. She's not ready. Seeing the scene, Wang Chun smiled helplessly. Dude, what the hell did you make up in your head? This is considered a trophy, and when we return to Dongling City, you'll get a share of the other things after they're disposed of. Waving the silver moon pendant in front of Sitayu, Wang Chun said with a bit of a headache. He felt that, if he didn't explain his explanation, this girl was going to misunderstand. Ha! Hearing that she had gotten sidetracked, Situyu's pretty face instantly turned red, and a faint loss surfaced in her heart. I'd rather not. I wasn't much help in the fight. She bowed her head, a little mumbled. Words. Wang Dust rolled his eyes. Little girl. She's quite self-aware. But aren't you forgetting that we're teammates? You don't want it. I'm embarrassed to have it all in my pocket. Muttering in his heart, Wang Chun raised the silver moon pendant to Situyu's eyes. Grinding like a pussy. Do you still want me to put it on you? May I? Situyu's head snapped up at the words. Her voice rose an octave higher, and anticipation appeared on her pretty face. You're thinking about fart eating. Seeing this, putting down the silver moon pendant, Wang Dust didn't have the good sense to go drum up his hammock. Behind her, putting away the pendant, Sitayu, with a smile on her face, hopped over to help like a rabbit. Chapter 43 Silver Treasure Chest. Bang, bang, bang. Violent collision sounds rang out in the forest of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. A behemoth of more than 5 meters quickly flashed amongst the mountains and forests, each stop causing the air to be struck with waves of air visible to the naked eye. These air waves spread out, causing those 20-meter tall trees to tremble uncontrollably. Anon! A high dragon roar rang out as the azure-colored dragon swung its claws, directly striking a golden python into 2 pieces. Sitayu looked at the constantly flickering figure in the broken trees, and a flash of shock flashed through his eyes. The image in front of her, no matter how many times she saw it, still gave her a thrill, especially when he saw Bing Qing's dragon claw, which easily snapped a 20-odd-meter tall tree. Sitayu couldn't help but shiver. The little guy, who was often held in her arms, probably didn't even need to exert himself. His little paws could slap her into a little pie. While beside Sitayu, Wang Chun looked at the azure-colored figure in the forest, while his heart was somewhat helpless. Bing Qing, the little guy, got high, completely forgetting that he, the master, gave the order for a quick battle. All right, Bing Qing, stop playing around and hurry up and finish them off. We don't have much time. He didn't have the good sense to yell out towards Bing Qing. Woo! The little one who was playing was giving his master a somewhat aggravated look. However, Wang Chun was not moved at all. Today was already the 15th day since he entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he was now in the area of the golden-scaled python. He had already finished collecting the golden snake grass and was just about to settle these golden-scaled pythons. Now that there was less than half a month before the great examination competition, he and Sitayu must return as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a place to cry if he missed the higher education competition. Woo! Seeing that his master was unmoved, Bing Qing snorted in exasperation and twisted his head to look viciously at the surrounding golden-scaled pythons. The big toys. Looks like it's time to say goodbye to you guys for good. With aggravated thoughts in her heart, Bing Qing's thick hind feet stomped heavily on the ground. An invisible fluctuation spread, and then her hideous dragon's mouth suddenly opened. Buzz off! Terrifying energy fluctuations began to converge at the dragon's mouth, swarming with magical energy that even rendered the surroundings a layer of blue at this moment. And on the opposite side, roar! The thick bodies of the remaining few golden-scaled pythons suddenly tensed up, and a low growl came out of their mouths. They felt an indescribable sense of crisis from the Bing Qing at this moment. Roar! With a dull roar, the scarlet eyes of the golden-scaled python locked onto Bing Qing in death, while it began to retreat towards the back. But when Ice Qing, who was preparing his extreme cold spit skill, saw this scene, a flash of disdain flashed across his gem-like dragon eyes. Then, the cohesively formed azure-colored energy mass was suddenly spat out by her. Boom! The energy mass exploded and turned into a half-meter thick column of energy light, sweeping towards the golden-scaled python with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this scene, a flash of fear flashed across the scarlet eyes of the golden-scaled pythons. Getting hit by this thing will absolutely kill you. Without hesitation, their thick bodies flung themselves about to dodge to the side. Just then, however, they suddenly realized that they couldn't move their bodies. A layer of azure-colored ice crystals covered their bellies, freezing them firmly to the ground. And in the surroundings, a layer of azure-colored ice crystals floated on the ground at all times. This? A flash of doubt flashed through the scarlet eyes of the golden-scaled python. They didn't even notice when the azure-colored ice crystals appeared and when they froze their bodies. Unfortunately, at this point, the golden-scaled python no longer had time to ponder over its doubts. In the instant they paused, the column of light turned into extreme cold spit hit their bodies. Boom! An indescribable chill filled the air amongst the violent collision sounds. In an instant, the bodies of the golden-scaled pythons were frozen into ice crystals, and then turned into pieces under the impact carried by the extremely cold spit. These powerful mutated wild monsters were nothing but dregs when they died. Woo! On the opposite side, when Bing Qing saw the scene, a flash of smugness flashed among her jewel-like eyes. Just now, before moving to use extreme cold spit, she had quietly used the control skill Cold Ice Inferno. It was simply impossible for the golden-scaled pythons to run away. Great job! Not far away, Wang Dust loudly praised the little guy before adding, "Don't bulge there. We need to quickly leave this area." Woo! Hearing his master's words, the smugness on little Ice Qing's face instantly turned into aggression. Ben Long is the one who didn't bulge here. Spitting out a disgruntled breath, the little one waved his wings and was ready to fly back to his master. However, just at this moment, her afterglow suddenly saw a bright sheen in the pile of crumbs from the golden-scaled pythons. What is it? A flash of doubt surfaced in Bing Qing's mind, and after thinking about it, she didn't leave immediately, but instead incited her wings to come next to the ice slag. Leaning down, she picked at it with both dragon claws, and from it she fished out a small box with a silvery white sheen. The small box was enveloped by a silvery white bubble that emitted a soft glow. What's this? Can I eat it? Seeing this thing, the little guy was even more puzzled in his mind. Not far away, Wang Dust, who was preparing to withdraw, saw that little Ice Qing didn't move and couldn't help but frown, so he was ready to greet him again. However, just as he turned his head, his eyes were caught by something held up in the claws of the ice-clear dragon. A silver treasure chest? When he saw the item in Bing Qing's hand, he let out a gasp of surprise and instantly became excited. I can't believe they shipped it? Just the first moment he saw this treasure chest, he confirmed its identity. Silver treasure chests capable of opening guaranteed silver-level equipment, items, or materials and skill books of equal value. What a lucky day! How could he have never imagined that a silver treasure chest would burst out from this group of mutant golden-scaled pythons? Little one, you've gotten a lot of credit this time. Wang Dust looked at little Ice Qing, who had returned to his normal state and flew back with a silver treasure chest in his mouth, and laughed his ass off. This little guy, what a blessing! With a silent thought in his mind, he took the silver treasure chest into his hands. Is this the silver treasure chest? It doesn't look anything special. At this time, Sitiyu also came closer and looked curiously at the silver treasure chest. What to say about this thing? It was a little different than what she had pictured in her mind. That's a hell of a haul today. Let's find a safe spot and open the box later. Waving his hand off the hand that was reaching for the treasure chest, Wang Dust looked at the stupid Sitiyu and said without a trace of anger, "Cut!" Seeing that the sneak attack was unsuccessful, Sitiyu glanced at his mouth. Chapter 44. The Real Hammer. Sitiyu Yurano Huang. Soon after, in a cave, Wang Chun pushed a boulder to block the entrance of the cave, isolating the light from the outside world. Buzz! The illumination spell turned into a ball of light that dispelled the darkness in the cave. Wang Dust, Little Ice Qing, and Sitiyu, the three of them, a dragon, surrounded under the ball of light from the illumination spell, and looked at the silver treasure chest in the center with an expectant face. I wonder, what goodies will be opened in this silver treasure chest? Sitiyu and Wang Duan both thought of this in their hearts, while little Bing Qing, who was on the side, was secretly sucking in her saliva, hoping that delicious food would be opened in the silver treasure chest. I'm going to open it. After glancing at Bing Qing and Sitiyu, Wang Chun placed his hand on the silver treasure chest and said with a sense of ceremony. But, right at this moment, Sityu suddenly thought of something and reached out and pressed her hand on Wang Chen's hand with a very solemn expression. Say, Wang Dust, do you have a good hand? Although silver treasure chests are guaranteed to open silver-level items or equivalent materials, the value and quantity fluctuate very greatly. If you have a black hand, beware of opening a piece of junk silver equipment with the lowest rating. Looking at Wang Chun, Sityu said solemnly. At those words, Wang Chen's expression stagnated. He remembered certain unpleasant memories from before. $10,000 of ocean down. A SSR did not draw the pain. Who can understand? This is the first silver treasure chest in my life. If it really opens a piece of junk, then it will be barbecue. Wang Dust thought silently in his heart and withdrew his hand to look at Sityu. Are you good with your hands? Of course. A smug smile appeared on Sityu's face. The lucky draw is bound to produce SR. Do you know about the Summon Master card game that's been particularly hot lately? I'm now full of beast pets. And not a single gold coin has been charged. Oh. The moment, the young girl held her chin high and radiated a glow that was impossible to look at. Hiss. Wang Chun subconsciously moved his eyes away, feeling like he was going to be blinded. That card game called Summon Master was not something he had ever played, but a lot of his classmates around him were playing it. Through them, Wang Dust learned that this game was extremely pitiful, and the only way to contract a powerful beast pet was to open a box. Players can receive 10 normal chests per day, and if they want more, they can only buy them by charging gold coins. As far as Wang Dust knows, the game shipping probability is extremely touching, and many tycoons have smashed in tens of millions of gold coins and have not collected all the beast pets. Sityu was able to reach the achievement of a full beast pet without spending a single gold coin. This handiwork was indeed convincing. Then you do it. Silently retreating to the side, Wang Dust gave up the treasure chest. He. Seeing that Wang Duan knew what to do, the smile on Sityu's face became even more there. Dang. Next is the time to witness the miracle. The young girl placed her hand on the treasure chest, mouthed a silent prayer, and forcefully crushed the silver-colored film of light outside the treasure chest. Next, this silver treasure chest was directly opened, and several dazzling silver rays of light erupted from it. 1, 2, 3. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's lips trembled a little as he looked at Sityu with incomparably shocked eyes. The chances of opening 3 items from a silver treasure chest were lower than winning first prize in a lottery. This little ninny, she did it so easily? What kind of hand is this? Kneeling for the Eugene. Seeing this shocked look on Wang Chen's face, the smile on Sityu's face became even more complacent. It's so hard. The day has finally come for my lady to make this asshole's jaw drop. With a silent thought in her mind, she reached into the silver treasure chest and took out all 3 sets of items inside. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated with some pearlescent light by the light emanating from these 3 items. The 3 items were 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. The equipment is a pair of silver white boots as well as a small magic staff. As Sityu tore open the appraisal scroll, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment appeared in front of her and Wang Duan. Equipment: boots of speed. Type: defense. Grade: silver. Level limit: 20. Attributes: strength plus 20, agility plus 30. Enchanted effects: 1. Increases one's movement speed by 10%. 2. Reduces the impact of a fall from a height by 50%. 3. Stepping on air. Requires active activation by the user of the equipment. For the next 3 seconds after activation, the user can step on air to move forward once per day. Equipment: shadow staff. Type: magic staff. Grade: silver. Level limit: 20. Attribute: wisdom plus 50. Enchanted effects: the power of one's own magic skill is increased by 10%. 2. 5% increase in the release speed of one's magic skills. 3. Shadow orb. The staff comes with a skill that attacks the enemy by consuming magic power to shoot out a magic ball formed by shadow energy. All 3 effects? Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Dust fell silent. This is also too much. Even if you open 3 items, the quality is so good. The boots of speed and the shadow staff were definitely among the finest of the finest, even among the silver level equipment, and would not be inferior to the blizzard longsword in his hand. Take it out and sell it. It's easy to sell 1,000,000 gold coins. No, the boots of speed are yours, and I'll keep this shadow staff for my use. Throwing the boots of speed to Situyu, Wang Chun played with the compact shadow staff. The little bit of agility that the boots of speed increased wasn't how he looked at it with his current attributes. 30 points, one more level up, and you're almost there. There was also the equipment's stepping effect, which had a considerable effect on Situyu, a blistering wind archer, and it was most appropriate to give it to her. Instead, the shadow staff in his hand was a much bigger boost for Wang Dust. Comes with the shadow spell skill, which gives him an extra attack skill. Then I'm welcome. Catching the boots of speed, Situyu did not push back and directly equipped them. Next, after both of them tested out their new equipment, they both set their eyes on the last skill book. Under the light released by the appraisal scroll, the blurred words on the surface of the skill book gradually became clear. Wind Blade Technique C. Active skill. Magic attack skill. Consumes energy to summon a giant wind blade to attack the enemy. Seeing the skill book, Wang Dust's eyes lit up again. Nice guy. A C-rank attack skill book. Situyu Huang's name was solid. You can't learn the skill book, so I'll be polite. Without hesitation, Wang Chun looked at Situyu with a smile and directly took the skill book into his hands. 2 magic attack skills. I'll be the noble pharaoh from now on. With that in mind, he directly slapped the skill book on his body. Swish! With a flash of light, Wang Chuan immersed himself in his comprehension of the skill. Seeing this scene, Situyu, who was on the side, skimmed his lips, a touch of envy appearing in his eyes. Chapter 45. The Sorrows of a Young Girl. The Cave. With the help of the light emanating from the illumination technique, Situyu leaned against the rock wall and quietly looked at Wang Chen's side face. Immersed in comprehending the skill, Wang Chen's current expression was quite serene, as if he was a flamboyant young man stepping out of a painting. This guy, looking like this is kinda nice. Situyu thought somewhat out of breath at this moment, and a smirk appeared on his face. But soon the smile was replaced by a wisp of sadness. This wooden lump has really contracted a giant beast, and it's also the absolutely powerful giant dragon clan among the giant beasts. It will definitely soar in the middle of the college entrance examination competition. Won't this girl be left behind hard by him in the future? Situyu's thoughts drifted away. The special profession she had switched to, blistering wind archer, although it was the first class amongst all the students in Dongling City, when looking at the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, it appeared to be somewhat inadequate. Beforehand, Situyu had already made a guess about his performance in this great higher education competition. A book no problem, but a long way from the top. Originally, she had felt very satisfied with her future high school grades. A book placed in the entire city of Dongling is already quite a high achievement. Every year can be on the examination of only a few. Even if you put it in the entire Far River province where Dongling City is located, a score of 1 book on the exam would be enough to be ranked in the top 100 among all the fresh candidates. But now, Situyu was very dissatisfied with this future result. The giant beastmaster that Wang Dust had transferred to, before he contracted the giant beast, could be said to be the most trashy of all the combat professions, only a little stronger than the living profession. I guess it would be good to touch the 3rd grade line in the middle of a big high school competition. Originally, according to Situyu's previous plan, after the start of the great higher education competition, she had brought Wang Duan to form a team to participate. This would pull up Wang Dust's grades, and the two of them could basically go to a similar book. But Wang Dust had now contracted a giant beast, and it was also the most powerful of the giant beasts, the giant dragon clan. He, a giant imperial beastmaster, then thoroughly displayed the luster he deserved in his own right. Situyu didn't even need to think about it to know that Wang Chuan's target for the college entrance exam competition was definitely one of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. So annoying. This runs to the top university. If I go to a book, won't I be pulled farther and farther away in the future? I can't catch up anymore. Why don't I team up with this asshole at the big high school competition? A solution came to his mind. Situyu's eyes lit up, but immediately afterward, they became dim again. No, that would pull down his grade in the big high school competition. The 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom had a rather strict limit on the number of newly enrolled students each year. Among the previous college entrance exams, only the top 5 of all candidates from each province can get the admission credentials to enter the top universities. And the top 5 aren't even the ones with the best odds. There are times when the 4 top universities compress their enrollment, and only the top 3 have a solid grasp. To stand out among the millions of peers in the province, to be in the top 5 or even the top 3, every bit of grading in the college entrance exam competition is crucial. Sityu felt that she would feel guilty for the rest of her life if she had dragged her feet in the middle of the college entrance examination competition, causing Wang Chun to lose out on the top universities. Ah, so annoying. Silently pondering in his heart, Sityu was a bit frantic at this moment. And at this point, a hand suddenly reached out to her and shook it. What are you doing? Sick again. When she lifted her head, she saw Wang Chen's odd look. Huh. I didn't. Sityu blushed a little and hurriedly turned her head to the rock wall. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun felt a bit puzzled as he rubbed his nose. If you're sick, just bear with it, there can be no medicine in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range either. Muttering, Wang Chuan sat back down on the stone and silently checked the situation of the wind blade technique. At this time, this C-rank skill had been completely mastered by him and appeared in the middle of the skill panel. Although it was said that the skill looked a bit eye-catching when placed amongst the several S-rank skills, there was no dissatisfaction in his eyes. Most of the exclusive skills of the giant Imperial Beastmaster were of the support type, and they only worked on beast pets. Each additionally gained attack skill was worth treating as precious to him. With this wind blade technique, plus the instant sword and the shadow spell that comes with the staff, I now have the equivalent of 3 attack skills, which is enough for now. When we return to Dongling City and dispose of the harvest on our bodies, we can go to the trading house to see if there are any other suitable skills. Silently pondering in his mind, Wang Chuan looked at the wind blade art that had already appeared on the skill bar and silently added the free skill points that he had accumulated. Now that he had entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for 15 days, his level had risen to level 30, and he had accumulated a total of 150 free skill points. C-rank skills require twice as many free skill points as D-rank skills each time they level up. Consuming 100 free skill points, the level of the wind blade technique was raised to the 5th level grade. In an instant, the introduction of the wind blade technique was changed from the previous one. Wind blade technique C. Active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon a giant wind blade to attack the enemy. Turned. Wind blade technique C. Active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon 2 giant wind blades to attack the enemy. 5-5. The wind blade art that had been upgraded to the 5th level, the number of wind blades emitted from each attack had changed from 1 to 2, and its power could be said to have doubled. Seeing this, Wang Dust had some feelings and expectations in his heart. It was still a long time until he left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he was confident that he would soon save up enough of his remaining skill points. At that time, the wind blade technique, which was boosted to full level to gain a special effect, would definitely become even stronger. Woo! That's enough for today. Sit to you, it's better for me to keep watch first, you rest first. Resisting the idea of wanting to test the power of the wind blade technique in his heart, Wang Chun turned his head to look at Sityu. However, the young girl at this time did not pay any attention to him. You're the one who's sick. You're the one who should be on medication. Facing the rock wall, Sityu used a branch he picked up casually to ruthlessly poke at the shadow Wang Dust had cast on the ground. Curse you! You surely won't get into a top university. Even if you get in, the admissions teacher will kick you out because of your foul mouth. Sityu spoke viciously under his breath, repeating the movements one by one. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun could not help but roll his eyes. Nice guy, and you say you're not sick? Who, in their right mind, would have nothing better to do than play with shadows? Muttering, he leaned against the rock behind him, quietly watching the somewhat childish Sityu. Chapter 46 Returning, Transformative Change. Achoo! In the cave, Sityu sneezed, then sleepily opened his eyes. She always felt that someone was talking about her behind her back. This bastard Wang Chun, he wouldn't be bad-mouthing me behind my back, would he? Silently thinking in his heart, Sityu turned his head to look for Wang Duan. However, in the cave she found nothing, and even little Ice Clear was nowhere to be found. Where did this asshole run off to? With a shock in her heart, the young girl sat up in a hurry. That's when she suddenly realized that she was still covered with a blanket. This guy. Turns out he still cares about people? Looking at this blanket that didn't belong to her and still smelled like soap, Sityu's eyes flickered a little. Sasha. Just then, a subtle movement rang out from outside the cave. You're awake. Wang Dust walked in carrying a rabbit and began to clean up after himself. Why are you up so early? Looking at the busy Wang Dust, Sityu casually asked. Morning, big sister. I've been up all night. You slept like a dead pig last night. You couldn't even wake up. Wang Dust, who was preparing to roast a rabbit, sniffed and gave the young girl a speechless look. The two agreed to keep watch separately, but as a result, Sitayu, the girl, fell asleep against the rock wall. Still sleeping soundly, that is, not snoring, or Wang Dust had to throw her out. Ha! Sitayu lowered her head in some shame. I'm sorry. It's my turn tonight. Ha! You can pull it off. Wang Dust scoffed unmercifully. As far as you sleep like that, I'm afraid of being carried away by some wild monster at night. With that, he nimbly lit a fire and began his own barbecue spree. Hey, that's not good, is it? Scratching his head, Sitayu was a bit embarrassed and completely ignored Wang Chen's mockery. Ha! Wang Dust rolled his eyes and lazily ignored this mouthy fellow. Anyway, now that his body was strengthened by attribute points, he could be refreshed as long as he found the time to squint for a while. The next step was to leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range soon, and he didn't want his eyes to close and open, and this life would be over. Hurry up and pack for dinner. We've got a lot of walking to do today. After roasting the rabbit, Wang Dust saw Sitayu still there holding the blanket in a daze and shouted without any good reason. He felt afraid that he would be reduced to babysitting for the rest of the day. Time passes. This day, at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, two young men and women stepped out, attracting many people to look at them frequently. These two were both excellent looking, with a hint of sternness that didn't match their age on their slightly youthful faces. It was none other than Wang Duan and Sitayu. Phew! Wang Dust stood at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, looking at the professionals coming and going not far away, and exhaled a long breath. It's finally out. Nearly a month's journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range made him feel a bit like a lifetime ago. Great! Wang Chun, you can finally take a bath. Sitayu also let out a sigh of relief at this time, and even deliberately moved aside with a disgusted look on his face as he spoke. Seeing this, Wang Dust revealed a cold smile on his face. Speaking as if you're not? After a month of wind and shelter, neither of the two was now better than the other. This journey had almost caused them to become savages, and if it wasn't for the motivation given to them by their rapidly rising levels, they who were used to staying in the modern world wouldn't have been able to hold out for such a long period of time. Nowadays, compared to before entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Wang Chun and Little Ice Ching could be said to have undergone a drastic change. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Ching. Sex, female. Age, under a month infancy. Level, 25. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 1700 Wisdom, 1700 Physique, 1700 Agility, 1700. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills. Frost Body SSS. Extreme Cold Breath SSS. Ice Inferno SSS. Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level, 35. Talent, All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion God. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S. Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B. Bloodline Appraisal Technique Divine. Contract Summoning B. Instant Sword D. Wind Blade Technique C. Strength, 252.5 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 252.5 plus 10 points.
Physique, 252.5 plus 20 points.
Agility, 252.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 100. Little Ice Ching's level was raised to level 25, and her 4-dimensional attributes alone even reached 1,700 points. Even if a professional who had just turned 3 touched it, he would have to drink his hate under the dragon claws of this little guy. As for Wang Dust, who had been promoted to level 35, he had similarly undergone a transformative change, and his strength had increased drastically. The average addition of the 4-dimensional attributes made all his items very balanced, although not as exaggerated as Little Ice Ching, but if he ran into the previous hyena boss again at this time, he would be able to win in battle without the need for Little Ice Ching to make a move. As for Sitayu on the side, because she didn't have to share her experience equally with her beast pet, this girl's level was still the highest between them. reaching the first turn limit of level 40. It was estimated that she would have to go back and prepare for the transfer ceremony, and it was unlikely that the girl would have already become a second-turn professional by the time the high school competition started. In addition to the harvest of levels, equipment materials, these Wang Duan and Situyu also had a lot of harvest. However, the exact value of these will have to wait until they are sold at the trading house to have an exact figure. Wang Chun. There are still 3 days before the college entrance examination competition starts. What are your plans for the next few days? Walking on the way to the light rail platform, Situyu poked Wang Duan's arm. Intended. Turn in your quests, get rid of all your harvests, and then stay home with your parents while you wait for the big high school competition to begin. After thinking about it, Wang Chen said in a flat tone. Oh! Situyu seemed to be a little lost at his words. Soon, though, she was back to her usual big grin. Then when you go to sell something, Wang Dust, don't covet my share. I'm waiting to sit at home and count my gold coins after the big high school competition. Situyu said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll send you the stuff once it's sold. Hearing her words, Wang Chun rolled his eyes. I'm a giant beast master, and I'm going to covet you? Che, it's better to wait for the end of the senior high school competition. You definitely won't be able to find me if you go these days. Situyu suddenly stopped in his tracks as he spoke. At this moment, if Wang Dust was aware of something, he turned his head to see a magical hover car flying over. Chapter 47. This young man, not to be messed with. Bye! Looking at the distant magical hover car, Wang Dust touched his nose. Situyu, this evil little rich girl, actually didn't give him a chance to hitchhike at all. Looks like Bing Qing and the two of us will have to take the light rail back after all. Noticing that little Bing Qing was looking at the feeding officer with a fond look on her face as she walked away, Wang Duan poked her little head. Woo-hoo! The little guy chirped in displeasure as he shielded his head with his wings. At the end of the day, she poked her head out darkly, a little puzzled as to how her master hadn't continued with his poison. Woo-hoo! Well, let's hurry back after turning in the mission as well. When the distant magical hovercar completely disappeared from view, Wang Chan hugged Bing Qing and rode the light rail to the Adventure Union. In the meantime, the figures in the back seat of the magical hovercar also withdrew their gazes at the same time. Uncle Junior, do you think the gap between people is really that big? Situyu leaned back in her seat, a little out of breath. Hearing her words, a somewhat cynical-looking youth sitting next to her had a somewhat stunned expression. What? Girl, you've had quite an experience in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and you're all having life lessons. Does it have something to do with that kid just now? Situyu's younger uncle, Situ Howren, had a gossipy expression on his face. At the same time, he surveyed his niece, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a month. Although it was said that it looked a little bit wretched, the aura of his body had changed drastically. The youthfulness has faded and has taken on the appearance of a powerful professional. It was at this point that the expression on her face was still a little bit distressed, with a little bit of a little girl gesture. Hearing her little uncle's words, Situyu sullenly skimmed her lips. Seeing this scene, Situ Howren's heart was clear. I told you a long time ago that there was too big a gap between you and that kid, and you just wouldn't listen. Does it feel like all the goodness of the old days is gone this time when I helped you hide it from your family and let you go out with him to practice? It's okay. This is just a small setback in your life. You have a long road ahead of you. You too. You are not destined for the same world. Seeing his niece in a low mood, Situ Howren said persuasively. Aha! We're really not on the same level anymore. Situyu nodded, a very complicated expression on his face. You'll leave me far behind in the future, won't you? Silently thinking in his heart, Situyu twisted his head to look at the scenery flying by outside the window. At this moment, she thought of the thrilling image of Bing Qing unfolding his dragon body to crush the wild monsters in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and of that teenager's endless layers of superior combat skills. Aside, Situ Howren looked at his niece with an expression of old wistfulness on his face. Finally enlightened, it's not going to work out for you too. It's not in vain for me, little uncle, to risk being smoked by my oldest brother by arranging for you two to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Just after walking into the Morning Sun Adventure Union Hall, Wang Dust felt a lively atmosphere coming over him. Professionals coming and going gathered together, either discussing the gains of their last mission or calling on friends to get ready to go get drunk. Seeing this scene, a touch of sentimentality flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. People, indeed, are still group beings. Even if they are strong, they can't change. With a silent thought in his mind, he took a step toward the front desk. Huh? Isn't this the little handsome guy who took on 2D rank quests that day? He actually came back alive. Just then, a female professional saw Wang Dust, who walked in and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Although it was common amongst adventure unions to have freshly converted munchkins, Wang Chen's outstanding appearance was still fresh in many people's minds even after a month had passed. It's really him? This kid has a great life. He just transferred and took a D-ranked quest and still managed to come back unharmed. Not necessarily. Look at him now. It's possible that he failed the mission and came to the Adventure Union to get rid of it. Say, how come he's all alone? I remember there was a pretty little girl with him that day. It can't be that little girl died in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and he ran back alone, right? Most likely, the golden-scaled python is an almost unbeatable foe for these munchkins, and for this kid to come back in one piece, he most likely abandoned his teammates. Discussions continued in the middle of the hall, with many professionals pointing at Wang Duan. For a newcomer like Wang Chun who didn't know the sky and the earth, all the professionals disdained him in their hearts and simply didn't think that he would complete the difficult D-ranked quests. Especially when a certain professional made a guess, many people's eyes took on contempt. Although deaths and injuries are inevitable in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, abandoning one's teammates is definitely one of the most disgraceful. Originally, Wang Chun was simply too lazy to pay attention to the surrounding comments. However, after hearing this speculation from them, they could not help but step on their feet and look over with icy eyes. Guys, don't talk nonsense without proof, or I won't mind suing you for libel. Wang Dust looked around and swept his eyes like a knife over the few guys who were making wild guesses. Swept by his line of sight, the few professionals subconsciously took a step back. From the eyes, they felt an extremely cold, killing intent. However, in the next second, these few professionals' faces flushed red as they stared angrily at Wang Dust. Grass, they have been in the Adventure Union for many years, and now that they are scared by a little one with no hair, how can they still mix in the future? However, before they could open their mouths to retrieve their offense, they saw the kid, placing a bloody head on the front desktop. Then, a flat voice rang out in the middle of the hall. Please help me settle the mission, and by the way, I want to collect the bounty on the Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad? These 4 words seemed to have some sort of magic spell, instantly attracting the attention of all the professionals in the hall. This is the head of the Hyena boss. This young man, he killed the Hyena boss? Crazy, that's a second turn level 50 fierce disciple. How can he, a newbie? In an instant, the atmosphere in the middle of the entire hall directly exploded, and everyone's faces wore expressions of extreme incredulity. The Hyena Squad had been hanging on the wanted list for a full 5 years, and it was the official hunting team from Dongling City that had failed to take it down. But today, their leader's head was used by a newbie who had just turned a new job to collect the reward. At this moment, the faces of those few professionals who wanted to find trouble changed drastically, and with their tails between their legs they hurriedly left the hall, not daring to stay for a moment longer. And on the side, the surrounding professionals with unflinching faces didn't dare to look at Wang Chun with such an unbridled look, bringing with them a hint of awe. This young man, not to be messed with. Chapter 48. Expectations from Parents. The interlude of the Adventure Union ended, and Wang Dust took a direct taxi home with a huge amount of 5 million gold coins in his arms. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Opened the door and shouted out of habit as usual. It was still early in the day and he wasn't expecting to get a response from his parents. But, Dusty, you're back? Just after entering the door, Wang Chan saw his parents sitting in the living room, looking at him with a surprised face. Aha! Mission done. Mom and Dad, why aren't you guys at work today? Changing his shoes and walking to the living room, Wang Dust asked with some confusion. We took a leave of absence. It's not that there are still 3 days left before the big high school competition starts. We want to accompany you in these few days. The Queen Mother's quick eyes snatched the little ice clearing into her hands, teasing the little one while pretending not to care. No need. The high school entrance exam is a big competition sprinkled with water. It's not necessary for you two to treat it so solemnly. Wang Dust gave his mother a puzzled look, feeling as if something was wrong with the situation. How can that be? It's a big deal for the future of your life. Wang's father slapped the table at this time with a hateful expression. I have a plan. I won't do poorly in the college entrance exam competition. What are we going to eat tonight? I'll go cook. You need to relax your body for the next 2 days and fully prepare for the big high school competition. Sit on the couch and rest. Let me do it. Wang Dust was pressed on the sofa with a dumbfounded look on his face, watching his father run to the kitchen to get busy. It's not right. Mom. My dad, what the hell are you two up to? Is the son beating down on this one by volunteering to go into the kitchen? Wang Dust knew Pops very well. Pops had always been respectful of cooking, and ever since he had made a salt-fried eggplant, the kitchen had become forbidden. How now? Mother Wang touched little Bingqing's head and smiled. Don't talk nonsense. Your father, he recently learned a new dish and wants you to try it, right? As she spoke, the Queen Mother asked in a pretense of carelessness. Dusty, I heard that you switched to a giant beast royalist? Wang Dust sniffed with a helpless face. Nice guy. So you two are here waiting for me? That's right. But don't worry, Mom and Dad. I've already contracted a beast pet. Wang Dust saw his old man listening with his ears in the kitchen and explained helplessly. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. Which is chewing his ear off? No need to be sophomoric, we all know. From what your Aunt Lou's kid said, you can only contract giant beasts. There aren't many of these in the whole of the blue planet. Where are you going to get them? Don't you tell me that little Bingqing, she's a giant beast. Look at her, cute and cuddly. She doesn't have any fighting ability at all. The Queen Mother rolled her eyes with a look that said, you shouldn't be fooling me. As she spoke, she hugged little Bingqing and ravaged her a few more times. This little guy is ice cold and saves on air conditioning now that it's summer. That's right. Which one of the Imperial Beast Master's beast pets doesn't look majestic? Wang Father, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but echo the words. Your kid can't be allowed to take her to the college entrance exam competition. What if she gets hurt? She's a dragon. Seeing his parents' appearance, Wang Dust felt a bit tired and directly showed his cards. Stop it. The Queen Mother sniffed and gave her son a blank look. This little guy is fleshy. How can he be a dragon? Saying that, she poked Bingqing's little belly with her finger, causing the little one to struggle and not hide his teeth to bite the finger. But as a result, instead of being afraid, the Queen Mother also poked Bingqing's little teeth. Mom, you have a big heart. Put your hand in the dragon's mouth and your son would like to call you the strongest. Leaning on the sofa, Wang Duan looked at Mother Superior's look of I've seen it all, and only felt very tired. I'm too hard. There's nothing to say, is there? Across the room, the Queen Mother saw her son's appearance and patted Bingqing's head, placing her on her lap. I know you brats grew up high and mighty and didn't want to worry us when this happened. But there's no need for you to lie to us, even if it's a giant Imperial Beastmaster. Isn't it still better than your dad and us two ordinary people who haven't been transferred? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just play normally in the big high school competition.
No.
As she spoke, the Queen Mother took out a box from behind her and pushed it in front of Wang Duan. A little present for you. What's this? Wang Dust took out the box and opened it with a puzzled face, and when he saw what was inside, his eyes became a little moist. A ring with a shimmering bronze sheen lay quietly in the center of the box. The luster of the surface and the fluctuation of magic power indicated that it was a bronze-level equipment. Mom, this? Wang Dust moved to look at his old mom, his tone a little choked. The novice for peace set not long ago had nearly emptied their family's savings, and he just couldn't imagine how much his parents had paid to buy this bronze equipment worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. All grown up and still acting like a little kid. The Queen Mother gave him a look of disgust. Then she laughed to herself. Do you think your father and I were stupid enough not to know before that our house could hold down so much money? Wang Chun sniffed and felt the light box in his hand for a moment as if it weighed more than empty tie, pressuring him to breathe a little. Mom! Why did you guys mortgage the house when I said I didn't need to? This card contains the money I earned from this mission into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. So you guys hurry up and redeem the house. Bastard. You still want to teach me how to do things? Upon hearing this, Mother Wang blankly glanced at her son and took the card with a smile. How much money is in it? Keep it for you to get a daughter-in-law later. 5 million gold coins. Wang Dust snapped the box shut and pretended not to care. What? Mother Wang was stunned at the words, and Father Wang in the kitchen even exclaimed, Brat, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything illegal or criminal. No, this is what I earned from doing quests. Wang Chun scratched his head. He had guessed that this would be the case. What kind of mission makes that much money? Wang Father didn't cook at this time, and sat on the sofa with Wang Mother, staring at Wang Duan with an expression of interrogating a criminal. It's just a normal quest to go into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to fight monsters and pick up some magic materials. Touching his nose, Wang Chan extremely simplified the process of his journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He didn't want his exciting experience to scare his parents. Stop it, your father, I'm not a professional. But it's not like I don't know the ropes. Wang's father slapped his hand on the table and stared at his son with fierce eyes. Less than a month, earning 5 million gold coins, you think you're one of those third-turn powerhouses? Give me an honest explanation. Woo-hoo! The little Bingqing sitting on the sofa was startled by the movement. But when he saw his master's helpless expression, a gloating smile appeared on his cute little face. Noticing the little one's emotions, Wang just blankly glanced at her without any good reason, while pondering how he should cope with the situation. But at that point, Mom helped him out. Old Wang, it seems that my son went out with that classmate of his this time, right? Dragging Wang father aside, Wang mother spoke quietly while eyeballing Wang dust strangely. The one from Stuart's family? No, how could Dusty do such a thing? Wang father's voice raised an octave and looked at Wang Dust with a face of hatred. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Duan felt very innocent. It's none of my business what you guys think. Mom, you guys are returning this ring tomorrow. As he spoke, he put the lid on the box, got up and headed for the room. Dusty, bronze equipment can boost your performance in the high school competition. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother hurriedly said. Having heard what was said, walking back to his room, Wang Duan probed at his parents.
Dad, Mom, Sonia.
Even if you wear all black iron, you can still beat the high school big game. Chapter 49. The Beginning of Splendor. 3 days later, the sun dispels the last rays of darkness and sheds light on the earth. Dongling City, a small third-rate city in the Dragon Kingdom, became noisy after the rising sun. Not yet 8 o'clock, the main road in the middle and outside of Dongling was blocked by pedestrians and vehicles coming and going. Everyone gathered around the school, each one looking at the sky with an expectant face. There, a huge projection screen hung high in the sky, and in the middle of the screen was the image of thousands of young boys and girls with childish looks standing solemnly. The crowd of onlookers had different identities. They were either journalists from major news media, or recruiters sent by major guilds and mansions, or parents looking forward to their children. And on the screen, thousands of young boys and girls all share the same identity. This year's Dragon Kingdom High School Examination Competition. Dongling City students who should take the exam. The moment, Dongling No. 1 Middle School's playground. A bronze gate emitting a mysterious luster stood quietly. Thousands of students should be examined. Expectant and apprehensive eyes all gathered on it. This bronze gate is the entrance to the Dragon Kingdom's mega-sized secret copy of the college entrance exam, in which all the students taking the exam will enter next, wrestling wild monsters to break through and fight for their future. 3 years of effort. It's a dragon or a bug. Whether it's a flight of fancy or a fall from grace. It's all in the present day. At the same time, the Great Higher Education Competition is not only an event for these test takers, but also an opportunity for countless families to see if they can cross the class line. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, the greatness of the professionals has been attributed to themselves, creating a situation where the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. In some small countries of the Blue Star, powerful professionals even dominated everything and gathered all the resources in their hands. Although the Dragon Kingdom, as the top power of the world, has a strong national strength, and with great perseverance and determination, it has implemented compulsory education for professionals throughout the country. But with pressure from all sides and the threat of an army of monsters, it's only as fair as possible to give everyone a way up. The Great High School Competition. The only way to continue to gain resources for upward mobility is to get into a good university through the big college entrance exam competition. Buzz off. The bronze light door trembled, and the cool light reflected on the faces of the thousands of students who were applying for the exam. In everyone's expectant eyes, the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School and a middle-aged man whose breath surged like the sea appeared one after the other in front of the eyes of all the students who were applying for the exam. The great examination competition is about to begin, so please prepare all the students who should take the exam. Mighty voice resounded all over the playground, instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the students present for the examination. Everyone looked at the tall figure beside the principal with awe and anticipation in their eyes. What they were in awe of was the Guardian Lord's strength of 4 turns and 120 levels. What they were looking forward to was that they could become such a strong person in the future. And in the crowd, Wang Chun was rendered by the emotions around him, and a raging battle intent rose in his eyes. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. Thinking of a verse that he had once been extremely fond of, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Under the bronze gate, Situ Haonan looked at the battle-hardened examinees and nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to say in a loud voice, "The Gao Gao competition will officially begin in 10 minutes. Now, please check your equipment and find your teammates." After the words fell, the light emanating from the bronze door became more and more raging, and a message surfaced in the minds of all the students who were taking the exam. A copy of the Secret Realm of the Gauntlet. Lava Cave. Secret Realm copy grade. Bronze. Minimum level of access to the secret world. None. Secret difficulty. Easy, normal, hard. Hell. Number of persons admitted to the secret world. Minimum 1 person. Maximum 3 persons. Introduction to the Secret Realm. Lava caves inhabited by dark and evil orcs. Heroic challengers. Facing them requires not only strength and wisdom. Please measure your strength. Do not let their blood into the orc's mouth delicious drink. Bronze level secret copy? After checking the information in his mind, a glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Although this was the first time he had seen a copy of the Secret Realm, he had long since learned a lot of information about it from his textbooks. The division of the secret copy is similar to the equipment level. Starting from the lowest black iron level, the higher the level, means the more harvest can be obtained in the secret copy. The rewards of a bronze level secret copy were at least more than double that of a black iron level. Moreover, starting from bronze level, you can choose the difficulty when entering the secret replica, with easy representing the minimum reward and hell representing the maximum reward. The difference in rewards represented therein are to be calculated in multiples. It could be said that which difficulty one chooses when entering a secret copy has basically determined the candidate's final grade. Passing the average difficulty will get you an access paper to a third university. Pass the hard difficulty to get an access roll to a second college. Passing hell difficulty gives you an access roll to a college. As for the top universities, it was the only ones that had a perfect pass among the hell difficulty and ranked among the top of all the candidates in the province who chose the hell difficulty. Wang Dust had no choice but hell difficulty if he wanted to enter the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, after learning the information about the secret copy of the entrance exam, his gaze looked around. At this moment, when the information about the secret copy of the college entrance exam came out, the atmosphere in the playground instantly became clamorous. Numerous examinees gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing how to cope after entering the replica. These people, all of them, were planning to team up to enter the replica. By working together as a team, you will be able to challenge higher levels of difficulty and earn higher ratings to get into the college of your choice. However, among the crowd, there were also some examinees who stood still. These people were all confident in their own strength and intended to single-handedly brush the Secret Realm copies so as to get even better grades. Wang Dust's gaze scanned through these people and soon found his target. A girl with a height of 1.7 meters, an aura of 2.8 meters, and a pretty posture like a crane. As if compelled by the girl's powerful aura, a large area was vacated around her. The girl was none other than Situyu. "Hey, you've been missing for the past 2 days. You're not going for a transfer, are you?" Walking over to Situyu's side, Wang Chun looked at the young girl with a curious expression and asked. At this time, the breath on this girl's body, and from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range just came out very different. If not, Wang Chuan perception is far beyond the ordinary, simply cannot find the young girl in the body of the extremely introverted power. Humph! Hearing Wang Chen's words, Situyu snorted coldly, with a cool and arrogant lovey-dovey look. However, the slightly curved corners of her mouth revealed her smugness at that moment. Of course, this girl is now in her second turn, very different from before. Situyu, who had endured very hard, finally broke under little Bingqing's adorable flutter. "Don't mess with me. Be careful, I'll beat you up before the big high school competition starts." Holding little Bingqing in her arms, the young girl proudly waved her fist. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust rolled his eyes. "Nice guy, but it's just the second turn. You want to go to heaven? Believe it or not, I'll knock you down with one hand." Muttering in his heart, he didn't poke Situyu's cowhide and instead asked with a smile, "Since you're so strong, team up? A 2-for-1 kind of thing." Chapter 50. Are you crazy? You're wearing a newbie costume to Hellburn. Dongling First Middle School Playground. Sitayu looked at Wang Chun with a face full of disbelief. How could she not have expected that this guy would take the initiative to extend an invitation to form a team to herself? Isn't your goal a top university? The group will pull down your final rating. With some joy in her heart, Sitayu squirmed and asked, "It doesn't matter, that review score doesn't matter at all. Think about it. It's a great opportunity for you to hold a leg up." Hearing this, Wang Dust spread his hands indifferently. With his strength nowadays, leveling a hell difficulty Gao Gao secret realm copy was effortless, and bringing an individual was not a problem at all. Anyway, after entering the secret copy of the high school entrance exam, in order to pursue the ultimate efficiency of clearing the level, whoever you bring is just watching the show from the sidelines. Che, this young lady doesn't care. I'm a second turn. I don't need to hold a big leg at all. Sitayu bared her little tiger teeth and said with a defiant face. At this moment, although her heart was filled with joy, she still rejected Wang Chun without hesitation. On the one hand, she didn't want to pull down Wang Duan's rating in the great higher education competition because of herself, and on the other hand, she was confident in her current strength, and at the same time, she wanted to prove herself. The strength of the second turn was also outstanding among all the examinees in the entire Far River province. She was going to use her strength to get into the same university as this Wang Chun guy, and then annoy the hell out of this guy. Seeing the determination in the young girl's eyes, Wang Chun touched his nose. This girl, her competitive spirit is really strong. Okay, I'll look forward to your performance then. Top colleges wait for you. Shaking his head, Wang Dust didn't say any more. And on the sidelines, when the surrounding applicants saw that Wang Duan had been rejected, each of their faces showed a disdainful expression. Nice guy, you are shameless. How dare a trashy giant imperial beast master come near our goddess? You still think you're the genius who stood tall before? Now you're still not kicked away by the goddess. Garbage, it should stay in the garbage. Many of the exam applicants thought maliciously in their hearts, and were ready to open their mouths to mock a few sentences. However, soon they didn't have the heart to focus on that. Silence in the house. This year's high school competition officially begins. Please enter the secret replica for all students who should take the exam. Situ Haonan's rough voice resounded throughout the room, instantly suppressing all the clamor. Buzz off. As soon as the words fell, the bronze giant door shone brightly. In an instant, all the figures of the students on the playground all disappeared. As all the students who should take the exam disappeared in the playground, the giant live broadcast screen in the sky flickered with light, and the images of the students entering the secret realm copy appeared on the big screen in turn. Finally! It's so exciting. The big time of the year is here. I don't know how many candidates can come out of our Dongling City who will enter the top 100 at the provincial level this time. Son, I see you. You have to cheer up in the secret copy. Outside, the crowd watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exam competition through the big screen was abuzz with discussion, and many people couldn't help but wave their fists and shout in excitement when they saw the familiar figure appearing on the screen. And at this moment, within Dongling number 1 middle school, a light screen similarly surfaced on the bronze giant door, displaying the situation of the students who were applying for the exams in the secret realm copy. However, while the live broadcast big screen outside could only see random battle scenes of the students who were applying for the exam, the light screen on the bronze giant door at this moment was divided into thousands of small grids, displaying the situation of every student who was applying for the exam. On the opposite side of the light screen, Situ Haonan and the principal of Dongling First High School, who had announced the start of the high school competition, walked to their seats in the crowd and sat down. Sitting here at this time, there are also the leaders of the Dongling City Head and the Education Department, as well as the teachers of Dongling First Middle School. Fellow leaders, for this year's Gao Gao Dabai, a total of 11 of us from Dongling 1 chose the Hell difficulty copy, 160 chose the difficult difficulty copy, and most of the remaining teams chose the normal difficulty. A staff member, after Situ Haonan and the two of them had taken their seats, began to report on the situation of the great higher education competition. 11. It seems that our students in Dongling City are very confident this year. The head of Dongling City sniffed with a smile on his face and couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. The more students who excel in the college entrance examination competition, the better his performance as the head of the city will look. That's right, 11 people. This has already broken our Dongling City's record. I'm afraid that when this college entrance examination competition is over, our Dongling City will be able to take off its hat as a third-rate small city. And I've heard that Situ Yu has now turned 2. I'm afraid that this college entrance exam competition will be able to make an impact on the top 10 at the provincial level. When the surrounding Dongling city leaders saw their boss open his mouth, they all followed and chimed in with a few words. However, at that moment, the crowd suddenly realized that the face of the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was somewhat difficult. What's wrong? There are so many talents choosing hell difficulty. Why are you a little less than happy, Principal Lee? Seeing this, the city head asked curiously. Lord City Chief. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. The total number of students in the first grade who can challenge the hell level difficulty this year is 10, this extra one. Principal Lee didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood what he meant. Reckless. He's playing with fire by not listening to the school. The city head grunted coldly, his expression somewhat serious. Before the start of the big high school competition, schools caution their students to choose a level of difficulty that matches their strengths. This is partly because the school is experienced and can roughly estimate the grades based on the strength of the students, and partly to protect these students. After all, although the great competition of the college entrance examination was conducted in the middle of the secret realm replica, and every student was given a scroll to return to the city, it was not as if there hadn't been any deaths. By choosing a difficulty that far exceeds your strength, it is very likely that you will be killed by the monsters in the secret replica before you even have time to use the scroll to return to the city. Look around. I'd like to see which scholar disobeyed his teacher's teachings and sought death on such an important occasion as the great higher education competition. At this moment, the guardian on the side, Situ Haonan, also had a chilly expression, wanting to see who this bold fellow really was. Soon, the crowd then found the bold guy in one of the small screens. Wang Dust. How dare he, a giant imperial beast master without a beast pet. Looking at the slender figure in the live broadcast screen, Principal Lee couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How could he not have thought that the one who dared to be a deadbeat and choose the hell difficulty was actually Wang Chen? On the side, Guardian Situ Haonan raised an eyebrow at the words, and his face immediately darkened. Not only did he dare, but he also wore a black iron outfit to go down to the hell difficulty secret realm copy. After entering the replica, the equipment on the examinee's body will release different colors according to different levels. Hearing his words, the corners of the mouths of the people present twitched when they took a closer look. The dim black light on Wang Chuan's body was conspicuous among all the students taking the exam. Nice guy. Wear a newbie 4-piece to Hellburn. This is not purely looking for death. Chapter 51. He, surely, can work miracles. Warm reminder. Candidate Wang Dust, you have successfully entered the bronze level secret world copy of Lava Cave. The currently selected difficulty level is Hell. The current number of people challenged by the secret copy: 1 person. Return scrolls have been automatically issued. If you encounter life-threatening situations, please use the candidate's caution. I wish you excellent results. Time and space shifted, and when Wang Chuan once again set his feet on the ground, a blazing heat wave came over him, as if he was in the middle of a furnace. Looking around, he realized that the location he was in at the moment was an underground cave that was 5 meters high and had a wide space. All around them were brown rocks formed by the cooling of the lava, emitting a faint reddish light that illuminated the entire cavern. On the ground, there was even some still uncooled magma slowly flowing, emitting a steaming heat. Woo-hoo! Just after observing his surroundings, Wang Chuan's ears rang with Bing Qing's disgruntled shout. This little guy waved his wings, fanning out the cold wind to dispel the heat around him. As an ice attribute creature, the little guy instinctively felt aversion to this blazing environment. Bear with me. I'll take you for ice cream after this copy. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he patted the little guy's head. Woo-hoo! Upon hearing this, little Ice Qing gave a low chirp of excitement, ready to discuss with his master about where to get good ice cream. However, at that moment, she suddenly turned her head, her blue-colored vertical pupils locking onto the depths of the cave. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy footsteps sounded, and 20 hideous black shadows stepped out from the depths. It was a group of green-faced and fanged orcs, stout in size and over 3 meters tall, each carrying a strong fluctuation on their bodies. Monster, Orc Warrior. Level, 40. Fighting style, melee. Skills, Bestial Roar, Power Burst, Charge. Type, General. Monster, Orc Shaman. Level, 40. Battle style, remote output, auxiliary. Skills: elementary healing, lava ray, boiling blood. Type: mutation. In all, there were 19 orc warriors and 1 orc shaman. The little monster that comes out is level 40? It really deserves to be on a hellish difficulty. Seeing the information that came back from the scrying technique, a glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Gao Gao Secret Realm copy was divided into 4 levels, choosing the easy difficulty, and the monsters that appeared had challenge levels ranging from level 20 to level 30. Hell difficulty starts at level 40, and I'm afraid that by the 4th level of the secret copy, the level of the monsters encountered will be level 50. No wonder before entering the secret copy, the school strictly instructed to choose the difficulty that matches your strength. The strength levels of the monsters between different difficulties span indeed. Wang Dust shook his head and waved his hand to take out his novice longsword to stand by. At this time, using the novice equipment was not that he was being generous, but he wanted to get a higher clearance rating. Because the secret copy of the college entrance examination dobby is different from other secret copies, the ultimate mission of the copy is to select talents. So the final ranking of the results of the students who should take the examination is based on a combination of factors. After all, if the clearance speed is determined only by the speed of clearance, there will easily be a crash among the millions of students who should take the exam in Far River Province. In order to prevent this from happening, the secret copy of the college entrance examination competition will take into account the equipment worn by the students who are applying for the examination when the final settlement is made. The higher the rating of the equipment, the lower the corresponding rating at settlement. Many applicants who aspire to hit higher rankings will control their scores through the equipment on their bodies when they enter the secret copy of the great examination competition. However, for someone like Wang Dust to wear a novice suit like this was unique in hundreds of years of history. Ho ho ho! On the opposite side, seeing the humans appear, the orcs who had long been unable to hold back the ferocity in their hearts let out a brutal roar that shook the entire lava cavern with a buzzing sound. Knock knock knock! Then, the 19 orc warriors did not hesitate to move their feet, waving the weapons in their hands to launch a charge in an ominous manner. At the same time, the orc shaman who stood at the end waved the magic staff in his hand, spilling a bloody light onto the bodies of these orc warriors. Boiling blood. Enhanced by this blood light, the charging 19 orc warriors increased their strength by nearly 10%, exuding an even more furious aura. Bing Ching, it's going up. However, upon seeing this scene, Wang Chan did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Instead, a raging battle intent rose up in his body. He greeted the little guy, then gripped his novice longsword and rushed out with his body in a hurry, directly slamming into the charging orc warrior head-on. It's hopeless. What audacity! A giant beastmaster without a beast pet dares to challenge a hell difficulty copy? This is not the way to find death. Behind the huge curtain of bronze light doors unfolding, Principal Lee of Dongling No. 1 Middle School couldn't wait to immediately grab Wang Chen out and whip him. With so many leaders watching, this year's merit rating is definitely hopeless. And this kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth, I hope he quickly uses the city return scroll to get out of the secret realm copy and doesn't really die in there. Praying silently under his breath, Principal Lee viciously gouged out Class 7 class teacher Lai Xia. The death of a student in the middle of a college entrance exam competition is a major dereliction of duty on his part as principal. I'm afraid your prayers will be in vain, Principal Lee. The guardian on the side, Situ Haonan, shook his head and sneered when he heard Principal Lee's prayer. As he spoke, he pointed at the upright figure in the giant light screen that was charging towards the orcs with a sword. This kid, having chosen the hell difficulty, I'm afraid he has no intention of coming out alive. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee and the others deflected their eyes to look, and the expressions on each of their faces became even more speechless. Good lord, in the face of 19 level 40 orc warriors charging, a giant imperial beast master who didn't even have a beast pet still dared to collide head-on? This is really the old man hanging himself, living beyond his means. This student, if he can still entangle with the orc warriors for a few minutes with the help of the terrain. Now, I'm afraid that he doesn't even have a chance to use the city return scroll, and he's going to be directly torn into pieces by the orc warriors. Seeing this scene, the head of Dongling City opened his mouth indifferently, directly sentencing Wang Chan to death in his words. Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd shook their heads in silence, no one refuting them. The activation of the city return scroll also required time, and although it was only a few seconds, Wang Dust, who was actively seeking death, obviously did not have this opportunity to use it. For a moment, the crowd deflected their eyes, not bothering to look at the gory images that followed. At that moment, however, a firm gaze remained locked onto the upright figure on the small screen. Wang Chun, you can definitely create a miracle. Lai Xia, the teacher of the 7th class, thought silently in his heart. Chapter 52 Efficient Killing. On the observation platform behind the bronze light gate, Xia gazed expectantly at Wang Duan, who had taken the initiative to charge the orcs in the secret copy. That was the student she was once most proud of and most satisfied with. She believed that Wang Chen's choice of a hell difficulty secret realm copy was by no means arrogant, but rather a choice based on his own strength. Moreover, Wang Chun, who possessed an SSS grade talent, had the capital to be arrogant. Brat, the teacher is waiting for you to create a miracle for me. Don't you drop the ball. However, although Li Xia was convinced in her heart that Wang Chun would not fall here, her heart lifted as she looked at the figure that was launching a charge at the orcs. The secret copy. Wang Dust's body rushed out like a cheetah, instantly closing the distance between him and the orc warrior. Roar! The orc warrior who rushed at the front, looking at the human who ran to the front, let out a cruel growl from his mouth. The weapon in his hand swung out with a biting wind, and was about to smash the human in front of him into pieces. Yet at this point, facing the orc warrior's attack, Wang Chuan's face was fearless, and on his way to run he lashed out with his feet and directly jumped into the orc warrior's arms. Knees. Only a clear bone cracking sound could be heard, and the orc warrior's chest was directly dented by his impact, and then his body that was up to 3 meters tall flew backwards as if it was a sack. Then, still in mid-air, Wang Chen's body rotated and the novice longsword in his hand swept out. Brush. A cold light flashed as the blade slid through the necks of the 2 orc warriors without any hesitation. In a spray of blood, the bodies of the 2 orc warriors who had tried to combine their attacks fell limply to the ground. Seconds. In an instant, 19 orc warriors were cleanly disposed of by Wang Dust with 3 of them. Ho 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 ho! At that moment, however, the orc warriors from behind arrived right behind them. The death of their own kind didn't make them cower. Instead, fueled by the smell of blood, these guys let out a frantic roar and scrambled to attack Wang Dust first. In the blink of an eye, 4 orc warriors rushed up, swinging their weapons and attacking. Hoo hoo hoo! The 4 weapons carried violent wind sounds and attacked at extreme speed towards Wang Chun, who was still in mid-air. However, upon seeing this scene, Wang Dust, who had not yet landed on the ground, directly stretched out a hand to meet it. Wind Blade Jutsu. With a violent surge of magical power, 2 pale green wind blades shot out, ruthlessly slamming into the 4 weapons of the orc warriors. This wind blade directly cut off the 4 weapons, and then crashed into the orc warrior's body with more than just residual force. Rip! The sound of tearing flesh rang out as the tall body of the orc warrior was directly cut off from it by the wind blade. Blood and guts spilled onto the floor, instantly filling the cave with a sickening smell of blood. At this moment, as these 4 orc warriors fell, a gap appeared in the densely charging group, exposing the orc shaman to Wang Dust's line of sight. Good chance! Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Wang Dust's eyes, and after landing, his foot pointed on the ground, and his body rushed out as if it was a cannonball. Instant sword. In the next second, he rushed directly in front of the orc shaman, and the novice longsword in his hand chopped out without hesitation. On the opposite side, the orc shaman only felt a dark shadow flash before his eyes, and then he saw a cold light chopping towards him. Roar! Seeing this, the orc shaman let out an angry growl from his mouth and swung the magic staff in his hand to meet the long sword. Bang! In an instant, the 2 weapons clashed together with a violent clang. However, before the orc shaman could rejoice that it had blocked the attack, it saw the human across the street turn and charge towards the orc warrior. Roar! Seeing this scene, the orc shaman's eyes were filled with rage, and with the words in his mouth, he was about to use the lava rays to teach this human who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. But just as it waved its hand, it realized that the magical staff in its hand snapped in 2, and then the world as far as the eyes could see was cut apart. Snap! In the next second, the orc shaman's body split into 2 halves, one on the left and one on the right, and fell to the ground. On the viewing platform behind the bronze light gate, Xia, who had been paying attention to Wang Chun, had frozen. Swift, powerful, and every blow a knockout, Wang Chen's efficient and unrelenting movements caused a shiver to rise in Xia's heart. Great job! She couldn't help but wave her pink fists in high praise, her eyes filled with pride rising from her student's excellent performance. Ms. Rixia, watch your emotions. On the side, a flash of displeasure flashed across the face of Principal Li, who heard the exclamation of surprise. This Mr. Lixia, who was shouting in front of the city chief and the guardian and so many leaders, simply knew too little about propriety. As he spoke, he followed Rixia's line of sight, wanting to see which student's excellent performance made Rixia lose her temper at this moment. However, this is Wang Duan. Principal Li couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, his face filled with incredulity. Only on the screen, an upright figure wandered amongst the orc warriors like a god of death. In less than 20 seconds, the remaining 14 orc warriors in the first level of the Secret Realm copy all fell under the figure's sword. How? How is that possible? Wang Chun, he's so strong? Seeing this scene, Principal Li murmured with a face full of disbelief. How could he not expect that Wang Chun, who had already been sentenced to death in his heart, would display such a terrifying strength? Is this really a chicken and egg profession giant imperial beast master? Efficient kills, a perfect battle sense and body control. There's something about this kid. On the side, the guardian Sita Haonan, who was attracted by the exclamations of surprise, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration under his breath as he watched the battle footage of Wang Chun. Hearing his words, the eyes of the surrounding crowd shook a little. Guardian Stewart, is it hard to believe that this kid really has the strength to clear a hell difficulty copy? The head of Dongling City looked at the upright figure in the picture and asked towards Situ Haonan. It's possible, if he continues in his current form, he might actually pass. At those words, Situ Haonan nodded. Although Wang Dust's profession is a giant imperial beast master, there is an innate gap between the absence of giant beasts and other professions. However, looking at the qualities that Wang Chun had shown during his clean fight just now, Situ Haonan felt that this kid might really be able to make it to the end. The difference with the others is just that much more time to pass. Really? Hearing Situ Haonan's words, a flash of joy flashed across the eyes of the head of Dongling City. One more candidate who can enter the first book, but it can make his political performance look better. However, the joy of the head of Dongling City didn't last long before it was directly interrupted. Seek death. Situ Haonan suddenly snorted coldly, his face becoming very unpleasant. Chapter 53, Little Ice Ching shining on the scene. The secret copy. Phew! 20 seconds. Just in time. Wang Dust stood in the middle of a field of corpses, his eyes unperturbed as he looked at the bloody ground around him. With his strength raised to level 35, and with the attributes fed back by Ice Clear nowadays, he simply had no trouble at all against level 40 monsters. 20 seconds to kill 20 level 40 beastmen. Such an efficient kill, perfectly displaying his strength after returning from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At this moment, after the death of the 20 orcs, a blood-colored magic formation emerged on the floor of the cave, which was the entrance to the next level. Shaking off the blood from his novice longsword, Wang Chun took a step towards the magic formation. The speed of 20 seconds to pass the first hurdle could be considered a ride among all the candidates, but Wang Duan did not feel complacent about it. If it wasn't for the environment amongst the first level, which wasn't suitable for a battle with Ice Ching who was displaying a fighting state, he would have been able to resolve it even faster. I hope the next level environment won't be as cramped as it is now. Pondering in his mind, Wang Chun and Little Ice Ching's figures disappeared in a burst of blood light. What stupidity! To rush into the next level instead of recovering your strength first after a fierce battle is looking for death. Looking at the figure in the screen that disappeared into the magic formation, Situ Haonan frowned. In his opinion, although the battle just now was short, Wang Chun must have consumed a great deal of physical strength. Facing the more powerful monsters of the second level in this state was simply unwise. So much for him. With a cold snort under his breath, Situ Haonan turned his head to look at the other candidates on the light screen. At this moment, the candidates who chose Hell difficulty had basically solved the monsters in the first level, and each stood in front of the blood-colored magic array, taking out recovery potions to replenish their strength. Even Situ, who was most favored by Situ Haonan, silently toned down for a moment before stepping into the middle of the magic formation. There wasn't a single person that went straight to the next level without stopping like Wang Chun did. When the surrounding crowd heard Situ Haonan's words, one by one, they also shook their heads and stopped paying attention. Situ Haonan, as the strongest person in the entire Dongling City, what he said could almost be seen as capping Wang Chen's coffin. Only Rixia, Her gaze remained unwavering. Buzz off. Between the rotation of the sky and the earth, Wang Chun entered the second level of the secret copy. This was an unusually wide lava cave, comparable in size to a large soccer field, and the height was not as short as it was in the first level, with the top being 20 to 30 meters above the ground. On the lava rock walls all around, there were torches sticking out, and the flames leapt up high, illuminating the whole cave as bright as day. The moment he entered this place, Wang Dust saw the opponents of the second level, 20 orcs. However, compared to the first level, these 20 orcs were even more lanky, with green-faced fangs up to 5 meters tall, standing there as if they were a small mountain. Monster, Orc Berserker. Rank, 43. Fighting style, melee. Skills, Berserk, Power Burst, Charge, Battle Cry. Type, General. Monster, High Orc Shaman. Rank, 43. Battle style, Remote Output, Auxiliary. Skills, Advanced Healing, Lava Ray, Boiling Blood. Type, Mutation. Not only were the power levels of these orcs stronger, but the number of orc shamans with long-range attack abilities among them had also increased to 5. While Wang Chuan was using his scrying technique to check the strength of these beastmen, the beastmen in the cave also discovered him, the intruding uninvited guest, at the same time. Ho 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 ho! Amidst the ear-shattering roars, a pair of scarlet eyesight instantly locked onto Wang Chun. The 5 orc shamans even swung their magic staffs at the same time. Lava rays. Between the surge of magic power, 5 rays emitting a scorching aura instantly shot out towards Wang Chun. Ho 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 ho! And at the same time, the 15 orc berserkers roared out, carrying their battle axes and launching a charge with heavy steps. On the way to charging, the muscles of each of these orc berserkers surged and their body size became even taller, apparently opening the berserking skill. So impatient to rush up and die? Seeing this scene, a cold smile flashed across the corners of Wang Chen's mouth. Then he took a step back. Little Bing Qing, it's your turn to perform. The words just fell. The little ice Qing on his shoulder waved his wings and flew out, his body expanding rapidly in midair. Next, anon! A high dragon's roar sounded in the middle of the cavern, and the entire cavern rumbled like a shocking wave of sound waves. A 5-meter-long, terrifying creature covered in azure scales straddled the front of the orc berserker's charge. The 5 lava rays that shot out and landed on that azure-colored scale armor didn't even leave a white mark, and directly turned into magic fragments and disappeared. When the charging orc berserkers saw this scene, one of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The aura from the top of the food chain caused panic to surface in their eyes at this moment. What's that? On the viewing platform behind the bronze light gate, Rixia, whose eyes were glued to the screen, suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression on her face. Ms. Rixia, watch your emotions. On the side, a flash of impatience flashed across the face of Principal Li, who heard the exclamation. Is this Mr. Lai Ha finished? Losing his temper in front of the Guardian Sama and the city head over and over again was simply too embarrassing for the school. No. No. Principal look at Wang Duan. Rixia stammered a bit and reached out to point at the giant light screen. What's there to see? Did that brat know better and use the city return scroll? At those words, Principal Li frowned unhappily, his eyes skimming toward the light screen. What's that? In the next second, he directly jumped up from his chair, his face filled with a strong look of incredulity. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but curiously deflect their eyes. Then, all dumbstruck, only to see that in everyone's eyes, the little creature that had been lying on Wang Chen's shoulder after entering the secret copy changed its image in an instant. From less than the size of a palm, it became a behemoth with a body size of over 5 meters. Her entire body was streamlined and covered in azure-colored, fine scales, with 2 forked, pointed horns pointing diagonally at the sky. Even if they only saw the image, everyone present could feel the honorable and vast aura emanating from the creature. The streamlined body, the huge wings that spread out, the hideous giant claws, are all indicating her identity to the crowd. It's a divine beast out of legend, a giant dragon. Chapter 54. He, surprisingly, contracted a dragon. This is a giant dragon? On the viewing platform, Principal Li's eyes almost stared out, his expression extremely disbelieving. How could he not expect that he had seen a living dragon appear? On the side, Guardian Situ Haonan's expression was no better. Even if he was a fourth-turn powerhouse, he felt insignificant after seeing that terrifying creature in the picture. Megalosaurus. It wasn't even an ordinary attribute giant dragon like the 5 elements giant dragon, but a rare ice attribute. Just based on what he saw now, Situ Haonan could be certain that this was definitely an overlord level or higher divine beast. As long as he grew up, he would be able to at least reach the strength of the 7th turn. Nima. The vision that appeared in Dongling City a month ago was definitely made by this kid. To have contracted a giant dragon and still keep such a low profile, what on earth is this kid thinking? With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, with Situ Haonan's composure, he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth at this moment. And among the crowd, the head of Dongling City even stood up with a swollen red face, his breathing becoming rapid. A dragon? A giant rogue with a contracted dragon? The head of Dongling City suspected that he had blurred his eyes, and for this reason he rubbed his eyes and repeated his confirmation no less than 3 times with his gaze fixed dead center on the screen. That's right, it really is a gargoyle. The shape is identical to the pattern in the documentation. After seeing it clearly, the head of Dongling City stumbled on his feet and almost fell to the ground if not for the quick eyes and hands of one of the people beside him who held him up. Only after a long time did the head of Dongling City come back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh openly. Ha 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 ha! It's a giant dragon. My Dongling City has produced a giant imperial beast master who has contracted a giant dragon. The head of Dongling City was so excited that he could not wait to light a bunch of fireworks to celebrate. No one knew better than him what a giant imperial beast master who had contracted a giant dragon represented. I'm afraid that after the college entrance exam competition, Dongling City can immediately take off the hat of the third-rate city, directly into the ranks of first-class cities, and even the capital of Far River Province and the same name is not unlikely. Hey, hey, hey! Thinking of the bright prospects that would emerge in the future, the head of Dongling City couldn't help but heave a giggle. However, at this moment, no one noticed his scandalous behavior, and everyone's eyes were dead set on the light screen, staring at the being whose breath was dignified and vast. Only to see the azure-colored dragon moved. Her speed wasn't really fast, but because of her huge power-filled body, just a seemingly slow step, but in an instant, she crossed a distance of tens of meters, instantly coming in front of the orc berserker's body. These monsters with strengths as high as 43 levels, and other candidates who chose the hell difficulty would need to struggle to deal with one, appeared small and gurgling in front of the giant dragon. The giant dragon merely swung out with its 2 dragon wings, instantly sending 7 or 8 orc berserkers flying out. Seconds. The crowd on the viewing platform could clearly see that the chests of these orc berserkers that were slapped away instantly collapsed, blood continuously gushing out of their mouths, and they directly died. Next, the azure-colored dragon madly surged forward, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, waving its claws and wings to easily cut down the remaining orc berserkers. Even the 5 high-level orc shamans that stood at the end were easily slapped to death by one of her claws. And at that moment, when the magic array leading to the next level lit up, just 10 seconds had passed before Wang Chun entered the 2nd level. 2. Strong. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts couldn't help but be shocked, their eyes filled with horror. 10 seconds to get through the more difficult 2nd level? Is this the terrifying strength of a giant dragon? It's simply too strong. Where did Wang Chun contract a divine beast like a giant dragon from? With this terrifying dragon around, there's no surprise at all that he'll pass the hell difficulty copy. Too strong. Not to mention the past copy. I'm afraid that this year's Far River Province scholar will not be Wang Duan. A murmur mixed with shock rang out, and everyone on the viewing platform couldn't help but physically tremble. At this moment, no one doubted Wang Chen's strength anymore. Wearing a novice suit to Hellborn was a death wish for other people, but for Wang Dust, who possessed a gargoyle, it was a vacation. Quickly, I want all of Wang Duan's information. Bring it to me immediately. Upon seeing Wang Chun and the giant dragon's figures disappear into the magic formation, the head of Dongling City excitedly slapped the table. A scholar, a giant imperial beast master with a promising future. He had to keep the other party's account in the middle of Dongling City at any cost. While everyone in the outside world was shaken by the appearance of the giant dragon, Wang Chun brought little Ice Ching and appeared in the middle of the 3rd level. The environment here was no different from before except that the cavern space had become larger and there was more lava flowing on the ground. Anon! Just as soon as he entered, little Bing Ching, who hadn't yet had all the fun, couldn't wait to let out a high dragon's roar. The 20 orc warriors huddled together at the center of the cave were instantly attracted to the idea. The size of each of these guys was similar to that of an orc berserker, but they were wearing fiery red iron armor and exuded a much stronger aura. 46th level Orc Guard. As for specific properties, Wang Dust skimmed his eyes and owed it to himself to even release a scrying spell. The attribute information didn't matter anymore. In front of Bing Qing, who had turned on the combat state, these orc guards would only end up being crushed. Ho 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 ho. The 20 orc guards looked at the uninvited guests that appeared in the middle of the cave, and each of them let out a growl of extreme anger. Knock knock knock. They picked up their battle axes and swarmed up to break the two unwelcome guests into pieces. However, they are well thought of, but the reality is harsh. Anon! The high dragon's roar rang out like thunder, shaking the entire cavern with a buzzing sound. Immediately after that, Bing Qing opened his hideous mouth, and the extremely cold spit shot out as a pillar of light, and the shockwave that swept away caused a white wave of air to appear in the cave that was visible to the naked eye. Rumble! The orc guard's densely charged formation was directly torn apart from it by Dragon's breath. There were enough 10 orc guards that didn't even have time to scream before they turned into tiny ice crystal dust under the pillar of azure light. And those orc guards who were on either side of the azure-colored light pillars weren't doing well either. The violent shockwave directly shook them away. Bang, bang, bang. The orc guards didn't stop until they hit the rock wall of the cave. However, before they could regain their senses from their fear, hideous dragon claws and sharp swords glittering with cold light appeared in front of their eyes. Ho 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 ho! With a mournful roar, the remaining 10 orc guards were mercilessly harvested of their lives. Chapter 55 Destroying the Terror. Bing Qing's terrifying strength. Phew! Shaking off the blood on his long sword, Wang Chun looked at the messy cave and let out a long breath. It's too strong. Even though he had long seen Little Ice Qing strike many times in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he could not help but feel emotion in his heart at this moment. 10 seconds. Another 10 seconds. The orc guards that were stronger than the second level of orc berserkers were once again decimated by Bing Qing. None of these guys were a single enemy of Bing Qing, and they were directly crushed to death by destruction. Up until now, the total time it took him to take care of the third level was only 40 seconds. At this time, the other candidates who had chosen the hell difficulty were still playing hide and seek with the orc berserker on the second level. Woohoo! Just as Wang Chun was feeling emotional in his heart, Bing Qing's head, which was bigger than his entire body, rubbed heavily on him a few times. Woohoo! Blue-colored eyes stared at him expectantly as the little ice clearing one huge dragon claw pointed to the magic formation that had appeared in the cavern. Fine, fine, we'll move on to the next level. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust cried and laughed a little. This guy totally hit high. The orc guards from earlier were not enjoying themselves at all. Really? You're a little beauty. How can you be so belligerent? As he spoke, Wang Chun placed one hand against Bing Qing's dragon head to prevent himself from being sent flying out with a headbutt. However, while he defended his head at this point, he forgot that the little guy's entire body was a weapon. Woo! Hearing his words, Bing Qing hissed in dissatisfaction, and with a flick of his thick dragon's tail, he directly threw Wang Chun onto his back before scattering to run towards the magic formation leading to the next level. Slow down. Slow down. Holding Bing Qing's neck in a death grip, Wang Chun felt as if he was sitting on a speeding train at the moment. 10 seconds. 2046 leveled orc guards, supported in front of a giant dragon for only 10 seconds? This is simply too unimaginable. Wang Chun and this giant dragon. They won't maintain such a speed to directly fight through the secret realm copy, right? Looking at the giant dragon running wildly in the center of the light screen, as well as the figure that was slightly in a sorry state, everyone on the viewing platform had their mouths wide open. It's too strong. The 46th level orc guards were as easy to tear apart in front of the dragon as if they were made of paper. Everyone felt that they were afraid to witness the birth of a new record today. Wang Chuan this time, I'm afraid that he's going to create the fastest and highest clearance score since our Dragon Country's college entrance exam competition, Situ Haonan muttered, his eyes incomparably shocked. At this moment, where was the condescension of a fourth-turn powerhouse still on his face? The terrifying battle power displayed by the giant dragon made his entire body crack. The others were watching the hilarity, but as the strongest among the crowd, Situ Haonan saw something more essential behind it through the giant dragon crushing the orc guards. This azure-colored dragon, which was now just in its juvenile stage, had a strength comparable to that of a third-turn professional. This discovery simply made Situ Haonan's three senses explode. It's outrageous. Even if it was an overlord-level divine beast, it was impossible for its juvenile strength to be so strong. Could it be that this giant dragon's rank is that of a monarch-level, or even universe-level, divine beast? Situ Haonan thought silently in his heart, and the expression on his face grew more and more shocked. As for the holy beasts, the will of the heavens had only appeared once in the 700 years since the revival of the will of the heavens, and he didn't even dare to think about it at the moment. While Situ Haonan was shocked because of his own guesses, the others on the viewing platform did not have anything else on their minds at all at this point. They looked at the huge dragon that was rampaging among the light curtains, killing the 46-level orc guards like chickens, and had only one thought in their minds. Strong. Is too strong. Strong and invincible. At the same time, the crowd gathered outside of Dongling. I was buzzing with excitement. This candidate has good strength, cleanly solving a second-level monster. Definitely has the strength of a book. This one can also be. These three candidates work well together and have definitely put in hard work. The second grade is assured. This one doesn't work. I can't believe I haven't passed the first level of average difficulty, struggling to get into a good school. Everyone, looking at the giant screen in the middle of the sky that randomly broadcasted the candidate's situation in the Secret Realm copies, did not blink. Every time a new candidate appeared, a fervor of discussion surged among the crowd. Look, it's Situyu. She's so strong that none of the monsters could even get close to her. Worthy of being the top genius of our Dongling city. I'm afraid that this year's city scholar is not her. At this moment, only a beautiful figure with delicate appearance, wearing silver battle armor and holding a longbow, appeared among the giant screen. She was like a butterfly, wandering amongst the orc berserkers in the second level, arrows in her hands shooting out like phantoms, and every 3 arrows would inevitably take away the life of an orc berserker. Such a beautiful and austere image drew a lot of discussion among the crowd. However, the crowd hadn't seen enough when the image on the giant screen turned. A ponderous figure covered in azure-colored scale armor, running wildly through the third level of the Secret Realm replica, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What's that? What a terrifying creature. Just looking at it makes me feel a little distracted. Geez, a dragon's head? Dragon claws? Dragon wings? This can't be a giant dragon? Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers were all stunned. Not only were they shocked that a candidate had rushed to the third level at this moment, they were even more shocked at the creature they saw in front of them that exuded a dignified and vast aura. Megalosaurus. Gee whiz. Who is this? Someone among the candidates even has a giant dragon. Crazy, solving the third level so quickly. This candidate is a monster, right? Who will wake me up? It must be a hallucination that I'm seeing a living gargoyle in my lifetime. Don't switch the screen. I want to see a giant dragon. What's so great about watching this garbage break in? After a short period of shock, it was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped in the crowd, and a clamor of thunderous comments rang out. Everyone had an extremely unbelievable expression on their faces. A giant dragon, just like that, appeared alive in front of their eyes and was taking part in the higher education competition. This, literally, shattered their worldview. However, on the giant screen, the image lingered briefly for a moment before it was replaced by images of other candidates, causing the crowd of onlookers to clamor with discontent. And in the midst of the clamoring crowd, a couple stared at each other with extremely incredulous expressions on their faces. In the image just now, the azure-colored dragon and the wretched figure on the dragon's back caused an incomparably familiar feeling to rise in their hearts. Old Wang, did you see it just now? That seems to be Bing Qing and our son. Wang Duan. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Might of the Ice Hell. In the middle of the secret copy, Wang Chuan was not aware that his parents were filled with confusion by the shocking appearance of himself and Xiao Bingqing on the giant screen in the outside world. He combed his blown-out hair at this moment and somewhat unhappily patted little Ice Clear's dragon horn. Just now, this guy Bingqing ran wildly and brought up a fierce wind that almost blew him away. Bingqing, you're a lady. Behave gracefully. Woo-hoo! In the face of his master's teachings, little Bingqing shook his head, not listening at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust slapped his head breathlessly. Nice guy. It always feels like Bingqing is going to grow crooked in the future. But it was really exciting, despite the cold wind that had just blown me around. Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Chun looked around. At this moment, he and Bing Qing had already arrived at the fourth and final level of the secret replica of the Great Examination Competition. The total time taken so far totaled 40 seconds, definitely an unprecedented achievement since the start of the Dragon Country Higher Education Competition. The space of the fourth level was larger than the previous 3 levels combined, more than 100 feet in circumference, comparable to 10 soccer fields. Huge candle fires were lit on the rock walls, and it was unknown what kind of fuel they were. The firelight was extremely dazzling, illuminating the huge space as bright as day. In this huge space, 20 giant orcs roamed the ground. Each of these beastmen was over 8 meters in size, taller than Bing Qing. Their bodies were surrounded by unknown beast skins, and their exposed muscles seemed to be sharpened by knives and axes, and at a glance, it was clear that they contained extreme strength. Monster, Giant Orc. Level, 50. Fighting style, melee. Skills, Bestial Roar, Trample, Mega Throw. Type, General. Finally, some slightly more challenging opponents. Looking at the information returned by the scrying technique in front of him, Wang Chun became slightly excited. For the other candidates, these 20 giant orcs were definitely an existence that they could only deal with if they put their best foot forward. However, to Wang Chun, it only slightly squared him up. The moment, the 20 giant orcs spotted the uninvited guests that appeared in the cave, and they locked onto Wang Chun and Bing Qing with their huge scarlet eyes the size of a faceplate. Looking at these 2 uninvited guests, the giant orcs twitched their noses and rose up in excitement, taking steps to surround Wang Chun and Bing Qing. Knock, knock, knock. Their huge bodies walked on the ground, making a sound like a beating drum. Ho, 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 ho. The smell of fresh blood and meat caused each of these giant orcs to let out an extremely brutal roar. Finally, a giant orc couldn't help but throw the bone club in its hand and attack. Hoo hoo hoo. With a violent whistling sound, the bone rod shot out like a cannonball. Huge throws. Its movement caused a chain reaction, and the other giant orcs standing aside followed suit. Next, hoo hoo hoo. Terrifying whistling sounds filled the entire space as 20 bone rods flew at great speed towards where Bing Qing and Wang Chun were. And you know how to make the first move? However, upon seeing this scene, Wang Chun did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Bing Qing, let's compare who killed the most giant orcs. Smiling, he patted the little guy's dragon horn, and before the words fell, Wang Chen's body had already flown out like lightning. Instant sword. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to a giant orc. The novice long sword in his hand swung out sharply, viciously chopping at the giant orc's knee. The giant orc's body was just too massive, and that was where he was most comfortable attacking. Jab! A toothsome tearing sound rang out, and a shower of blood exploded from the giant orc's knee. However, Wang Chuan, who had built up his success with one strike, had a somewhat speechless expression on his face after shaking off the blood on his sword. The giant orc was too big and had thick skin. His sword only tore through the flesh on his knee and didn't even cut through the bone. Roar! Feeling the pain on his body, the giant orc growled and bent down to slap towards Wang Chun. Wang Chun moved his feet and dodged this attack by a hair's breadth. After standing firmly, he looked at the giant orc whose size was nearly 5 times bigger than his own, and was somewhat helpless in his heart. It's simply too difficult for a big guy like this to make a fatal wound with a normal attack. The long sword in his hand was no different from a toothpick to a giant orc, and it was estimated that even if it was inserted into the giant orc's chest, it wouldn't necessarily be able to pierce through the other party's heart. But thankfully, he's not fighting alone. Bang! The giant orc that was about to launch another attack suddenly had its body knocked out by an azure-colored figure. Woo! In place, little Ice Ching looked at her master and let out a disgruntled chirp from her mouth. It's an abomination. A race was agreed upon and the owner jumped the gun. Noticing the little guy's emotions, Wang Dust touched his nose awkwardly. Okay, I concede. These giant orcs, all of them are your prey. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Wang Dust went along with it and handed over all of the giant orcs to Bing Qing. Anyway, he didn't have a quick solution to the giant orc right now, so it was better to stand aside and play assist for Bing Qing. Woo! Hearing his words, the little guy nodded in satisfaction. With an air of master, you know what you're doing. Anon. Then, Bing Qing twisted her head to look at the giant orcs that surrounded them and opened her mouth to let out a high dragon's roar. Before the dragon's roar fell, terrifying frost magic power rose up on Bing Qing's body. Cold hell. In an instant, a piercingly cold wind blew in the middle of the cavern, and the blue-colored ice attribute magic power turned into a piece of palm-sized snowflakes, drifting and enveloping all the giant orcs. Click, click, click. These snowflakes fell to the ground and landed on the giant orcs, instantly freezing the area they touched. In just the blink of an eye, the area tens of meters in circumference around Bing Qing turned into a land of ice and snow. The ground and the bodies of those giant orcs were wrapped in azure-colored cold ice little by little. At first, the giant orcs were still able to move, but after this cold ice completely covered their bodies, they completely turned into ice sculptures and froze in place. Woo-hoo! After doing this, little Ice Qing chirped in triumph. His body quickly rushed out, and with one claw, he broke these ice sculptures into pieces. However, at this moment, Wang Chan did not move, and after all those giant orcs were turned into ice sculptures, the beep of the secret copy machinery sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Wang Dust for clearing the secret copy of Lava Cave Pants. Settlement in progress. Please wait. When he heard the voice, he froze straight away. The giant orc hadn't even been killed yet, so how did it suddenly pass? Looking around at the dozen or so giant orcs that were still frozen into ice sculptures, as well as the little Ice Qing that was wreaking havoc, Wang Dust's eyes were a bit confused. Ice Clear opened a skill and just straight up spiked the giant orcs. Chapter 57 Generous Rewards. Passed. Oh my god. It's only just a minute now. This is too outrageous. 1 minute to pass the hell difficulty Gao Gao Secret Realm copy. The Dragon Kingdom hasn't had such a horrible result ever. On the viewing platform, everyone looked at the image on the light screen that had been fixed, with extremely unbelievable expressions on their faces. They were waiting to see more battle footage of the giant dragon. But as a result, a snowflake drifted by and all of the giant orcs were killed in seconds. Is this an instant death type skill? Dropping 20 level 50 monsters in a single strike. This dragon's strength is simply beyond imagination. While the crowd around him was shocked, Situ Haonan's mood was also extremely unsettled. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. As a 4th turn level 120 professional, he could tell with a single glance that when those cold ice covered the giant orcs, the monsters' lives were ended. Ha 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 ha. 1 minute to clear the secret copy of the hell difficulty. The top scholar of Far River Province has been pocketed by Wang Duan. Right at this moment, a slightly maniacal laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing platform. Class 7 teacher Lixia laughed unimaginatively, her gaze sweeping over the crowd on the viewing platform, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. On the day of their transfer, these guys loved and even belittled Wang Chuan because he had transferred to a giant beast royalist. At that time, who of them could have imagined that Wang Chun, who was looked down upon by them, had created a miracle by clearing the hell difficulty copy in 1 minute? The best pass among the previous high school big game was 10 minutes. Wang Dust had now directly pulled this achievement up tenfold, absolutely unprecedented. At this moment, Ri Xia's heart was incomparably superior. See? That's how good an old lady's eye is. Noticing Ri Xia's gaze, many people on the viewing platform lowered their heads, ashamed of the short-sightedness they once had. However, in this case, it did not include the principal of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, Mr. Li, and the head of Dongling City. These two guys who are over 100 years old are smiling like a daisy. The head of Dongling City looked at the upright young man in the picture, his body trembling with excitement. Provincial top student? How could the head of Dongling City not expect that this kind of heavenly fortune could fall on his head? A third-rate small city out of a provincial scholar, he is not far from the high rise. This kind of luck is no longer a smoke coming out of the ancestral tomb. It can simply be said that the ancestral tomb has blown up the corpse. As for Principal Li, who was at the side, his mouth was even cracking to the back of his head. He didn't care about the disdain in Mr. Ri Xia's eyes. Compared to a provincial scholar, these were nothing. At this moment, if Wang Chen agreed, Principal Li was even willing to immediately kneel down and kowtow to recognize a father. Dragon Country successive high school provincial scholar, as long as not a lot of years die young, the final strength is not a lower than 6 turns. He's earned his keep, not to mention being a son, even as a grandson. In the copy, Wang Dust, who had heard the clearance prompt, still had a confused look on his face. He hadn't yet figured out how the secret copy had suddenly been pierced. However, when he saw little Ice Ching, who had knocked an ice sculpture into pieces, a glint flashed in his eyes. It suddenly occurred to him that Ice Clear's Cold Ice Hell skill had another special effect. Ice Inferno SSS. Active attack skill, summoning endless frost, freezing all enemies within a certain range. Remarks. Any enemy with intelligence attribute lower than that of the Dragon of Extreme Cold will trigger an instant death effect when they are in the range of the ice territory. These giant orcs, at first glance, were wild monsters with strength specialties, and their intelligence attributes were simply no match for Ice Clear, and they were directly seconded by the special effects of the Cold Ice Hell. This control skill, Ice Clear, seems like it can also be used as a wide-range monster clearing skill. Silently thinking, Wang Dust suddenly became excited. Bing Qing's various attributes developed on average, and in terms of the intelligence attribute alone, I'm afraid that monsters that were 30 or 40 levels higher in rank would not be able to compare. In the future, when this skill is used well, that experience value won't rub off on you. For a moment, thinking of the future where he would bring Bing Qing with him for a second, Wang Chan could not help but look forward to it in his heart. Right at that moment, the beep from the secret copy sounded again. Ding! Settlement complete. Congratulations to candidate Wang Dust for perfectly clearing the secret copy of Lava Cave. Current secret copy difficulty. Hell level. Passing time. 1 minute. Overall rating. SSS highest. The results have been uploaded to the high school data center, and the pass reward will be issued next. The beeping in his ears ended, and Wang Dust silently nodded his head without the slightest surprise on his face. This achievement had long been in his expectations. After all, if he brought the ancestral god beast and still couldn't get the highest rating, he could just dig a hole and bury himself. Bing Qing stopped playing around and hurried over to open the reward. At this moment, he greeted the little guy before looking expectantly at the colorful treasure chest that appeared in front of him. The treasure chests rewarded for clearing the secret copies are all one color, unlike the divisions in the field drops. But what can be opened inside will fluctuate depending on the performance of the passer and the level of the secret copy. Don't worry at all about opening crap because of a bad hand, like when you drop treasure chests in the wild. Woo! The great meritocracy Bing Qing curiously came over and stretched out his dragon claws to directly poke open the colorful treasure chest. Colorful light flickered as an item floated in the air. As the scrying technique swept through, information about these things appeared in front of Wang Chen's eyes. 5 million experience points. 100 points of free attributes. 100 free skill points. Gold set. Lava Roar. Elite title. Orc Hunter. Grade B General Skill. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Grade B Magic Material. Orc's Blood Essence. Looking at this large pile of things in front of him, a burst of color bubbled up in Wang Dust's eyes. I have to say, it's worthy of being a secret copy produced. It's simply too rich. The harvest from this passage was at least several times what he had gained from fighting for a month in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The first is 5 million experience points, free attribute points, and skill points. With Wang Chen's thought, the experience value disappeared into his and Bing Qing's bodies, respectively. In an instant, his and Bing Qing's levels directly increased by 5 levels. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, 1 month young. Level, 30. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 1950 Wisdom, 1950 Physical Fitness, 1950 Agility, 1950. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skills. Frost Body SSS. Extreme Cold Breath SSS. Ice Inferno SSS. Dragon Might SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Chapter 58 Terrifying Enhancement, leaving the copy. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Seeing little Ice Ching's level increase to level 30, Wang Dust nodded with satisfaction. Now the experience needed for Bing Qing to level up 5 would require him to struggle for at least half a month in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After checking Ice Clear's attributes, Wang Chuan set his eyes on the other items that were opened. First up is the gold level set, Lava Roar. Equipment, Lava Armor. Type, Defense. Grade Gold. Level limit, 40. Attributes, Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Enchanted effects. Every time you take an attack, rebound 10% of the damage. 2. Increase the power of all your own skills by 5%. Equipment. Lava belt. Type. Defense. Grade gold. Level limit. 40. Attributes. Strength plus 50. Physique plus 50. Agility plus 50. Enchanted effects. Self-contained weapon storage compartment for quick switching of primary combat weapons 02. Equipment. Lava gauntlets. Type. Defense. Grade gold. Level limit. 40. Attributes. Strength plus 80. Agility plus 100. Enchanted effects. 1. Increase movement speed by 10%. At the same time, the 3 pieces of equipment were gathered together, and a set attribute surfaced. When waiting to collect the Lava Roar 3-piece set, increase defense by an additional 10% and reduce fire attribute attack damage by 10%. Not bad. Not bad. Gold set. This is definitely a good thing with a price in Dongling City. If we take it out and sell it, I'm afraid it will sell for at least 10 million gold coins. After reading the introduction of Lava Roar, Wang Dust directly put it on his body beautifully, while incidentally learning the B-rank skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy as well. Bloodthirsty Berserking B. Active skill. After turning on the skill, one will enter the state of Bloodthirsty Berserking, reducing pain by 20% and increasing attack by 20%. In an instant, Wang Chun felt the power in his body become even stronger. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 41st turn limit. Talents, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion God. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Identification Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade Technique C. Bloodthirsty Berserking B. Power, 315 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 315 plus 10 points. Physique, 315 plus 150 points. Agility, 315 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 150. After the average distribution of attribute points, coupled with Bing Qing's feedback, Wang Chuan's 4-dimensional attributes had already surpassed 300 points in the naked state. If he counted the attribute boost from his equipment, his highest strength attribute was even closer to the 600-point mark. With such an exaggerated 4-dimensional attribute, it wasn't even comparable to an ordinary second-turn professional of level 60 or 70. As for the free skill points, Wang Chuan did not intend to use them for the time being. B-rank skills needed to consume 50 skill points each time they were upgraded, and the cost-effectiveness was too low for him at the moment. Moreover, his level had now risen to level 40, the limit of the first turn. If you want to upgrade again, you have to go and complete the transfer quests in order to continue upgrading. Keep the skill points just in case you need them. After successfully transferring, you can obtain a new contract bit. Hey, soon I'll be able to contract a second beast pet. With a beautiful thought in his heart, Wang Chun set his eyes on the remaining 2 rewards. Elite title, Orc Hunter. After using it, when fighting monsters of the orc race, increase your attack power by an additional 10%. The rank of the title is divided into 4 classes: General, Elite, Epic, and Legendary. The Elite rank title was already quite good for a fledgling professional like Wang Dust. Without hesitation, he simply chose to use it. Next up was the last item, a B-class magic material, the Orc's Bloodline Essence. This item was equally valuable and was the main ingredient for refining berserking potions and bloodline potions. Putting it in a trading house, it would be easy to sell it for more than 2 million gold coins. However, this thing was of little use to Wang Dust, who himself had the bloodthirsty berserking skill and didn't want to change his human bloodline into something ugly like an orc. So this material, along with those other unwanted ones, he planned to throw them into the trading house and sell them. Alright Bing Qing, we should head back. Receiving everything into his space ring, Wang Chun clapped his hands together to hold little Bing Qing in his arms. Then, with a thought, he directly activated the city return scroll on his body. Buzz off. After 3 seconds passed, his figure completely disappeared in the middle of the secret copy. Hurry, hurry. Wang Duan is coming out. On the viewing platform, when the crowd saw the framed image turn into nothingness, there was a burst of chicken and dog. This meant that Wang Chun had completed the settlement in the secret copy and was about to disengage. The head of Dongling City howled at this time, and without any image at all, he directly scurried out from the viewing platform. And behind him, the others woke up as if in a dream and rushed to the playground in a hurry to follow. At this time, the other candidates were simply too lazy to pay any attention to their performance in the secret realm replica, only wanting to dip into the immortal chi of Wang Chun, the provincial scholar, at the first opportunity. Buzz off. The space in front of the bronze light gate fluctuated a few times, and immediately afterward, an upright figure appeared on the playground. It was none other than Wang Duan. After his feet hit the ground, Wang Dust had just dispelled the vertigo from the teleportation, and before he had time to observe his surroundings, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. In the next second, he was directly surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. The usually high and mighty leaders of Dongling City, as well as those mature and steady teachers of the first middle school, surrounded him. The two smiling chrysanthemum faces of the head of Dongling City and Principal Li were even closer to sticking to his body. Seeing this scene, a flash of consternation flashed across Wang Chen's eyes, but his expression returned to calm immediately afterward. Such a big battle must have been caused by his performance in the secret realm of the college entrance exam. Mr. Wang Duan, you are the pride of our Dongling City. The city and the school will give you the highest level of rewards afterward. Any other requests you have, you can mention them all now. Feel free to do so. The head of Dongling City and Principal Li stared at Wang Chuan dead in the face, and their tone of voice trembled as they spoke. A nail-biting provincial scholar, or a giant imperialist who has contracted a giant dragon. It's worth whatever it takes for them to pull it together. However, hearing their words, Wang Chen's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. He knew that the change in attitude of Dongling City heads Su Nuo as well as Principal Li and quite a few others around him was merely because they saw the potential in themselves. If he was still that giant imperial beast master without a beast pet, these people would not hesitate to kick him away. Chapter 59 Situ Family's Kindness, Wang Duan's Eatonness. Dongling First Middle School Playground. In the face of the Dongling City head and Principal Li's praise, Wang Duan only nodded politely. This falsehood was not worth his pleasure. I'll just do everything the leaders and the principal tell me to do. Saying a sentence of nutrient-less nonsense, Wang Chen's eyes began to move through the crowd. Soon, he saw his mature and stable homeroom teacher at the back of the crowd. Mr. Ri Xia, he snorted, a genuine smile on his face. All along, this teacher had taken care of him, and on the day of the transfer ceremony, among the surrounding crowd, Ri Xia was even the only one who really cared about him and didn't belittle and disdain him because he had transferred to the giant beastmaster. Instead, he encouraged him and got him the startup money to buy a beast pet. Treating this benefactor, Wang Dust was grateful from the bottom of his heart. You really did it. Passing through the crowd, Ri Xia looked at the boy in front of her who seemed to be shining brightly, and her eyes were a little dazed. Since 3 years in high school, she witnessed Wang Dust start from a grassroots, not spelling father, not spelling family, step by step rely on their own diligence and hard work to get to today. But even though she had always firmly believed that Wang Chun was her proudest and most satisfied student, she had never anticipated that this boy could reach such heights. Provincial scholar. Although the list hadn't been released yet, Wang Duan's results were already well deserved. For a moment, thinking that Wang Chen's efforts over the years had finally paid off, Li Xia's heart couldn't help but sour. It's so not easy. Teacher, with my grades, I'll have no problem getting you an honor this year, right? Looking at Ms. Li Xia, who was lost in thought, Wang Duan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ri Xia collected her sentimental emotions and softly congratulated. Congratulations, Wang Duan, for reaching the goal you have been pursuing. And thanks to you, the teacher's performance was pulled straight through this year. As he spoke, Ri Xia patted Wang Chen's shoulder, a heartfelt smile on his face. The college entrance exams are over. I'm sure you can't wait to share your results with your parents, so your teacher will treat you to dinner someday. Then it's a deal. Wang Dust nodded. The beautiful homeroom teacher invites you to dinner, and there is a little excitement in your heart. Next, the people around them sensed that Wang Chun was not in high spirits and went up to congratulate him before returning to the viewing platform. However, after the emergence of such a demon as Wang Chun, it had become a bit boring for them to watch the other candidates' performances. Waving goodbye to Mr. Li Xia, Wang Duan was ready to leave the school to find his parents. But just as he took a step, a tall figure stopped in front of him. Wang Chun, congratulations. Situ Haonan spoke with a somewhat serious expression. Thank you, Lord Guardian. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun politely thanked him, then looked at Situ Haonan with some curiosity. For Situ Haonan, he was still very respectful, partly because of the other party's strength of 4 revolutions and 120 levels, and partly because this was Situ Yu's own great-uncle. Across the room, Situ Haonan nodded. He felt very satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude that was very different from when he faced the head of Dongling City and Principal Li. This young man, he knows his stuff. Aha! After a moment of contemplation, Situ Haonan solemnly said, Wang Chuan, you won the honor for our Dongling City in the higher education examination competition. So on behalf of me personally and the Situ family, I have prepared some gifts for you. That's a total of 200 million gold coins and an A-rank skill book. The gold coins will be credited to your card later. And for the skill books, I'll arrange for someone to send them to you tomorrow. Hearing Situ Haonan's words, Wang Chen's eyes shook a little. Nice guy. 200 million gold coins and an A-ranked skill book in one shot. The Situ family is worthy of being the #1 family in Dongling. So rich. I never thought that I would be able to pull the wool over the Situ family's eyes one day, and I wonder if Situ will freak out when he finds out? With a playful thought in his heart, Wang Chun did not reject Situ Haonan. The current him was worthy of such a pull, and it would also put Situ Haonan's mind at ease if he took it. Thank you, Lord Guardian. The boy will be obliged. But for the skill books, you don't need to arrange another person. Just have Situ bring them over. She knows where my house is. Arching his hand, Wang Chun respectfully thanked Situ Haonan. Aha! Seeing Wang Chun accept, Situ Haonan nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, though, he felt that something was wrong somewhere. You want Situ Yuk to bring it to you? And she knows where your house is? When did you two get so close? Harder. Harder fists. Situ Haonan looked at Wang Chun with strange eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Although this kid's talent is superb and his future prospects are unlimited, he seems to have a tendency to arch his own cabbage. Or, it's better to extinguish it. Lord Guardian, I have to go now, see you later. Noticing that the atmosphere was a bit unfavorable, Wang Dust ran straight away in a puff of smoke. If he stayed any longer, he felt like his life was in danger. When Wang Chun walked out of the school, the crowd outside immediately noticed him. There are candidates coming out so soon? My goodness! How long has this been going on? It must have failed to challenge the Secret Realm copy. This kid has a big heart, and he's laughing so hard after failing. This young man is so handsome. It's okay if he can't get into college. I'm afraid he's better than us even if we rely on his face to make a living. A voice of disbelief rang out, and many people looked at Wang Chun with sympathy in their eyes. When Bing Qing, who was in a fighting state just now, appeared on the giant screen, the crowd didn't even notice him on his back. So at this moment, in their opinion, Wang Chun had obviously failed the challenge by coming out of the secret copy so quickly. However, for the surrounding comments, Wang Dust didn't care. Now that the college entrance examination competition hadn't ended yet, less than the time to release the list, even if he explained, no one would believe him. Instead, it would be better to listen to the official list that will be released tomorrow, which will be more powerful than any words. Dusty, this way. As he walked outward, Wang Dust heard a familiar voice and turned his head to see his mother waving at him. Mom, what are you guys doing here with so many people? Walking forward, before Wang Chun could finish his words, he was set up by his parents on the left and right. Tell me the truth. Is Bing Qing really a dragon? Dragging him to a remote corner, the king's father and mother secretly asked. Of course. At those words, Wang Dust rolled his eyes. Really? The second old man looked at the little cutie on his son's shoulder and froze straight away. That's a giant dragon. How could they not connect the honorable creature they had seen earlier with the cute and cuddly little Bing Qing? The difference is just too much. I told you guys a long time ago, you don't believe me. Hurry home. I'm starving. Seeing his parents' dumbfounded expressions, Wang Dust had some taste in his heart. What a pro parent, I just came out of the secret copy, you guys don't even ask about the results, you only care about Bing Qing. Chapter 60 Civilian Scholar about to turn 2. Shortly after Wang Chun left, the space on the playground of Dongling #1 Middle School flickered continuously, and a wretched figure appeared one after another. These, all of them, were the examinees who had teleported out of the Secret Realm copy. At this moment among these people, there were those who shouted loudly in excitement and shared their joy to the people around them. And there were also those who walked out of the playground with their heads hanging down and their eyes lifeless. There is a stark contrast between those who succeeded in getting through and those who failed in getting through. Buzz off. Just then, spatial fluctuations reappeared, and in the next second, a pretty figure stood on the playground. That bastard Wang Chun. How dare he run away without waiting for me? After the vertigo of the teleportation ended, Sityu scanned her surroundings and stomped her foot in exasperation when she didn't find that abominable figure. Then, she pulled out her cell phone and was ready to find that darned guy to raise hell. However, before she could get started, a group of people on the viewing platform surrounded her. Jade, what were the grades? Sityu Haonan, as Sityu's own great-uncle, walked straight up and asked. Okay. Rating SSS, clearance time 12 minutes. Seeing her eldest uncle, Sityu held her neck high and said with a pretense of reserve. Not bad, not bad. You can already enter the top 10 at the provincial level with this score last year, and this year is expected to be not too far off. Looking at the pride in his niece's eyes, Sityu Haonan patted her shoulder and said heartily, Ha ha ha, it's really a double blessing. It looks like our Dongling City is going to produce 2 provincial top 10 this time. On the side of the head of Dongling City and also Principal Li, there was a pleased smile on their faces. The top 10 at the provincial level, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. If it wasn't for Wang Dust's pearl in front of them, now they were afraid that they would hate to offer Sityu up as an ancestor. 2. Hearing this, Sityu's expression moved and looked at her eldest uncle. Uncle, how are the grades of Wang Chan? That mixed guy. 1 minute to pass. This kid's provincial scholar is sure to be a sure thing. Sityu Haonan glanced suspiciously at his niece as he spoke. Xiao, you seem to be very familiar with this Wang Dust. No one told her. She even guessed that the other person was Wang Dust as well. For a moment, thinking of the previous conversation between himself and Wang Dust, Sityu Haonan's heart was alerted. However, Sityu didn't even notice her eldest uncle's difference, and was completely immersed in her own world at the moment. Provincial scholar? Although he had known that Wang Chen's grades would be better than his own, when he really heard the news, Sityu still lost some ground in his heart. While the provincial top picks are bound to get into the top universities, the top 10 at the provincial level are fraught with uncertainty. If this girl is ranked low in the top 10, won't she have to go to 2 colleges with that asshole? Sityu stomped her foot, a little depressed in her heart. What's wrong? Worried about school choice this year? Seeing that his niece was not too happy, Sityu Haonan thought that she had been hit and opened his mouth to console her. Don't worry. For some reason, the 4 top universities have decided to expand their enrollment, and the top 15 ranked in each province will be able to enroll. Really? Sityu raised her head in surprise, and when she saw her eldest uncle nodding, a smile appeared on her face. That's great news. When the list is released tomorrow, go and show off to that stinky fart Wang Duan. Uncle, I have to go beforehand. Sityu waved her hand and bounced straight out of the school. Behind him, Sityu Haonan had wanted to ask his niece about Wang Chun, but he could only stop when he saw this scene. The next day, the day of the release, with the official website of Longhua Education posting the rankings of the candidates' results in the entrance exams of each province. King Dust. This ordinary name was like a heavy bomb, directly making the entire Dongling City, and even the entire Far River province, boil up. Provincial scholar. Civilian heavenly pride. A multitude of halos were stacked onto Wang Chen's body all at once, causing countless people to notice him. Giant Sentinel. A powerful ice attribute dragon was contracted. One by one, information about him spread online, causing countless shocks. Many of the media websites that reported information about Wang Dust were even paralyzed due to the excessive influx of traffic. This day, the whole Dongling City was decorated with lights because of him, and many people spontaneously lit fireworks, celebrating like New Year's Eve that Dongling City had a provincial scholar. Numerous local journalists and guild magnates were even sniffing around, wanting to obtain first-hand information or recruit Wang Duan into their ranks. In a short period of time, I don't know how many phone calls have been made, and I don't know how many people have slapped their thighs blue. Especially those union magnates who had once visited the transfer ceremony and had abandoned Wang Dust as if he was a ghost. They blocked Wang Dust's neighborhood with large amounts of gold coins and resources. At this time, their ruined intestines were green. They only hated themselves for having eyes without pearls. How did they not find such a heavenly pride at that time? Right now, they had no intention of soliciting at all. and only hoped that what they took out could slightly make up for the impression they had in Wang Chen's mind. In addition to Dongling City and Far River Province shaking, the 4 top universities located at the apex of the Dragon Country also sent their manpower to Dongling City due to Wang Chen's achievements, wanting to snatch Wang Chen before anyone else and recruit him into the school. However, while the outside world was clamoring abnormally, Wang Chen's mood was unusually calm, not affected by any of this at all. After the release of the results, after sharing his results with his parents, he made a good disguise and came to a magnificent building in downtown Dongling. The building was extremely opulent, and the 4 big words at the entrance of the Transmigration Shrine exuded a divine aura. Phew! I hope the transfer quest I received will be a bit easier, so I can have a second beast pet faster. Wang Dust looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to him in the surroundings, and took a step into the middle of the Transmigration Temple. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, professionals who wanted to always increase their strength would need to constantly change jobs and expand their upper limits. Transformation quests, randomly issued through the divine stones enshrined in the middle of the temple. How difficult it is all depends on the luck of the professional. Generally speaking, the difficulty of transfer quests fluctuates in a range. But the world is a big place, and there are always some guys with particularly odd luck. Some people might be able to successfully turn 2 just by slaughtering a goblin, while others, who want to turn 2, need to kill a level 100 wild monster with their own hands. Walking into the Transmigration Shrine, Wang Dust found that the place was a bit cold, and apart from the divine stone enshrined in the very center, there were only a few staff members sitting behind their desks and dozing off. However, upon seeing this scene, there was no surprise on Wang Chen's face. Today was the day of the release of the list, and the people of Dongling City were immersed in revelry, so it was normal for the Transmutation Shrine to be a bit cold. And it was just what he wanted. He wouldn't have snuck out here if he hadn't found it too much of a hassle to stay at home. Sweeping the surroundings, Wang Dust directly walked to the front desk. Hello. I've come to pick up the second turn transformation quest. Chapter 61 Mission. Elimination of the Kobold Horde. In the empty Transmigration Shrine, Wang Dust's voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of the staff. A sweet-looking staff member at the front desk flashed a flash of surprise on her face when she saw Wang Chen, who had wrapped himself up tightly. This was the first time she had seen that the professionals who came to transfer their jobs were being so mysterious. Yes, sir. Could you please remove your mask and hat? I need to verify your identity. Taking out a registration form, the staff member had a polite smile on his face. Hearing her words, Wang Chen nodded, removing his disguise and handing over his identity credentials. Every transfer in the transfer shrine required real name authentication on the one hand, because the information of the professional needed to be reported to the central database of the Dragon Kingdom, and on the other hand, it was mainly to prevent those murderous people on the wanted list from fishing in troubled waters. Every one of these wanted murderers had committed a major crime, and no transfer shrine in the Dragon Kingdom would be open to them and would take them down at the first sign of their presence. That's fine, sir. I'll take you to the transfer quest now. After checking his identity, the staff member handed back his identification credentials, turned around and headed to the back. Following the staff, Wang Chen arrived at the area behind the hall. It was a wide space with no decorations in sight, and the whole thing was made of silver-white metal. In the center, a 3-meter-high irregular stone, suspended on the ground against all reason, emitted a gentle glow throughout. This is the transition stone. Just as he approached the transformation god stone, Wang Chen felt the power in his body boiling up a little bit, as if he was cheering. Sir, by placing your hand on the transfer god stone, you will receive a random transfer quest, after which the god stone will teleport you to the appropriate quest location. Coming over to the transfer god stone, the staff member said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate and directly placed his hand on top of the transformation god stone. Buzz! A bright glow lit up on the divine stone, and a mysterious power enveloped Wang Chen's entire body. In the next second, a message surfaced in his mind. Honorable professional, welcome to the transfer task. Testing in progress. The professional's current level, 1 turn and 40 levels, meets the criteria for transferring. The second transfer task is in the process of being generated, and the generation is completed. Mission requirements. Resolve the flood of Kobold Horde General. Confirmation. A normal difficulty transfer quest? After absorbing the information in his mind, a flash of surprise appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. For once, myself, I was lucky. The difficulty of the transfer quest is similar to that of the bronze level or higher secret copies, and is divided into 4 levels as well, based on the experience summarized by many professionals. In normal difficulty, the level of monsters encountered by a professional is equal to the professional's current level at the highest. Hard difficulty, the strength of the monsters has increased dramatically and will be up to 30 levels higher than a professional. Hell difficulty is even more perverse, the monsters appearing in the quest, the minimum will be 30 levels higher than the professional. As for the highest, is still unknown, because since the revival of the will of the heavens, no professional had been able to pass the hellish difficulty transfer quest. And what's even more pitiful is that, as of right now, easy, normal, and hard difficulty transfer quests all have the same level of improvement for the professional after completion. Hey, today's hand is good. Looks like little Bing Ching will soon have a partner to play with. Patting Bing Ching's little head, Wang Chun directly chose to confirm in his mind. Buzz off. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared in front of the transformation god stone. Between the rotation of the sky and the earth, when Wang Chun once again set his feet on the ground, he had already arrived outside a lush forest. The transfer mission is officially open. Mission objective: resolve the Goblin Horde 0100. All the best to the professionals. At the same time, a mechanical beep similar to the one he heard when he entered the secret realm copy surfaced in his mind. 100 kobolds? What a simple task. It seems like I can easily handle it without even needing little Ice Clear's hand. Wang Dust thought playfully in his heart, and without hesitation, he took a step into the forest. Nowadays, with his strength, he could completely and easily take down wild monsters whose level was 30 levels higher than his own, and the normal difficulty of the transfer quests would not create any trouble for him at all. Ho 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 ho! Just after stepping into the forest, the sound of crazy hissing rang in his ears, and at the same time, a hideous and evil line of sight was projected on Wang Chen's body from among the shadows of the forest. Brush up. In the next second, a hideously shaped kobold stepped out from the middle of the forest. These kobolds were 5 shorts in stature, around 1.5 meters tall, covered in dark green skin, and held the bones of unknown creatures as weapons in their hands. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Bing Qing, a greedy look surged among their scarlet eyes, and disgusting sticky saliva flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level, 35. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge. Type, general. Monster, Goblin Wizard. Level, 40. Battle style, remote output, auxiliary. Skills, corrosion ray, frenzy. Type, mutation. Monster, strong Goblin Warrior. Level, 40. Fighting style, melee. Skills, skin hardening, charge, intimidation. Type, mutation. There were a total of 6 mutated ones out of 100 kobolds, 3 kobold wizards and 3 strong kobold warriors. Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Chuan patted Bing Qing's head, then silently drew his blizzard longsword to move his arms and legs. Woo-hoo! Little Ice Qing waved her wings and flew aside, letting out a chirp to cheer her master. Roar! Bing Qing's childish voice seemed to have flicked some kind of switch, causing the goblins to let out a frantic roar. There was no hesitation. One by one, this group of guys waved the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Wang Chun in a crowed manner. Humph! Seeing this scene, Wang Dust disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and with a movement of his feet his body rushed out at the same high speed. Swish! At the same time, the blast wind longsword in his hand cut out a cold light like a curved moon. In an instant, the blade of the blizzard longsword slashed through the throats of the 5 kobolds without any hindrance. Ugh! Only having time to let out a miserable scream, the 5 goblins that rushed at the front were directly killed in seconds. The smell of blood filled the forest in an instant. Ho 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 ho! Stimulated by the smell of blood, the scarlet glow in the eyes of the remaining kobolds became even more intense, especially when the 3 goblin wizards in the rear released their frenzy spells. These guys, even more so, stepped on the corpses of their companions and frantically rushed towards Wang Chun. Chapter 62. 4 top tier joined together. Dongling I. The wide conference room is overcrowded. Dongling First Middle School's Principal Li and all the teachers are all here, standing respectfully at one side. And across from them were 4 men and women with strong auras, each with a fluctuation in their aura that was more than a step stronger than Easttoon Guardian Situhaunan. These 4 people were none other than the enrollment teachers of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom. From left to right, They are from Huaqing University, Yanlong University, Yanhua University, and Southshang University. Behind these 4 people, there were also 8 young men and women standing, all of them outstanding students from the 4 top universities, and the aura on each of them was around 3 revolutions. Knock. Where exactly is Wang Chun now? The enrollment teacher from Huaqing University was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He knocked on the table, his eyes looking at President Li without any ripples. Being gazed at by this calm gaze, Principal Li felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, and sweat instantly soaked out of his brain. How could he not have expected that the list of the college entrance examination grand competition had just been released today, and the admission teachers from the 4 top universities had arrived one after another, which had left him unprepared in the slightest. My lord, please remain at ease soon. I'm already in contact. Without moving to wipe off the cold sweat, Principal Li carefully said. As he spoke, he frantically winked at Class 7's teacher, Lai Xia, and told him to quickly contact Wang Duan. Noticing the principal's gaze, Ri Xia's expression stiffened a bit. She'd like to get in touch now, but she can't. Wang Dust, this asshole kid. Today I don't know what's going on, his phone is turned off and he called his family, and his parents don't know where he's gone. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Ri Xia's sight quietly skimmed the opposite side at this time. The college entrance examination list had just been released, and the admissions teachers of the 4 top universities came to snatch people. This treatment of Wang Dust is also the only one among the top students of the entrance exams of the provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. After making a call and failing to get through, the helpless Ri Xia gave Principal Li a look of love. I tried my best. Principal Li couldn't help but feel some bitterness in his mouth when he saw this. The 4 admissions teachers across the street are no pushovers, and I'm afraid that if they feel dissatisfied today, all they have to do is complain, and he should be voluntarily removed from his position as principal. Principal Li, the teachers have been waiting for almost 20 minutes. You're a principal. You wouldn't even be able to contact your own students, would you? Right at this moment, a young man standing behind the enrollment teacher of Huaqing University frowned and said with some displeasure, Can't, just a little longer please. Upon hearing this, Principal Li shook his head back and forth, his head shaking into a rattle. He couldn't afford to offend the admissions teachers of the 4 universities, and he likewise couldn't afford to offend these students who followed him. For example, this youth who is talking at this time is last year's Far River Province admitted to Huaqing University students, named Zhou Zibo. Occupation was Special Occupation Thorn Knight. Entering Huaqing University for only a year, his strength had already been raised to level 75 in the 3rd turn, placing him in the top of the sophomore class of Huaqing University. Principal Li, there's no need to say more if you're using pretexts. What the hell is Wang Dust thinking? All the teachers coming in person has already given him a great deal of face. At a time like this he still dares to be late. Isn't it that he doesn't have us in his sights? Zhou Zibo sniffed disdainfully, a flash of anger in his eyes. He followed the enrollment teacher to come to Dongling City this time, partly to earn credits, and partly to see what kind of character this year's top student of Yuanjiang Province was, worthy of being personally recruited by the enrollment teachers of the 4 top universities. Results available. Just got here and got stood up. Normally high-minded and proud, he would have had to hold back the anger in his heart a long time ago. Noticing Zhou Zibo's dissatisfaction, Principal Li let out a bitter smile and was about to open his mouth to appease. But just then, who knew you guys would suddenly come running over here today? In the conference room, a cold muttering voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the words fell, instantly everyone's eyes looked towards a pretty figure standing behind Principal Li. This was an extremely beautiful-looking young girl, with delicate features that looked like they were made in heaven, paired with a slightly heroic single ponytail, giving off a feeling of youthful vigor. It was Sito Yu. She ranked 9th in this year's Far River Province College entrance examination list, and like Wang Duan, she gained admission into a top university. Oh little ancestor, will you stop? Principal Li helplessly glanced at Sito Yu, only feeling incomparably tired. Play Missy Temper. Also do not look at the occasion. The opposite is 4 top university admissions teacher. Any one of them, our Situ family cannot afford to offend the existence. Being watched by everyone's eyes, Sitiyu spat out her tongue and quietly hid behind her homeroom teacher. These guys have such a scary look in their eyes. Heh, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the 9th in this year's Far River Province. On the opposite side, after Zhou Zibo saw Sitiyu, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes, but immediately afterward, he said with disdain, If it wasn't for the school's expansion this year, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand here with your grades, and you still dare to speak up? It's really just like that Wang Dust. Neither of them knows what it means to have a high heaven. Situyu's face instantly revealed anger when she heard this, and she stood out from behind the homeroom teacher with an exasperated huff. Do you know what it means to have a high heaven? What's there to be proud of after furthering your education for a year at a top university with a strength of just 3 revolutions? Waste of resources. She glared angrily at Zhou Zibo, her tone nonchalant. It's okay to talk about me, but you dare to talk about Wang Duan? Little white boy. This lady remembers you. You. As the words fell, anger appeared on Zhou Zibo's face, and it wasn't just him. The expressions of the other 7 people standing beside him were likewise a bit ugly. Situyu's words struck so broadly that even a few of them were included. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room became a bit stagnant, and a pin drop could be heard. Nonsense. Principal Li's face changed drastically at this moment, and he turned to angrily look at Situyu. These are your future seniors. How can you be so rude, Situyu? Hurry up and apologize to them. As he spoke, Principal Li kept winking, hoping that this little ancestor would subside a bit. However, it's not like I'm wrong. Situyu deflated in defiance, looking down at the ground without moving at all. You! Seeing this scene, Principal Li's entire body went numb, and as soon as he was ruthless, he intended to forcefully pull Situyu to apologize. But just then, waste of resources? The little girl is sharp-tongued. Since you look down on them, then why don't you guys have a match? Let's see who's the loser. The enrollment teacher from Huaqing University knocked on the table and said with some sneer. Chapter 63 Second Turning, Future Expectations. In the conference room of Dongling No. 1 Middle School, as the words of the admission teacher of Huaqing University fell, the atmosphere fell into a stagnant state. A graduate who hasn't even entered college yet, competing against the best students from top universities? This is a sure loss no matter how you look at it. The two sides are simply not on the same level. At this moment, not only were the people of Dongling First Middle School stunned, but the other 3 top university enrollment teachers also frowned. Mr. Zhang, you seem to be out of order, don't you? Mu Weiniang, the enrollment teacher of Yanlong University, glanced at Teacher Zhang of Huaqing University with some displeasure. Nothing out of order. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingzhang sneered and said in a playful tone, "The young people don't know the sky and the earth, and when they achieve a little bit of success they have no one in their sights, so it's just right to give them a little bit of frustration, so that they will know that there are people outside of the sky. This isn't fair at all." A flash of annoyance flashed in Mu Weiniang's eyes. In her opinion, although Situyu's words just now were a bit excessive, they were also out of context, and for Huaqing's teacher Zhang to act in such a manner was a bit on the nose. There's no such thing as fairness in this world, especially for professionals. No matter how it was before, anyone must learn to be in awe in front of a professional whose strength is stronger than their own. Your Yanlong University is just too soft and weak, and the students it teaches are the ones who lost to our Huaqing in last year's competition. Teacher Zhang of Huaqing University shook his head with a cold smile, not feeling any problem with his decision in the slightest. You! Hearing his words, Mu Weiniang's chest rose and fell rapidly, itching to chop this arrogant guy in front of her with a sword. Take the number 1 spot in the country for colleges and universities, and your tail is in the air. In an instant, the duo's argument brought the atmosphere in the entire conference room down to freezing point. But at this point, compare. A crisp voice rang out, breaking the silence in the conference room. I'd like to see how much better you can be than me after a year of further study at Huaqing University. Situyu took a step forward and stood out, looking at Zhou Zibo without fear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zibo glanced at Teacher Zhang before sneering and taking a step forward. Yeah, then I'm going to tell you how to stay in awe in the face of your senior. Swish! With a flash of cold light, a line of blood appeared on the neck of the last goblin wizard, and his body fell softly to the ground. Wang Chun sheathed his sword and looked around with calm eyes. At this moment, the corpses of 100 kobolds were scattered neatly around him. Total time, 36 seconds. Ending the timer, Wang Dust nodded silently. It's okay. This speed barely satisfied him. This time could have been compressed even shorter if he hadn't tried out the defense of his new equipment in the middle. Woohoo! Seeing his master end the battle, little Ice Ching swung his wings and flew over. Intimately rubbing his master's face, the little one's eyes lit up. Okay, you little horse's ass. I'll get you something nice when we get back. Noticing the thoughts coming from the middle of the contract, Wang Chun rubbed Bing Qing's little head without any good reason. During the month in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the little guy was completely raised by Situyu as a foodie. Woo-hoo! Hearing his master's promise, the little guy narrowed his eyes happily. At the same time, a mechanical beep sounded in Wang Chen's ears. Congratulations to the professional, who has successfully completed the second turning quest. Career advancement in Giant Imperial Beastmaster Turn 1 Giant Imperial Beastmaster Turn 2. Congratulations on learning the exclusive skill of the Imperial Beastmaster. Beast Pet Increase Technique. Congratulations on acquiring a new Beast Pet contract bit. Currently 1-2. Transfer successful, about to teleport professional away. Please wait. After the beeping tone faded, a bright glow flashed across Wang Chen's body, and immediately afterward, he sensed that some sort of barrier that had been binding him had disappeared. Finally, we can continue to upgrade again. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. From now on, his level could continue to rise. With just 10 more levels of advancement, Bing Qing would reach the limit of his current growth stage, and once he entered the next stage, the little guy would be able to speak. By then, the little guy will be able to communicate normally with others without having to be a riddle dragon. And what he was excited about lately was the newly added Beast Pet bit, which meant that he would soon get a second Beast Pet to add to his attributes. The strength of the self will get stronger and stronger like a snowball. From today onwards, the terror of the profession of Giant Imperial Beastmaster would begin to completely unfold in his body. This time, we have to pick and choose, and find an equally strong companion for Bing Qing. Well, the Beast Pet market in Dongling City is pretty much turned around by me, so I'll go to the big city to pick out my second Beast Pet. With excitement in his heart, Wang Dust checked up on the newly acquired exclusive skills of the Imperial Beastmaster. Beast Pet Increase Technique B. After casting, increase the power of your Beast Pet by 10%. This skill, the basic skill of the Imperial Beastmaster, would be acquired by both the Giant Beastmaster and the Ordinary Beastmaster after their second turn. However, this skill would become even stronger if it was used in Wang Chen's hands. Under the blessing of the SSS rank talent 10,000 Beasts Fondness, the effects of all his exclusive skills were increased tenfold. If one were to use the Beast Pet Increase technique on Bing Qing, it would directly allow him to receive a doubling of his strength. Right now, the little guy's strength would be able to fight against a level 70 or so professional who had just entered the third turn. Double it again. I'm afraid that even an 80th level professional would be knocked over by a claw. The strength has increased again. I hope that when those geniuses from the top universities see little Bing Qing's terrifying strength, their jaws won't be dropped. Wang Dust thought excitedly in his heart, quietly waiting for himself to be teleported out. Soon, with a flash of light, he reappeared next to the transformation god stone. The staff waiting at the side saw a flash of dismay in Wang Chen's eyes when he came out so quickly. It was less than a minute before and after. This handsome guy was so lucky that he must have randomized to an easy difficulty transfer quest. With that in mind, the staff member had a polite smile on his face. Congratulations on successfully completing your transfer quest. Her tone was much more polite compared to before. In today's Blue Star, first-turn professionals were just budding professionals, and it was only after a successful second turn that they were considered to have officially embarked on the path to transcendence. Regarding the staff's transformation, Wang Dust's heart was slightly sunburnt and he was about to make a few polite remarks. Ding ding ding. But just then, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated sharply. Hey mom. Just connected, not waiting for Wang Dust to finish. The opposite side came from the old mom's words that are like a series of cannonballs. Where the hell have you been? The enrollment teachers of the 4 top universities are all in the first middle school. So hurry up and get over there. Chapter 64. None of the good-looking ones are good. Admissions teachers from 4 top universities gathered at Dongling First High School? Hanging up the phone, Wang Dust's expression was a bit surprised. He was a little surprised that the admissions teachers of the top universities were so hungry. Obviously today, the college entrance examination had just released the list. However, when he thought of the horrifying results he had created in the higher education competition, Wang Dust was a bit more enlightened. Throughout all the years of college entrance exams, the best passes have not crossed the 10-minute mark. And he's directly increased that score tenfold, and it's a wonder the 4 top universities aren't going crazy. Hey, I wonder what kind of solicitation offer they will make? I'm afraid my wallet is going to bulge again this time. Thinking of the favorable treatment he would receive from entering a top university, Wang Dust left the Transmigration Shrine with some anticipation. The 4 top universities, all of which follow an elitist path, offer generous rewards for their annual intake. These rewards include gold coins, holy crystal stones, equipment, skill books, and various other items. And these weren't even the most valuable of them. As far as Wang Chuan knew, the top universities would also take out precious secret realm copy entry qualifications as rewards. It was important to know that not long ago, when he cleared the lava cave, a secret copy of the college entrance exam, Wang Dust had directly gained 5 million experience points, as well as other rewards that were worth a lot of money. And that's just a bronze-level copy. Among the top universities, there are a good number of silver, gold, and diamond-rated secret copies. As long as he cleared these, Wang Dust felt that his strength, I'm afraid, could grow by leaps and bounds like a rocket. Arriving at the school with excitement, Wang Duan had just walked through the door when he met Mr. Li Xia, who had received the message. Where have you been? As soon as Li Xia pulled Wang Duan back, her tone was a bit complaining. The time that this brat played missing was extremely stressful for her mentally. Those 4 enrollment teachers with terrifying strength just leaked out their breath, all of which made her gasp a little. Hey, I'm going to the transfer shrine to transfer. Touching his nose, Wang Chun said with some embarrassment. Early on, when he saw so many missed calls on his cell phone, he knew that he was not going to be spared a grumble. Second turn? You made it! At those words, Li Xia gave Wang Chun a somewhat surprised look. It was only at this point that she noticed a slight difference in the aura of her favored student from before. For a while, Li Xia's eyes were a bit complicated. How long has it been? This brat that he had watched grow up was on the verge of catching up with his own strength. All right, stop stinking here. Hurry up and follow me. Those adults are waiting anxiously. However, Li Xia quickly collected her emotions and dragged Wang Duan towards the playground. Teacher, isn't it in the conference room? Realizing that the direction of advancement was not right, Wang Dust asked suspiciously. Hearing his words, Li Xia's footsteps lurched, and while walking, he said somewhat helplessly, something happened. In a moment you calm down a bit and choose your school first. At those words, Wang Dust was confused. But soon, the doubt in his mind was resolved when he walked into the playground. Sweeping his eyes across the playground, he saw Situyu's small, ashen face, red eyes, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. And not far away, there stood a high and mighty youth with a tawdry look. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust frowned. What's going on? Walking over to Situyu's side and helping her wipe away the dirt on her face, Wang Chun asked in a somewhat unkind tone. They say. As if she had found her backbone, Situyu tugged on Wang Duan's coat and talked about the situation. After hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. A third turn and a second turn match? This is not a clear-cut bullying. The other side. You're Wang Duan? It doesn't look any different. Schoolmate Situyu wants to feel the strength of the senior. Do you want to try? Zhou Zibo glanced at Wang Chun and realized that he was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, like an exiled immortal coming out of a painting. So his tone unnaturally took on a hostile tone. There's nothing good about good-looking people. So much that I want to punch you in this face. However, what made him a little disappointed was that Wang Chun, who heard his words and turned his head to look over, did not have any emotional fluctuations in his eyes, just like a deep, bottomless ocean. In a trance, it was as if Zhou Zibo had seen a towering god gazing coldly and mercilessly at an ant with flailing teeth and claws. And he, unfortunately, was the mole. It looks like you're very unconvinced, Senior Wang Chun. What? Come over here and practice with me, Senior. Zhou Zibo stared at Wang Chun with a very gloomy expression. This condescending look made him incredibly angry. Who do you think you are? Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun nodded indifferently. This guy doesn't say anything, and he's going to teach him a lesson. King Dust. Situyu tugged on the corner of Wang Duan's coat with a somewhat worried expression. Although she hated the opposite Zhou Zibo with a passion at this moment, she had to admit that this fellow's strength was indeed strong. In the competition just now, she was defeated. On the side, Principal Li and the others were about to open their mouths to persuade. High school students against sophomores from top universities is like eggs on a stick. Situ Yu's defeat just now had already proved this very visually. But before they had a chance to speak, Wang Chan patted Situ Yu's hand before taking a step and walking in front of Zhou Zibo. But at this time his eyes were not even on Zhou Zibo's body, but directly crossed over him and looked behind. From Huaqing University, Mr. Zhang. This teacher. Can I cripple him? A flash of annoyance flashed across Huaqing Zhang's face as he sniffed. Yes, but you have to have the strength. Also, we at Huaqing University won't take in guys who don't have self-awareness. The corners of Mr. Zhang's mouth curved up, and his tone was somewhat sarcastic. A student who had just finished a big senior high school competition had no respect for him. An admissions teacher from a top university? What a rampage. Did you not think that you could underestimate the pride of a top university just because you contracted a giant dragon? On the side, the other 3 top university enrollment teachers all had expressions of winding interest on their faces when they saw this scene. Wang Chun came and went up against the people from Huaqing University, which couldn't have been better in their eyes. The terms of the solicitation hadn't even been brought out yet, and there was one less competitor straight away. On the opposite side, hearing Teacher Zhang's words of implied anger, Wang Chun shook his head indifferently and directly passed the option of Huaqing University in his mind. With his grades, he chose the school rather than the school choosing him, and I don't know where these guys at Huaqing, where did they get their sense of superiority? Just as well, I have no interest in the kind of school that likes to bully. With his sight refocused on Zhou Zibo's body, Wang Dust disdainfully stretched out his hand and beckoned like he was teasing a dog. Let's begin. If you don't make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Chapter 65. You win. Wang Chen's words fell like thunder on the playground. In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely shocked. Mr. Zhang, the enrollment teacher of Huaqing University, his face reddened with flesh, and he was so angry that the breath in his body was a little unstable. Bullying? How could he not have expected that Wang Chun would give Huaqing University such a rating? It's so uninformed. A lucky guy who got lucky and contracted a gargoyle with his tail in the air. With a heart like that, even if you don't die young, your future accomplishments will be limited. Huaqing Zhang was furious, and the 3 admissions teachers on the other side were about to burst into laughter. At this moment, when Wang Chun said this, regardless of the outcome of his match with Zhou Zibo, Huaqing University had already declared that it was out of the game. Young man has character. We need such talents in Yanlong University. Mu Weiniang, the enrollment teacher of Yanlong University, even opened her mouth to praise Mr. Zhang without any regard for his ugly face. Hearing her words, Mr. Zhang's face turned even greener. Zhou Zibo, if you don't step on Wang Duan today, I'll deduct your credits for this year. Anger rising, he couldn't help but transmit a sentence towards Zhou Zibo. In the playground, Zhou Zibo, who was already enraged by Wang Chen's disdain, had a cruel look on his face when he heard this. Good. Previously, he was afraid that he would hit too hard and draw Mr. Zhang's displeasure. But now that he had these words underpinning him, he was able to do so without fear. Bang! Stomping on the ground with one foot, Zhou Zibo lunged at Wang Chun with a violent whistling sound. Let's get you loaded. I'll cripple you today. Hoo. In an instant, Zhou Zibo's fist arrived in front of Wang Chun with a violent whistling sound. In the face of the strike, Wang Chun did not dodge. When the fist was about to touch him, he moved his feet and his body left a phantom in its place. When he reappeared, he had already staggered past Zhou Zibo and arrived behind the other party. Then he violently kicked his opponent in the ass. Bang! It was a kick of little power and great insult. Zhou Zibo, who had missed his target, was thrown directly off balance by the kick. Flutter. He landed on the playground floor with the corner of his mouth in a wild dog pounce. This senior, it looks like you didn't have a lot of show in the past, and this move of a wild dog pouncing is as good as it gets. Looking at the wretched Zhou Zibo, Wang Chun smiled faintly and silently withdrew his foot. Ah! Damn kid! I'm going to kill you. Climbing up from the ground, Zhou Zibo's face was livid and his eyes were incomparably resentful as he looked at Wang Chun. He had just wanted to use his strong attributes of the third turn to crush Wang Chun with ordinary attacks, but he did not expect to make such a big fool of himself. Buzz off! A violent surge of magic power and an aura of thorns instantly enveloped his body. In the midst of his rage, Zhou Zibo couldn't care about anything else and directly used his professional skills. Aura of Thorns. This was the signature skill of the Knight of Thorns, and at this time, the third turned one used it to be able to increase his strength bonus by 30%. while rebounding 10% of his attacks. Boy, I'm gonna tear that mouth of yours apart a little bit. Then he reached out and a 2-meter-long riding lance appeared in his hand, and then immediately after, he launched a charge at Wang Chun. Knock, knock, knock. For a while, violent footsteps resounded in the playground, and Zhou Zibo's one-man charge brought up an aura as if it were 1,000 armies. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers all subconsciously tensed their bodies. That is, Mu Weining and other enrollment teachers, at this moment also stared at the guard up, ready to save people at any time. After all, a third-turn Thorn Knight with full firepower was definitely not something a second turn could handle. But, looking at Zhou Zibo who rushed over, Wang Chun did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face. Boom! A flash of blood light surfaced on his body, his heartbeat accelerated, his blood flowed crazily, and the aura on his body instantly became violent. Bloodthirsty Berserk. Reduces pain by 20% and increases attack power by 20%. Instant Sword. In the next second, Wang Dust rushed out at an even faster speed, and the blast wind long sword viciously chopped at the incoming riding lance. Bang! The two weapons violently clashed together, sparks flying everywhere. Zhou Zibo's forward momentum was blocked, while Wang Chun flew directly backwards. Even with Bingqing's attribute feedback nowadays, Wang Chuan himself still had a certain gap in terms of hard power, as per the third-turn professionals. Ha! Out of your depth! Seeing this, Zhou Zibo let out a wild laugh as Wang Chen's defeat caused a strong excitement to grow in his heart. But, at this time, he did not notice that the color in the eyes of Wang Chun, who flew out backwards, did not change in the slightest, but instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heh! With a cold smile, Wang Chuan landed on one foot and turned his body to remove the force of the recoil, followed by the whole person rushing out again like lightning. Instant Sword. Second Strike. Phew! In the sound of violent wind, Wang Chuan instantly arrived in front of Zhou Zibo, who still had an excited expression on his face, and the blast wind longsword diagonally picked his neck. Zhou Zibo, who simply did not expect Wang Chun to make a comeback, could not dodge in time at this moment and could only place his riding lance across the top of his long sword. Bang! Zhou Zibo could only feel a powerful force slamming into the riding gun, and the whole person desperately exerted himself to keep from dislodging it. His body, however, was brought directly into mid-air by this force. Brush! Wang Dust gained momentum, and with a quick wave of his other hand, two huge green-colored wind blades shot out. Bang bang! Snap! Zhou Zibo, who was still in mid-air, did not have time to dodge, and the two wind blades hit his body, and after spinning around several times, his entire body sprawled on the playground in a 5-body position. You! Pest! Zhou Zibo lifted his head in pain, his eyes insanely resentful as he looked at Wang Chun, and just as he was about to say something, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Although the wind blade was blocked by the equipment on his body, the enormous power it carried made him feel as if he had been run over by a road roller at that moment, and his internal organs were about to shift. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd all stood up straight, their eyes incomparably shocked as they looked toward Wang Chun. Especially the 3 enrollment teachers other than Mr. Zhang. Each of them had a glint in their eyes. Beautiful, perfect battle sense and mastery of timing. Although Zhou Zibo did not show his full strength because he was a bit gullible. But the same was true of Wang Dust. He was a giant imperial beast master, and the more powerful dragon had yet to fight. Ah! I'll kill you! Zhou Ziding was trembling, and the eyes of the people around him looking over made his heart feel like a knife cut. With a furious roar, 3 auras rose from his body, and the riding lance in his hand blossomed into a dazzling light, and then he frantically rushed towards Wang Chun. But, in the face of such an attack, Wang Chun didn't even move or even assume a defensive stance, because he saw that a figure stopped in front of Zhou Zibo. Huaqing University's Mr. Zhang grabbed the riding gun and casually swung Zhou Zibo out. Next, you win. He shook his head and looked at Wang Chun with very complicated eyes. Chapter 66. Yen Long, Sincerity that One Cannot Refuse. The playground of Dongling No. 1 Middle School was silent. Everyone, somewhat incredulously, looked at the center of the playground, that young and handsome figure. No one had expected that Wang Chun would actually beat Zhou Zibo in a head-to-head battle. Although there was a reason why Zhou Zibo was gullible, the results of this battle were enough to be considered legendary. It was important to realize that there could be a whole 35 levels of difference between the two. Moreover, the strongest card in Wang Chen's hand, the giant dragon, had yet to make an appearance. Is this the strength of this year's top student of the college entrance exam in Far River Province? It's simply too demonic. Do whatever it takes to recruit this creep into the school. Watching this scene, the eyes of the three enrollment teachers clashed viciously together, as if sparks were growing in the air. And in the center of the playground, Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University looked at Wang Chun with an incredibly complicated expression. Before, he felt that Wang Chun was arrogant, but now he only had shock and regret. 1 billion gold coins bonus, 1 diamond grade equipment, 2 optional A-grade skill books, 1 free entry opportunity per month for each of the gold and silver grade secret copies. This is the condition of my Huaqing University. Wang Duan, hope you consider it. Teacher Zhang's tone was incomparably complex. However, upon hearing his conditions, which were enough to make countless people's eyes red, Wang Chun directly shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested in Huaqing University. After saying that, he directly stepped towards Sitiyu, looking at Wang Chun and then at Zhou Zibo, who was already unconscious on the ground. A flash of strong remorse flashed through Teacher Zhang's eyes, a future destined to shine infinitely proud. Just like this with Huaqing University lost. Teacher Zhang pursed his lips and grabbed Zhou Zibo on the ground and flew straight away. Wang Chun, I apologize to you for my previous slight. The only thing left on the playground was his voice echoing with a hint of remorse. Wang Dust took a distant glance at Teacher Zhang's distant figure, looked down at the dumbfounded Sitiyu, and asked, Aren't I great? A bright light flooded Situyu's eyes. You're not awesome, you're too awesome. The young girl jumped right in and smiled like a too little cutie. Like, ahem. Wang Dust was a bit embarrassed, and his eyes looked around for help. Next to him, however, the crowd looked away, as if they hadn't seen anything. After giggling for a long time, Sitiyu let go of Wang Chun handily, her face as red as a monkey's butt. However, at this time, there was no one to make fun of her, as Mu Weining and the other 3 enrollment teachers directly squeezed through the crowd and surrounded Wang Chun. Mr. Wang Chuan, I'm the enrollment teacher of South Sage University. I hope you can join us at South Sage University, and for that we are willing to provide. Student Wang Duan, I'm the admissions teacher of Yanhua University. Be sure to come to our school. The school will give you a bonus doubled on top of that of Southern Sacred University. The enrollment teachers of Southern Sage University and Yanhua University grabbed Wang Chen's hand left and right, and couldn't wait to offer incomparably eye-popping conditions, especially the enrollment teacher at Yanhua University, who doubled his bonus straight away when he opened his mouth. One must know that the Southern Sage University had offered 1 billion gold coins as prize money, and with his flip, that would be 2 billion gold coins. This is the kind of money that ordinary people and even some posh families can't earn in a lifetime. The surrounding teachers and Principal Li were so shocked that their jaws were about to drop when they heard the conditions offered by these two. However, in response to this, Wang Chen's expression was calm, and he was not at all overwhelmed by this. Instead, at this moment, he looked at the enrollment teacher of Yanlong University with some curiosity. Mr. Wang Chuan, I'm Mu Weining, the enrollment teacher of Yanlong University, and I'm giving you the same conditions as Yanhua University. But I see that you have turned 2 now, so you must have a blank contract position, and Inferno Dragon University is willing to provide you with a giant beast pet. Mu Weining smiled at Wang Chun, her words very gentle. As soon as the words fell, the enrollment teachers from Southern Sage University and Yanhua University directly fell silent. Yanlong University is prepared for this. If it was any other condition, especially in terms of bonuses, they could have argued a bit more. But a behemoth? Yanlong University is putting down blood money, and the 2 of them can't make a decision at all. Even if they asked for permission to come down, their sincerity was slightly less compared to Yanlong University. With this in mind, the enrollment teachers from Southern Sage University and Yanhua University silently let go of Wang Chen's arm. Very well, it seems neither of you can make a better offer. Seeing this scene, Mu Weining smiled blandly, her eyes fixedly looking at Wang Chun. I'll go with Yanlong University. Wang just didn't hesitate either, although he didn't need the school to reward the giant beast. But from this, he could also see that Yanlong University's sincerity was more sufficient than the other 2. Good. You made a wise choice, student Wang Dust. A satisfied smile appeared on Mu Weining's face, and then she sighted on Sitiyu. I'm sure that Sitiyu student must want to go to the same university as Wang Duan student, so apart from the giant beast, Sitiyu student, how about you look at 500 million gold coins, and the other conditions are the same as Wang Duan's? Mu Weining said with some urgency. At those words, Situ Yu's pretty face flushed red as she gently nodded. Seeing that both of them had made their choices, the enrollment teachers from Southern Sage University and Yanhua University exchanged pleasantries with Wang Chan and then directly took their leave. After the two left, Mu Weining asked for Wang Chan and Situ Yu's bank account numbers. The prize money will be credited to your cards later, and you will need to pick up the rest of the rewards at school. The new students will be enrolled in 3 days, so you two prepare in the next few days and don't be late then. Mu Weining gently explained some matters before thunderously waving goodbye. When she left, Wang Duan and Situ exchanged pleasantries with the teachers and also moved to leave the school. The two decided to spend the next few days properly reuniting with their families. 3 days later, Wang Dust left a note for his parents and pressed it with a bank card with 100 million gold coins stored in it, then quietly left the house. Doing so was partly because he didn't want to see his parents' reluctance when they parted, and partly to prevent the second oldest from pulling the plug with himself. Parents always give but don't want returns, and Wang Dust was forced to do this. After leaving his home, he made his way to the interprovincial transmission station in the center of town. Since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, the Blue Star's territory had expanded countless times, and the distance between cities had long since ceased to be measured by previous perceptions. For example, Yanlong University is located in Kyoto, the Dragon Kingdom, and Dongling City is one heavenly south and one earthly north. In the past, it was possible to arrive by airplane or high-speed rail, but now, if such a backward way is used, I am afraid that it will not be possible to arrive at all without 3 or 5 days. Not only do the distances get longer, but the wild areas nestled in the middle of the city make the journey very dangerous. As a result, the ultra-long-distance teleportation array came into being. As long as one is willing to spend money, any city in the Dragon Kingdom can be reached in an instant with a whoosh. Just as he walked into the teleportation station, Sityu, who had been waiting here early, came bouncing over. Wang Duan, the tickets have been bought. Our college life. It's about to begin. Chapter 67 Arrival at Yanlong. Yanlong University. Nestled in the mountains north of Kyoto, Rukoku, the continuous complex of buildings with pavilions and high-rise buildings. The perfect combination of classical beauty and modernization gives a dazzling and mysterious beauty. The complex, nestled in the mountains, may be called a university, but its footprint is nothing less than that of a small city. The resident population was 2 million, of which the number of teachers and students added up to nearly 1,000, and all the rest, all of them, were centered around these proud sons of heaven and also the strongest of the strong. In the very center of the complex, there was a tower that was over 300 meters high, like a sword piercing straight into the sky. This, precisely, was the main teaching building of Yanlong University, the Eternal Tower. It is not only a magnificent building, but a fortress of war of surpassing rank. In the 700 years since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, the Eternal Tower had appeared countless times in the battlefields of the heavens, crushing countless enemies for the Dragon Kingdom and for Blue Star. The uncountable patches on its surface and a crisscrossing trail were dazzling metals after a battle. Even if you just stood in front of it and watched it, you could feel the aura of blood and fire from it. The moment, knock, 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 a knock sounded on the topmost floor of the Tower of Eternity. Enter! A gentle voice rang out, and first-class lecturer Mu Weining pushed open the door to a wide desk. Lord Provost. She looked at the figure at her desk who was scribbling away and gave a formal hello. Coming. The provost put down the pen in his hand at that and looked up with a warm smile on his face. This was a man in his mid-30s, with an ordinary appearance and a gentle gaze that looked plain. But at this moment, under this gentle gaze, Mu Weining, no matter how many times she had been here, still felt incomparably nervous, or rather respectful. This Lord Provost, but the Dragon Kingdom's pivotal 8-turned powerhouse. The name of the Bloody Knight resounded through the battlefield of the heavens. A terrifying existence that killed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lord Provost, today is the day for new students to report to school. I've come to collect the rewards for the new student Wang Dust. Calming her thoughts, Mu Weining said respectfully. Wang Duan, behemoth cubs first. Tell me about this little guy. I want your best visualization. Upon hearing this, the provost seemed to be interested and leaned back in his chair to mildly look at Mu Weining. Demon! Mu Weining mused for a moment, and said with some admiration in her tone. I've never seen any student who, at this age, has mastered combat skills to the extreme, as if they were integrated into their body's instincts. So, where are his dragons? This time, although we have not seen that ice dragon make a move, but from the power displayed by Wang Chuan, Mu Weining's expression was shocked after a pause, then said, "I'm afraid that is a divine beast above the monarch level." Monarch level? At those words, a flash of electricity flashed in the provost's eyes, and it was as if there was thunder brewing in its midst. What a brilliant little guy! Here he comes. The smile on the provost's face intensified, and suddenly his eyes looked out of the room, his gaze seeming to pierce through the layers of obstruction to see something that pleased him. "Go ahead and give him the behemoth, and by the way, tell him that if he doesn't understand anything, he can come here and ask me." This? Hearing the provost's words, Mu Weining looked shocked with an expression of extreme incredulity. But before she could ask further questions, she was transported out of the room in a magical flash of light. In front of Yanlong University. "Is this Yanlong University? It feels bigger than our Dongling city," Sitiyu muttered, his face wearing an expression as if a bumpkin had entered the city. On the side, Wang Chen's expression was also a bit out of focus. This magnificent complex was so large that the naked eye could not even see the edges. The so-called university towns of the previous life were a dud compared to this. Thinking that this would be where he would be living for the next 3 years, he couldn't help but feel excitement growing in his heart. "Isn't that shocking?" Right at this moment, the clear female voice suddenly came from the side, and the enrollment teacher Mu Weining did not know when she came here. "Welcome to Yanlong University." "Hello, Mr. Mu." Seeing the visitor, Wang Chan and Sitiyu hurriedly greeted each other politely, then somewhat curiously sized up the other party. The two of them had also crammed some information about Yanlong University in the past few days, so they knew very well that the teacher in front of them with a gentle smile was a first-class lecturer with a strength of 5 revolutions. She came out to greet them herself, which was downright flattering. "I just happened to run into you, so I'll stop by and take you to register your information, lest you too be pitted by unscrupulous seniors." Mu Weining explained and turned around to lead the duo towards the school grounds. Pitted? Walking in the back, Wang Chen's heart was slightly sunny. Really, no matter where, there is no shortage of love and care, from older siblings to younger siblings. "Hello, Mr. Mu." At this time, Mu Weining brought the duo to the registration desk inside the school gates, and the 3 students sitting behind the desk hurriedly stood up and greeted them respectfully. These 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were no older than 20 years old, and the auras on their bodies had all reached the 3rd revolution. "Mr. Mu, you're being unorthodox, not even letting go of this mosquito leg credit." A sultry expression surfaced on the face of the girl in the trio as Mu Weining came closer. "All right, I'm just in time. It's not like I'm going to steal your credits." Mu Weining didn't have the good sense to give the girl a look. Upon hearing this, the girl obediently nodded her head and took out the registration form, her gaze directly pinned on Wang Chun. "Good looking. Looks like the top of the schoolboy list will change again this year." "Hello, schoolboy. Please fill out the basic information." "Hello, schoolteacher." Wang Dust nodded politely and filled out the registration form and handed it back. Wang Duan, the sophomore sister, who was planning to sneakily write down her contact information, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the name on the registration form. No wonder Mr. Mu personally took him through the enrollment process. It turned out to be a giant imperial beast master who had contracted a divine beast. "Schoolmate, do you have a girlfriend?" Looking at Wang Chuan, a halo flowed in the eyes of the sophomore schoolmate. This, however, was a future boarding 7th turn powerhouse. "Sister, I've filled mine out too." Before Wang Chuan could speak, Sitiyu unhappily squeezed over and aggressively looked at the opposite side of the nymphomaniac, like a tiger cub that had been encroached upon in its territory. "So angry, you think I don't exist?" But in response, the sophomore sister did not care. Perfunctorily accepting the registration form, her eyes kept staring at Wang Chun as if they were glued to him. "I don't know. Do you mind having more than one girlfriend?" Seeing this scene, the 2 sophomore seniors on the side had bitter smiles on their faces and secretly envied them in their hearts. What a shallow woman. As for that, this schoolmate, but just a billion points more handsome than the 2 of us. Chapter 68. This is a divine beast. How dare you dislike it? After the interlude at the registration office, Mu Weining led Wang Chun and Sitiyu to the temporary dormitory for new students. Walking onto the campus, the sights around you are even more striking than what you see on the outside. The unevenly spaced skyscrapers, as well as pedestrians riding flying beasts or magical props to and fro, Make them feel as if they have walked into a wonderful world. What a marvelous place! Following behind Mu Weining, Wang Chun could not help but feel some emotion in his heart. The intertwining of magic and technology presents a thrilling aesthetic. Our Yanlong University was built since the 35th year of the resurrection calendar, more than 600 years ago. Our principal, a ninth-turned powerhouse with the honorable title of War God, Mu Weining walked at the front, explaining a few sentences to Wang Chun and Sitayu from time to time. What you entered just now is the main entrance of the school. Besides there are many other exits of the school, which you will be exposed to once you officially start your life in the academy. The entire school area, split into living areas, teaching areas, experimental areas, trading areas, mission areas, and so on, the specific locations of which you can view through the wristwatches that were just handed out. It's powerful, not just your ID credentials. When Wang Chan and Sitayu heard this, they both curiously fiddled with the newly acquired silver wristwatch on their wrists. It is silver white in color and full of technology, and when you point your finger on it, a holographic screen will appear in front of your eyes. It displays a wide array of information, integrates modules for trading, navigation, querying, gaming, and more, and is incredibly powerful. You have 2 days after reporting to familiarize yourselves with the school. In 2 days, the school will open the annual ranking tournament for you. At that time, the awards will be given out through your respective rankings, with appropriate rewards and corresponding ranking treats. And one more thing, you must remember that the strongest currency in the midst of school is credits. With the exception of the trading area that is connected to the outside world, you will need to consume credits whether it is for exchanging resources or for food, clothing, and shelter. Mu Weining opened her mouth and solemnly reminded, "Mr. Mu, we just enrolled in school with no credits. Won't it be hard to get around?" Hearing the importance of credits, Sitayu revealed a bitter face. "Don't worry. When you enrolled and registered, the school has already issued you the appropriate number of credits based on your scores in the big high school competition. So open your wristwatch and you can check." Mu Weining waved her hand and explained with a smile. "Really? Hey, I have 1,000 credits now." Sitayu scratched a few times on her wristwatch, and a surprise appeared on her face. Then she looked at Wang Chun with curious eyes. "Come on, show me. How many do you have?" "Almost." Wang Dust didn't move and put his hands behind his back with a very flat expression. He glanced at it just now, and the number of credits he had was as high as 10,000 points, which was 10 times that of Sitayu. Wealth does not reveal itself. It is better not to say it to hit this girl. "Mr. Mu, is there something you want to see me about today?" After sending Sitayu to the dormitory, Wang Chan couldn't help but ask about the doubts in his heart. Mu Weining, as a first-class lecturer of Yanlong University and a hallowed fifth-turn powerhouse, would not be so idle. Just happened to run into it, but it was just a pretext. "I thought that you would have held back from asking." Mu Weining smiled and led Wang Chan to the pavilion outside the dormitory area. "I'm here, just to give you a special reward from the school." As she spoke, she took out a creature that gave off a mysterious aura and handed it over. The creature was furry and looked like a little puppy that hadn't grown up yet. "Ow! Woo!" Just after receiving it in its hands, it bared its teeth at Wang Chuan, a low threat emanating from its throat. However, as little Bing Qing looked curious, this little guy directly whimpered with his tail between his legs. The body trembled continuously, seemingly fearful to the extreme. This, Mu Weining, who was clear about the identity of this creature, could not help but be surprised for a moment, and the eyes that looked at Bing Qing brought with them shock. This was the cub of a legendary grade divine beast, and it was so fearful that it trembled? Opposite. Wang Chun didn't pay attention to Mu Weining's surprised eyes, and after seeing the small creature, he didn't hesitate to use the bloodline appraisal technique. A shimmering light flashed in his eyes as information about the creature surfaced in his mind. Whistling Moon Silver Wolf Legendary Divine Beast. Final state of evolution. Devouring Heavenly Demon Wolf Cosmic Divine Beast. After checking the information, Wang Dust's eyes shook a little. The initial rank of the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf was a legendary divine beast, which was definitely the highest ranked beast pet he had ever seen besides Bing Qing. But after the vibration, he sighed again in his mind. Although this Whistling Moon Silver Wolf's initial rank was high, its ultimate growth limit was only up to the cosmic rank. Sloppy potential. For others, it was precious beyond words, but for him it was a bit of a chicken scratch. With Beast Pet Fusion, a divine talent, in place, he could completely synthesize beast pets with higher potential. For a while, Wang Dust picked at the whistling moon silver wolf in his arms, pondering what to do with it. Giving up is not an option. A legendary grade divine beast was of incalculable value, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to reject it. Huh? Mother! Just then, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly twitched. Teacher Mu, does this giant beast belong to me now and I can do with it as I please? After thinking about it, he looked up towards Mu Weining and asked. Aha! Mu Weining frowned and nodded, a somewhat strange expression on her face. Inexplicably, she seemed to sense that Wang Chun seemed to have some dislike for the whistling moon silver wolf. Immediately afterward, though, she wiped away her bizarre thoughts. What a joke! This was a legendary grade divine beast, a powerful beast pet that countless people had begged for. How can anyone be too much? This whistling moon silver wolf is the cub of the Provost Lord's beast pet, and the Provost Lord said that after that, if you have any doubts in your cultivation, you can go to him for advice. Thinking of Lord Provost's explanation, Mu Weining said in a solemn tone at this time. The favorable opinion of an eighth-turn powerhouse could not help but shock even her heart. However, then please, Mr. Mu, thank the Provost Sama for me. Hearing her words, Wang Dust just nodded faintly and didn't show much. On the one hand, he wasn't sure of the Provost's strength, and on the other hand, it was because he had already thought of a place for the whistling moon silver wolf to go. It's not like he's indentured anyway, so this opportunity to ask for advice would be useless to him. What? Seeing this scene, Mu Weining revealed a black question mark face. Did you miss the subliminal meaning of my words? Letting you ask for advice means that the Provost Sama intends to take you on as a student. A student of an eighth-turned powerhouse was enough to drive countless people crazy. Why are you acting so calm? Mu Weining was greatly shaken at the moment. Chapter 69 The Goal. Number 1 on the freshman list. After Mu Weining left, Wang Dust brought the two little ones to his dormitory. It had to be said that the treatment of Yanlong University was quite good. Just the temporary dormitory, the degree of luxury were not inferior to the 5-star presidential suite. Putting the luggage away and letting the two little ones go play, Wang Duan walked to the living room to call his parents to report his safety. After he left, little Ice Ching's azure-colored eyes stared at the shivering tsunami silver wolf. Puff! The strong dragon claws easily toppled the whispering moon silver wolf, and the curious big sister began to examine her little sister's body. Woo-hoo! The tsunami silver wolf, which looked as if it was a small milk dog, spread out its 4 paws in a lifeless manner and curtly revealed its belly. The bloodline pressure from the ancestral divine beast caused it to not be able to muster the slightest bit of resistance at all. Wait for Wang Dust to return from his phone call. Then he saw a scene that made him hold his tongue. Bing Qing sat on the bed as if she was a big sister, while the saw-you silver wolf on the side held up the fruit with its paw and carefully served. Where was the fierceness that existed before when they first met? It was almost like a little servant girl who had been wronged. Don't bully it. Wang Dust stroked Bing Qing's head in a good-natured manner and squeezed the two little ones aside before tapping on the holographic screen of his wristwatch. As Ms. Mu Weining said, the wristwatch is quite powerful, and the various introductions about the school in it are much more detailed. Especially in the forum, Wang Dust had supplemented a lot of basic general knowledge of Yanlong University. For example, credits, on ranking wars. The saying that credits are the strongest currency in the midst of a school is not just said, but is deeply implemented in all aspects. More than 99% of the school's services require credits. Without credits, although it was not impossible to live in Yanlong University, it was absolutely impossible to improve oneself. After all, you can't get a copy of The Secret World without credits, and you can't even afford a ticket to go to a class. And the ways to earn them are quite small compared to the importance of credits. One of the most important ways to improve your ranking, besides taking on the missions that the school fixedly releases in the mission area, is to improve your ranking. Freshman, sophomore, and junior years, each grade level has its own ranking list, and the number of places on the list will be rewarded with credits and resources corresponding to the ranking each month. As for senior year, these seniors had long since traveled to the battlefield of the heavens for training, and there was no corresponding list. In addition to the lists for their respective grades, the school has created a list of excellence for all students in all 3 grades. The list of excellence included a total of 20 people, and students on the list would not only receive more exaggerated rewards, but also have the opportunity to be personally taught by top-tier powerhouses. And there is only one condition for being on these lists, and that is strength. Strength above all else. It's the law of the jungle laid bare, in front of everyone. After reading the introduction, Wang Dust let out a sigh of emotion and flipped to the official website of the freshman class. This year's freshman ranking was not yet out, but the rewards from the 1st to the 50th place were labeled on the official website. The other Wang Dusts swept by, unable to move their eyes when they saw the very top. First place, 10,000 points per month, for gold-level secret copies to enter, and a copy of S-Rank Material Cold Ice Marrow. S-Rank Material Cold Ice Marrow, the main material for Ice Clear to advance to the next growth stage. I'll take the first place in this freshman ranking. Clenching his fists, a burning battle intent rose in his eyes. Afternoon. Wang Chun this way. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, Situyu's metaphysical voice rang out. This girl had changed into a casual dress and stood playfully in the pavilion, attracting the astonished gazes of many people coming and going. At this moment, Situyu had the appearance of a neighborly sister, causing Wang Chan to freeze for a moment. It's just a visit to the trade market. Is there a need to make it so solemn? Soon he withdrew his gaze somewhat averted and muttered breathlessly. His purpose of this trip to the trading market was twofold. One was to see the world, and the other was to fill up his vacant beast pet spot. However, at this moment, looking at Situyu's appearance, Wang Chun felt that the purpose of seeing the world was better scratched. Regardless of age, the horror of women shopping is devastating. Cut! Noticing Wang Chen's somewhat evasive line of sight, Situyu's face flashed with triumph as she bounced over. What do you know? Shopping is a big deal. Ugh? Is this the giant beast that the school rewarded you with? So cute. Standing aside complacently, her attention was drawn to the whistling moon silver wolf that was cowering in Wang Chen's arms. The little guy was filled with aggravation as he was half exploited by Bing Qing Huahua. It instantly made a small heart appear in Situyu's eyes. Legendary grade divine beast tsunami moon silver wolf, but I'm not going to contract it, so I'll give it to you to play with. Wang Dust nodded and directly handed the little guy over. Oh! Situyu received the little one with a confused face. This is a legendary beast, and you gave it to me out of hand? This is too expensive for me. She blushed and stammered. It's too sudden. This guy isn't going to use the gift giving as an opportunity to confess his love to me. Is he? Do I agree? Or do I agree? Situyu was dazed. Her brain was messed up like a ball of hemp. 10 minutes later, following the guidance of the navigation, the duo arrived at the trading market located in the northern part of Yanlong University. After arriving here, Wang Chun tugged Situyu with a clear goal in mind and headed straight to the beast pet shop. Welcome. Please, guest, do you need a life-type beast pet? Or a battle-type beast pet? Upon entering the store, a sales clerk greeted them, her eyes not moving as she swept over the duo's wrists, and a genuine smile instantly appeared on her face. I need to see all the combat beast pets in your store. Wang Dust didn't drag his feet and put forward his request in a straightforward manner. Yes, sir. Please come with me. The salesman turned and led the way ahead, leading the two to the second floor. Ho 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 ho! As soon as he walked into the second floor, the sound of beast roars rang out one after another, and all kinds of beast pets locked up in beast cages looked over with unkind gazes. However, when a blue-colored figure appeared in their gaze, these unruly little guys immediately behaved as if they were kittens, each shrinking in fear in the depths of the cage. The salesman watched the scene in surprise, his eyes lingering deeply on Bing Qing for a split second. To be able to make so many beast pets fearful, I'm afraid that this guest's beast pet is of an extremely high rank. Could it be a high-level source beast? With that in mind, she said with a grin. Guest, all the beast pets in the store are here. Take a look to see if there is one that suits your fancy. Aha! Wang Dust nodded and came straight to a beast cage. Then, without hesitation, he used the bloodline appraisal technique. Chapter 70 Never choose a little fox demon because of series. In the second floor of the beast pet store, Wang Chun came to the first beast cage and quietly looked at the small creatures inside. Inside the cage was a coyote with fur laced with red, which was currently observing Wang Duan with fearful eyes. Red Flame Wolf Spirit Beast. Final Evolutionary Form. Flaming Divine Wolf Transcendent Level Divine Beast. Seeing the information that came back from the bloodline appraisal technique, Wang Dust shook his head, then walked towards the next one without hesitation. Moonlight Serpent Spirit Beast. Final Evolutionary Form. Heaven Swallowing Python Legendary Divine Beast. Poisonous Toad Spirit Beast. Final Evolutionary Form. Three-footed golden toad epic divine beast. Golden armored turtle source beast. Final evolutionary form. Aqua divine turtle cosmic grade divine beast. Winged tiger source beast. Final evolutionary form. Starry white tiger sacred beast. After turning around, Wang Chen's brows couldn't help but furrow. The quality of the beast pets here was indeed a great deal stronger than Dongling City, but he didn't find what he wanted among them. Among the hundreds of beast pets, the strongest one, whose evolutionary limit was only a saint beast, did not meet his requirements at all. His goal was to once again contract an ancestral god beast that was the same as Bing Qing. Esteemed guest, could it be that there is no beast pet of your choice here? The salesman's tone was a bit apprehensive when he saw Wang Dust's unpleasant face. Aha! Do you have any other beast pets here? Wang Dust nodded and asked bluntly. On the contrary, there are a few more special source beasts that are also quite strong, that is. The salesman sniffed and acted a little torn. Show me, money is no object. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust directly waved his hand and let the salesman lead the way ahead. Now that he had a huge amount of 2 billion gold coins in his pocket, he was just rich. Okay. The salesman led him into a room on the second floor. As soon as he came in, Wang Dust knew what caused the salesman's odd expression just now. The only thing in the empty room was a beast cage, which held 3 tiny, humanoid creatures about the size of a hand. These 3 creatures had the similar appearance and shape of human females, with a rather delicate look and a figure that could be described as forward and backward. They had animal skins covering key parts of their bodies, fluffy tails on the back of their asses, pointed ears, and a faintly seductive aura emanating from their bodies. At the sight of someone coming in, panic flashed in the pink eyes of the 3 creatures and they turned straight into a furry mass of 3. Little Fox Demon? Seeing these 3 creatures, a flash of surprise flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, all worlds were connected together, and some creatures that only existed in fantasy novels and movie and television dramas also appeared in the vision of the humans of the Blue Star. Like what dwarves, elves, angels, demons? These beings were active in the battlefields of the heavens, and occasionally a weak one would be captured in the Blue Star. But despite this, Wang Chun was also seeing this otherworld's creatures with his own eyes for the first time at this time. And still more special, the little fox demon. How can I put it, this little thing grew up just like most old drivers thought, extremely fitting to the image of a vixen into monster novels. It was a rare beast pet that could partially transform at the hatchling stage. Of course, before adulthood, just like what Wang Chuan had just seen, the little fox demon's size was basically maintained at the size of a palm. These 3 little fox demons are the trophies of a lord in the battlefield of the heavens, put up for sale in our store. 500 million gold coins apiece if the guest wants to buy it. The salesman explained at this moment, his eyes quietly glancing at Situyu beside Wang Chun. Normally, she wouldn't bring such a small couple to the store to see a little fox demon. Nothing else, mainly because I'm afraid of the emotional impact. Hearing the salesman's words, the corners of Wang Dust's mouth twitched a little. It's so damn expensive. Although the little fox demon's rating is considered to be at the level of a source beast, her combat power, how can I put it, basically no point in terms of normalcy. Wang Duan. Situyu poked his head darkly, his eyes extremely dangerous. Don't worry, I'm a decent guy and would never have strange hobbies. Wang Chuan helplessly rolled his eyes and threw out a bloodline identification technique and prepared to retreat. The little fox demon's frontal combat power was limited, and he didn't hold much hope for it at all. However, little fox demon source beast, final evolved form, 9-tailed sky fox ancestral divine beast. What? This? Wang Dust's expression stiffened. Ancestral beasts? 9-tailed fox? It sounds like it's tough as nails. Guessed. Although the little fox demon's frontal combat power is not as good as other source beasts, its charm ability is quite powerful, so if you need a supplementary type of beast pet, you can consider it. On the side, the salesman saw Wang Duan tangled up and had an I-know-it-all expression on his face. Goddamn needing assistance, The corners of Wang Dust's mouth twitched madly, feeling like his reputation was being tarnished. But ancestral beasts, hey. Against Situyu's gaze that wanted to kill, he silently took out his bank card. 3. I'll take them all. The guests are truly brave. The salesman gave Wang Dust a thumbs up in his heart and took the bank card neatly and left. After she's gone. King. Dust. Sityu gritted his teeth and his eyes seemed to sweep back and forth over Wang Chun like knives. It's really not that I have a special hobby. It's just that they're extremely high growth. Wang Dust touched his nose and explained with a sincere face. Change. Pervert. Old color batch. However, Sityu didn't believe it at all, and his mouth even spat out icy words. You're a giant beast master who can't even contract a little fox demon, so what's all this talk about growth? Just buy it and buy 3 of them? Heh. I poo-poo it. Seeing this, Wang Chun let out a bitter smile. This was a big misunderstanding. Back at the dorm. Because of you 3 little guys, my reputation is ruined. Placing the cage containing the 3 little fox demons in the living room, Wang Dust looked at the little creatures inside with a bitter smile on his face. These 3 little guys maintained their original appearance, their fur as white as snow, looking like ordinary 3 white foxes. At the moment, they were staring at Wang Chun with those pink eyes. I hope you guys are giving enough. Gathering his emotions, Wang Dust held Bing Qing, who was making a mess on the side, in his arms before extending his hand to the 3 little fox demons. Divine Talent Beast Pet Fusion. Unleashed. Buzz off. Invisible fluctuations spread out from Wang Chen's hands, instantly wrapping the 3 little fox demons in the cage. At the same time, in front of Wang Chen's eyes, a virtual panel that only he himself could see appeared. The virtual panel has 3 grids with a projection of the little fox demon in the middle of the grid and a synthesis press below the grid bar. Without hesitation, Wang Chun intentionally pressed hard on the synthesize button. Chapter 71, The Tough Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. As Wang Chuan's mind tapped on the confirmed synthesis button, his energy rapidly drained away, and a feeling of powerlessness surfaced in his heart. However, at this moment, he didn't care about his body's exertion at all. Instead, he looked at the front of his eyes with a strange gaze. Invisible fluctuations fell on the 3 little fox demons in the cage, and a light began to appear. This light became brighter and brighter, and in the end, the 3 little fox demons completely transformed into a clean white-colored ball of light. In the next second, under Wang Chen's gaze, these 3 clusters of light ruthlessly collided together. Boom! A brilliant light exploded, and a strange humanoid creature loomed in front of Wang Chun in the halo. She floated in mid-air, surrounded by flickering points of light that looked mysterious. Soon, the points of light were absorbed into the creature's body little by little, and her appearance was completely displayed in front of Wang Chen's eyes. The size has not changed much compared to before. The appearance is more delicate with a holy meaning. The color of the eyes has changed to peach pink. The body is white without a piece of silk. Wang Dust blushed, and in the spirit of rigor, he curiously gently touched it with his finger. Buzz! The little living spirit's body trembled, a touch of water rising from its peach-pink eyes, and between subtle flashes of magic, it instantly transformed into a furry, little fox with 9 tails. After regaining its original form, the little guy seemed to be without the ability to hover, and grabbed Wang Chuan's fingers with a panicked look. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust was directly amused. This little guy, he wasn't as powerful and dominant as Bing Qing when he came out. Next, the most important moment. Holding the little guy up in front of him, Wang Dust didn't hesitate to use the Imperial Beast technique. Buzz off! Vast magical power rose up in the living room and condensed into 2 sacred packs between Wang Chun and the 9-tailed sky fox, before they each disappeared into their respective foreheads. Next, an emotion of longing surfaced in Wang Chen's heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw the 9-tailed sky fox's peach-pink eyes staring at him without blinking. A brilliant luster surged through it, causing his eyes to go into a trance for a moment, as if a pink color had appeared before his eyes. A stunningly beautiful woman, without a single piece of clothing, slowly walked towards him. Hiss! It took a strong pinch to his thigh to recover from his disorientation. What a strong seduction ability. Even I, the master, almost fell for it. Realizing that he had almost appeared ugly just now, Wang Dust could not help but feel a bit of fear. Luckily, there was no one else here, otherwise he was afraid that he would have no face. Woohoo! The 9-tailed sky fox looked at its master curiously, and its furry tail waved for a while, and in the next second a small, pretty girl appeared in Wang Chen's hands. The only thing that is so beautiful, angelic, and demonic, bouncing around. Even a tiny one has a charm that seems to wreak havoc on the world. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Wang Chuan, who had just come back to his senses, hurriedly avoided the line of sight with his eyes averted, and reached out to yank over the blanket on the sofa to cover the nine-tailed sky fox. Little one, from now on, you are not allowed to change into this form outside without my permission. Yeah. The nine-tailed sky fox in human form gave a puzzled cry and tugged at the blanket on her body in aggravation. It seemed to be sad that his master didn't like himself in this state. Puff! The light flickered, and the little guy reverted to his furry form. Seeing this, Wang Chun let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we'll need some clothes for the little one from now on. With that in mind, he opened the attribute panel of the nine-tailed sky fox. Beast pet. Nine-tailed fox. Nickname none. Sex. Female. Age. Under a month infancy. Level 1. Rank. Ancestral divine beast. Talent. Infinite growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 300, wisdom 1000, physique 300, agility 400. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skill. Body of delusion SSS. Passive skill. Immune to all charm system and mind control system skills. When any creature launches an attack, the power is reduced by 30%. Crimson Eyes SSS. Active attack skill. The nine-tailed sky fox initiates a mental judgment on creatures that come into contact with its gaze, and creatures with an intelligence attribute lower than that of the nine-tailed sky fox will fall into a 10-second state of stun, and creatures with an intelligence attribute lower than 50% of the nine-tailed sky fox's attribute will be permanently enslaved. Charming all SSS. Active attack skill. Releasing the power of charming to attack all enemies within a certain range. Remarks. Within the range of the power of charming, any enemy with an intelligence attribute lower than the nine-tailed sky foxes will be plunged into a state of frenzy and lust. Nine-tailed destruction SSS. Active attack skill. Illuminates the true body of the nine-tailed sky fox descending into the world, inflicting huge amounts of damage to enemies within range. Remarks. Duration of 5 seconds in the hatchling stage, increasing as the growth cycle improves. Loyalty. 100. Equipment. None. Introduction. The nine-tailed fox is the originator of the nine-tailed foxes in the universe, mastering the law of charm and awakening the SSS talent skill every time it advances. Hiss. After reading the attributes of the nine-tailed sky fox, Wang Chun subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. Strong. It's simply too strong. Up to 1,000 points of wisdom attribute, which represented the nine-tailed sky fox unleashing the crimson eyes and charming beings, 2 attack skills that none of the illegal professions below the 3rd turn could carry. Moreover, the other attributes of the nine-tailed sky fox were not weak, and although it couldn't be compared to Bing Qing, it was still far away from the other beast pets by a large margin. Good girl. I'll call you Crispy from now on. Satisfied with holding the nine-tailed sky fox crisp and rubbing it, Wang Chun placed it in front of Bing Qing. You two little sisters have a good bonding session. Bing Qing, you don't bully your sister. After instructing Bing Qing, he began to check up on his harvest. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 40. Talents. All Beasts Attachment SSS. Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills. Imperial Beast Art S. Imperial Beast Rejuvenation B. Bloodline Identification Divine. Contract Summoning B. Instant Sword D. Wind Blade C. Bloodthirsty Berserking B. Beast Pet Increase B. Power 345 plus 260 points. Wisdom 415 plus 10 points. Physique 345 plus 150 points. Agility 355 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points 0 points. Unassigned skill points 150. It was mainly the increase in the 4-dimensional attributes, and the 10% feedback from the nine-tailed sky fox allowed him to increase his strength, physique, and agility by 30 and 40 points respectively. As for the highest wisdom, it was directly raised by 100 points. A total of 200 attribute points, equivalent to a second-turn adventurer rising 10 levels in a row. After taking stock of his harvest, Wang Dust's eyes flashed with excitement. This makes me more confident for the next freshman ranking match. The next step is to recuperate and wait for the rankings to begin. And at this time, the outside world, in Wang Chen's anticipation, was already in complete chaos. Chapter 72 Ranking Battle begins. On a windy and beautiful afternoon, the sky above the living area of Yanlong University suddenly became windy. A 100-meter-long terrifying creature with 9 tails appeared in the sky, her peach-pink eyes emitting a magnificent light as she swept her gaze proudly over the earth, as if she was patrolling her territory. At this moment, the entire living area, the entire Yanlong University, everyone's movements stopped, looking into the air in disbelief. This? A vision of heaven and earth? A universe-level divine beast? The nine-tailed fox? OMG, I'm not dreaming. Incredulous sounds came out of the mouths of all those who saw this scene. However, in the next second, all these voices disappeared. An invisible fluctuation swept through, and everyone who gazed into the peach-colored eyes of the nine-tailed fox couldn't help but blush and breathe sharply. Their eyes, in particular, showed a look of infatuation. The scent of spring creeps into the crowd. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of breaking air rang out, and a dozen figures flew in one after another above the living area of Yanlong University. These figures had different appearances, but the aura on each of them had already reached more than 6 revolutions. A universe-level divine beast, the nine-tailed fox? This is a bloodline projection. Among the new students enrolled this year, there is actually someone who had the good fortune of contracting such a terrifying existence. A middle-aged man with a bald head and a brawny aura stared at the nine-tailed fox silhouette in the sky, his body trembling. A universe-level divine beast. As long as it grows up naturally, its strength will reach the 8th turn. It is simply a beast pet that everyone can only dream of. We'll take this student from the Combat Academy. I'll personally take him as a student. The bald, middle-aged man's vision swept viciously around him, his face wearing an expression of recklessness. Bald Zhao, you're thinking about fart eating. A woman wearing magical robes took a step forward and fought with the bald, middle-aged man. She was extremely beautiful, but the words she uttered were unceremonious. Do you combat academies have muscles in your heads? This is the nine-tailed fox, a cosmic-grade divine beast of the charming department. With this kind of beast pet, this student was born to be a seedling for our magic academy. Going to your combat academy? Are you going to let him go head-to-head with the enemy? Both of you go away, the geniuses have all let you book them. This student must be given to our auxiliary academy no matter what we say. The nine-tailed fox is naturally seductive. It's simply the best partner to take the auxiliary route. Seeing the Magic Academy and the Combat Academy begin to fight for it, the auxiliary academies in the crowd couldn't help but open their mouths to join in. For a while, a group of teachers kept shouting in the sky, arguing with red faces and necks, looking like it was about to turn into an all-out brawl. Enough! Right at this moment, a voice that implied anger suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the teachers who were in chaos in the sky. In the next second, a slender figure appeared before their eyes, a man with a gentle aura. Lord Provost. Seeing this person, the teachers who were fighting with red faces hurriedly saluted and greeted him. Humph! At this the provost snorted coldly. Even the identity of this student has not been determined yet, and you are here to disgrace yourselves? Don't go and deal with the chaos around us yet. The seductive aura emanating from the nine-tailed fox is not something those little guys below the 3rd turn can resist. Chortling under his breath, he waved his palm, and an invisible force directly slapped more than a dozen 6th revolutions powerhouses to the ground. After doing so, the provost's sight turned to the nine-tailed fox silhouette in the sky. A universe-level divine beast? Where did he get a divine beast of this caliber? With his strength of 8 turns, he easily locked onto the source of the vision. Wong Dust, and the furry little fox in his arms. That little fox's furry appearance, as well as the 9 tails swaying behind its buttocks, was exactly like the 9-tailed fox in the records. Looking at this little guy through his divine thoughts, even as an 8th turn powerhouse, the provost's expression shook. A monarch-class divine beast, the giant dragon, and a cosmic-class divine beast, the 9-tailed fox. The potential that Wang Chuan, the giant imperial beastmaster, was now displaying was shocking to the well-informed man. But when he sensed the tsunami moon silver wolf's aura in another place, the expression on his face instantly became odd. Straight mother this kid didn't take a liking to my tsunami moon silver wolf? He even gave her to his little girlfriend. 2 days later, after Wang Dust had breakfast, he left the temporary dormitory with Bing Qing and Crispy. The school had long since sent out a notice through the wristwatch that the freshman ranking battle would be held in the plaza of the teaching area. Walking to the square, it was already overcrowded with young men and women overflowing with youthful vigor. Among them were both the 120 new freshmen recruited by Yanlong University this year, as well as the older students who came to join in the fun in their sophomore and junior years. The new students stood in the center of the square, a burning battle intent rising from each of them. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. It was clear that they were all fully energized, wanting to show their strength in the upcoming ranking battle and defeat the other contenders to capture the best rankings. This girl Sitayu, she actually hasn't lost her temper yet? Wang Dust had just arrived here when he noticed a vicious line of sight, and the girl Sitayu was looking at him with gritted teeth. That look made it seem as if he had started it all. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen felt that he needed to explain himself. Otherwise, this little girl one day and mom playing video nonsense, his whole life clean name will be ruined. But before he could take a step, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him had become a bit weird. Turning his head to look, the admissions teacher Mu Weining and a group of teachers with even stronger breaths had surrounded him at some point. These people had green light in their eyes, looking at him as if they had seen some rare treasure. The moment, being gazed at by this group of extremely formidable teachers, even with Wang Chen's tough nerves, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a nasty chill. It's horrible. It felt like they were going to eat people. Teacher? Student Wang Chuan, on behalf of the Auxiliary Academy, I would like to extend an invitation to you. As long as you join the Auxiliary Academy, the conditions are at your disposal. Mu Weining didn't wait for Wang Chan to ask a question and directly stepped forward to grab his hand and said. As she spoke, her eyes shook as she glanced at the fluffy nine-tailed sky fox on Wang Chen's shoulder. She now had some clarity as to why she felt, at that time, that Wang Chen resented the whistling moon silver wolf, and the feeling was that there was a stronger nine-tailed fox waiting. When compared to universe-level divine beasts, legend-level divine beasts did pull across somewhat. Today, the dean of the Auxiliary Academy had given him a deadly order to pull Wang Chen into the Auxiliary Academy at all costs. However, before Wang Chen could respond, Mu Weining, who had the strength of a fifth turn, was squeezed out by those teachers around her whose breath was even more formidable. Chapter 73, Differential Treatment, Hostility from Other Freshmen. Student Wang Chuan, the nine-tailed fox and the giant dragon attacking and assisting each other is simply the most perfect match. Your strength can only be fully displayed when you come to our Combat Academy. We can fulfill all of your requests, and in addition, we at the Combat Academy assure you that when you enter the third turn, we can provide you with another divine beast-level gigantic beast. With his strong body squeezing to the front, the teacher of the Combat Academy's eyes were incomparably fiery. Hearing this teacher's conditions, Wang Dust nodded secretly in his heart. Yanlong University was divided into 3 colleges based on the different future career directions of the students, which were the Combat College, the Magic College, and the Auxiliary College. As a giant Imperial Beastmaster, Wang Dust's career system didn't have a specific point of reference, and was considered a jack of all trades. Joining any of the 3 academies was fine. However, he was more inclined towards the Combat Academy himself. After all, he preferred rushing up and fighting his enemies in close quarters than hiding in the back and releasing skills. At this moment, seeing the expression of intent on Wang Chen's face, the surrounding teachers immediately became anxious. Fellow student Wang Duan, don't listen to Baldi Zhao paint you a big picture. The experience you'll need to level up as an Imperial Beastmaster, especially a giant Beastmaster, will be terrifying in the future as your beast pets increase. Entering the Combat Academy and growing up in their cultivation style will greatly slow down the speed of your strength increase. It's better to come to our Magic Academy. A magic skill goes down in a second, you'll upgrade with an absolute whoosh. Teacher here promises you that the Magic Academy will not only provide you with all the resources you need to grow, but will also take out 2S rank skill books. The female teacher from the Magic Academy squeezed out Zhao Baldi, then directly took out 2 skill books and waved them in her hands, appearing to be sincere. After her, the teachers around her also spoke out for their respective academies, moving to the light of higher skill books and equipment, shaking Wang Dust's head. That teachers. Why don't I decide after the ranking battle is over? Looking at the teachers around him who couldn't wait to drag themselves away immediately, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Dust's face. Too enthusiastic. Well, there's no rush, you still have time to think about it. Just remember not to choose those reckless people. No problem, it involves future plans after all, but I'm sure you'll choose our Combat Academy. You kid are a born warrior. How can you be with that bunch of pussies? The teachers around them nodded their heads and glared at each other in fiery anger. Seeing this scene, Wang Chan couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly as he said his goodbyes and headed towards the area where the new students were. Meanwhile, The freshmen standing in the center of the square looked at the figure that walked out from the teacher's surroundings, and each of their faces had a very ugly expression. On what grounds? They were standing here alone, without even a teacher who took the initiative to ask, was Wang Chun that popular? Especially among the new students, the 7 men and women who were outstanding and appeared to be a bit of cranes, looked at Wang Chuan, and there was even more obvious hostility on each of their faces. These 7 people, the ones with the highest claim to the first ranking in this year's freshman ranking battle, were all top students from various provinces. What do you guys think? An ordinary-looking, lanky youth among the 7 opened his mouth and asked. His name was Zhao Li, a 60th level special profession paladin from Sulphur Moon Province. Claptrap, even if you have 2 giant beasts, so what? A guy from a commoner's background. The higher he's held up now, the worse he'll fall. A young man with a gloomy temperament on the side shook his head in disdain and said. This person's name was Zhou Wu, a Mingguang provincial scholar who came from a top-tier powerful family in Mingguang province, and his strength was comparable to Zhao Li's. Hearing Zhou Wu mention Wang Chen's origin, a girl among the 7 sneered out. Indeed, the level is only 40, not even the first echelon amongst the freshmen, and the equipment skills are even farther away from us. When he's at the bottom of the ranking battle, I'll see how he still has the face to hang around at Yanlong University. That's it. Upon hearing this, another girl among the 7 nodded her head and said in a conspiratorial manner, everyone is SSS rated, and with the teachers treating them so differently, I'm afraid that when the ranking battle is over, they'll have to make jokes as well. There will be a ring match in the ranking battle. When the time comes, we must ruthlessly fix this Wang dust, so that these teachers will know that we are the true heavenly pride. Hearing her words, the few people on the side who hadn't intended to join the discussion couldn't help but show their faces. The girl had a good point, everyone was SSS rated, and as a result, the difference was now so obvious that it was simply unacceptable to them. You're quite popular. Wang Dust walked to the freshman area and stood, and Sitayu said with a meaningful expression. At those words, Wang Chun glanced at the hostile gazes that fell on him from the surroundings and helplessly rubbed his nose. It's only been 2 days since enrollment, and he's almost got the freshmen hating on him. This is probably unique even in Yanlong University. But for that, he had no fearful thoughts, except for some helplessness. Hate or love, what's it to him? When he came to Yanlong University, he came to improve his strength, not to climb relationships. It's the bulls and sheep that come in herds. The beasts never go alone, Wang Dust said in a civilized manner. Then his gaze rested on Situyu's shoulder. You contracted the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf? What is this little guy's name now? White. Situyu crossed Wang Chen's eyes and directly turned her head away. Unfortunately, Mastodon is a pervert, she muttered in a small voice. Hearing her words, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth twitched a little. Good lord. This is a hurdle to get over. But at this moment, he couldn't care about explaining. And while the 2 of them were talking, a woman in a wide magical robe walked up to the high platform right in front of the square. Silence! The magic staff in her hand flicked, and invisible fluctuations instantly suppressed the clamor in the square. For a moment, everyone looked at her with expectant faces. Attention, everyone, the ranking battle is divided into 2 parts, the copy battle and the ring duel, and your final rankings will be decided based on the average of the highest scores of the 2 parts of the battle. The top 50, entering the freshman rankings and receiving the appropriate reward packages. The rest of you, for the next month, will receive only the basic package. I'm Ms. Sun Miao from the Academy of Magic, in charge of refereeing the part of the duplicate break-in. If you have no doubts, then the ranking battle will now officially begin. Mr. Sun Miao swept his eyes over the freshmen present, and seeing that no one made a sound, he directly raised the staff in his hand. Buzz off! Berserk magical power rushed up from the staff, and the square was suddenly filled with wind. A giant light gate instantly landed in front of all the freshmen. Chapter 74, I'm afraid I'm not a fake genius. Yanlong University Plaza. As the giant light door appeared, a message suddenly surfaced in the minds of all the new students. A copy of the Secret World, Beast Tide Impact. Grade of the Secret Realm copy, Silver level. Minimum entry level for Secret Realm replica, level 30. Optional difficulty of the secret copy, easy, normal, hard, hell. Number of people admitted to the secret copy, 1 person. Secret Realm copy introduction. Endless Beast Tide is coming, brave professional. Will you stick to the end in the Beast Tide, or we'll be swarmed by monsters torn to pieces. A silver-level secret copy? After checking the information that suddenly surfaced, a flash of fire flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He hadn't forgotten about the harvest from the Gao Gao secret realm copy, and this time he had come to a higher-level secret realm copy. He couldn't wait to find out how much he could gain. Without hesitation, he directly chose the hell-level difficulty at this moment with a thought. In the next second, his body disappeared into the square. And at that moment, all the freshmen around him made the same choice as him. In an instant, the square directly became empty. Immediately after, the lone giant light door, with a twist and change as the referee, Mr. Sun Miao, waved his magic staff, turned directly into a huge screen that floated above the square. This screen is divided into 120 grids, each of which corresponds to a new student respectively. Finally, any guesses as to who the number 1 freshman will fall to this year? Blind guess is Zhao Li. This kid's strength is definitely at the top amongst the freshmen. After the giant screen appeared in the sky, the old students gathered around the square were all excited at once. Every year, the freshman ranking battle could be a reserved program of the school, and many people opened the plate at this moment, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune in credits. I'll go with Wang Dust. He has 2 divine beast-level beast pets, and just now the teachers of the 3 major academies almost fought in order to snatch him. He definitely has the strength to ascend to the first place. Someone had placed a heavy bet on Wang Chen's body at this moment. That's not necessarily true. His level is too low. A gap of 20 levels is impossible to close even for a divine beast. But as soon as his words were out of his mouth, there was an objection on the side. It's still Zhao Li who has the most hope of reaching the top, a level 60 paladin who can fight and carry, and also possesses the ability to heal. A single person is comparable to a small team. It's simply too suitable for the beast-tide impact, this secret realm copy. Hearing his words, many of the older students around him nodded in agreement. That's right, the paladin profession is simply a bug, with high offense and defense and the ability to milk itself. I'll put in a bet for Zhao Li as well. The secret realm copy beast-tide impacts hell difficulty will face a total of 9 waves of beast tides, and the challengers who enter cannot use any recovery items. So Zhao Li simply has too much of an advantage. Huh? A paladin is so strong. Then wouldn't I be at a loss? For a while, the old students who had just placed a bet on Wang Duan suddenly had some regrets at this moment. And at this moment, while their side was talking, the views of the teachers on the high platform of the plaza were strangely consistent. The teachers of the 3 major academies who had been madly snatching Wang Dust before, each one of them sat on their chairs, their sights fixed on the area on the screen belonging to Wang Dust, not looking at the others at all. Da-da-da-da. When Mr. Sun Miao, the referee who had presided over the first part, walked back, he saw this eerie picture of harmony. Looks like you guys have a lot of faith in this little guy. Huh? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask. Of course. Teacher Sun, you've just returned from the battlefield of the heavens. You don't know the terror of this brat Wang Chun. He's the one who set the unprecedented achievement of clearing the level in 1 minute among the secret copy of the college entrance exam. This is the future star of our Combat Academy. Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, sniffing at this moment, said with a shocked face, saying that he hemmed and hawed, as if he had thought of some beautiful picture. 1 minute. Hearing his words, Sun Miao couldn't help but widen his eyes. The secret copy of the Dragon Kingdom's high school entrance exam hadn't been changed for so many years, so she was well aware of how terrifying this achievement was. You know, back then, she was also a provincial top student, but it took her 10 minutes and 20 seconds to pass through the secret realm. Wang Dust's score was more than 10 times that of hers. Am I a fake genius? Sun Miao was a bit skeptical. At this moment, as the words of the Combat Academy teacher fell. Get out! Do you want to be shameless, Bald Zhao? Wang Duan is clearly our Magic Academy star of tomorrow. The teacher of the Magic Academy on the side was instantly displeased, and his sight looked over viciously. The smell of gunpowder filled the air in an instant, and it was about to turn into a violent conflict. Okay. Awakened by the commotion made by both sides, Sun Miao stood in the middle of the 2 sides with some tears and laughter as she said, You guys don't have to act so obviously when you're looking out for this little guy. You have to consider the other freshmen as well. Cut! What business is it of mine what they're in the mood for? The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy rolled her eyes at that. That's right. Is it that hard to admit that others are better than you? This kid Wang Chun is 10 times better than them. The teacher of the Combat Academy at this time made a rare remark in agreement with the Magic Academy. Seeing this scene, Sun Miao felt a little heartbroken. These new students grew up smoothly, and in the future they would be at least fifth-turn professionals. Why does it feel like garbage coming out of your mouths? Muttering in his heart, Sun Miao's eyesight went to an upright figure on the screen. What do you guys say? How long will it take Wang Chan to clear the 9 waves of Beast Tide? She asked with some anticipation. 9 minutes. His level is a shortcoming right now after all, and the 9-tailed fox was just contracted, so 9 minutes should be the limit. Teacher Zhao of the Combat Academy said after a moment of contemplation, and the teacher of the Magic Academy on the side nodded along with him upon hearing this. That's not bad. 9 minutes. That's what many freshman year students can achieve, Sun Miao said with some emotion. Warm reminder. Challenger Wang Dust, you have successfully entered the silver level secret realm copy of Beast Tide Impact. The currently selected difficulty level is Hell. The current number of people challenged by the secret copy. 1 person. Current number of monster waves in the secret copy. 9 waves. Return scrolls have been automatically issued. If you encounter life-threatening situations, please use caution when challenging. I wish you success in clearing your copy of the secret world. Time and space shifted, and when Wang Chun once again set his feet on the ground, the prompting tone of the spirit of the secret realm rang in his ears. 9 waves. Excitement appeared on Wang Dust's face. The more waves the better, and the more monsters that appear means a higher reward at the clearance settlement. Maybe, after taking care of this secret realm copy, I can raise Bing Qing's level to the edge of advancement. Chapter 75 Shocker. Crispy's First Strike. In the secret copy, Wang Dust scanned the surroundings with anticipation in his eyes, quietly waiting for the monsters to appear. Where he was at the moment was a wide space, very empty and without any obstacles. The ground was a dark red color, remaining traces of the aftermath of a violent battle. After Wang Dust looked closely, he could still smell a faint odor of blood. He guessed that these dark reds would be caused by a large amount of blood soaking through. Ho 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 ho! As he surveyed his surroundings, a brutal growl rang in his ears. Knock knock knock! In the next second, ear-shattering footsteps sounded at the same time, and a sky of dust was raised in the distance as an unknown number of monsters approached at great speed. Meanwhile, the first wave of the Beast Tide is about to begin. The number of monsters is 50. Please prepare for the challengers. The beep of the secret copy appeared at the same time. Finally, looking at the rapidly approaching monster army in the distance, Wang Dust's eyes instantly became excited. Woo! The 2 little ones sensed his mood and chirped involuntarily. Bing Qing even directly swung his wings and flew into mid-air. Anon! A high dragon's roar sounded, and she directly unfolded her battle stance. As for the little guy, Crispy, he jumped to the top of Wang Dust's head, and his 9 tails were constantly waving, in a way that did not show any weakness. The 9-tailed sky fox was different from the extreme cold dragon. Before reaching adulthood, unless the 9-tailed extinction skill was turned on, its size would remain in this petite state. After the 2 little ones were ready, the 50 monsters that came rushing in also appeared clearly in front of Wang Dust's eyes. It was a group of creatures that were 2 meters tall and had the appearance of large cats that had been enlarged several times and walked upright. They had sharp teeth and incomparably sharp claws, and between breaths, a fishy wind surged toward Wang Chun and the 2 little ones. Cat Demon? Seeing these monsters appear, Wang Dust casually released a scrying spell. Monster, Cruel Cat Demon. Level, 50. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, claw blast. Type, general. It starts with level 50 monsters? Seeing the information that came back from the scrying technique, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. These are walking experience bonanzas. Brush it off. While Wang Chuan was excited, the cat demons running over instantly surrounded him, then attacked without hesitation. Ow! Just then, the 9-tailed heavenly fox Crispy, who was lying on her master's head, suddenly opened her mouth and growled. Charming beings, buzz off. The sound wave was tainted with pink at this moment, instantly enveloping a radius of tens of meters, encompassing all the cat demons. Howl! The cat demon that was about to launch an attack suddenly stirred and stopped its advance. Ho 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 ho! An eerie peach-pink color emerged in their eyes, and they twisted their heads to look at their companions, letting out a maddening and incomparable roar. then brush it off. They did not hesitate to launch themselves at their companions. The first wave of monsters are all dead. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 10 seconds. Please prepare for the challengers. Hearing the system tone ringing in his ears, Wong Dust was directly confused. Crispy, can you save one for me? Carrying the nine-tailed sky fox Crisp on his head into his arms, Wong Dust had a helpless look on his face. I'm all set to go on a killing spree, and you killed all these cat demons with a single skill? This is too much speed. Muttering in his heart, Wong Dust's eyes were also a bit shocked. The little guy's debut was a big surprise. This charm skill is a godsend against stragglers. Woo-hoo! Hearing his master's words, Crispy waved his tail with a proud face, as if to say, I'm great. Praise me. But her smugness didn't last a second before she was ruthlessly suppressed by her big sister. Bing Qing's dragon claws reached out, and with just 2 fingers, he pinched her up and lifted her high. What happened? How can it be so fast? Among the old students gathered outside the square, one of them suddenly let out an incredulous gasp, his eyes nearly popping out, only to see that at the landing point of his line of sight, the number floating on a grid directly changed from 1 to 2. Hearing his exclamation of surprise, everyone around him immediately followed his line of sight, just in time to see the grid where Wang Duan was. Hiss! Then the next second, the air around the square was nearly sucked out by the gang. Everyone's face brought on an expression of disbelief, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. It's a lie! The first wave of monsters appeared until now. Not even 10 seconds, all seconds. How can it be so fast? 50 cat demons? Even if they were standing still for you to hack, it would take more than 10 seconds to hack them all to death, right? One old student muttered incredulously, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. They weren't surprised that Wang Chuan was able to pass the first wave. After all, to be able to enter Yanlong University and still be the top scholar in the province, he must have a few tricks up his sleeve. Against a mere 50-level 50 monsters, it was naturally no big deal. But to have it resolved so quickly was beyond their wildest dreams. One should know that all of them, one by one, could not have reached Wang Dust's level when they entered this secret realm copy freshman year and took care of this group of level 50 cat demons. This TMD is going against the grain. On the high stage, the teachers of the 3 major academies also looked dumbfounded, and the gentle temperament Sun Miao couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. She had just stared at the grid and blinked twice, only to have Wang Duan take care of all the monsters in the first wave. Which one of you counted it? How long did he take? At this moment, she turned around with some disregard for her image and looked viciously at the Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, who had prepared for this. 8 seconds. Mr. Zhao, who was clutching a counter in his hand, sounded a little shaky. To be honest, he was surprised too. Although he had predicted that Wang Chun would perform well in the secret copy, he had not expected it to be this outstanding. When he pressed the counter stop button just now, he felt like his heart was going to stop. 8 seconds. That was 50 cat demons, not 50 ants. Ha 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 ha. This must be the 9-tailed fox's natural skill. Look guys, with such a powerful beast pet, Wang Dust it's a waste if he doesn't enter our Magic Academy. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy was excitedly slapping her thighs at this moment, and a flush welled up on her face. It's so beautiful. Having just signed the contract, a single skill down the line could charm 50 cat demons into killing each other. This 9-tailed fox, this Wang Dust, was simply too close to their Magic Academy. However, what these teachers didn't know was that the shock Wang Chun had brought to them had only just begun. Chapter 76 Seconds to Kill Everything. Stunned crowd. Second wave. The hideous dragon spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, and the group was destroyed. Third wave. Endless ice freezes the ground, and the group is destroyed. Fourth wave. A pink glow enveloped the room and the group was destroyed. When the number above the grid where Wang Chuan was, which represented the number of waves of the beast tide he was holding on to, turned into 8. The entire square of Yanlong University had become silent. Hiss! The only sound that came out was the sound of sucking in cool air, as if it was negotiated, one wave after another. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, and the expressions on their faces were incomparably shocked. It was now less than 3 minutes before Wang Chun entered the secret realm copy, and he had broken into the 8th wave. Is this surely not a joke? What kind of demon is this? Less than 3 minutes to break into the 8th wave, When I was almost finished with my freshman year, I only broke into the 5th wave in 3 minutes. This is too terrifying, isn't it? I was at level 70 of the 2nd turn. Nima, even if I were to go in there right now, there's no way I'd be able to hit the 8th wave that fast. The older students who were spectating were beginning to doubt their lives, especially those sophomores who couldn't help but roar up to the sky. 3 minutes to break into the 8th wave. It's an accomplishment they can't even imagine. I'm afraid that among our sophomores, only those guys ranked in the top 30 can achieve this terrifying score, right? Luckily, you can't enter a silver-level secret realm copy after the 3rd turn. Otherwise, the ranking would have been trampled under the feet of a freshman who just enrolled in school, and the face would have been lost. This Wang Chun, I'm afraid he's going to break the record set by the white god back then. Amidst a murmur, the expressions of all the older students were extremely shocked. Especially when they heard the words white god, they were shocked, and at the same time, their eyes were incomparably complicated. White god, by Zitting, the Dragon Kingdom's renowned 8th turn powerhouse, one of the commanders of the Dragon Kingdom's war zone in the battlefield of the heavens, and the most outstanding graduate of Yanlong University. Although he had long since graduated and left the school, he still possessed quite a few admirers in Yanlong University, especially because he had created quite a few records that were peaks that were difficult for many students to surpass. Nowadays, the record for clearing the silver-level secret realm replica Beast-Tide Impact was held by Zitting. Back then, he was still the 2nd turn, with 5 minutes to pass the silver-level secret copy of Beast-Tide Impact. This record, which had been held at Yanlong University for 20 years, had been untouchable. And today, that person showed up and was a freshman. How could this not cause the many older students to have mixed feelings? 2 minutes and 36 seconds. On the high stage, the Combat Academy's teacher Zhao pinched the counter in death, his lips trembling as he spoke. It was just 6 simple words, but they represented a meaning that shocked everyone. The current record holder for the highest clearance in the secret realm, Boss White, took 3 minutes and 6 seconds when he entered the 8th wave. Wang Chuan advanced this by 30 seconds. The 5-minute record is definitely untenable. He might be able to compress the time to less than 4 minutes. On the side, the beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy's expression was similarly no better. Compared to those older students, she could feel the horror of this achievement even more. After all, these older students knew about by Zitting through deeds and the records left in the school. She, on the other hand, was in the same class as by Zitting back then, and had lived under the shadow of the other party's invincibility for the 3 years she was in school, plus the year she spent practicing in the battlefield of the heavens. Now that a new student was able to challenge by Zitting's record, even if that person was Wang Chun, whom she was incredibly optimistic about, it still made her feel extremely incredulous. By Zitting, that's a strong 8th turner in his prime, with the prospect of a 9th turn or even a god seal in the future. Teacher Sun Miao thought of a certain sightless guy at this moment, and the expression on his face became extremely strange. When I came back from the battlefield of the heavens, Bai Shuai even swore to me that the record he left at Yanlong University would not be broken by anyone for another 10 years in the future. And I wonder how he'll feel when this news reaches his ears? I guess the face will be swollen? While the outside world was shocked and abnormal, Wang Chun was quietly waiting for the 8th wave of the monster army to arrive. To be honest, the first 7 waves of monsters didn't make him feel any pressure at all. Without even making a move, the 2 guys, Xiao Bingqing and Crispy, easily took care of all of them. You too. Can't you save one of you for me to move around? Thinking that he had been watching the show from the side, Wang Dust couldn't help but give his beast pet a grudging look. I'm really pissed off. You guys take care of the monsters, I'll be on the sidelines. Don't I want to lose face as the master? Woo-hoo. Next time for sure. The little ones glanced at him and copped an insincere grunt. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust helplessly rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, ready to let these 2 little guys know what it meant to be the master's majesty. But, ho 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 ho! Ear-piercing roars rang out as the 8th wave of the monster army arrived at the battlefield. I'll let you 2 off the hook this time. Kicking Bing Qing's thighs, which were thicker than his entire body, Wang Chuan set his eyes on the army of monsters rushing up. The monsters in the 8th wave were 50 trolls. These guys, who had an indeterminate blood relationship with the sinking devil, were over 5 meters in size and were so green that they glowed. Hideous fangs, as well as bone spikes surfacing on the surface of his body, the tips glittering with a sharp, cold aura. Monster Troll Warrior. Level 60. Fighting style, Melee. Skills. Crash, Trample Madness, Wild Howl. Type, General. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level, 60. Fighting style, Melee. Skills. Wild Charge, Crash, Mad Trample, Wild Howl. Type, Elite. Unlike the previous waves, 10 of the 50 trolls flickered with a faint blue light under the sweep of the detection spell. These 10 guys were the very elite monsters that the professionals often hung on to. They were different from mutations, which were similar to genetic mutations, where wild monsters would awaken special abilities, and elites were enhanced from the ordinary. Normally, at the same level, elite wild monsters were about twice as strong as normal wild monsters. In addition to these 3 types, there were 2 other special types amongst the wild monsters, which were the chiefs and lords, or the big and small bosses that professionals often referred to. However, this kind of wild monster Wong just hadn't encountered it yet, so he put it aside for now. Ho 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 ho! After the 50 trolls surrounded them, they immediately attacked without hesitation. Knock knock! The sound of footsteps shook the ground. It's always my turn to make a move this time. Taking advantage of the fact that Bing Ching and Crispy didn't act, Wang Chuan's figure flashed and directly rushed up with an instant sword. Chapter 77. Is this something we can watch without paying? Swish! Under the rapid blitz of the instant sword, Wang Chun appeared directly in front of a troll in the next second. Roar! Seeing the human that appeared in front of him, the troll let out a frantic roar and opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the human that was brought to its door. Yet just then, a cold light flashed before its eyes, and it suddenly felt a pain in its neck. Before it could ponder what was happening, it saw the dim sky and a headless body. Is that my body? The troll only had time for one thought to surface before his consciousness fell into a complete dimness. And at the same time, Wang Dust, who had killed a troll with a sword, didn't stop, and with one foot on the ground, his body instantly rushed out again. Second strike. He once again stepped in front of a troll and swung his sword to decapitate its head. Ho 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 ho! It wasn't until this was done that the trolls charging up around them reacted. As they looked at the human who had instantly decapitated 2 of their companions, each one of them let out a brutal roar and frantically surrounded them, wanting to tear the human into pieces. Anon! But their footsteps had just moved when a high dragon roar suddenly surfaced in their ears. Before the voice fell, a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze the soul enveloped their bodies. Hoo hoo hoo! Bing Ching swung her wings and flew into mid-air, and without hesitation, she spat out a cold ice spit towards the trolls in her master's periphery. Rumble! The berserk power tore apart the 10 trolls closest to Wang Chun in an instant. Seeing these guys turn into crumbs and scatter, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Dust's face as he dispersed the wind blade technique he had prepared in his hand. Taking monsters from him, the master? Bing Ching, this little guy is really treacherous. While he was belly walking in his mind, Crisp, who was lying on his head, chirped defiantly. Woo! As the voice rang out, a peach-pink aura instantly enveloped all the remaining trolls present. Ho 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 ho! With frantic roars, the remaining trolls aimed their scarlet eyes at their companions, then attacked without hesitation. There were even 2 trolls that directly held their companions down and explored life extension. That image? It's just hot. Whoosh! Waving his hand and flinging out 2 giant wind blades, chopping those trolls into 2, Wang Dust yanked the 9-tailed heavenly fox Crispy off his head with some toothache. He hadn't paid attention during the first few waves just now, and only remembered when he saw those 2 trolls just now that the 9-tailed sky fox's charming being skill not only had the chaotic effect of being able to kill each other, but also lust. If this was used against someone in the middle of a battle and triggered this effect, the picture, it was simply unimaginable. Woo-hoo! The little guy looked at his master with a puzzled expression. After you. Looking at the little guy whose eyes were full of innocence, Wang Dust opened his mouth and ultimately did not say anything more. The power of this skill is obvious to all. If you don't use it because of a little bit of special effect, it's just a brain fart. Nothing. Great job. Patting Crispy's head, Wang Chun raised his eyes to look around. With the combined efforts of Pasty and Ice Clear, there were very few trolls left in the 8th wave. Only 4 of the 50 trolls were snagged. Sighing, Wang Chun felt that he still had a long way to go. This image is so hot. This is something we can watch without paying for it? As the image of the trolls multiplying appeared, a strangled cry rang out from the outside crowd glued to the screen. Most of the older students, especially the girls, blushed and lowered their heads. But there were some guys who had an excited expression on their faces. The nine-tailed fox's skills are too terrifying, aren't they? Undifferentiated ad hominem, plus now this effect. Who dares to fight against Wong Dust in the future? Even if you win the fight, I'm afraid you'll have to die socially. When those few trolls were killed, the older students looked at each other, and their faces all became incredibly strange at the same time. The impact of that scene just now was too strong. It was a little hard for them to imagine how they would cope if it fell on them. It's not about winning or losing anymore. You can't mess with anyone but Wang Duan. At this moment, all the older students couldn't help but have the same thought floating in their minds. And at this time on the high platform of the square, the teachers watching the battle each had an expression that was incomparably strange. The strength of the nine-tailed skyfox made them shudder as well. Are we going to change the rules for the back of the ring portion? Teacher Sun Miao blushed and tapped the ground with the magic wand in her hand to attract the crowd's attention. Wang Chuan's nine-tailed fox, if he had used that move just now on his opponent in the ring, I'm afraid that our Yanlong University's reputation would be ruined. That's right. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy nodded with a palpitating heart. The shock of that scene just now was too great for her. If a student was caught in this trick and was also unfortunate enough to be stacked with the state of lust, I'm afraid that he or she would simply collapse. It's not just a physical blow, it's soul-destroying. Why don't we do this? We'll give Wang Dust some compensation privately, and in the second part of the ring battle, we won't let him bring the nine-tailed fox on. Anyway, with the strength he's showing now, having one less beast pet out there won't have any effect on his ranking. On the side, the Combat Academy's teacher Zhao thought about it and made a proposal. Yes. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding teachers nodded their heads in agreement. Then it's decided. Seeing this, the referee, Mr. Sun Miao, followed suit and nodded, and then his gaze was somewhat shocked as he looked at the upright figure on the screen. In the freshman ranking battle, it was a unanimous decision by the faculty to limit strength. In the more than 600 years since the establishment of Yanlong University, Wang Chun was the only one to do so. At this moment, while the hearts of the people in the outside world were shocked, in the secret copy, Wang Chun had already collided with the ninth wave of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the violent vibrations, 20 elite monsters, with 30 ordinary monsters, surrounded Wang Duan from all directions. These monsters were not as large in size as the previous trolls with, and were similar in size to normal adults. But being smaller doesn't mean they've gotten weaker. The aura on these guys was even stronger. It was those ordinary monsters whose strength was comparable to the elite trolls of the 8th wave. However, in response, the expression on Wang Chen's face remained without the slightest fluctuation. In front of the two ancestral god beasts, it made no difference if more of these miscellaneous fish-like monsters came. Boom, boom, boom. The two little guys kept on attacking, and almost in the blink of an eye, they left the monsters that rushed up dead or wounded by more than half. Soon, with Wang Dust following behind to fill in the gap, the 50 monsters in the 9th wave were all crushed. Chapter 78. Strength skyrockets again. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger, Wang Duan, for clearing the Beast-Tide Impact Secret Realm copy. Settlement in progress. Please wait. The secret copy. When the last monster of the 9th wave was pierced through the heart by Wang Chuan's sword, the beeps of the secret copy's machinery sounded in his ears at the same time. Done! Shaking off the blood on his long sword, Wang Chun had an expectant expression on his face. This was a silver-level secret copy, and there was no telling what kind of rewards it would bring him. While silently pondering in his heart, the mechanical beep of the secret realm copy sounded once again. Ding! Settlement complete. Congratulations to the challenger, Wang Duan, for perfectly clearing the secret realm copy of Beast-Tide Impact. Current secret copy difficulty. Hell level. Time to pass, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Overall rating, SSS highest. Congratulations to the challenger Wang Dust. Your result has successfully broken the record of Beast-Tide Impact in the silver level secret realm replica, and the settlement reward has been upgraded by 1 level. Broken record? After listening to the beeping in his ears, a flash of surprise appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. He expected his results to be good, but he didn't expect that he would be able to set a new record for breaking through the secret realm copy. But soon the surprise in his heart disappeared and an excited expression appeared on his face. Settlement incentives are upgraded by 1 level. It looks like this time he's gonna get something extra for himself. Ice Ching Crisp, you two come over here. Let me suck the OU chi from you. Greeting the little ones and reaching out to rub his hands on them. Wong Dust then looked with anticipation in his eyes at the treasure chest that floated in front of him. It's still the same colorful treasure chest as it was during the secret copy of the high school exam. However, the luster that shrouded the outside of the treasure chest was a few shades denser than that of the secret realm of the college entrance exam, which seemed to be an omen that the rewards inside would be even more generous. Without hesitation, after sucking in the ooze, Wang Chun directly chose to open the colorful treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light filled the field of vision, and one item emerged one by one. As the scrying technique swept through, the attribute information of these things appeared in front of Wang Chen's eyes. 10 million experience points, 200 points of free attributes, 200 free skill points, platinum level equipment, sawtooth longsword, platinum level equipment, enchanted ring, grade a magical material, sharp horns of blade demons. After checking the properties of these things, Wang Dust subconsciously held his breath. Abundance. It's simply too rich. 10 million experience points, split into 3 equal parts to be absorbed, directly allowed his level to pop up to 45 at this point, and Bing Qing's level 2 was directly raised to level 40, the limit of the current growth cycle. As for the 9-tailed Skyfox Crispy, because of its low level, it even directly rose 15 levels in a row. In just an instant, Wang Chun could feel a stronger power surging up amongst his body. It was a feeling that almost intoxicated him. Without hesitation, he directly opened the attribute panel of himself and the little ones. Ice Clear, 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2200, Wisdom 2200, Physique 2200, Agility 2200. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Crispy, 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 1050, Wisdom 1750, Physique 1050, Agility 1150. Without any buff, equipment, or props to enhance it. The two little ones had seen their 4-dimensional attributes explode, especially Crispy, who had nearly doubled all but the Wisdom attribute. And driven by their 4-dimensional attributes, Wang Chen's strength also saw an increase after he evenly distributed the 200 free attribute points. Wang Dust, Strength, 520 plus, 260 points. Wisdom, 590 plus, 10 points. Physique, 520 plus, 150 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 350. Not counting the equipment enchantment, his single attribute had now surpassed the 500-point mark. If he were to run into Huaqing University's Zhou Zibo again at this time, he would definitely be able to chop the other party away with a single stroke of his sword when he used his instant sword. As for the skill points, Wang Chun still planned to continue saving them. He still had the unused qualification to enter the school's treasury to pick out skill books, and would decide on the distribution of those skill points after picking out the skill of his choice. Waving his fist in satisfaction, Wang Dust moved his gaze and placed it on top of several other heavy rewards. Grade a magical material. Sharp horn of a sharpshooter demon. This does not need to be said. The value of the A-grade materials on the market are all worth more than $10 million, and selling them can bring back blood to his small treasury. Putting away the materials, Wang Dust rested his gaze expectantly on the last 2 pieces of equipment. Platinum level equipment. This was definitely the highest grade equipment he had seen since he grew up. If it wasn't for the record breaking, I'm afraid these 2 platinum level equipment wouldn't have appeared at all. The value of these 2 pieces of equipment was estimated to exceed hundreds of millions of gold coins when placed on the market. And there was also a price for it because this equipment was produced by the Secret Realm copy and was completely affixed to Wang Dust's level. In today's day and age, it's nearly impossible to find low-grade platinum equipment on the market. Treasures of this grade had long been pocketed by the major powers, ready to be used by their respective descendants. Without hesitation, Wang Chun directly performed a scrying technique and landed on the 2 platinum artifact equipment. Equipment: Sawtooth Longsword. Type: Weapon. Grade: Platinum. Level limit: 45. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Physique plus 100, Speed plus 100. Enchanted effects: 1. Increases attack damage by 10%. 2. Bleeding effect: wounds inflicted by the serrated longsword are weakened by 50% when healed. Equipment: enchanted ring. Type, jewelry. Grade, platinum. Level limit, 45. Attributes, strength plus 100, physique plus 100, agility plus 100, wisdom plus 100. Enchanting effects, 1. Increase the speed of physical strength recovery by 20%. Weapon enchantment, temporarily attach an enchantment effect to the weapon to increase the attack range duration. 10 minutes, once per day. Not bad, not bad. After reading the attributes of the two pieces of equipment, Wang Dust was filled with joy. Both pieces of equipment were quite strong, and the shape was very much in line with his aesthetic. In particular, the serrated long sword was 2 meters long, and its blade was covered with sharp serrated teeth, making it a sight to behold. And although the enchantment ring was low profile, the enchantment effects it came with made Wang Dust overjoyed, increasing the range of his weapon's attack, which greatly enhances his means of combat. Putting the two pieces of equipment on, his attributes once again increased and became power, 520 plus 530 points. Wisdom, 590 plus 100 points. Physique, 520 plus 350 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 250 points. Just after checking his own attributes that had once again skyrocketed, a spatial force landed on his body. Next, he and the two little ones directly disappeared in the middle of the Secret Realm copy. Chapter 79. Is it hard to recognize someone else's excellence? 3 minutes and 46 seconds. The square of the Yanlong Academy was silent. Everyone, looking at the time displayed on that already darkened grid of the giant screen, all fell into silence. It was an incomparably horrifying achievement, so horrifying that it made their worldview shatter at the first sight of it. A freshman who had just enrolled in school, it took less than 4 minutes to clear the silver-level Secret Realm copy. Before today, no one had ever thought that someone could produce such a horrible result. The sophomores and juniors who were there to see the fun felt a little hard to breathe at this moment. When they were freshmen, even at the end of their freshman year, the time it took them to clear the silver-level Secret Realm copy of Beast Tide Impact was twice as long as Wang Chen's time at this point. This eerie silence lasted for an unknown period of time, and it wasn't until Wang Chen's figure was teleported out of the Secret Realm copy and stood in the center of the plaza that someone came back to their senses and made a trembling sound. Fake, right? Am I dreaming? How could this Wang Chen have such terrifying strength? Even if you are contracting 2 divine beast-level beast pets, it shouldn't be like this? That's a record the White God once set, and he broke it so easily? Could it be that Yanlong University is going to have another terrifying genius who dominates the school in the lower grades? What a demon! Looking at that upright figure, the crowd of onlookers let out a raging tidal wave of murmurs. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely unbelievable. It was all simply beyond their imagination, and at this time on the viewing platform, the teachers of the 3 major colleges of Yanlong University had the same expression. Although they had expected it, they were still extremely shocked when Wang Chen's achievement actually broke the record. This kind of terrifying potential was something they had only seen in their lives, even if they had taught numerous geniuses over the years. This kid, his future achievements will definitely be higher than Bai Shuai, the referee Mr. Sun Miao said with some shock. At this time, Wang Chen was already standing in the center of the square, while those students who entered the Secret Realm copy at the same time as him, the fastest progressing Zhao Li as well as other provincial top students such as Zhou Wu, had only proceeded to the 5th wave. The gap between the two sides is simply self-evident. The surrounding crowds, upon hearing this, could not help but nod their heads, while their gazes shook as they looked towards the center of the square, the upright young man with a calm face. At this moment, they were not only shocked by the strength displayed by Wang Chen, but they were also surprised by the youngster's calm state of mind. To do such an astounding feat and still be so calm, I'm afraid that many of them would not be able to do it. I'll go talk to him about the ring, and you guys think about what kind of compensation you should make to him first. Sun Miao looked back at the crowd on the viewing platform. Then, with a single movement of his feet, he directly appeared in the square. Hello, teacher. Seeing Mr. Sun Miao who suddenly appeared in front of him, Wang Duan politely greeted him. Aha! Sun Miao nodded at his words, then said in a complicated tone. Mr. Wang Chuan, because of the 9-tailed fox's special ability, the teachers of the school hope that in the next ring match, you will be able to go on without her. Upon hearing Mr. Sun Miao's words, Wang Duan froze slightly and his expression became a bit odd. It seems that Crispy's big performance in the secret copy has scared these teachers. Don't worry, teacher. I know how to take it easy. After thinking about it, he nodded his head directly and said, for the next ring match, Crispy won't be in the ring. Crispy? At those words, Sun Miao froze. Then his eyes looked at the nine-tailed fox on Wang Chen's shoulder. Is that her name? It's rather catchy. With that in mind, Sun Miao nodded, satisfied with Wang Chen's answer. Don't worry. The school will compensate you and will never let you suffer. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. And there's a bonus? That's good. In fact, there was no need for Mr. Sun Miao to say that he didn't intend to let Crispy get into the ring for the next ring match. And it wasn't just Crispy, even Bing Qing he planned to stay in the viewing gallery. These two little guys pushed all the way across in the middle of the secret realm copy. The ring, it's better to leave it to him, the master. Otherwise, wouldn't the two little ones steal all the limelight? Well then, we'll make a list of compensations for you to pick out later. Now that you're the first to clear the secret copy, go to the side to rest and wait first. After explaining to Wang Chun, Sun Miao turned around and returned to the high platform. After she left, Wang Chun stepped aside, his eyes on the giant screen in the sky, looking up for the girl Sitayu. Soon, he saw a familiar figure in the grid against the bottom. Only Sitayu was seen wearing a splendid leather armor, holding a longbow and continuously shooting arrows. On her side, there was also a large silver-white wolf the size of a calf constantly roaming around, biting off the throats of one of the approaching monsters. It was none other than the legendary Grade Divine Beast, the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf. With this guy joining the battle, Situyu's performance in the Secret Realm copy was not bad at this point, having broken through to the 5th wave, and was in the same first echelon as the other province's top students. It seems like this girl should have no problem passing the Secret Realm copy. After checking on Situyu's condition, Wang Chun didn't bother checking on the others and found a place to tease the two little ones without worry. 5 minutes later, there was a flash of light in the square, and a burly figure appeared in the light. It's none other than Zhao Li. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and there was still a rushing battle spirit left in his body, so it was obvious that he had experienced a bitter battle. 9 minutes to pass. This is definitely the best score I've had out of all the freshmen. The teachers will be blown away. After landing, Zhao Li thought silently in his mind, and a smile appeared on his face as he prepared to meet the crowd's awe-inspiring gazes. He had long inquired about it, and most of the best scores in the previous freshman ranking battles for clearing the silver-level Secret Realm replicas were in the range of 9 to 10 minutes. He's basically in the top 20 amongst past results with this score. However, when he was complacent, he realized that the eyes of those older students were all extremely strange, and not a single one of them showed any admiration for his achievement at all. Humph! Seeing this scene, Zhao Li coldly snorted in dissatisfaction with a somewhat disdainful expression. In his opinion, it must be that his own clearance score was too good, drawing the jealousy of these older students. Bunch of small-minded guys. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is better than you? With a silent thought in his mind, he shook his head disdainfully, and then prepared to check the other's clearance. However, right at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes looked towards a figure by the square with some disbelief. Wang Duan. Why is he here now? Chapter 80. What level are you? You are worthy to stand with him. Zhao Li was filled with disbelief. He thought that he was the first one to pass the Secret Realm copy, and he simply didn't expect to see other people at this time after he came out. Therefore, at the sight of the plaza's edge, the upright figure that was jostling with the two beast pets, he directly froze. But soon, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Li's face. Ha ha ha! This guy must have failed to challenge the Secret Realm copy. A guess came to him and he couldn't help but be in a cheerful mood. No wonder the teachers are all looking so strange. They must be ashamed of their previous behavior after seeing Wang Chuan fail the challenge. With that in mind, Zhao Li walked towards Wang Chun with a condescending expression. Failing once is no big deal. Geniuses gather in Yanlong University. It's acceptable that you can dominate in other places and die out here. Zhao Li looked at Wang Chun in a condescending and didactic manner. At those words, Wang Chun directly froze. What the hell? He looked up with odd eyes at Zhao Li. The guy held his chin up as if he were a peacock showing off his feathers. Did you get something wrong with that? In the spirit of basic politeness, Wang Dust asked somewhat breathlessly. I understand. Hearing his words, Zhao Li nodded with a proud face, a look of seeing through everything on his face. I'm not comforting you, but telling you the truth. Coming to Yanlong University where geniuses gather, it's nothing for you to be ordinary. There's no need to act so formal in front of me. I'm a nice person to talk to, Zhao Li said in a light tone. The corners of Wang Dust's mouth twitched a little as he looked at this feel-good guy with odd eyes. Constrained? I'm in a bind. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've seen a feel-good guy like this. Not bad for a paladin with a brain full of muscle. Is he here to be funny? Can you look at your own segment before lecturing others? However, before Wang Chun could retort, the surrounding older students who heard Zhao Li's words directly burst out laughing, with a very contemptuous expression on their faces. That's funny. Don't you know what level you're at? What qualifications did it have to stand with the record-breaking Wang Duan when it took 9 minutes to clear the secret copy? Hearing the laughter around him, Zhao Li's face swelled red and he looked over viciously. However, these old students were all old farts, having polished themselves for at least a year in the middle of the school. None of them were afraid of him, and all of them glared back fiercely. A bunch of small-minded guys. Just know how to be jealous of my excellence. Sooner or later, I'll beat you all down. Zhao Li thought silently in his heart and turned around to pat Wang Chen's shoulder. Student Wang Chun, you shouldn't hang out with these mentally twisted guys who are only jealous, or you won't achieve much in the future. Pest. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun directly did not hold back his laughter. That's a lot of smarts. Where does he get his confidence? Seeing this scene, Zhao Li had a somewhat unpleasant expression on his face. But he didn't say much and shook his head to look at the giant screen in the sky. He had wanted to recruit Wang Duan to his staff through this contact. After all, for a commoner to be able to win the top prize in Far River Province, there was something outstanding about his own talent. But unfortunately, Wang Chun, like everyone else, couldn't honestly accept that others were better than him. Alas, there are so few people as broad-minded as me these days. Zhao Li sighed and scanned his eyes over the giant screen, ready to see if there were any outstanding guys. The son of a powerful family like him, who entered Yanlong University, in addition to seeking his own advancement, would also focus on expanding his network to absorb talent for his family. However, when his gaze swept over the giant screen, his expression directly froze. I can't believe someone got through faster than me. What god did this? The line of sight fell on a grid in the upper left corner of the giant screen, and Zhao Li directly exclaimed in shock, his eyes incomparably shocked. Although you couldn't see the pass time, the SSS pass score displayed on the grid was incredibly harsh. And this grid, still being next to his one, the 9-minute score on it hadn't dissipated yet. What other god could it be? He's not standing right next to you. You don't even look at what level you are, and you're worthy of standing with this great god? Right at this moment, someone among the older students who were watching kindly reminded Zhao Li. The voice fell, directly causing a burst of laughter in the crowd. What? You did? Hearing this voice, Zhao Li turned his head sluggishly and looked at the calm-faced teenager beside him. Aha! Looking at Zhao Li, who had a skeptical look on his face, Wang Dust nodded flatly. Swish! In an instant, Zhao Li's face directly filled with blood and became red, only feeling that his face was on fire. He himself, just now, was actually showing off in front of Wang Chun because of his 9-minute clearance score. At this moment, thinking about his previous actions, Zhao Li only felt incomparably humiliated and could not wait to immediately find a place to drill into. Mother it's so humiliating. A strong sense of frustration overwhelmed Zhao Li at this moment, and the sight of the people around him made him feel like he had been abandoned by the entire world. Seeing Zhao Li standing frozen in place, Wang Chun sighed and went forward to pat his shoulder comfortingly. Don't be discouraged, you're already good. 9 minutes is better than any of the other freshmen. So as long as you work hard in the future, you might have hope of seeing my back. Hearing his words, Zhao Li's body trembled. I'm good? Just try hard enough to see the back of you. Are you being comforting? Or is it a blow? Zhao Li is self-absorbed. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the effect of his words of persuasion. Look, this guy's body is trembling with excitement. As time passed, the freshmen who had entered the secret realm copies all cleared the level one after another, and their figures appeared in the square. Of all the people, aside from Wang Duan the demon, there were a total of 8 people whose scores had successfully entered the 10 minutes and received a SSS pass evaluation, including Zhao Li Zhou Wu, several provincial scholars, as well as Sitayu, who had obtained a divine beast's beast pet. And it had to be said that these new students were worthy of being geniuses selected from all over the Dragon Kingdom. The others were not as good as the first echelon, but they had gotten a minimum S rank rating in the Hell difficulty copy. After everyone had finished their secret copy, Teacher Sun Miao, who was the referee, stood directly in front of all the new students after waving his wand to dispel the giant screen in the sky. The first part of the replica clearance is over for all, and everyone's grades have been recorded separately in the school's database. The rankings will now be announced, as well as the opening of the second part of the ring. Chapter 81. The Questioning of All the Freshmen. Yanlong University Plaza. After Mr. Sun Miao's words fell, a magic power rose from his body and a light screen displaying the initial freshman rankings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. First place, Wang Dust, clearance time, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Overall performance score, SSS level. Second place, Zhao Li, clearance time, 9 minutes. Overall performance score, SSS. 10th place, Sitayu, clearance time, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Overall performance score, SSS. 11th place, Zhang Tai, clearance time, 10 minutes and 15 seconds. Overall performance rating, SS. 50th place, Wu Jingling, clearance time, 13 minutes and 25 seconds. Overall performance score, S rank. Hiss. After all the freshmen's expectant gazes landed on the list, the air around the entire square was nearly sucked out. What the hell? Firstly, Wang Chun, the time it took to clear the Secret Realm copy was only 3 minutes and 46 seconds? Just kidding. This was sufficiently more than twice as compressed as the second-ranked Zhao Li. For a while, all the freshmen' expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. What's the situation? Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Zhou Wu and a few others were all in the wind as well. Zhao Li's rankings and grades were better than theirs, and they were prepared for it. After all, as a paladin, Zhao Li has a greater advantage than them in the secret copy of Beast Tide Impact. However, how could they not expect that Zhao Li would not get first place, and the one who got first place was actually Wang Chun? Teacher, I'm not convinced. This grade is not normal at all. Zhou Wu couldn't help but stand out and said loudly towards Sun Miao. For Wang Chun to get first place, and with such a horrible score, he simply couldn't accept it. After his words fell, a few other provincial scholars around him followed and spoke in agreement. That's right, Mr. Sun Miao. Did Wang Chun cheat in the Secret Realm copy? 3 minutes and 46 seconds to pass. Yanlong University hasn't had such a horrifying result since it was founded. I demand to see the video footage of him in the secret copy. The scene, in an instant, became chaotic. Silence. Before Sun Miao could say anything when he heard Zhou Wu and the others, a roar that seemed like a lion's roar overpowered all the clamor. Combat Academy's teacher Zhao took a big step forward and stood directly in front of teacher Sun Miao. Rumble. A berserk aura rose from his body, and a terrifying oppressive force fell on all the new students. In an instant, the few people who were clamoring seemed like ducks that had been strangled, the words in their mouths coming to a screeching halt. You guys are such a disappointment to me. Teacher Zhao's eyes swept over everyone present like electricity, raging anger rising in his gaze. Under the watchful eyes of all of our teachers, in the middle of a dangerous copy of the Secret Realm, you would even think that someone could cheat? Teacher Zhao's roar was like thunder, shaking the air in the square. You could tell he was really angry. The performance of these freshmen was simply too disappointing for him, especially Zhou Wu, the provincial scholar from each province, which made him feel unbearable. It was even if their strength was not as good as others, they even had such a fragile state of mind that they would only question and clamor in the face of those who were stronger than them. How can such a guy hold up the spine of Yanlong University in the future? I can responsibly say that Mr. Wang Chuan's grades are entirely based on his strength punch by punch. If any of you are not convinced, you can challenge him in the next ring battle and tell him that you are better than him. If you can't do that, then keep your mouth shut. Teacher Zhao heavily stamped his foot on the ground, and the power drumming from his body instantly condensed an ancient ring covering an area of 100 square feet in front of him. From now on, each and every one of you can take the initiative to challenge a student who holds a ranking on the list, and the person being challenged has no right to refuse. The winning side will directly I'm the ranking of the other side. There are no rules in the ring. As long as you're strong, you can even kill your opponent outright. The school's medical team is always on standby to get you back, even if your brains are shot out. Since you guys don't agree on the rankings, it's up to you to see if you have the courage to fight for the rankings to the best of your ability. I declare that the second part of the ring battle of the freshman ranking battle will now begin. Teacher Zhao swept his gaze over the crowd with a grim look and announced the rules of the ring battle in an incomparably cold tone. Boom! When his words fell, the atmosphere between the new students in the square instantly became tense. All of these proud sons of heaven from the various provinces of the Dragon Kingdom had their bloodlust stirred up in their hearts by Mr. Zhao's words, and each of them looked around with sharp eyes, searching for their challenging targets. And standing in front of the freshmen, Zhou Wu and the others were also the first to place their gazes on Wang Chun. Zhao Li, will you go in the first battle or me? Zhou Wu had a sardonic smile on his face as he asked Zhao Li to the side. The teacher's words just now made him feel that he had been greatly insulted, and he wanted to wash away the humiliation with a victory. Feel free. I'm not going to get into this mess. Hearing his words, Zhao Li took a step back with a strange expression, looking as if he intended to stand by and watch. He wasn't stupid. Wang Chun was able to hit a terrifying score of 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the secret copy. His strength was definitely beyond imagination. The anger of the Combat Academy's teacher just now was also good proof of this. It's nice to be second. With that in mind, Zhao Li couldn't help but give Zhou Wu a sympathetic look. He had a feeling that this guy was likely to be miserable in a few moments. Yes, since you're not going up, I'll be rude about the number 1 ranking. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu glanced disdainfully at Zhao Li, turned around and popped straight into the ring. Teacher, I want to challenge the number 1 ranked Wang Duan. As the words fell, in an instant, the sights of everyone present were all placed on the upright figure in the middle of the crowd. Wang Chun acted calmly in response to the gawking of the people around him. You wait. He faintly spoke towards Zhou Wu before turning around and walking over to Situ. You keep an eye on these 2 little ones for a while. Aren't you going to take Bing Qing and the girls on? Situ, who hadn't yet reacted from Wang Chen's horrifying achievement, received the 2 beast pets with a dumbfounded expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun smiled and turned toward the ring. No need. These 2 little guys have made enough of a splash. It's my solo showtime next. Keep an eye on them. There's a reward for you when I'm done with the ring battle. Chapter 82. I never bullied anyone. Wow. When Wang Duan jumped onto the ring alone, the atmosphere in the square was instantly detonated. Crazy, right? He's a giant imperial beast master, and he's even going to the ring solo without a beast pet? This is too arrogant. He doesn't think that, with his own strength, he can beat the 60th ranked Zhou Wu, does he? There was a lot of talk amongst the new students, and the expressions on everyone's faces were extremely dismayed, very confused by Wang Chen's actions. As we all know, no matter if it's an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster or a special profession Mega Imperial Beastmaster, at low levels, all their strength lies in their beast pets. Especially before the beast pet enters the second growth cycle, the same level of the Imperial Beastmaster touching other professions of the same level is completely like eggs touching stones. Without a beast pet, you will be directly hung by your opponent. All the freshmen couldn't figure out why Wang Chun had made such a choice. The expressions on the faces of the veteran students who were onlookers at the moment were also filled with shock and incredulity. Wang Chun, he's too confident here, isn't he? Even though he put up a terrifying clearance in the Secret Realm copy, the ones who did it were pretty much the giant dragon and the 9-tailed fox, and he didn't contribute much output at all. There's a good show to watch in this next battle. I thought it would be this Zhou Wu being unilaterally hanged by the giant dragon, but I didn't realize that Wang Dust chose such a surprising way of appearing. I'll offer 500 credits and bet that Wang Dust will fall on his ass this time because of his arrogance. In the eyes of all the older students, Wang Chen's choice at this moment was simply like losing his mind. When facing an Imperial Beastmaster, the optimal way to fight was to take care of the Imperial Beastmaster's beast pet before taking care of its owner. This was a common knowledge shared by almost all the professionals in Blue Star. Wang Dust, on the other hand, as a giant Imperial Beastmaster, gave up his greatest advantage and chose to face the challenge with his own strength. It's no different than eggs on a rock. One must know that Zhou Wu was now level 60, and Wang Chun was a full 15 levels away from him. With an attribute gap of 15 levels, even if Wang Chuan had 2 divine beast level beast pets, the feedback attributes would not be able to bring them closer. This kid. And at this time on the viewing platform, The expressions on the faces of the teachers of the 3 major academies on the viewing platform were also somewhat crying and laughing. They negotiated for Wang Chun not to bring the 9-tailed fox onto the field, but it turned out that this kid was good. Not only did he not bring the 9-tailed fox, but even the giant dragon stayed off the field. What confidence! This brat is actually planning to deal with Zhou Wu without relying on his beast pet and using his own strength alone? What do you guys say? Can he beat Zhou Wu? At this moment, Mr. Sun Miao sat in his chair and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask the others. The chances of winning aren't very high. After all, Wang Chun is just level 45 now, and there's a 15-level difference between him and Zhou Wu. The Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, who was on the side, opened his mouth with a somewhat sullen expression. He now somewhat regretted that he had previously agreed to the proposal of letting Wang Chun not bring the 9-tailed fox to the field. Zhou Wu, although he was previously evaluated as not being able to do anything with his heart, his strength was still noteworthy. Level reached the second turn of 60 levels, but also a special occupation Cold Swordsman, attack with control, touching the attribute is not as good as their own opponents, and can even control the opponent directly to death. Mr. Suan Miao, are you conveying our meaning wrongly? We told him not to bring the 9-tailed fox. We didn't tell him not to bring the dragon? The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy couldn't help but look at Sun Miao and ask. She had a feeling that something hadn't gone wrong. I was very clear with him. Upon hearing this, Sun Miao shook his head with a bitter smile. He understood at the time, and I didn't expect him to make such a choice in the end. Now I just hope that Wang Dust recognizes his shortcomings after losing and brings his beast pet onto the field next. While there was a lot of discussion outside the arena and an extreme lack of understanding of Wang Chen's choice, the ring had a similarly stunned expression on his face as he watched his peers slowly walk up the aisle. I can't believe you're not going to bring a beast pet into the arena? He felt insulted, a royal beast master fighting against people without using a beast pet. This was as ridiculous as a warrior going into battle without a gun. Against you, I'm enough on my own. It's bullying to have 2 little ones out there. Hearing Zhou Wu's words, Wang Chun indifferently spread his hands and said truthfully, I never bully people. You. Zhou Wu's eyes instantly reddened, bursting out with anger that was like substance. It's so arrogant. I'd like to see what you, a royal beast master who doesn't use a beast pet, has the nerve to be so arrogant and cocky? After this battle, I will replace your number 1 ranking and stomp your arrogant ass into the mud. Speaking icily under his breath, Zhou Wu slowly took out an azure-colored long sword. As soon as this long sword appeared, the temperature in the ring instantly had a significant drop. Obviously, it was a magic equipment of a decent grade. Teacher, I'm ready. He stared at Wang Chun with icy eyes, ready to attack at any time. On the opposite side, Wang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the long sword in Zhou Wu's hand, an opponent with a sword which was quite to his liking. He then nodded to Teacher Zhao, who was in charge of the ring battle, and waved his hand to take out the exaggeratedly shaped sawtooth longsword. Both sides take their positions. Count down in 5 seconds. Seeing that both sides were ready, Mr. Zhao, who had some helplessness in his heart, opened his mouth to read the seconds. Meanwhile, buzz off. Bright magical light flickered around the ancient ring, and in an instant, for curtains of light rose up and met in the sky. An incomparably strong magical barrier just enveloped the ring. This magic barrier, on the one hand, was to prevent the aftershocks of the sparring students' attacks from falling outside the arena and injuring people, and on the other hand, it was to prevent the outside from affecting the play of the students in the ring. As the magical barrier was completed, Mr. Zhao's voice reading the seconds came to an end. 3, 2, 1. The sparring begins. As Teacher Zhao's words fell, Zhou Wu, who was holding a long sword in the ring, instantly moved, only to see him swing his long sword and make a distant chop towards Wang Chun. And in an instant an extreme cold aura spread out with his movements. When this cold air touched the ground of the ring, it directly formed a layer of solid ice toward Wang Chun. Frost Fighting Arena, an exclusive skill of the ice swordsman, it can form a smooth and unbelievable layer of ice on the ground in a certain range. This ice layer can both freeze opponents to affect their movements, while fighting on the ice layer is also able to provide the cold swordsman with a 10% movement bonus and attack bonus. Beautiful! After Zhou Wu's attack began, the mouths of the people watching the battle couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, especially those older students. A number of their faces were a bit gloomy. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Zhou Wu's hand is worthy of his ranking as the top scholar in the province. Chapter 83, I'm just afraid of trouble. What a fast skill release. In the ring, seeing Zhou Wu's sword chopping out a cold wave, with layers of solid ice surging towards him, Wang Chen's eyes could not help but move. This guy, the level of the skill cold fighting arena, had definitely been raised to a rather high degree. And I'm afraid that in private, Zhou Wu had practiced thousands of times. It would make me a little more serious. With a silent thought in his mind, Wang Chen waved his hand and took out his newly acquired weapon, the serrated long sword. Once this big guy appeared in his hands, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. A long sword the size of a door panel? Wang Chen wouldn't be trying to go head-to-head with Zhou Wu, a cold ice swordsman. Would he? Is he crazy? Cold ice swordsman is also ranked at the top of the list of special professions in terms of melee ability, and he's a royal beast master who doesn't think about distancing himself from the other side and harassing them remotely, but even wants to go head-to-head. All the freshmen and old students who saw this scene couldn't help but murmur, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It's well known. The beast master, strong in that he can contract beast pets to fight in concert. Because of the heart-to-heart connection with the beast pet, when the Imperial Beast Master developed, one person was basically equivalent to a squad. However, even if the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster had reached a certain level, in battle, he was still acting as an aid to the beast pet, casting spells remotely to assist the beast pet in attacking. Wang Chen was now actually taking out his longsword and going head-to-head with a melee profession whose level was higher than his own. Isn't this purely and simply looking for death? Wait, you guys look at... Just as the crowd was shaken in their hearts, someone suddenly reached out and pointed at the ring. Wang Chuan, he, facing the cold ice fighting arena, doesn't even dodge? Is he planning to get controlled by the ice-cold arena and just give up? The man mouthed in shock, a look as if he had seen a ghost on his face. Upon hearing his words, the murmuring crowd looked in the direction of his finger, and the expressions on their faces were all the same. That's crazy. Originally, they thought that Wang Dust was alone on the field and would have some amazing performance, but it turned out, that's it. He's expanding his confidence after contracting 2 divine beasts, right? Does he really think that he, himself, will be as powerful as the 2 divine beasts? Once the ice fighting arena is fully deployed, it applies a slowdown status to all enemies within the area of the cage. If we count the boost to the cold ice swordsman, Zhou Wu's current movement speed is equivalent to a 40% increase. There's no way. Zhou Wu will definitely crush Wang Duan in this battle. Seeing Wang Chen not move under the attack of the ice-cold fighting arena, the students watching the battle had expressions of disdain on their faces. It was Zhou Wu in the ring who did the same. Are you going to give up? If you just admit defeat now, I can still let you suffer less physical pain. He waved the long sword in his hand, and when he saw that Wang Chen was not moving, he did not immediately launch an attack. Anyway, the ice arena was about to fully unfold, so if he waited a little while before taking action, he would have a greater advantage then. Give up. On the opposite side, feeling the raging coldness coming at him, Wang Chen shook his head disdainfully. Are you kidding me? If you want me to just admit defeat, you have to have that strength too. I'm just giving you a chance, Wang Dust said in a flat tone. If you didn't raise your state to its peak and I defeated you early, wouldn't you not recognize the gap between us? At that time, wouldn't it be troublesome for you to come and challenge me when you think you have the possibility of catching up and your strength has grown? I, for one, am most afraid of trouble, or at the very beginning, to completely show you the gap between us. As he spoke, Wang Chen spread his hands in a very casual manner. You! How dare you look down on me like that? Very well. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhou Wu instantly became furious, with a hideous expression on his face. Die for me! With a roar under his breath, he moved his feet and his body rushed toward Wang Chen like lightning. Whoosh! On the way forward, the long sword was waved, and 2 icy blue sword chi shot out, 1 step ahead of him, shooting heavily at Wang Chen. Cold ice sword chi. Also an exclusive skill of the ice swordsman, while possessing a powerful attack, this sword energy will also explode upon contact with the enemy, attaching freezing damage to the enemy. Bang bang. In an instant, 2 lightning-like chilly sword chi arrived in front of Wang Chen. However, in the face of these 2 incoming sword chi, the expression on Wang Chuan's face did not fluctuate in the slightest, as he just casually waved the sawtooth long sword in his hand. The serrated longsword was nearly 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. At this moment, when it moved, it immediately stood in front of Wang Chun as if it was a shield. Bang bang! In the next second, 2 chilling sword chi landed on the body of the serrated longsword in no particular order, exploding a sky full of frost. The moment this frost first appeared, it surged towards the body of the serrated longsword. On the opposite side, when Zhou Wu, who was following closely behind, saw this scene, a flash of joy appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the cold ice sword chi to injure Wang Chun, and the real goal of sending out this attack was to use the freezing effect caused by the explosion of the cold ice sword chi to once again superimpose a mitigating state on Wang Chun. "You're dead." The goal was reached. Zhou Wu, who was on his way forward, pointed at the ice under his feet, and his body instantly circled around to Wang Chen's left side as if he were a phantom, and then without hesitation, stabbed out with his sword. In his opinion, the cold ice fighting arena had already caused Wang Chun to be slowed down by 20%, and now with the addition of the freezing damage from the cold ice sword chi, Wang Dust, absolutely too late to defend against the sword. "You arrogant fellow, prepare to experience death." At this moment, Zhou Wu couldn't wait to see the image of his own long sword piercing into this abominable fellow's neck. Meanwhile, the surrounding freshmen and veteran students who were watching the battle, seeing this scene, looked at Wang Chun with pity in their eyes. It's hopeless. With 2 mitigating statuses hit on his body, Wang Dust would not be able to react in time even if he had the greatest skill in the world. One must know that under such an attack, even many of the veteran students present who had reached the 3rd revolution in strength would have to cope with it with their hands full. Wang Chun, who had just turned 2 and had only reached level 45, definitely had no room to be spared. And on the viewing platform, quite a few teachers from the 3 great academies couldn't help but have gloomy expressions at this moment. Zhou Wu's attack that was so powerful left them all awestruck. "Trouble. I'm afraid this little fellow Wang Chun will have to pay the price for his arrogance. Not bringing a beast pet to the ring and belittling his opponent so much. Let's hope this time will teach him a lesson." The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy couldn't help but say softly at this moment. "No." However, at that moment the Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, who was sitting on the side, shook his head. "This kid, he's not at the end of his rope yet." Chapter 84. Not much damage, strong insults to thieves. On the viewing platform, hearing the words of Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, many of the surrounding teachers' gazes looked towards him. "Baldy Zhao, you don't think there's any hope for Wang Chun to turn the tables in this situation, do you?" Wang Chuan's own attributes were not as good as the level 60 Zhou Wu's due to the level difference, and now that he's been hit with 2 mitigating statuses, failure is inevitable. The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy, at this time, was even more nonchalant. Yet upon hearing her words, the expression on Mr. Zhao's face remained certain. "You're underestimating this little guy. How can you brittle skins who only hide in the distance and throw skills feel the burning battle intent rising from Wang Dust? Watch, he's going to start it." Mr. Zhao shook his head disdainfully and looked into the ring with frighteningly bright eyes. Hearing his words, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't be bothered to retort and hurriedly looked towards the ring. In the ring at this time, the long sword in Zhou Wu's hand stabbed out with an ear-piercing wind-breaking sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to Wang Chen's body. "Let's get you loaded. I'll stab you straight through the neck with this sword. Let's see if you're still pretending." At this moment, Zhou Wu could even already imagine the image of Wang Chen's blood spattering. However, at this point, before his eyes, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly appeared. Wang Chuan waited until the blade was about to come to his body, and the hand holding the serrated longsword moved violently. Bang! In the next second, the serrated longsword was like an instantaneous movement, stopping in front of Zhou Wu's attack. There were the feedback attributes of the Dragon of Extreme Cold and the Nine-Tailed Skyfox, plus the bonuses provided by the equipment on his body. Wang Chen's speed was far beyond Zhou Wu's at the moment, even if he had been hit by the reduced benefit status. "Zhou Wu student, the sword, it's not used like this." Looking at the opposite side of Zhou Wu, whose face was livid with excitement still lingering in his eyes, Wang Chun smiled faintly as his sawtooth long sword violently turned. Stabbing. In an instant, Zhou Wu's stabbing sword was deflected by him and stabbed towards his side, and along with it, his body followed. Next, before Zhou Wu could react, Wang Chun quietly stretched out one foot. Bang! Zhou Wu stumbled, his body posture was destroyed, and his entire body directly fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog stance. Bang! And because the surface of the ring was covered in solid ice, the guy slid right out and hit the magic barrier around the ring hard. Hiss! At this moment, the atmosphere around the ring was suddenly quiet, and the cold air was almost sucked out of the air. The freshmen and older students watching the battle were completely appalled. What the hell is going on here? How could Zhou Wu fall out? What the hell is going on? How did Wang Chun dodge Zhou Wu's attack? After a short silence, violent murmurs resounded around the ring. Everyone did not even see what happened. Zhou Wu inexplicably fell out, and in such a lousy position. However, on the viewing platform, the teachers of the 3 major academies who were much stronger could see the signs. Horrible reaction speed. Liking to get risky and deflecting attacks with his sword blade in a split second. This kid was simply born to be a seedling for our Combat Academy. Combat Academy's teacher Zhao slapped his thighs fiercely at this moment, the expression on his face incomparably excited. As he spoke, he swept his eyes over the surrounding crowd with a smug look, as if to say, look at it, it's still me who has the vision. When you all look down on Wang Dust, I'm the only one who can see how extraordinary he is. The teachers on the side, no one paid any attention to the complacent Mr. Zhao at all, each with shocked eyes looking at the 2 figures in the ring. How come? Crashing against the magical barrier in a sorry state, Zhou Wu climbed up, and his eyes vaguely trembled as he looked at Wang Chun. For a split second just now, he hadn't even been able to figure out what the hell was going on, and he'd somehow slid himself to the edge of the ring in a doggone stance. Granted, he wasn't injured, but this wretched look, not much damage, insulting thief. Thick humiliation exploded crazily in his heart at this time. Ah! I'll kill you! Zhou Wu's mouth let out a roar as if it was a wild beast, and his body pounced on Wang Chun as if it was a cannonball with a whistling wind. It's amazing what a mess I've become. Absolutely unforgivable. Rushing closer, Zhou Wu chopped out his sword fiercely, aiming straight at Wang Chen's neck. The biting winds came. Wang Chuan did not change his face. The serrated longsword in his hand picked upwards, directly picking the attacking longsword along with Zhou Wu into the air. At the same time, the long sword, which he had erected as if it were a door panel, slammed down heavily again. Zhou Wu, whose body was uncontrollable, hadn't reacted to what was happening when he saw the hardened sword expanding in front of his eyes. The next second, the serrated longsword slapped directly into the face. Bang! He slumped right down to the ground, the tremendous force shaking the entire ring. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the bodies of all the freshmen and old students watching the battle couldn't help but tremble. The force of it hurt them just to look at it. One could only imagine how much more damage Zhou Wu in the ring would receive. You! As if his entire body was lying on the ground at Wang Chen's feet, as if he had thrown himself to the ground. Zhou Wu raised his head with great difficulty, his gaze shocked and resentful as he looked at the detestable youth in front of him. I've told you that's not how to use a sword, classmate Zhou Wu. Your sword is very fast, but it doesn't have a bit of strength. Look, your face is turning into the shape of my sword. Looking at Zhou Wu, whose face was twisted and his face was slapped into a big cake, Wang Chun spread his hands and said, You! Hearing his words, Zhou Wu's expression became even more distorted, and he didn't even care to wipe the nosebleed coming out of his nose, as he climbed up from the ground with one hand on the ground and frantically swung his longsword to try to attack Wang Chun. However, bang! The serrated longsword pressed down on his shoulders as if it were a huge mountain, once again crushing him to the ground. The intense pain hit Zhou Wu's nerves, and his eyes were red as he lay on the ground. Wang Duan, I'm going to kill you. He slumped to the ground and gripped his longsword to stab at Wang Chen's legs. Yell! So tenacious, lad? Seeing that Zhou Wu actually dared to resist, Wang Chen's expression could not help but freeze. However, his movements were not slow, and one foot kicked out, directly sending the stabbing longsword flying out. Ah! The longsword came out of his hand, and Zhou Wu with bloodshot eyes rushed up again as if he was a wild beast without reason. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust raised his eyebrows and directly slapped him out with a swing of his long sword. Student Zhou Wu, I think you've recognized the gap between us. Admit defeat. I'm doing you a favor. Get out. I'm going to get you killed. Zhou Wu, who had hit the magic barrier, sniffed and felt a certain sting in his heart break. Chapter 85. This is too vicious. Roar. In the ring, Zhou Wu's mouth let out a roar as if it were a wild beast, the great sense of humiliation completely engulfing his sanity. Struggling to get up from the ground, he directly pounced on Wang Chun. At this moment, he was like an ordinary person fighting, without the slightest bit of discipline, and without any professional demeanor left. Arriving in front of Wang Chun, he directly swung his Wang Bao fist. So tenacious? Looking at Zhou Wu, who was charging up, Wang Chun shook his head breathlessly and casually placed his sawtooth long sword across his body. Bang! Zhou Wu's punch landed heavily on the sword. Next! Ow! Ghostly cries rang out, and Zhou Wu trembled in pain. Give it up! The gap between us is like a heavenly rut. Looking at Zhou Wu, Wang Chun persuaded with a sincere face. Get out! I'll tear your hateful face apart. However, Zhou Wu didn't care and charged again with the pain he was forcibly enduring. Bang! In the next second, he directly slumped to the ground again in a five-body position. You can't win. Looking down on Zhou Wu, a trace of intolerance appeared on Wang Chen's face. No way! I will never lose. This hint of intolerance was seen by Zhou Wu, causing him to growl. He struggled to rise from the ground, shakily swinging his fist to smash it out. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes shook a little. What a tenacious fighter, with such a huge difference in strength. This guy even dared to swing at himself? Since this was the case, one must not fail him with this intention. Wang thus thought in his heart and put the sawtooth long sword away as he similarly swung his fist to meet him. Bang! Ah! Bang! Ow! Bang! Woo! The sound of fist-to-flesh strikes continued to ring out, interspersed with Zhou Wu's miserable wails. In just a short moment of time, the somewhat slender body of Sibu in the ring became burly. The whole thing was swollen. Hiss! Under the ring, seeing this scene, all the new students and old students could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, their eyes becoming incomparably shocked. This literally is a lopsided crush. Zhou Wu, the 60th level cold ice swordsman, was beaten as if he was a little kid in front of Wang Chuan, who didn't have a beast pet, and didn't have any power to fight back at all. Just how strong is Wang Chen? The 60th level Zhou Wu doesn't even have the qualifications to make him serious. Is this schoolmate so demonic? Unilaterally hanging Zhou Wu, I'm afraid that we, who have just turned 3, won't be able to go up there as easily as Wang Chun. Crazy. Could it be that Wang Chun now has a strength comparable to a third turn? There was a lot of talk among the crowd of onlookers, and the expressions on the faces of the sophomores and juniors were incomparably shocked. Today, they really opened their eyes. A giant imperial beast master who didn't use a beast pet, hanging an opponent whose level was 15 levels higher than theirs. This explosive scene was something they normally wouldn't dare to think about even in their dreams. And while they were shocked, those freshmen in the crowd were even more terrified as their bodies trembled. That's too mean. As they looked at Zhou Wu, who was on the verge of becoming unrecognizable in the ring, they all couldn't help but subconsciously gulp their saliva, fear in their eyes. That was Zhou Wu, who had the strength of level 60 and was the top scholar of a province. But in front of Wang Chun, he did not even have the slightest room to fight back. It's almost like an adult is hanging a child. Is this really a freshman like us? Everyone is obviously the same age. Why is he acting so demonic? It always feels like this is totally not from the same world as us. The many new students thought with shock in their hearts and quietly took a few steps back, as if being farther away from the ring would give them a little more security in their hearts. It was the other few provincial scholarship winners whose faces, like those around them, were similarly unsightly. Zhao Li, did you already know that Wang Chun was so ferocious? Zhang Luyao, the top student from Yunchuan province, swallowed her saliva and asked. She felt that the crazy violent figure in the ring, she was afraid that it would become her psychological shadow in the future, or the kind that could not be dispersed for a lifetime. Hearing her words, the corner of Zhao Li's mouth on the side twitched a little. Nima, if I had known that Wang Chun was so ferocious, would I have provoked him when I came out of the secret copy before? With breathless thoughts in his mind, Zhao Li tried to make the expression on his face calm as he said lightly, of course, from the first moment I saw fellow student Wang Chuan, I sensed that he was extraordinary, or else why do you think that I didn't go and challenge him after the ring battle started? As he spoke, Zhao Li displayed a subdued look, as if this would set him apart from the people around him. Wang Chun is too terrifying. Zhou Wu is all out of shape, and he's still fighting? But Zhou Wu is also really persistent. suffering such a heavy injury and still not giving up. I underestimated him before. I didn't expect him to be so ballsy. The freshman who was acquainted with Zhou Wu on the side had a somewhat intolerant expression and said with some emotion. Hearing his words, the few people around him were somewhat moved as they looked towards the ring, looking at the figure that was constantly being knocked down and getting up again. At this moment, they inexplicably felt a sadness. But what do you guys say? Is Zhou Wu now delirious from the beating, and he wants to admit defeat but doesn't have a chance to say anything at all? Zhao Li, who also had some knowledge of Zhou Wu, opened his mouth at this time to offer a guess. Hearing his words, the few people around him couldn't help but feel some chills after hearing them. This, if it was really as Zhao Li said, wouldn't Zhou Wu be killed alive in the ring? The ring. Bang! At this time, Zhou Wu was once again knocked to the ground. His entire face had swollen into a pig's head, and his pair of eyes, which were already not very big, were only left with a slit. Aye! But even as miserable as he was, he remained terse and steadfast, holding out his hand. Opposite, Wang Dust looked at Zhou Wu, who had fallen to the ground and was still swinging his fists, with a somewhat helpless expression on his face. Is this guy that tough? They have been beaten down by me dozens of times, and they still don't admit defeat. Do you really want to be beaten to death by me in the ring? In that case, I'll fulfill you. With that in mind, Wang Dust was ready to cleanly understand this fellow. However, just as he was about to make his move, a figure suddenly appeared between him and Zhou Wu. This person's figure was extremely majestic, and a bald head was even shining. Exactly Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy. Student Wang Duan, can you let student Zhou Wu finish his sentence? Teacher Zhao looked at the handsome youth in front of him and said in a very complicated tone. Chapter 86. This child. There is no light in his eyes anymore. The ring. The Combat Academy's teacher Zhao's eyes shook beyond measure as he looked at Wang Chan. A level 45 Imperial Beastmaster, without using a beast pet, played a crushing game against a level 60 Cold Ice Swordsman. Even though teacher Zhao was a 6th Revolution's powerhouse and had taught amongst Yanlong University for many years, it was still the first time he had seen such a demonic student. This kid, I'm afraid that during his freshman year, he'll be able to occupy a ranking on the school's list of excellence. For a moment, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but have a speculation emerge in his mind that shook him to his core. And on the opposite side, when Wang Chan heard teacher Zhao's words, his expression couldn't help but become a bit puzzled. Let Zhou Wu finish his sentence? What's that supposed to mean? He touched his nose suspiciously, and his line of sight crossed over teacher Zhao and landed on Zhou Wu, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, one of Zhou Wu's hands finally trembled and straightened out. I admit defeat. As the words fell, these 3 words seemed to have drained him of his strength, and his entire body suddenly collapsed to the ground in a helpless heap. Seeing this scene, Wang Chan could not help but feel very embarrassed. Zhou Wuda. He's wanted to admit defeat for a long time, but it's a pity you never gave him the chance. While Wang Chan was embarrassed, teacher Zhao spoke with a strange expression. Just now, he could already tell from under the ring that Zhou Wu no longer had the will to fight, reaching out several times to admit defeat. Results. Wang Dust would be wrong, not giving it a chance to speak at all. You get ready and wait for the next challenger to come on. Teacher Zhao opened his mouth to mention Wang Duan and reached out to lift Zhou Wu on the ground. Looking at Zhou Wu, who had a lax gaze, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The boy, there's no light in his eyes anymore. I'm afraid that this battle today will become a shadow in his future life. With that in mind, Mr. Zhao handed Zhou Wu over to the medical team waiting at the bottom of the ring. After doing so, he turned his head to look at the freshman below. Zhou Wu failed to challenge Wang Dust. Now whoever wants to continue the challenge, please come to the ring. As the words fell, the freshmen under the ring looked at each other in disbelief, all subconsciously taking a few steps back and away from the ring. What a joke! Zhou Wu, the top strength among the freshmen, was beaten to that state. Those of them, at best, were equal to or even inferior to Zhou Wu's strength. Go to the ring and challenge Wang Dust? That's not looking for abuse. For a time, there was silence amongst the new students. None of them dared to stand out, not even raising their heads to look at Wang Chan. Seeing this scene, teacher Zhao in the ringside in his heart, but didn't say anything more. In the past, he might have reprimanded these freshmen for their lack of motivation. But now, when he thought of what Wang Chun had just displayed, a strength that could be described as dominating, he had little interest in preaching. This couldn't be blamed on the freshman being too wimpy. It was really because Wang Chun was too demonic. Since no one has challenged, then the first place in the freshman ranking list goes to Wang Chun. Below, you may begin the battle for the other rankings, Mr. Zhao announced in a tone without any ripples. After saying that, he looked at Wang Chun with fiery eyes. Student Wang Chun, now that the dust has settled for you in the freshman ranking battle, why don't you think about admission next? I saw your fighting style just now. It's simply too suitable for our combat academy. Mr. Zhao. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun touched his nose and did not pick up on Mr. Zhao's words but asked with some embarrassment, Can I fight for the ranking for the others? What? Hearing Wang Chun's words, Teacher Zhao was a bit puzzled, but he quickly thought of something and a promising smile appeared on his face. His vision did not move as he swept a certain figure among the freshmen, and he patted Wang Chun's shoulder and said, You boy, there are no rules about this in the ranking battle. But just this once, don't you go too far. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Wang Chun smiled somewhat embarrassedly at his words. I really envy you young people. But remember that you should still focus on your strength now. Teacher Zhao shook his head and glanced at Wang Duan if he had any deep meaning before stepping down from the ring. After he left, Wang Chun turned around and beckoned to Sitayu. What's wrong? With a shaken expression, Sitayu walked somewhat timidly to the edge of the ring. This guy, he doesn't have a violent gene in his body, does he? Will this girl not be in danger from now on? Just now, Wang Chen's violent output in the ring had caused the big-hearted Sitayu to be a bit startled. It's okay. Didn't I tell you before that there would be a reward for taking care of the two little ones, and now I'm here to honor it. As he spoke, Wang Dust's line of sight landed on a burly figure among the new students. Student Zhao Li, I challenge you on behalf of Sitayu, he said with a smile on his face. Hearing his words, the unresponsive Situyu's eyes directly widened, and on the opposite side, the entire person of Zhao Li, who was named, was as if he had been struck by a shocking thunderbolt, and his face was distorted. Nima, what's the point of playing like that? His eyes trembled as he looked at Wang Chun. At this moment, he had a sentence of MMP that he didn't know whether to speak or not. It was so tempting to rush up and beat up Wang Duan violently. But when he thought of Zhou Wu's miserable state, Zhao Li again held back his impractical thought. If you really want to go up there, I'm afraid that the one who is going to be brutally beaten will be yourself. What did I do to deserve this? Third is third. It's better than a good beating. With a grudging thought in his heart, Zhao Li glanced at Wang Chun, who was wearing a gentle smile in the ring, and lowered his head in a stifled manner. I concede. Buzz. As Zhao Li's words fell, on the ranking list suspended in the sky, Situyu's ranking directly popped from 10th directly to 2nd. Wang Dust stood in the ring and looked around. Seeing that no one had any objections to the result, he directly jumped out of the ring, giving the venue to the others. Wang Chun, aren't you being too overbearing by doing this? I'm actually pretty good at being 10th. Being dragged aside, Situyu's pretty face turned red and her speech stuttered. Bully. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun gave him a look without any good reason. Are you stupid? 10th place is only 5,000 credits, but 2nd has a full 9,000, and an A-ranked material. He looked at Situyu with hatred. Hee. Aha. Situyu smiled in embarrassment. This really does care about me after all. She felt sweet inside, as if she had eaten honey. But next. By the way, when the rewards for the rankings are handed out, don't forget to transfer the extra 4,000 credits and the A-rank materials to me. Wang Dust looked at the pretty red-faced little girl and put on a serious expression. Ha! At those words, Situ Jadeite fossilized in place, his expression somewhat frantic. Asshole! Give me back what I just touched. Chapter 87. Little fellow, are you willing to be my teacher? On the square of Yanlong University. As the dust settled on the first and second positions on the freshman ranking list, the atmosphere in the square became silent for a moment before becoming warm again. Although the many new students were deeply shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Wang Chun, at this moment, as Wang Chun went off the field and faced the others, their hearts rose with a burning desire to fight. If I can't beat Wang Chun, I can't beat you guys? With such thoughts in mind, there were soon freshmen who took the field one after another, challenging those opponents who possessed rankings on the list. And it seemed that, because of Wang Chen's previous battle, these freshmen were fighting quite fiercely amongst themselves, desperately trying to express themselves. Although the scene of the battle was not as shocking as Wang Dust's, compared to the crushing, the picture of their battle was a lot more exciting. For a while, magical light flickered in the ring, and the sounds of clashing weapons were endless, drawing applause from the veteran students who were onlookers. Everything, it seems, is back on track. However, these, for the time being, had nothing to do with Wang Chen. Walking down from the ring, he had just stood aside with Sitayu when he was surrounded by teachers from the 3 major academies. Student Wang Chun, the ranking battle is over for you. Next is the time to choose a branch. I wonder if you have made a decision? The beautiful teacher of the Magic Academy said in a graceful manner, with an expression of anticipation on her face. If you choose our Magic Academy, all of the previous conditions are valid, and in addition to that, the dean of our Magic Academy is willing to personally accept you as a student. You must know, Lord Dean. He is a 7th turn powerhouse. 7 turns? Hearing the beautiful teacher's words, Wang Dust could not help but have a twinkle in his eye. That's an offer that's not too generous. A 7-turn strong man in the entire Dragon Country are ranked, decentralized place is a big official, go to the battlefield of the heavens can even become a legion leader. Becoming a student of such a powerful person could simply be said to be a step to heaven for ordinary people, with endless benefits. And on the side, when the surrounding teachers heard the words, the expressions on their faces were similarly somewhat shaken. The Magic Academy had spared no expense in order to pull Wang Chun into the fold. Mr. Wang Dust, Combat Academy's teacher Zhao, who had been observing this side and presiding over the ring battle, couldn't sit still at the words. The Dean of Magic himself came down to take in a disciple, it's just not martial. Based on your performance in the ring, your teacher then saw that you are not compatible with the path of the Magic Academy, and that the Combat Academy is the best choice for you. Teacher Zhao squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Wang Duan's hand and said in a serious tone. Besides, don't listen to this, the Dean of the Magic Academy is usually a god, and stays in the school for an extremely short period of time. Even if he accepts you as a student, he doesn't have much time to personally teach you. Come to our Combat Academy. All the teachers of the Combat Academy are willing to create a customized growth plan for you, and at the same time, all the secret realm copies belonging to the Combat Academy are open to you for free. As Teacher Zhao's words fell, a strange movement appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. This, too, sounded seemingly good, and a bit more realistic than the offer made by the teacher at the Magic Academy. A 7th-turn powerhouse being a teacher was nothing more than a way for him to get some hidden benefits, but all the secret realm copies being open for free was a real benefit. With this promise from Teacher Zhao at the very least, for some time to come, Wang Chun felt that he didn't need to spend any effort at all to run around for the credits to enter the secret realm copy. For a while, he couldn't help but get into a tangle. And around them, hearing the conditions put forth by the teachers from the Combat Academy and Magic Academy, the teachers from the Auxiliary Academy looked at each other with a somewhat difficult expression on their faces. These 2 guys, they put the conditions so high, they couldn't compete even if they spared no expense. It should be known that among the 3 major colleges of Yanlong University, the Auxiliary College, because of its own direction of development, although the resources under its control ranked first among the 3 major colleges, there was not a small gap between the teaching power and the Combat College and the Magic College. These 2 colleges, one where the dean personally takes on students, and one where all the teachers are on the same team. Their Auxiliary Academy, right now, really didn't seem to have anything to show for it other than resources. What to do? The teachers of the Auxiliary Academy looked at each other with difficult expressions on their faces. Over the years, although the 3 great academies were on equal footing, because the Auxiliary Academies were not good at fighting, the students who chose to join them every year were of mixed quality, leaving them at the bottom of the list all the time. Now that there was a demon like Wang Chun in front of them, how could they not want to give up? But what conditions could be taken out that would attract Wang Duan? The teachers of the Auxiliary Academy were in a difficult position in their minds. But soon, they wouldn't have to be embarrassed. Buzz off. A strong force suddenly descended in the middle of the square. In the next second, the people surrounding Wang Chen's side had their bodies involuntarily pressed backward by a force. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Lord Provost. Seeing this figure appear, the teachers who were wondering hurriedly bowed and saluted, their faces filled with awe. Hearing the words of the people around him, Wang Dust, who was struggling with the situation, was also startled in his heart and hurriedly followed along. The provost of Yanlong University was named Lin Feng, a super powerhouse whose strength had reached the 8th turn, And who could cause the entire dragon kingdom to shake when he stomped his foot? How did such a great man suddenly appear? After greeting him respectfully, Wang Dust's sight quietly sized up the person. He only saw that Lin Feng had a country face, a gentle temperament, and was around 40 years old, and on the surface, he looked plain and ordinary, no different from an ordinary middle-aged uncle. While Wang Chan was observing, his line of sight suddenly met with a gaze that seemed to be smiling. "Little guy, you've got a lot of guts. If you want to see it, you should see it openly and honestly. Covering it up is so petty." Provost Lin Feng looked at Wang Chan with a smile on his face, his tone somewhat playful. At those words, Wang Chan could not help but feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the giant beast Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf Cub, rewarded by the school, appeared to be the offspring of Provost Lord Lin Feng's beast pet. "I gave the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf to sit to you. Lord Provost wouldn't be here to raise an offense, would he?" Silently thinking in his heart, Wang Dust was embarrassed and a little apprehensive. Sure enough, in the next second, he heard Provost Lin Feng's smirking voice. "To be able to give away the divine beast-level Whistling Moon Silver Wolf, such a generous person is still the only one I've seen in my life." Provost Lin Feng looked at Wang Chun with playful eyes and said in a flat tone, "Little one, would you like to worship me as your teacher?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Wang Dust, who was about to think of some wording to put it off, couldn't help but freeze. A teacher? Something doesn't seem right about this unfolding. Chapter 88: Auxiliary Colleges that Pick Up the Pieces. Below the ring. The teachers of the three major academies that had gathered couldn't help but have somewhat puzzled expressions on their faces when they saw Provost Lin Feng appear. The provost sits in the school and doesn't show up at all on weekdays when there's nothing going on. Why now all of a sudden? Could it be that he also saw Wang Chen's talent and wanted to take him as a student? Thinking of a guess, the teachers of the three major academies all had some grudges in their hearts. An eighth-turned powerhouse coming down to personally snatch someone, which one of them could stand up to. It's over. Lord Provost himself is an eighth rotation royal beast master profession. If he opens his mouth, I'm afraid that Wang Dust won't make any other choice at all. Right now, I only hope that Lord Provost will place Wang Dust in our combat academy to cultivate. Teacher Zhao was thinking grudgingly in her heart at the moment, her expression similar to that of a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. "But, would you like to be my teacher?" Lin Feng's next words, however, were like a heavy bomb, directly causing him, as well as the teachers of the three major academies around him, to all be dumbfounded. A teacher? A strong eighth-turner personally accepting a disciple? Still not a student, but a master and disciple with a much closer relationship? The difference between accepting an apprentice and accepting a student is 2 words, but the meaning is 100,000 miles different. For a while, after Teacher Zhao and everyone else was dumbfounded, an incomparable look of envy appeared in their eyes as they looked at Wang Chun. Wang Dust was, in this case, a direct step to heaven. At this moment, all he had to do was to nod his head, and he would be bound together with a strong eighth-turner, sharing both honor and disgrace, and in the future, he was afraid that he would be able to walk horizontally in the Dragon Kingdom. While the crowd was shocked, waves of shock rose in Wang Chen's heart as well. An eighth-turn powerhouse wants to take himself as a disciple? It made him feel a little dreamy. Am I that sought after? Although his mind had long been rock solid, he couldn't help but be skeptical at the moment. A strong man of the eighth turn, placed in the Dragon Kingdom, placed in the Blue Star, was a top-notch battle force. Even in the battlefield of the heavens where the strongest people were rampant, it had a rather strong weight. What? You don't want to? On the opposite side, Provost Lin Feng looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Wang Chun and said with a smile, "It seems that you, a giant imperial beast master, can't see me, an ordinary imperial beast master." "No!" At those words, Wang Chun hastily waved his hand to deny it. "What a joke! This is an eighth-turn powerhouse. Such a thick thigh, hold it and directly go to the peak of life." Moreover, the provost was also an eighth-turn powerhouse of the imperial beastmaster profession, and his specialty was a perfect match. Such a suitable master. Cutie. Only then will you refuse. "Greetings, master." Wang Dust followed the good advice and respectfully gave Lin Feng a big salute as he had seen on TV. Good. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled cheerfully and reached out to help Wang Chun up. Obviously, receiving a good seedling was extremely exciting in his heart as well. "Come directly to my office tomorrow. The old man is going to personally make a cultivation plan for you." Patting Wang Chen's shoulder, Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at Sitayu, who was at the side. Little girl, you indentured the old man's tsunami moon silver wolf. You are also considered to have a destiny with me. So come with this kid tomorrow. The words fell. The many surrounding teachers looked at Sitayu with another wave of envy. Although Sitayu did not directly worship the provost like Wang Duan, even if he was just an ordinary student, he still called it a step up. And on the opposite side, Sitayu was even more dumbfounded. Himself, this is becoming Provost Sama's student too? Her face was full of disbelief. Thanks a lot, teacher. It was only when Wang Duan kicked her that she reacted. Fine, fine. Don't forget to check in with me tomorrow, you two. Seeing this, Provost Lin Feng nodded and instructed Wang Chan to turn around and prepare to leave. However, at that moment, Combat Academy's teacher Zhao bravely stepped forward. Lord Provost, what academy do you think Wang Chan he will be attached to? Mr. Zhao asked with an expectant face. At that, before Lin Feng could say anything, the teachers from the other two major academies followed suit and came up. Just go to the auxiliary college. Your two colleges have had enough of a scene these past few years. You should always let the auxiliary college make a name for itself as well. Looking at the crowd that had surrounded him, Lin Feng said with a smile on his face. Huh? Going to an auxiliary college? Teacher Zhao and the others immediately wailed in their hearts at the words. Wang Chuan's talent was already superb, and now that he had an 8th turn powerhouse to personally teach him, if he joined the auxiliary academy, wouldn't the auxiliary academy pressurize their combat academy and magic academy to not be able to raise their heads during the next 3 years in school? Thinking of what might happen in the future, Teacher Zhao from the combat academy and the beautiful teacher from the magic academy couldn't help but open their mouths to try to fight for it. However, before they could open their mouths, several teachers from the auxiliary academy directly squeezed them to the back. Thank you, Lord Provost, several people said in unison, their faces smiling like flowers. This time, it's a real pick-me-up. All right, for the next matter of Wang Chen's entry into the auxiliary academy, you guys just follow the process. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded and disappeared from the scene with a single movement of his feet. After he left, a few teachers from the auxiliary academy gave the surrounding competitors a smug look before directly flanking Wang Chen and Sitayu as they left. The auxiliary academy is really trenchant. Standing in front of a luxurious villa, Wang Dust couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before coming to Yanlong University, he had long heard that the auxiliary college was the most financially strong among the 3 major branches, but he had not expected it to be strong to this extent. He was directly given a single house as a dormitory in the middle of the living area where every inch of land was used. This villa had 6 floors and covered an area of over 1,000 square feet, with a garden in front and a fountain in the back. It simply seemed like a small palace. How envious! As Wang Dust lamented, a sour voice sounded from the side. Sitayu stood in front of her own dormitory door, her face filled with envy and jealousy. As the second on the freshman ranking list, Situyu's dormitory was right next to Wang Duan's, a separate 2-story small building. This treatment, compared to other freshmen, is naturally extremely luxurious, but when this small building was placed next to Wang Chen's large villa, it instantly looked incredibly humble. Hey, want to come and visit my big villa? Seeing Situyu's envious face, Wang Chen couldn't help but tease her. Cut! No way! Sitayu sniffed and skimmed his lips. However, she was not slow on her feet and ran to Wang Chen's side in a flash. This big villa, it looked more luxurious than her home. Looking at the mouthy Sitayu, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Today, it's going to take you a long way. As he spoke, he lowered his hand to the gate's doorstop. The next second, a mechanical beep sounded. Verification passed. Welcome home, Mr. Wang Duan. Chapter 89 Ice Ching Advances. Upon entering the villa, Wang Dust realized that compared to the outside, the inside was even more luxurious to the extreme. A 6-story villa with all the equipment for entertainment, rest, and exercise. Even in the basement of the villa, a training ground was purposely expanded, which utilized space folding technology, with an area sufficiently equivalent to a large soccer field. Even if Bing Qing manifested a fighting stance, he could still splash and roll around inside. Of course, besides these, what surprised Wang Chen the most was that a small concealment spell formation was arranged around the entire villa. As long as it was activated, the situation in the villa would be completely isolated from the outside world, and even a 7th turn powerhouse would not be able to probe it. And most importantly, this concealment spell formation did not require him to spend any resources at all. and would autonomously absorb the free magic power between heaven and earth to replenish its energy. That's convenient. In the future, with this concealment spell formation around, I won't have to worry about making too much noise. After testing the effect of the concealment spell formation, Wang Chen's eyes lit up and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the past 2 days, he also learned how noticeable the commotion he had made when he contracted the nine-tailed skyfox earlier was. After having this concealment spell formation in the future, the next time he contracted a beast pet, he wouldn't need to worry about causing any repercussions. Wang Chun, it always feels like you and I don't go to the same school. After strolling around the villa and coming back again, Situ Yu's expression was very ghostly. Compared to Wang Dust's large villa, her small 2-story building was simply a small, broken house. Complete defeat. If you're envious, you can move here. Anyway, it's not like we didn't live together when we were in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There are plenty of rooms here. Hearing Situ Yu's words, Wang Chan said in a somewhat casual tone. At those words, Situ Yu's face flushed red in a flash. This is not good. Can the Beast Mountain range be the same as in school? I'm going to head back and I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Situ Yu stammered and turned to flee. Seeing this girl's figure disappear outside the door, Wang Chan shook his head. This girl, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range all crammed into a treehouse. She's shy now? With some unexpected thoughts in his mind, he ordered the intelligent butler at the side to turn on the villa's concealment spell formation, and then brought Bing Qing and Crispy to the training ground in the basement. Pushing the door open between spatial transitions, he arrived in a very wide field. The ground of the entire training ground was paved with extremely hard, highly magic-resistant lapis lazuli, and a millstone-sized white ball of light floated in the sky, providing illumination for the entire space. With this white ball of light in place, the entire space was as bright as day. Sweeping the surroundings, Wang Dust let the 2 little ones go to play and silently sat down on the ground, counting up his harvest. After going through the admission procedures of the Auxiliary Academy today, he received his reward for being the first-ranked freshman. Moreover, in order to reward him for joining, the Auxiliary Academy even directly doubled the rewarded credits and Secret Realm copy entry qualifications as well as materials. Right now, in his hands, excluding the credits he had spent in the past few days, the number of remaining credits was as high as 28,000. If this number of credits were known, I'm afraid they would be read with envy. Most of those seniors who had just entered their sophomore year had been busy in school for a year, and the credits they earned added up to less than a fraction of Wang Chen's. After briefly taking stock of his harvest, he took out 2 fist-sized crystals that emitted an extremely cold aura. This was none other than the S-ranked material in the freshman ranking number 1 reward, the cold ice marrow. At this moment, as this cold ice marrow appeared in the training ground, the temperature in the entire training ground began to plummet. Almost in the blink of an eye, the temperature dropped below 0. Seeing the commotion caused by these 2 pieces of cold ice marrow, Wang Chen's eyes shook a little. Worthy of being an S-class material, just the power spilling out from it has such a great impact on the surroundings. I really don't know how much of a boost Ice Ching will be able to get when she eats the cold ice marrow and completely absorbs the power inside. For a moment, he couldn't help but look forward in his heart. Woo-hoo! At the same time, attracted by the origin breath, little Ice Ching, who was spreading joy all over the field with Crispy, came up blearily. A pair of azure-colored beautiful eyes were filled with desire for the cold ice marrow. Obviously, this little guy also knew that eating this cold ice marrow would give him a great boost. Eat up, eat up. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun smiled and stroked the little guy's head before pushing the cold ice marrow over with an expectant face. Woo-hoo! The little guy politely said thank you, and with 2 little dragon claws grasping and gently throwing it, he dropped the cold ice marrow into his mouth. After eating, the little guy even barred his mouth with a look of reminiscence. Seeing this, Wang Dust couldn't help but chuckle a bit. What a greedy little guy. With that in mind, he held the 9-tailed heavenly fox Crispy to the side and began to wait up for Bing Qing to advance. At this moment, after eating the cold ice marrow, the azure color on the surface of Bing Qing's body became more and more intense, emitting a faint spiritual light. Just by looking at the azure-colored light, Wang Chun could feel a dignified and vast aura. Obviously, the power deep within the bloodline was beginning to be stimulated by Bing Qing, and the ancestral divine beast Extreme Cold Dragon was about to enter its next stage. Buzz off! Violent magic power began to surge, then converged towards the convergence on Bing Qing's body. In an instant, the tiny Bing Qing began to involuntarily display a fighting stance, and the 5-meter-long behemoth appeared in the middle of the training ground. At the same time, the magic power that had gathered together formed a blue-colored light shield on the surface of her body, wrapping her entire body. Above this light shield, a mysterious inscription loomed, emitting a mysterious and profound aura. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Wang Dust and the 9-tailed heavenly fox Crispy, Bing Qing, who was surrounded by azure-colored light and caught up in the advancement, had a new change. An ineffable and mysterious fluctuation slowly spread, and the azure-colored magic power that enveloped the surface of his body was little by little absorbed by Ice Qing's ponderous body. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun knew that Bing Qing's promotion this time would soon be over, only to see that at this moment, as the azure-colored magic dissipated, Bing Qing's streamlined, beauty-filled body surfaced in front of him. The size of the body has become 1 meter larger than before, the claws and wings of the dragon have become even more hideous, and the horns hovering on the forehead are thicker and bigger, just like a sword that wants to cut through the sky. What attracted the most attention was Bing Qing's brand new scales, which seemed to have azure-colored water waves flowing on its surface, flashing with a mysterious luster. Seeing this, while Ice Qing had not yet finished absorbing the gains from his advancement, Wang Chen's mind moved, and Ice Qing's brand new attribute information surfaced in front of his eyes. Chapter 90 Master Kinky. I seem to be very tired of it. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, 1 month juvenile. Level 40. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2200 Wisdom, 2200 Physique, 2200 Agility, 2200. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills. Frost Body SSS, Extreme Cold Breath SSS, Ice Inferno SSS, Dragon Might SSS, Frost Fury SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Ice Qing's 4-dimensional attributes did not change compared to before, but this did not disappoint Wang Chan in the slightest. Instead, at this moment, his sight fell firmly on Ice Qing's skill block, and his eyes glowed slightly. New SSS ranked skill, Frost Fury. Without any hesitation, Wang Dust directly tapped on Frost Fury's introduction. Frost Fury SSS, active attack skill, summoning a blizzard to attack the enemy, inflicting powerful ice damage, as well as an additional freezing effect. Note: the range of the Frost Fury's coverage is affected by the level of the Dragon of Extreme Cold, and the coverage is increased by 10 meters per level. Hiss! Seeing the introduction of this skill, Wang Dust couldn't help but suck in a breath. A large range attack skill with a cage range that was now 400 meters, this was definitely a godly skill for brushing monsters. When I'm done meeting my master tomorrow, I must go among the secret copies to try out the power of this skill. Thinking expectantly in his heart, Wang Dust immediately checked his harvest. Bing Qing entered the youth stage at this moment, to say that the one who benefited the most was still him, the master. This is because the percentage of attributes that are fed back to the Beast Master grows with each increase in the growth stage of the Beast Pet. In youth, it goes straight up to 20%. The moment, as Wang Chen's mind moved, his attribute information surfaced. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 40. Talents, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills, Imperial Beast Art S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation B, Bloodline Identification Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade C, Bloodthirsty Berserking B, Beast Pet Increase B. Power, 740 plus 530 points. Wisdom, 810 plus 100 points. Physique, 740 plus 350 points. Agility, 750 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 350. At this moment, under the 20% attribute feedback of Bing Qing, not counting the equipment enhancement, Wang Dust's 4-dimensional attributes have all exceeded the 700-point mark, and the highest wisdom is more than 800 points. With such a terrifying attribute, he now truly had the strength to compete with a third-turn professional. I'm afraid that I don't need Bing Qing to make a move right now. I can directly defeat any level 73rd turn professional. Once this little guy makes his move, it's estimated that only a 90 or even 100 level 3 turn professional can resist. Wang Chun silently clenched his fists and felt the power among his body, his eyes shining. This wave of enhancement is not insignificant. It was important to realize that after a professional entered the 3rd turn, they were already considered to have entered a new realm. In today's Blue Star, 1st and 2nd turn professionals, collectively known as low-rank professionals, carried badges in the colors of black iron and bronze. And by the 3rd and 4th turns, the professionals were considered to have ascended the ranks, and the badges on their bodies were replaced with silver badges. Just like how equipment's attribute information would be much stronger after entering the silver level, the strength of a professional entering the 3rd turn had also changed drastically from before. This was because at this stage of the 3rd turn, the professional would coalesce a silver body after the transfer. With each level, the attributes and skill points gained would be twice as much as before, and the increase in strength would be even greater. It was precisely because of this that when he was in the 1st middle school at that time, Wang Chen's unexpected sword slash that sent Zhou Zibo flying had caused such a big shock. It could be said that after the 3rd turn, the professional would begin to officially transform into a transcendent being. From the 3rd and 4th turn of the silver body, to the 5th and 6th turn of the heart of gold, to the 7th turn of the diamond will. At each stage, the strength gains were quite huge. Oh! Lord Kinky! While Wang Chan was excited about his elevation in his heart, a timid, lowly voice suddenly rang in his ears. At those words his body stiffened and he looked up to lock horns with a pair of massive dragons. Bing Qing? You learned to talk so quickly? He said with some disbelief. When? Then, the Lord Ludli Eyebroad seemed to be hard to putty. As her body returned to its usual state, little Bing Qing flew onto Wang Chen's shoulder, her cute face carrying an expression of excitement. At first she stumbled over her words a bit, but eventually became more fluent. I am the dragon of extreme cold, and the dragon's peak is proud of the world, with ice clear before heaven. The little guy was bullishly bouncing around on his shoulders in an unbeatable manner. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Dust, who was rejoicing in his heart, couldn't help but have his expression freeze. Nice guy, what's all this? Feeling like this is still a problematic dragon lowly. If I had known, I wouldn't have let this little guy watch TV when he's not doing anything and learn some nonsense. Woo-hoo! Seeing her sister waving her hand there, the 9-tailed sky fox Crispy, who was lying in Wang Chen's arms, chirped enviously. Don't worry, don't worry. Soon it will be Crispy's turn for you to advance. Noticing the aggravation coming from amongst the pact, Wang Chuan hastily soothed it. Hee, Lord Kinky, I'm gonna go check my sister's body. After little Ice Qing finished showing off, he swung his wings and grabbed Crispy and ran away in a puff of smoke. Soon the two little ones stopped at the corner of the training ground. Bing Qing ghostly stretched out his wings to keep Crisp out of the way. Quickly turn into human form so that my sister can have a good kangaroo. The little guy had an excited expression on his face, and his beautiful azure eyes were filled with anticipation amongst them. Not far. When Wang Dust heard the commotion coming from the corner, he couldn't help but hold his forehead and let out a long sigh. It always felt like Bing Qing the little guy had grown crooked. Early the next morning, after Wang Chuan was called up by Sitiyu to have breakfast, the two of them came to the middle of Yanlong University and Company, in front of the teaching building that seemed to cut through the sky. Watching this teaching building from a close distance, both of them felt a rustic and heavy momentum, and the traces of knives and axes all over the surface made them feel as if they had smelled the flavor of blood and fire. It's magnificent. Standing underneath the school building, Wang Chun looked extremely hard to see the spiky top of the building, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel how small he was. King Dust. I've heard that this building is not only the teaching building of our Yanlong University, but it's also one of our Dragon Kingdom's 9 great artifacts of statehood, the Yanlong Fortress. On the side, Sitiyu said with an incomparably emotional expression on her face, her eyes filled with longing and yearning. Chapter 91. The image of the idol is broken. Inferno Dragon Fortress, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 9 national artifacts. It was a national weapon that had been created by gathering the blood of thousands of people during the dark era of the revival of the will of the heavens. It had stood in the battlefield of the heavens for hundreds of years, experiencing countless unimaginable battles. Its power was enough to easily kill any 8th turn professional, and it had a great power that was difficult to speculate. until the Dragon Kingdom and Blue Star opened up the situation in the battlefield of the heavens and gained a firm foothold amongst the 10,000 races. The Yanlong Fortress had been used as an underpinning, residing in the Yanlong University. While Wang Chan and Sitayu were lamenting the grandeur of the Yanlong Fortress, a figure suddenly leaned over. "You two students, you're here to see the Provost Sama, aren't you?" The visitor was a man in his 30s, dressed in a straightened Zhongshan suit, and although his appearance was mediocre, his body exuded a strong aura if nothing else. Seeing this person, Wang Chun could not help but stare. Although it was only a little bit of breath, it gave him an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Even those sixth-turn teachers from the 3 major academies that he had encountered in the square yesterday had not made him feel such a strong oppression. This was definitely a 7th turn, or even a terrifying 8th turn powerhouse. "Good day, teacher." Wang Chan and Sitayu hurriedly greeted him at his words, then looked curiously at the visitor. "I wouldn't dare to be a teacher. You guys can just call me Senior Bai." The man who called himself Senior White smiled and said, "The provost's office is at the very top of the school building. Let me take you there. If it wasn't for me, you two wouldn't be able to get up there with the access you have." Senior White had a smile on his face, but after hearing his words, Wang Chan couldn't help but have his body tighten. A 7th or even 8th rotation powerhouse showing himself the way. "Your own master, so rehearsed?" With that in mind, he hurriedly tugged Sitayu to thank Senior Bai. "Thanks, Senior. That would be a pleasure." "It's okay. I happen to be on my way." Hearing his words, Senior White waved his hand before turning around and signaling for them to follow. Soon, Wang Chun and Sitayu were then led by Senior Bai to the outside of Provost Lin Feng's office. The door to the office was wide open, and Lin Feng was buried behind a wide desk, correcting mountains of documents. Arriving here, Senior White didn't even knock on the door and directly led the duo inside. "Mr. Lin, I brought the people up for you, by the way." Entering the office, Senior White extremely familiarly dragged a chair and sat down, and incidentally also took the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Behind him, Wang Dust couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. "It always feels like I, again, seem to have run into the big boys. Bai Ziding, you kid is getting more and more licentious now." Seeing this, Lin Feng, who had heard the commotion and put down the papers in his hands, opened his mouth and cursed with a laugh. "It's all because you taught me well, teacher." Senior White sat comfortably in his chair and sipped his tea, the expression on his face not at all amused. As he spoke, he pointed at Wang Chan and Sitayu. "My being here doesn't affect your ability to talk about things with them, right?" "Never mind." Lin Feng waved his hand and turned his head to look at Wang Chan and Sitayu. "This kid is the first student I took in my early years. He's considered to be your senior brother. In the future, you guys need to be closer." Upon hearing this, Wang Chan and Sitayu politely greeted each other, and the eyes that looked at Senior Bai to the side brought with them vibrations. How could the duo not expect that the one who showed them the way would be the legendary figure in Yanlong University, Bai Ziding? This was the youngest 8-turn powerhouse ever in the Dragon Kingdom, the idol that countless people had grown up worshipping. "You didn't mention your identity to them before?" Seeing Wang Chan and Situyu's appearance, Provost Lin Feng skimmed Bai Ziding. "Hey, what's the point of saying such things myself?" Bai Ziding smiled, enjoying the adoring eyes of both Wang Chan and Sitayu. "You boy." Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Bai Ziding was his most outstanding student. Whether it was his talent or growth rate, it was superb. It's just this hangdog look that's a bit of a bummer. As he shook his head and sighed, Bai Ziding's eyes glanced curiously over Wang Chun. "As teacher's second student, are you interested in hanging out with me in the future, junior brother? As long as you follow me, I'll give you the best resources and countless enemies to fight." With the talent your brat showed before, staying at Yanlong University for 3 years is simply a waste. It's still the battlefield of the heavens that's more suitable for your advancement. Only through blood and fire can you shine brighter. I believe that in the midst of the war with the 10,000 races, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and perhaps in less than 3 years, you'll be able to step into the 6th turn. Bai Ziding dragged his chin and said with a sincere face, "Huh? To the battlefield of the heavens?" Hearing Bai Ziding's words, Wang Chan touched his nose. The battlefield of the heavens was a place that countless young professionals aspired to in their hearts, and he was no exception. Seeing the extraterrestrial beings and battling with the 10,000 races of the heavens, each one of them is enough to make people's blood boil when they say it. But isn't it a little early to go? Now that it was the 700 years since the revival of the will of the heavens, Blue Star had long since stabilized itself on the battlefield of the heavens, and the situation on the battlefield wasn't as scorching as it once was. Now entering the battlefield of the heavens, the countries of the Blue Planet had basically made restrictions to prevent some hot-blooded professionals from running to find death. Basically, any professional below the 4th turn was expressly forbidden from traveling to the battlefield of the heavens. He is only at the 2nd turn now, and going to the battlefield of the heavens at this time. How do you look at it all seems like a suspicion of looking for death. For a while, Wang Chun could not help but hesitate in his heart. However, before he could think of anything, the provost, Lin Feng, who was sitting behind the desk, slapped the desk without any good humor. "Bastard! You just came back and you're digging for me? I think you have itchy skin again." He glared at Bai Zitting. Then his eyes fell on Wang Chun. "You kid too. You just worshipped me yesterday, and today you're thinking of running away? The battlefield of the heavens is not something you can go to right now. Any monster you come across there has a strength equivalent to that of a 4th turn professional. If you go over there now, aren't you looking for death?" Lin Feng smiled and cursed. "Teacher can't say that, with me here, who can hurt senior brother Wang Chun?" Hearing his words from the side, Bai Zitting said with some disbelief, "Get out. I still intend to have Wang Chuan take back the honor that our Yanlong University lost in the national freshman competition this year. So don't even think about poaching him from me. You kid." Lin Feng said without any good humor and waved his hand. A vast force appeared in the office, which instantly landed on Bai Zitting's body. "Teacher, you don't talk about martial arts. I can't believe I'm using the Inferno Dragon Fortress." In the next second, Bai Zitting's body disappeared in the office before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 92. It's not too much to ask. Just win a championship. Feeling the power that suddenly appeared in the office, a flash of shock instantly appeared on Wang Chen's face. This power was as vast as the sea, and feeling it up close, he felt as if he was a flat boat in the sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. But the power came and went quickly. The next second, the office was calm, as if nothing had happened. This is the power of the Inferno Dragon Fortress? Seeing that Bai Zitting had disappeared from the office, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but vibrate. A strong 8th turner, in front of this force, unexpectedly did not even have a trace of power to resist. "There. You two remember this for me. It's forbidden to fool around with this white Zitting guy before the 5th turn." After doing this, Lin Feng, who had a breezy expression on his face, turned his head to look at Wang Chun and said to you, "This kid is born to be a killing star. Don't look at what he's telling you right now. If you really run with him to the battlefield of the heavens, you'll definitely fall into endless dangers. And don't believe his bull. What resources can he provide? If this kid wasn't so poor that he was about to pawn his pants, he wouldn't have suddenly returned from the battlefield of the heavens today." Lin Feng said with a somewhat helpless expression. At those words, the corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. Hearing his master say that, he always felt that Senior White had a look of not being very trustworthy. His childhood idols, it seems, are broken. Remember, stay away from your senior brother until the 5th turn. Seeing Wang Chun and Sitayu standing in place a bit dumbfounded, Lin Feng gave another uneasy command. Then, he waved his hand and took out 2 boxes and set them on the table. "This is the meet and greet gift I prepared for you guys. So don't be like that asshole and say I'm petty behind my back every day in the future. Don't dare." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Duan and Sitayu hurriedly shook their heads. What a joke. Talking about an 8th turn powerhouse behind their backs. They didn't have the same strength as Bai Zitting. Seeing the two of them, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Haha. Don't be so formal in my place, you two. Take a look. Do these 2 things fit your fancy?" "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Wang Chun and Sitayu respectfully thanked him and went forward to pick up their respective gifts from the desk. The box in Wang Chen's hand contained a full body armor, which was dark yellow in color and emitted a strong power fluctuation. The full body armor had long been appraised, and Wang Dust saw its attributes at a glance. Equipment: Earth War Armor. Type: Defense. Grade: Diamond. Level limit: 40. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Physique plus 200. Enchanted effects: 30% damage reduction each time you take an attack. 2. The power of all of your own skills is increased by 10%. 3. Comes with the skill immovable as a mountain. doubles defense when activated, immune to knockback and stiffness, while standing with both feet on the earth, increasing one's recovery speed by 50%. Diamond equipment. Seeing the information about the Earth battle armor, Wang Dust's hand trembled and he almost threw the box out. This, a meet and greet, is simply too expensive. In today's Blue Star, the price of a diamond-grade equipment was at least 5 billion gold coins or more. And most importantly, the wearing limit of the Earth battle armor was only level 40, and based on that alone, its price would at least double again. Master, this? For a moment, his hands clutched the box tightly, as Wang Chen's eyes shook as he looked at Lin Feng. Giving away tens of billions of dollars worth of equipment out of the blue, this master is hard to get. And on the side, the expression on Situ Yu's face was the same. The meet and greet gift she received was a longbow that was emerald green in color and exuded the aura of life. Even if he didn't see the attributes, Wang Dust knew that this was definitely a diamond-grade equipment as well. This was because the material of this longbow was most likely an extremely precious branch of the Tree of Life. No harm done. This much is but a drop in the bucket for me. Seeing Wang Qian and Situ Yu's appearance, Lin Feng waved his hand, looking unconcerned. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and pointed at Situ Yu. My own profession is a royal beast master, and I don't have much dabbling in the blast archer profession, so I can usually only rely on my own experience to point you in the right direction. Earlier, a teacher of the 6th-turn archer profession from the auxiliary academy and I made a plan for your cultivation, so in a moment you'll report to that teacher, and he'll arrange your cultivation for the next period of time. Yes, teacher. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Situ Yu respectfully thanked him. Then she gave Wang Chen a reluctant glance before opening her mouth to leave. When Situ Yu left, Lin Feng's gaze resettled on Wang Chen. Kid, about your cultivation plan, it made the old man lose a lot of hair. Looking at Wang Chen, Lin Feng said smilingly, Thank you, master. Knowing that the meat of the show was coming, Wang Dust's eyes couldn't help but light up. I haven't even talked to you about the specifics of the cultivation program yet, and you kids are saying thank you first? And a little slick too. At those words, Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded, and next he didn't dawdle. He directly flung his hand and threw a document to Wang Chen. Because the national freshman competition is just around the corner, so for now, I've only formulated a cultivation plan for you for the next month, so you'll start training from tomorrow onwards, following the programs on the plan. Catching the document, Wang Duan nodded. However, at this moment he didn't check it out. Instead, his eyes burned as he looked towards his master, Lin Feng. He was interested in the National Freshman Scramble. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and then spoke. The National Freshman Competition is an annual event between our major schools in the Dragon Kingdom competing on the same stage. Those who are able to compete in the National Freshman Scramble are the top geniuses in the freshman year of each major school, representing not only themselves, but also the school's ability to nurture them during the month of enrollment behind them. That's why every year after the National Freshman Scramble, the state ranks each year's colleges and universities based on where the major schools placed in the tournament and puts in different resources based on the rankings. In last year's freshman competition, our Yanlong University was defeated by Huaqing and was taken away from the top spot for 5 consecutive years. For this year's tournament, the playing roster hasn't been finalized yet, but you definitely have a spot on it. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, I don't expect much from you. Just casually beat up the participants from Huaqing University and win a championship back. Huh. At those words, Wang Chen was a bit confused, and the corners of his mouth twitched a bit. Winning the championship? That's not too much to ask? Master, how casual are you talking about this? What? You have no confidence? Seeing Wang Chen's appearance, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Chapter 93. I'm going all the way down the melee path. Yes. In the office, when he heard Lin Feng's words, Wang Chen stood up straight, and a steaming battle intent rose in his eyes. Good. At those words, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you have this confidence. Then don't slack off for the next month. Because of this year's expansion, the format of the National Freshman Scrimmage has been changed, and there will be a larger number of students competing and more competition. Aha! Wang Dust nodded. Then a touch of doubt appeared on his face. Master, this year's expansion of the major schools, is there some hidden agenda in it? The enrollment of major schools has fluctuated within a fixed range every year since the successive high school entrance exams, and expansion in the 600 years since the high school entrance exams were restarted has appeared more times than can be counted on one hand. Now, on the internet, A lot of netizens are thinking about this expansion as a harbinger of the war to come. After all, the last expansion was 150 years ago, and that year, the Blood Race, which ranked in the top 100 amongst the 10,000 races, led its vassal races and declared war on Blue Star in the battlefield of the heavens. The grueling war lasted for 10 years, and tens of millions of Blue Stars professionals died before the Blood Clan and its vassal races were repelled. It was also because of this battle that the Blue Star rankings entered the top 100 amongst the 10,000 races for the first time, ushering in the peace that followed for these 100 years. Could this expansion really be a sign of the rise of the Great War? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Lin Feng nodded. The situation on the battlefield of the heavens has been a bit uneventful these past few years. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression couldn't help but become serious. His master's words confirmed his suspicions, which made his mood a little heavy. Regardless of the world in which it is placed, wars are cruel and are accompanied by the loss of countless lives and the shattering of countless families. Although he had not lived in the war-torn era, what he learned from textbooks was enough to make Wang Dust feel shocked. Come on. This kind of thing is not for a little guy like you to care about. Seeing Wang Chen's heavy expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's just a rainy day now, and the situation isn't like it was over 100 years ago, and the war won't burn on our soil." At those words, Wang Dust couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. The war won't burn on home soil. Is it, say, a foreign war? Among the 10,000 races of the heavens, the number of races hostile to the Blue Star human race was quite large, and it was unknown which race would be the one that Blue Star declared war on this time. With that in mind, Wang Chun looked at his master with searching eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't continue this topic. These things are still too far away from you. Knowing too much won't do you any good. You'd better work on improving your strength for the rest of your time. After all, the National Freshman Competition is your most pressing goal at the moment. These are the 3A rank skills I picked for you in the school's treasure trove. Take them back and comprehend them. Okay, master. Wang Dust nodded as he took the skill book. Indeed, just as Lin Feng had said, this kind of war that would take place in the battlefield of the heavens was indeed very far away from him. In the midst of a war of this intensity, a fourth-turned professional would only have the qualifications to join in and become a pawn. The real main battle force was still those 7th, 8th, or even 9th-turned powerhouses. He was now a little munchkin who had just turned 2, and caring about these things was just too far away. Next, seeing that master had nothing else to explain, Wang Dust wisely opened his mouth to leave. After all, as the provost of Yanlong University, Lin Feng had a ridiculously large number of affairs to manage every day, and just by looking at the piles of documents on his desk, one could tell how heavy his daily workload was. If it wasn't for the extraordinary achievements of the 8-turned strong body, this amount of work would have exhausted people to death. Back at the hostel, Wang Dust placed the 3 skill books selected by master on the table. Full Moon /A consumes magic to slash out a sharp sword aura with an armor-breaking effect, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Electric Light Steps A increases movement speed by 50%, and when used, a layer of streaming light covers the surface of the body, confusing the enemy's field of vision. Stored Power Strike A. After a short period of storing up power, a more powerful attack erupts. Seeing these 3 skills, Wang Dust couldn't help but shake his head, his expression a little tearful. Master, is this an attempt to make me walk down the path of melee combat? The 3 skills were all of the melee profession type, and Lin Feng's intention was obvious, that was to let Wang Chun develop towards melee combat. After all, the 2 beast pets currently contracted by Wang Chun, whether it was the extreme cold dragon Ice Ching or the 9-tailed sky fox Crispy, in the eyes of outsiders, both possessed extremely powerful magical powers with strong long-range attacks. Lin Feng had arranged it this way because he intended to make up for Wang Chen's current shortcomings, so that he would have a stronger ability to defend himself when he encountered an enemy's close-quarters attack. Have to say, Master's arrangement was just what Wang Chen wanted. He preferred rushing to the front and fighting side by side with his beast pet than standing behind it and releasing skills. Sure enough, Master understands me. Wang Dust shook his head and smiled, directly choosing to learn the 3 skill books. In an instant, 3 streams of light did not enter his body, and arcane knowledge began to be grasped by him. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 40. Talents, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Appraisal Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade Technique C, Bloodthirsty Berserking B, Beast Pet Increase Technique B, Circular Moon Chopping A, Lightning Steps A, and Stored Power Strike A. Power, 740 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 810 plus 100 points. Physique, 740 plus 450 points. Agility, 750 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 350. Looking at his brand new skill bar, Wang Chuan thought for a moment and then placed his unallocated skill points on the round moon slash and electric lightning steps respectively. The total level of a class skills was 10, and each level up required the consumption of 50 skill points. With 350 skill points invested, the round moon slash and electric lightning steps were upgraded to level 5 and level 4 respectively. There aren't nearly enough skill points to go around. Looking at the skill points that he then revert to 0 eggs, Wang Dust scratched his head. Just by upgrading 2 skills, the skill points he had saved up for so long were depleted. Looking at the skill bar, there were still numerous skills waiting to be owed. Wang Dust rubbed his nose in thought. Skill points are gained by passing through secret copies, in addition to each upgrade of the professional. It seems that in the next period of time, in addition to completing the cultivation plan set by my master, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the middle of the secret realm copy for a long time. Chapter 94 Wang Duan? I can hang him with one hand. If anything, rate a list of the most lively locations in Yanlong University. The secret copy hall, then, is definitely high on the list. Secret realm copies, as a special product since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, had always been the first choice for professionals to improve their strength. Passing through the secret copies will not only reward you with equipment materials, but also a large amount of experience value, as well as free skill points and free attribute points. Equipment and materials for professionals who are not poor may cost money to buy. But experience value and free attribute points and free skill points, that's something that money can't even buy. Every aspiring professional who wanted to strike stronger would do their best to clear the secret realm copies, in the hope of giving themselves more attributes and more powerful skills than other professionals at the same level. The moment, the secret copy hall of Yanlong University was abuzz with people, the sophomores and juniors who stayed in school, and the freshmen who obtained the qualification to enter the secret copy almost crowded the wide hall. Even now, when the time has just reached 8 o'clock, there are already several long lines in front of the service counter in the lobby. This year's freshmen are crazy. It's only the second day of the freshman ranking battle, and all of them have swarmed to the secret realm replica hall? Don't they know that there are a lot of interesting places in our Yanlong University? Shouldn't they be the ones to go and punch in first? In the middle of the long queue, many sophomore veterans, looking at those still somewhat youthful faces in the queue, had a somewhat speechless expression on their faces. Ugh! It's not that they're feeling the pressure. Among the freshmen this year, there is a demon like Wang Chun. If they don't put in some effort, I'm afraid that before their freshman year is over, they won't even be able to catch up with others' backs. Among the crowd, some of the older students who knew the details couldn't help but open their mouths and explain to the people around them. Wang Duan, that's the little guy who broke the White God's clearance record? I heard that he easily crushed the other provincial scholars in the ring afterward and got first place without dispute? Upon hearing this, some of the older students who weren't at the school on the day of the freshman ranking battle asked curiously. That's right, that's right. It's that demon. Originally, I used to think that the clearance record set down by the White God was impressive enough, but it turns out that this kid directly compressed the clearance time to within 4 minutes. Now, I'm afraid that future freshmen will be in despair when they enroll. Who can break this score? I feel that I'm afraid Wang Chun will have the strength to enter the ranking of excellence before the end of his freshman year. Those veteran students who had watched the freshman ranking battle from beginning to end couldn't help but be a good teacher at this moment, recounting the scene of that day to their confused peers around them. Cut! Making the list of excellence during your freshman year? When they heard someone say that Wang Chun was able to enter the ranking of excellence during his freshman year, a few people among the queue immediately skimmed their mouths in disbelief. You guys are really daring. Those who can enter the list of excellence, those are the 20 strongest among the students who stay in our Yanlong University. Even if he, Wang Chuan, behaves in a demonic manner now, it's impossible during his freshman year. Someone shook his head disdainfully and said in a sarcastic tone. His words caused a part of the crowd to follow him. That's right, even as strong as the White God, It was only when he entered his sophomore year that he hit the middle of the list of excellence. He, Wang Chun, has only broken a small record of the white god, and he's on the verge of being blown sky high by you guys. Believe it or not, if he stands in front of me right now, I can teach him to be a man with one hand? A stout body as if a tyrannical bear like sophomore, at this moment spoke out to agree. Between words he rolled up his sleeves, revealing as if granite-like muscles. Many of the old students who had been chasing Wang Chun earlier all closed their mouths at the words and did not retort. This person's name was Yen Liang, a sophomore veteran. Although he was still quite far away from the list of excellence, his strength was also ranked at the top of the sophomore ranks, reaching the third turn of the 80th level. Seeing that no one around him spoke, Yen Liang sneered, satisfied, stretching his sleeves flat and standing back in the middle of the queue. A tiny freshman, even if he was strong, at best he was just 2 turns out, not even in his eyes. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from the back of the long line. Wang Chun is here? This is Wang Duan. It's really as handsome as among the rumors. I really don't know how he grew this face. I want to go up and touch it. A figure stepped into the secret hall. His slender body coupled with his handsome face attracted a lot of girls in the secret hall whose eyes glowed and whispered. Hearing these voices, Yen Liang frowned and looked toward the back, a flash of envy in his eyes. What a bunch of shallow women. What's the use of being handsome? Can I eat it? It's the age of the professional, and it's only useful to be strong. Just after walking into the Secret Realm replica hall, Wang Dust was almost toppled by the hustle and bustle inside. No wonder Master specifically mentioned in his cultivation plan that the earlier you come to the Secret Realm replica hall every day, the better. Sweeping over the long queue around him, he felt some emotion in his heart. Originally, today, he had even gotten up early enough to leave his dormitory before 8 o'clock. As a result, the line to get here so early was out the door. This would have been a little later. He felt that it was questionable whether or not he would be able to enter the secret copy before noon. As expected of a top university, the atmosphere of the school is different. With that in mind, he silently walked behind a queue. Wang Duan. Just then, a petite schoolmate at the front of the group suddenly waved her hand at him and greeted him warmly. Come to school, sister's place. I happen to have something to do, and I won't be able to enter the Mystic Realm copy for a while. Upon hearing this, looking at his schoolmate with glowing eyes, Wang Chun touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. What era is this? Sister, you seem to be a bit outdated in your way of hitting on people. However, to be able to enter the Secret Realm copy earlier, Wang Dust wouldn't refuse. Thank you, sister. He walked over and politely thanked his schoolmate. It's okay. Schoolboy, can we add a friend? After changing places with Wang Dust, the petite girl boldly asked. Yes. Nodding, Wang Dust opened his data wristwatch. As the high-tech equipment equipped by Yanlong University, the data wristwatch was extremely powerful, and chatting and adding friends and whatnot did not matter at all. Then, I wish you a good grade in the Secret Realm copy, schoolmate. With her purpose accomplished, the girl contentedly waved her hand at Wang Chun and bounced away. Instead, as the schoolteacher left, it was as if her behavior had flipped some kind of switch. For a while, many of the girls in the queue had all extended invitations to Wang Chun. Soon, he then came from the back of the line to the very front. Chapter 95 Ace Flying Dragon requests to fight. In the hall of the secret replica of Yanlong University, the many freshmen who were quietly lining up, as well as the older sophomores and juniors, watched as Wang Duan overtook himself lightning fast from the very back end of the line, having been attentively given a spot by a girl. Mentally, it's like a day in the life. What's the use of being handsome? Strength is king among professionals. I don't know how many people, in their hearts, sourly belabored it. In the crowd, the tall Yen Liang, looking at the surrounding girls whose faces were slightly red and whose eyes couldn't wait to be glued to Wang Chuan. Even more so, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Usually these girls put on a high and mighty air, and old man loves to talk to them when he takes the initiative. Now when they see a white boy, they all become like nymphomaniacs. He couldn't help but be sour. Beside him, a fellow sophomore senior couldn't help but glance at him before silently taking a step backward. Don't you have any idea why they don't care about you with that square face of yours? Ha! The man sneered. Then his eyes looked enviously at the slender figure at the front of the crowd. How nice it would be for me to be half as handsome as this guy. After adding more than 10 schoolmates' friends and waiting for more than 2 minutes, Wang Duan finally stood in front of the service counter in the hall. Senior brother Wang Chun, which secret realm copy are you planning to enter? Behind the service counter, a sophomore sister asked with a warm smile on her face. Seeing this schoolmate, Wang Chun could not help but stare. What, the person in charge of registration isn't a school teacher? It seems like you don't pay much attention to the school's quest hall. Doing quests in the middle of the school is also a way for us to earn credits. As if sensing his doubts, the schoolmate smiled and explained. Then her eyes fixedly looked at Wang Chun. Oh, I'm going into the dark wilderness. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun nodded and handed over his data wristwatch. Before he came, he had made preparations in advance, and the silver-level secret realm copies that were open to students at Yanlong University were 20 in total. Among them, Dark Wilderness is the easiest one, which is extremely suitable for freshmen. Wang Dust intended to take this secret copy first and test the waters. Taking over the wristwatch, the sophomore schoolmate operated the instrument at hand while opening her mouth to remind her. Senior Wang Chun, pay attention. The Secret Realms pass reward is based on a combination of the length of your pass and your performance score. If you're not happy with your final score, you can quit and re-enter. This way, it doesn't affect the rewards you'll get when you finally get through. Hearing his senior sister's words, Wang Duan politely nodded his head and said thank you. The rewards for clearing the Secret Realm copy were only the most generous for the first time, and after that, every time you cleared the Secret Realm copy, you would only be able to obtain the most basic rewards. So many people, when they enter the secret copy, they make a lot of preparations in advance to maximize their benefits in the secret copy. Alright, Senior Wang Dust, the Dark Wilderness is a silver-level copy, and you can enter for free with your permission. So far, in addition to the silver-level copies, there are still 15 gold-level secret world copy entry opportunities left among your permissions. After the sophomore sister had operated it, she handed the data wristwatch to Wang Duan with an envious face. Free access to silver-level copies, a privilege only given to the top rankers of each grade. Like them, if they wanted to enter a silver-level copy once, they would have to spend 100 credits each time. Thank you, sister. Receiving the data wristwatch, Wang Dust nodded his head gently. Then without hesitation, he directly walked towards the spatial teleportation portal next to the service desk. You have successfully entered the secret world, Dark Wasteland. Level of the Secret Realm copy, Silver level. Difficulty of the Secret Realm copy, Hell level. Access level, Level 40 or above can enter. Number of persons admitted, single. The return scroll has been issued automatically. If you encounter danger, tear open the scroll and you will be immediately teleported out of the secret copy. In the midst of the heavenly rotation, when Wang Chen's feet stepped on the ground again, the prompt of the secret copy sounded in his ears. After listening to the introduction, Wang Dust did not immediately choose to act, but instead turned his head and looked around. The place where he was at the moment was a wilderness covered in night. Under the dim moonlight, one could see a crisscrossing gully remaining on the wasteland ground, as well as fragmented armor and blades. While Wang Dust was observing his surroundings, eroded by the dark breath, the challenger's full attributes drop by 10%. Eroded by the darkness, the challenger's ability to recover is weakened by 10%. The beeps of the secret copy sounded one after another again. 2 diminished states? Noticing that his body had become a bit heavy, Wang Dust muttered, not surprised by this. Starting from the silver-level secret copy, the challenger has to face opponents that are not only the monsters in the secret copy itself, but also the special environment in the copy. Bing Ching Crispy, get ready to come out and work. After moving his arms and legs a few times, he summoned the 2 little ones out of the beast pet space. My foolish Lord Kinky, begging for my power again? Just after flying out of the beast pet space, Bing Ching landed on Wang Chuan's shoulder, her little head held high with an unbeatable look. Woo-hoo! On the other shoulder, the 9-tailed sky fox, Crispy, followed suit and danced her tail. Air! At those words, Wang Chun sighed. It's Master, not Master Kinky. Patting Bing Ching's little head, he said with a serious face. Bing Ching was eloquent when she said other things, but every time she called him by his name, she always called him the wrong way. It wouldn't hurt if it was just the 2 of them, but if others heard, Wang Dust felt that he was afraid that he was going to die socially. Just as he was lecturing Bing Ching, roar! A hoarse growl suddenly rang out across the wasteland. Click, click, click. Immediately following the sound of bones rubbing together, a skeleton burrowed out of the gully-covered ground. Skeleton warrior. Monsters that are unique to the Dark Wasteland's secret world replica. Wang thus chose this secret realm copy. In addition to wanting to test the waters, he also had the intention to grow long. After all, in the real world, while wild monsters were rampant in the area outside the city, there was not a single creature of the undead clan. Because these guys, being dependent on the dead air, would cause irreparable damage to the real world once they gathered a considerable number. So any undead one monsters appearing in the real world are immediately swept clean. In the meantime, the appearance of the skeleton warrior instantly attracted Bing Qing's attention. Ace Flying Dragon requests battle. She waved her little dragon claw excitedly. Chapter 96. Death Knight. Click, click, click. The sound of bones rubbing together resounded continuously in the eerie wasteland. In the middle of Wang Dust and the two little ones' vision, one skeleton warrior after another burrowed out of the dirt. They righted their skeletons a little, moving the morose white war blades in their hands, their empty eyes gazing lifelessly at the humans who had intruded into the wasteland. Within the range of vision, the number of these skeleton warriors was so densely packed that no borders could be seen at all. And in addition to the skeletal warriors, 8 even more hideous monsters surfaced amongst the darkness. They were shrouded in black battle armor, their morose white hand bones gripping 2-meter-long lances, and riding on their hips were bloodied and mutilated warhorses. Death Knight. Seeing these guys appear, Wang Dust's eyes grew brighter. Among the undead, Death Knights were an existence that ranked higher than skeleton warriors. Each of these guys was a once powerful professional transformed after death, and after resurrection, they not only gained the favor of the power of death, but also retained a certain amount of pre-birth fighting instincts. Strength to be quite a bit stronger than monsters of the same level. Finally, a few opponents who can look good. Wang Chuan looked at the densely packed skeleton army around him, and a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he released a scrying technique. Monster. Skeleton warrior. Level 40. Fighting style. Melee attack. Skills. Death infestation. Decapitation. Type. Undead. Monster. Death Knight. Level 50. Fighting style. Melee. Skills. Death charge. Lance strike. War horse trample. Undead battle cry. Type. Undead. Seeing the information that came back from the scrying technique, Wang Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It had to be said that the Dark Wasteland was worthy of being a silver-level secret copy, and the first wave of monsters that appeared in hell difficulty was quite strong. Especially those 8 Death Knights, with all their strength, I'm afraid that they are not weaker than professionals of the same level. While Wang Chuan was observing these monsters, the skeleton warriors that were thoroughly arrayed in formation had morose white flames rising from amongst their empty eye sockets. A cold and evil line of sight instantly landed on Wang Chen's body. Outsiders. D. Immediately after that, the 8 Death Knights located behind the skeleton warriors let out hoarse growls from their mouths at this moment, and the lances in their hands swung forward without hesitation. Knock knock. In an instant, the densely packed skeleton warriors, numbering more than 1,000, were like a tidal wave as they charged towards Wang Dust. Seeing this scene, a flash of excitement rose on Wang Dust's face. Little ones. It's on. Greeting Bing Qing and Crispy, he stepped out in large strides without hesitation and directly launched a countercharge towards the charging skeleton warriors. Whoosh! With a strong burst of power, his body rushed out as if it was a cannonball, instantly colliding with the skeleton warrior. Wow! The first skeleton warrior didn't even react, and was directly smashed into the sky by Wang Dust's combined body. In the next second, the sawtooth longsword was swung sharply, and the surrounding skeleton warriors that surrounded up were cut down at the waist. In just the blink of an eye, Wang Dust had killed 6 skeleton warriors. However, this battle record, which was enough to cause a tremor, at the moment looked somewhat powerless under the performance of the 2 little ones. Only on the side, Bing Qing, who was displaying a fighting state, was seen flying in mid-air with his 6-meter-long dragon body. The 2 powerful wings swung, and the gusts of wind they brought up then shook the charging up skeleton warriors. At the same time, a blue-colored magical glow lit up in her mouth. Whoosh! An azure-colored energy mass shot out, instantly striking the ground below. Only to see the skeleton warriors swarming below. Their movements came to a standstill in an instant, and a layer of azure-colored cold ice surfaced on the ground covered with gullies. Click, click, click. The cold ice spread rapidly and soon enveloped the ground in a 30-meter radius, turning the place into a world of ice and snow. Wow! In the next second, the skeletal warriors that were situated on the cold ice ground turned into the tiniest crumbs of disintegration, as if they were piled up with grains of sand. With just one strike, the number of skeleton warriors killed by Bing Qing was over 100. On the other side, Crispy was equally unwilling to show any weakness, as her peach-pink aura enveloped tens of meters in a radius, and hundreds of skeleton warriors began to frantically fight amongst themselves. Soon, the number of the thousands of charging skeleton warriors began to plummet. Seeing this scene, a flash of helplessness flashed across Wang Chen's eyes. The beast pet was so powerful that it appeared that he, the master, was somewhat dispensable. You two little fellows, you don't give Master Me a chance to show off at all. With that in mind, Wang Dust twisted his head and locked his sight on a death knight in the rear. Without the slightest hesitation, he ran quickly, chopping up a skeleton warrior that stood in front of him, and ran wildly towards the death knight. Whoosh! When there was no longer an obstacle between him and the death knight, he moved his feet and his body flew out like a cannonball. Instant sword. In the next second, he arrived directly in front of the death knight, and the sawtooth long sword in his hand chopped heavily downwards. Humans! D. Looking at the human who rushed in front of him, a hoarse growl came out of the death knight's mouth, and the lance in his hand stabbed out with the same lack of hesitation. When the two weapons instantly collided together, emitting the sound of gold and iron striking each other, and the intersection of the collision was even more visible to the naked eye as waves of air surged. After the collision, Wang Chen's body that was in mid-air lurched, while the opposite Death Knight's figure was significantly shorter. The war horse at its crotch hissed, and its two front legs directly snapped. And it wasn't just that, only to see the Death Knight's arm holding the lance, the morose white bones crumbling by inches. Bang! In the next second, the 2-meter-long lance fell to the ground along with the bone fragments. With a single strike, it revealed Wang Chen's terrifying power at this moment. Even a monster whose level was 10 levels higher than his could not resist in a head-on collision. Humans! D. Maury white flames danced in the hollow eyes of the Death Knight, and sound waves like substance spread between the opening and closing of his mouth. The undead war cry. However, Wang Chen's speed was indeed faster. Before the Death Knight's skill could be issued, he stomped his foot in the air and his body shot out violently against the norm. Instant sword effect. 2 strikes. Swish! The long sword slashed across the Death Knight's neck and shin, and a head shot up into the sky. Puff! As the Death Knight's head fell to the ground, the morose white flames in his empty eye sockets were extinguished. Then casually finishing off the warhorse with a sword, Wang Dust looked around with a face full of wariness. Just get ready to go to the remaining Death Knights and have a good fight. But just as he turned his head, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 97 Don't Talk Nonsense. I, Wang Chun, never eat soft food. No? The wilderness that appeared in Wang Chuan's eyes at the moment was empty, and the earth was full of broken bone fragments. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't even a single vertical thing except for the two guys, ice clear and crisp. You two? Can't you save one for me? Looking at the wretched scene around him, Wang Dust opened his mouth and sighed helplessly. Master, you'll be the pendant on my thigh from now on. I'll be in charge of charging and fighting, and you'll be in charge of waving my flag at the back. Bing Qing swung his wings to come in front of Wang Chun, and his azure dragon eyes were filled with excitement among them. Master, in your words, isn't your behavior like this called eating soft food? As he spoke, the little guy probed his head and rubbed against it, almost rubbing Wang Duan on his heels. Blah blah blah. Don't be ridiculous. Reaching out to press down on the quirky Bing Qing, Wang Chen's expression was extremely speechless. Your master, I have a good stomach. Besides, you can't even transform right now, and Crispy is more qualified to say that than you are. Patting Ice Clear's head in a good-natured manner, he took Crisp, who had jumped up on the side, in his arms. Yada yada yada, Master, I'm angry. How dare you discriminate against my perfect dragon body? Bing Qing instantly quit upon hearing this, and with a shake of her head, she got rid of Wang Chen's restraints. I won't leave a single monster for you in the next fight. The little guy grunted in exasperation, and with a wave of his wings, he flew towards the depths of the wasteland. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust shook his head helplessly and hurriedly took a step to follow. Outside, the secret copy hall. School brother Wang Chuan is entering the silver-level secret realm copy Dark Wasteland this time. In this copy, the enemies faced are all undead creatures, those oozing-looking skeletons. Hokage is really brave. The first secret copy of the challenge is of such a netherworldly type. It's eerie and super creepy in there. The last time I entered, I was so scared I slept with the lights on at night for days. A burst of crisp voices rang out in the hall, and many girls couldn't help but discuss the information about the copy that Wang Duan had challenged. Especially when they heard that Wang Chen's challenge was Dark Wasteland. A few girls' faces turned white. The second wave of monsters in the replica are walkers. They appear in randomized locations. The last time this girl entered, there was another walker that came straight out from the side of my foot and grabbed my leg. I hope that schoolmate Wang Chun won't be subjected to such a nightmarish experience if he's frightened. I can only comfort him with my broad chest. Che, how could schoolboy be intimidated by a mere undead monster? He'll definitely be able to set another new clearance record this time. The girls in the hall were talking, and some were even in favor of Wang Chun being able to set a new clearance record. Hearing the surrounding discussion, the male comrades waiting here, each one of them had an incomparable taste in their hearts.
To, enviable.
Bah! It's simply impossible for him, a freshman who just leveled up at 40, to break the Dark Wasteland's clearance record. Yan Liang, who was a little red-eyed with envy, couldn't help but raise his voice as he listened to the chatter around him. The record for clearing the Dark Wasteland is 9 minutes and 60 seconds, set by a senior at level 65 back then. His profession is a holy light mage, which naturally restrains undead creatures. And that's why he was able to create such a terrifying score that hasn't been broken for decades. It was even when the White God was in his freshman year that he didn't manage to set a new record for clearing the Dark Wasteland. Wang Chan it's simply impossible. Yan Liang swept around and said in a decisive tone. Hearing his words, many of the people around him nodded their heads with expressions of approval on their faces. Indeed, Holy Light Mages skyrocketed the undead, and at the same level, Holy Light Mages dealt almost 50% more damage to the undead than other professions. Placed in the Dark Wasteland, a level 65 Holy Light Mage, I'm afraid that the battle power displayed by a level 65 Holy Light Mage could be equivalent to a level 70, or even a level 70 or higher level 3-turned professional. Although Wang Dust had performed demonically before, his level was a shortcoming, and having just turned 2, it was simply impossible to break the record. That's right. Breaking the record is definitely unrealistic. With the battle power that Wang Chuan displayed in the Secret Realm copy before, his clearance time should be around 15 minutes. 15 minutes is not bad. When I cleared the Dark Wasteland at level 60, it still took me 17 minutes. On the side, a few older sophomore students followed after Yan Liang's words fell and opened their mouths to echo a few words. Hearing their words, the eyes of many of the girls in the middle of the hall suddenly became dangerous. These guys, it's just too much. Brother Wang Chun is so handsome, so talented and so hardworking, and you guys only know how to sneer and mock? Is it so hard to recognize that others are good? It took 17 minutes to clear the Dark Wasteland at level 60? You still have the face to say that. Schoolmate Wang Chun just turned 2, and he was able to do what you can only do at level 60. So what qualifications do you have to yell here? And you Yan Liang, I remember your best score for clearing the Dark Wasteland. It seemed like it took you 15 minutes. One of the girls couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and looked at the outgoing Yan Liang Fu and said loudly. Yan Liang and the others were told to look at each other with a somewhat embarrassed expression on their faces. You! Yan Liang opened his mouth and couldn't help but want to retort a sentence, while one of the people next to him directly pulled on his clothes. You can't win a fight with a woman. Let's just go with the facts when the time comes. The man opened his mouth and warned. At those words, Yan Liang closed his mouth with a somewhat ugly expression and turned his head to stop looking at the girl. Just wait when Wang Chuan comes out of the secret copy in a mess. Let's see what you, the nymphomaniac girl, have to say. With an exasperated thought in his mind, his eyes were on the teleportation door in the hall, anticipating the image of Wang Chun coming out of it in a sorry state. However, his pupils couldn't help but shrink just as his sight landed on the portal, and an expression as if he had seen a ghost appeared on his face. Boom! A massive object over 10 meters collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, smashing up smoke and dust in the sky. Hoo! Waving his hand to disperse the dust beside him, Wang Dust looked at the fragmented corpses in front of him, and a touch of pleasure appeared on his face. The last monster of the Dark Wasteland secret copy was the zombie leader who had reached level 65. The strength was quite strong, shaking off the Zhou Wu he had encountered in the ring earlier by a block. The two little ones emptied the stragglers, leaving the zombie leader to him. It was a battle that he fought freely. Phew! I wonder, what rewards can I get for passing this wave? Taking a long breath, Wang Chuan put away the sawtooth long sword and quietly waited for the secret copy to settle. Chapter 98. Setting a new record. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger, Wang Duan, for clearing the Dark Wasteland secret realm copy. Settlement in progress. Please wait. The secret copy. As the zombie leader's corpse turned into ash and dissipated, Wang Chuan's ears simultaneously rang with the beep of the secret copy machinery. Finally, holding the two little ones, Bing Qing and Crispy, in his arms, Wang Duan had an expectant expression on his face. This was the second time he had cleared a silver-level secret copy, and there was no telling what kind of rewards it would bring him. While silently pondering in his heart, the mechanical beep of the secret realm copy sounded once again. Ding! Settlement complete. Congratulations to the challenger, Wang Duan, for perfectly clearing the secret copy of Dark Wasteland. Current secret copy difficulty: Hell level. Time to pass: 8 minutes. Overall rating: SSS highest. Congratulations to the challenger Wang Dust. Your score has successfully broken the record of clearing the silver level secret realm copy, Dark Wasteland. And the settlement reward has been increased by 1 level. Broken record? After listening to the tone in his ears, a flash of joy flashed in Wang Dust's eyes. Settlement incentives are upgraded by 1 level. It looks like this time he's going to get something extra for himself. Thinking expectantly in his heart, his gaze went to the colorful treasure chest floating in front of him. Without hesitation, Wang Chun directly chose to open the colorful treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light filled the field of vision, and one item emerged one by one. As the scrying technique swept through, the attribute information of these things surfaced before his eyes one by one. 10 million experience points, 200 points of free attributes, 200 free skill points, platinum equipment, death dagger, platinum level equipment, dark war armor, grade a magical material, zombie chief's fangs. Seeing what was opened in the treasure chest, Wang Dust's eyes instantly radiated light. Abundance. It's simply too rich. 10 million experience points, after splitting it into 3, allowed him and Bing Qing to increase their levels by 2 levels, reaching level 47 and 42. The lower-ranked Crispy, on the other hand, was raised by 10 levels. Bing Qing. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2300 Wisdom, 2300 Physique, 2300 Agility, 2300. Without any buff, equipment, or props to enhance it. Crispy. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 1550 Wisdom, 2250 Physique, 1550 Agility, 1650. Without any buff, equipment, or props to enhance it. Skill points continued to be retained. Free attribute points were evenly distributed to the 4-dimensional attributes, and with the attributes fed back from the two little ones, Wang Dust's 4 dimensions once again saw a surge. Power. 820 plus 630 points. Wisdom. 890 plus 100 points. Physique. 820 plus 450 points. Agility. 830 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 200. After checking the increase in his strength, Wang Chun placed his gaze on the other 3 items. It goes without saying that the 2 pieces of equipment are considered fine among the platinum level. The A-rank material Zombie Chief's Fangs is also a valuable material for crafting equipment. However, after scanning the attributes of these 3 items, Wang Chun put them into his spatial ring. The Dagger of Death didn't fit his fighting style, and the Dark Battle Armor was clearly no match for his newly acquired Earth Battle Armor. So he was going to take these 2 pieces of equipment, along with the ones he had eliminated, and sell them in the trading house. The Secret Realm copy is settled. The challenger is being transmitted to leave. Please wait. After checking the harvest, the mechanical beep of the secret copy sounded. In the next second, the figures of Wang Chun and the 2 little ones disappeared in the copy space amidst a spatial fluctuation. Secret Copy Hall. Yen Liang's sight was dead set on the portal to enter the secret copy, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Only in the middle of his vision, light flashed on the portal and a slender figure emerged from it. And at the same time, a golden sheen flashed across the frame of the portal. As a veteran student who had furthered his studies in Yanlong University for a year, Yan Liang knew very well what this golden luster represented. Wang Dust, he had successfully cleared the secret copy. How long has this been going on? After a full moment, Yan Liang came back to his senses, and a voice of disbelief came out of his mouth. And at the same time, his voice likewise awakened the others in the middle of the hall. Hiss! Everyone looked at the upright figure that walked out of the teleportation portal and sucked in a breath of cool air in unison, with expressions of incredulity on their faces. Am I reading this right? It's Wang Chun. He managed to pass the Dark Wasteland secret copy. Jesus, it's only just 8 minutes now. He broke the secret realm copy clearance record once again? A shocked voice rang out, and everyone looked at Wang Chun with faces full of incredulity. Just kidding. That is a very difficult silver-level secret copy. That is, the Holy Light Mage with professional advantage, in the 65-level pass also used more than 9 minutes, nearly 10 minutes. Wang Chun, not only did he pass, but the time to pass also took only 8 minutes. Fake it? This is really something a freshman can do. Looking at the bland figure that walked out of the teleportation portal, everyone's eyes were incomparably shaken. Haha. What did I say? School brother Wang Chuan can definitely set a new record for clearing the Dark Wasteland's secret realm copy. Let's see what you people have to say now. Schoolmate Wang Chun is a genius, always able to create miracles. You guys, you have no idea how good he is. Among the crowd, those girls who had previously supported Wang Chun could not help but cheer at this moment. Especially the one who was up against Yan Liang was looking at him with a smug expression, his eyes incomparably sneering. However, at this moment, Yan Liang couldn't care less about being angry with this girl. His sight landed dead center on Wang Chun, his gaze incomparably shaken. 8 minutes to clear a copy of the Dark Wasteland secret. This, at the moment, was an achievement he couldn't even reach. Is this guy saying that he is now stronger than me? How is this possible? Yan Liang thought with shock in his heart, feeling like his worldview was about to shatter. A second turn level 45 Imperial Beastmaster was even stronger than him, a third turn level 75 warrior. This, I'm afraid, is not a pipe dream. Meanwhile, outside the portal, Wang Chun glanced at the shocked crowd around him and ignored it, directly then stepped towards the service desk. Senior sister, please register me. I want to continue challenging the next secret realm copy. What? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the shocked schoolmate at the front desk couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Wang Dust schoolmate, don't you want to take a break? She looked at Wang Chun and had a nagging question. Chapter 99. The school was built for 600 years and has never been out. It's well known. Every time one enters a secret realm copy because of the spatial transition, it would be extremely burdensome to the professional themselves. Therefore, after every challenge of a secret realm copy, regardless of the outcome, the vast majority of professionals would choose to recuperate for a period of time before taking on the next challenge. This was so that they could get better grades and rewards as they continued to challenge the secret copies. The moment, behind the service desk in the secret hall, the sophomore sister looked at Wang Chun with a face full of surprise and opened her mouth to persuade him. Senior Wang Chuan, I'm afraid that you've already expended a great deal of energy in setting the Dark Wasteland clearance record, so there's no need to continue. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Wang Dust politely nodded his head and thanked him, but still stood by his decision. Just now, in the middle of the Dark Wasteland, he hadn't expended much energy at all. On the contrary, because of the upgrades and the rewards he had gained, his entire body was now refreshed and he didn't feel tired at all. Okay. Seeing Wang Dust's insistence, the sophomore sister scratched her head and took the wristwatch to register the information. Soon, Wang Chun put away his wristwatch and stepped into the portal again. And as he entered the portal, the atmosphere in the hall once again clamored. The second secret copy is up. I wonder if Wang Duan can still maintain this kind of performance? It's really surprising the way I look at him. He obviously didn't consume much among the secret realm copies just now. Maybe he can break the record of the number of times he cleared the secret realm copies in a single day today. This time, no one would ever sneer at Wang Chen again. And even those such as Yan Liang shut their mouths under Wang Chen's terrifying clearance speed. In the meantime, when all the students in the secret hall lost their voices, The entire forum of Yanlong University became lively because of Wang Chun. Inferno University Forum. A post titled, Strongest Freshman, passed the Dark Wasteland Secret Realm copy in only 8 minutes. Post quickly made its way to the front page of the forum. As soon as it appeared, it directly caused a large number of people to gather around. A freshman passed the Dark Wasteland secret copy, setting a horrifying record of 8 minutes to pass. This shocked all the students who clicked into the post. Are you kidding me? It's only been a few days since the new students enrolled? They're all still spinning around in the second turn. And someone managed to break the Dark Wasteland clearance record? I know about this Wang Chuan, the provincial scholar of Far River Province, seems to be a special occupation giant beastmaster and has contracted a divine beast dragon. But even with the help of a divine beast, it's impossible for him to reach such a horrible result, right? The forums were in an uproar, and all the students who clicked into the threads scoffed at the news, thinking that the person who posted it was a headline grabber. However, Dark Wasteland secret copy, best pass record holder, Wang Dust, time, 8 minutes JPG. When a photo of the secret hall copy clearance score appeared amongst the posts, everyone lost their voices. Surprisingly, it's true. They looked at the freshly minted photo and were shaken to their core. That's a silver level secret copy. The last record holder of the clearance was still a level 65 Holy Light Mage. Wang Duan actually broke his record, and most importantly, Wang Chen's level when he entered the secret realm copy was only 45. Crazy. In the 600 years since Yanlong University was founded, there had never been such a demon. The forum post continued to fester, drawing more and more people to the table. And if anything, it was shock in the minds of the students who saw the post. Then, at this moment in the middle of the secret realm copy hall, all the students present were going to be skeptical. Since the Dark Wasteland secret realm copy, Wang Chun had broken their worldview time and time again with lightning speed. Silver level secret copy of the Sunken Camp, 7 minutes, broken record. Silver level secret copy of Evil Cave, 9 minutes, broken record. Silver level secret copy of Dark Town, 6 minutes, broken record. In less than an hour's time, Wang Chuan went down 6 secret realm copies in a row, breaking the record with horrifying scores each time, literally shaking everyone's jaws off. This achievement, it's just not normal. All of the students present were staring blankly at the portal, their faces filled with shock. Every time they entered a secret realm copy, which one of them didn't prepare a day or two in advance to get their status to be perfect before entering. As for Wang Dust, it was as if he was eating and drinking, hoofing it nonstop, fighting his way through one secret realm copy after another. In just an hour, Wang Chen's frequency of descending into the secret realm copies was almost enough to catch up with them for half a month. And on top of that, his grades are beyond horrible. Each copy of the secret world broke records and set a new record to look up to. What the is this monster? Demon. It's so demonic. Staying in a school with this kind of demon. I feel like my college life is going to be shrouded in his shadow. The older students in the hall had a shattered worldview, while those freshmen who were enrolled in the same batch as Wang Chun were already feeling despair. We're all geniuses. What makes you so good? At this point, the light on the portal flickered again, and Wang Chun dragged his tired body out. Fighting through 6 silver-level secret realm copies in a row, even with his body created by his strong attributes, he felt a bit overwhelmed. But, compared to the exhaustion, his gains were amazing enough. Although after entering the second turn, the experience value needed to upgrade skyrocketed twice as much as in the first turn. However, 6 consecutive secret realm copies down the line, coupled with the increase of 1 level up from passing the record-breaking level, also allowed him to level up to 55 nowadays. 1 hour, 10 levels in a row, this terrifying rate of promotion would probably shatter countless people's 3 views. However, this was normal. The first time a secret copy was cleared would itself gain a large amount of experience value. Not to mention that every secret copy had also been broken by Wang Dust. But it was just this once, and after clearing the rest of the secret realm copies, it wouldn't be so easy for him to get such a quick boost again. In addition to Wang Chen's own promotion, Bing Qing, the little guy, had also leveled up to level 50. As for Crispy, the little guy's level had reached 40 early, stuck on the edge of advancement. Just waiting for Wang Chun to find the materials for advancement, the little guy would be able to cross over into a new growth cycle. For this promotion, Wang Chun was very satisfied. Phew! The promotion material needed for this little one, Crispy, to enter the next growth cycle is foxheart grass, and I wonder if the trading house sells it? Taking a long breath, Wang Chun looked at the dumbfounded crowd around him and smiled, taking a step and then walked towards the outside of the secret hall. Chapter 100 Wang Chen's Distress. Yanlong University Trading Area. No. Wang Dust sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sit up straight when he heard the reply given to him by the manager of the trading house. After leaving from the secret realm copy hall, he hoofed it to the trading area, wanting to purchase the advancement material Foxheart grass for Crisp. Results available. After asking several in a row, all the answers I got were no. And even if Wang Dust bought it at a premium and took out double the price of the S-rank materials, the people at the trading house said that they couldn't do anything about it. Manager Lee, even though Foxheart grass is an S-class material, it's not that bad, right? Looking at the respectful trading house manager in front of him, Wang Dust scratched his head and asked somewhat helplessly, "You're the biggest trading house in Yanlong University. Don't you really have any access?" "Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry." Hearing his words, the trading baggage manager shook his head with a bitter smile. If it's any other S-rank material, even if it's an SS rank material, the small store has a way to get it. But this Foxheart grass is just too special, and it doesn't have the slightest use for professionals, so we really can't do anything about it. Manager Lee looked at Wang Chun with an incomparable helplessness in his heart. As early as when Wang Chun entered the store, he had already recognized the popular freshman number 1 from Yanlong University. To be honest, an S-piece material, not to mention that Wang Chun took out twice the price, even if it was not a dime and he gave it away with his hand, he was willing to do so. But Foxheart grass, he really couldn't do anything about it. "Oh, Manager Lee, what is so special about this Foxheart grass?" At those words, Wang Chun could not help but sit up straight, his gaze fixedly looking across the room. Foxheart grass was a key material for Crispy to enter the next stage of growth, so he had to get his hands on it no matter what. "Mr. Wang, this Foxheart grass comes from the Qingqiu clan. It is a precious holy relic of their clan. It is said to have a miraculous effect on the Fox clan to open up the innate wisdom, and it has always been very strictly controlled by the Qingqiu clan. Nowadays, the relationship between our Blue Star human race and the Qingqiu clan is strained, and coupled with the fact that Foxheart grass isn't the slightest bit useful to occupiers, there's no Foxheart grass circulating on the market at all." Looking at Wang Dust, Manager Lee said with a bitter smile, "In the battlefield of the heavens, the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Blue Star human clan were in a hostile relationship, and although there were no great wars between the two sides, there was usually quite a lot of small friction and tension. Sure, this is for Manager Lee and other businessmen, these are not a problem. There is 100% of the benefits they dare to take risks. The main reason was still because Foxheart grass was useless to professionals. Even if one sneaks in and gets Foxheart grass from among the Qingqiu clan, there is simply no outlet for it. Therefore, apart from being included in the Encyclopedia of Magical Materials, it was difficult to find a single Foxheart grass in the market." Upon hearing this, Wang Chun could not help but feel a major headache. This result was something he hadn't expected. There's no other way? If Manager Lee knows where there is information about Foxheart grass, I can also buy it at a high price. Looking at Manager Lee, Wang Dust asked somewhat undeterred, "Mr. Wang, there's really no way." Hearing his words, Manager Lee spread his hands helplessly. This kind of thing that didn't have any benefits, businessmen, wouldn't pay attention to it at all. "Why don't you ask that lord?" Manager Lee thought of the news that had spread like wildfire in Yanlong University in the past few days and carefully suggested, "Your Honor?" Wang Dust naturally knew who Manager Lee was talking about. However, having just received a whole bunch of benefits from the master, he hadn't even accomplished anything in his own cultivation yet, and then he had to go and trouble the master again. Wang Dust thought to himself that his skin was not that thick. But Foxheart grass was the key material for Crispy to advance. If we couldn't find it, would we let Crispy stay stuck at level 40? With this thought in his mind, he twisted his head to look at the 9-tailed sky fox who was staring wide-eyed at Bing Qing. This little guy is really giving himself a hard time. Ugh, there doesn't seem to be any other way. With a thought in his mind, he got up and was about to say goodbye to Manager Lee. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. "Wang Duan." Wang Dust twisted his head to look over and found the girl Sitayu playfully walking into the trading house. "What a coincidence. You're here to purchase something too." Wang Dust looked at Sitayu curiously. "Buy anything. I'm here for you." Upon hearing this, Sitayu sent a blank stare and said in a somewhat sour tone, "You're a busy man. I saw the post on the forums and ran to the secret copy hall, only to pounce. Messaged you and didn't reply. Wouldn't have known you'd run here if someone hadn't warned me." "Post? Upon hearing this, Wang Dust was dumbfounded. After coming out of the secret copy hall, he went straight to the trading house all the way and didn't even notice the information on his data wristwatch. Looks like you don't realize how hot you are right now. Seeing Wang Duan's appearance, Sitayu said without any good humor. As she spoke, she opened her data appearance and clicked on the top thread on the forum. Seeing this post, Wang Dust scratched his head, not realizing that he had become famous again in this way. No wonder. On the way to the trading area, the schoolmates that I ran into all had a strange expression on their faces. By the way, what did you want to see me about? He briefly scanned a few glances before turning his head to look at Sitayu. Someone sends a message and doesn't respond. The auxiliary college instructor calls, and I, a tool, have to run an errand. Sitayu rolled her eyes and said somewhat breathlessly, "Can't you turn the bell on?" At those words, Wang Chun was a bit embarrassed. In the past few days, there were too many people who had added him as a friend, and he was so annoyed by the daily hush-hush that he simply put his data wristwatch on mute. What did the mentor want to see me about? Touching his nose, he asked with some embarrassment. I'm not sure about the specifics. Sitayu shook her head and said, "It says it's related to your nine-tailed fox." As soon as he heard this, Wang Chuan immediately came into the spirit and dragged Sitayu towards the auxiliary academy. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Soon, Wang Chuan then arrived at the auxiliary academy with Sitayu and found their nominal mentor, Mu Weining. "Hello, teacher." As soon as they met, Wang Chun looked at Mu Weining with anticipation in his eyes. Having just returned empty-handed from the trading area, he was now very keen to get good news from his mentor. That came pretty fast. Seeing Wang Chen's appearance, Mu Weining smiled, her eyes looking playfully at the teenager in front of her. "I called you here, and I'm sure you've guessed my intentions. However, there's no way for me to give you what you want directly. It's up to you to earn it," Mu Weining said, waving her hand and took out an invitation from the table. Huh? Upon hearing this, Wang Chan was a little disappointed, but when he read the contents of the invitation, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 101. In Mu Wanying's office. A glint flashed in Wang Dust's eyes after he read the invitation. The information on the invitation was very simple. A few universities that had a relatively good relationship with Yanlong University invited the new students of Yanlong University to participate in an exchange meeting in Qingqiu City. Of course, it doesn't matter. Importantly, this exchange would take place in the middle of a soon-to-be open secret realm in Qingqiu City. And this secret realm, which had exactly what Wang Chun needed, foxheart grass. I'm sure you guessed that. Looking at Wang Dust, who had a happy face, Mu Weining said smilingly, "The purpose of calling you over this time, aside from the fact that materials related to the advancement of the nine-tailed fox will be produced in the middle of the secret realm this time, there's another point, which is for you to give a good lesson to the other freshmen of the university who will be attending the exchange meeting." Aha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chun nodded. This wave of assists from his mentor came at a really good time, and foxheart grass was exactly what he desperately needed at this time. However, the national freshman competition was less than a month away, and to hold an exchange at this time? Mentor, is there some other reason for this exchange? After thinking about it, Wang Dust asked his doubts directly. Mu Weining explained, "This is probably considered a tradition every year after the freshmen enroll, to test the strength of the freshmen from other universities before the national freshman competition begins. It's not just a couple of our schools, but other schools will be looking for locations to hold these exchanges." But, between words, Mu Weining paused and swept Wang Chun with an odd look in her eyes. Originally, in previous years, this kind of exchange meeting would usually send freshmen outside of the top 10 rankings to participate. But you had just the need for it, so the provost ordered it straight down to you to go alone. After listening to Mu Weining's words, Wang Chun nodded in his heart. He, the #1 freshman, is considered the ace of Yanlong University. This kind of small exchange meeting should not have personally come out, and let those underlings to deal with it can be. As a result, his nine-tailed skyfox was at the juncture of entering the next growth cycle and lacked the appropriate materials for advancement. The matter, then, fell directly on his head. Wang Chun thought for a moment and asked Mu Weining, "Mentor, then should I let my hair down in the exchange? Hide part of my strength?" At those words, Mu Weining, however, directly shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Just act as you see fit when the time comes. Just remember one thing. Don't crash my Yanlong University's reputation. Anyway, the exchange students sent out by these universities are not expected to be able to fight a single one in front of you." Speaking under her breath, She looked at Wang Chun with somewhat complicated eyes. This student who was recruited by himself from a small city. Once he joined the school, he showed a talent that crushed his peers. And after that, he was unstoppable, creating 7 new records in the Secret World Copy Hall. Even those sophomore students who had studied at Yanlong University for a year, there were not many who could be stronger than the current Wang Chun. This terrifying growth speed, even though Mu Weining, as a 5th-turn powerhouse and a genius that everyone used to praise, couldn't help but feel her heart shaking immensely. When she went to college, she was nothing but mediocre compared to the current Wang Dust. Hearing Mu Weining's words, Wang Chen's heart was clear, and then he said with some impatience, "Good. If Mentor has nothing else to explain, then I'll go back and pack up, and head directly to Qingqiu City tomorrow." "Go on." At that Mu Weining nodded. After leaving the office, Wang Duan accompanied Sitiyu around the school for a while before returning to their respective dormitories. Day 2. The sun had just risen when he took the 2 little ones with him and stepped onto the teleportation array to Qingqiu City. Green Hills. Located in the northwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom, compared to Dongling City, Qingqiu City was an uncompromisingly first-class city that not only covered a wider area and had a larger resident population, but also possessed resources that Dongling City simply did not possess. Wild and Secret. The so-called Wild Secret Realm is an unconsolidated copy of the Secret Realm, similar to the Cave of Heaven in the books, which produces a lot of precious magic materials. Qingqiu City's Wild Secret Realm, called Black Fox Country, is a large secret realm rated at the silver level, which opens once a year and lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, any professional below the 3rd turn could enter it to hunt wild monsters and find resources. Because of the existence of this wild secret realm, Qingqiu City's tourism industry is extremely developed. Especially during the period of time when the secret realm copy was opened, there was a huge number of professionals gathering, greatly driving the development of Qingqiu City. Wang Dust walked out of the teleportation hall and saw this bustling scene. A large number of professionals came and went on the streets, many of them calling out their friends and striding towards the outskirts of the city, expecting to make a fortune in the wild secret realm. As he followed the crowd outside the city, Wang Dust listened to the conversations of the others and gained some more understanding of the secret realm of the Black Fox Country. The monsters in the secret realm were mainly Fox Clan wild monsters, mostly specializing in mind control skills, and the big boss was the Black Fox leader who had reached level 80. The materials produced by the secret realm were also mostly magical materials related to the spirit system. As for the fox heartgrass that Wang Chun was concerned about, it grew in the Black Fox chief's lair. However, even though the fox heartgrass was an S-rank material, no professionals in the crowd saw it as a target. After all, the Black Fox leader, who was equivalent to the strength of a 3rd-turn professional, was not something an ordinary professional could deal with. Moreover, fox heartgrass had the empty name of an S-rank material, but its own value to Blue Star professionals was not even close to a D-rank magic material. That's not something to worry about. There will be someone to steal the lake heartgrass from me. Noticing this, Wang Chun smiled in his heart. Soon, he then followed the crowd to the outskirts of the city. At this moment, the area around the entrance of the secret realm had long been crowded with people, and a large number of professionals had crowded the vast area. At a cursory glance, the number of professionals present was at least 1,000, and it was as noisy as a food market. However, outside the entrance to the secret realm, there was an area that appeared a bit out of place with the surroundings. Gathered here was a group of teenagers with proud colors on their faces, and the equipment on their bodies was so fine that the surrounding professionals could not help but show envy in their eyes every time their sight swept by. These people were the freshmen from the several universities that participated in the exchange. After arriving outside the city, Wang Dust spotted them at a glance. There was no way around it. These tawdry fellows, directly turning on the special effects of their equipment, with a bright silver luster on their bodies, which was incredibly conspicuous between a kind of mottled black iron and bronze. This is running in front of ordinary professionals to find presents? Seeing this scene, Wang Chun felt some amusement in his heart, then directly stepped over. Chapter 102. One of me is enough. Look, the people from Yanlong University have arrived. No way, they actually sent only one person. Really not putting us in their eyes. The level is only 55. I'm afraid he didn't even go up the freshman ranking list of Yanlong University, right? When Wang Chun walked towards the exchange gathering area, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Especially the Yanlong University uniform, he was wearing directly caused many of the people present to have a grave expression on their faces. However, level 55-second turn. When they checked Wang Chen's rank through their probing techniques, each of them could not help but show anger in their eyes. Although the people present were not considered top-notch among the freshmen of the major schools, they were still ranked at the top, with the worst level of strength reaching level 55, and the strongest few being around level 60. Yanlong University sent a 55-level freshman to participate in the exchange meeting. This was clearly not putting them in their eyes. Rampant. Yanlong University has been pulled down from the #1 position in the academy rankings by Huaqing University, and they still have this high and mighty stance. Do you really think that a 55-level freshman can sweep us? So naive. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and many of the students who participated in the exchange meeting had their eyes fixed on Wang Chuan, secretly deciding that after entering the secret realm, they would definitely teach him a good lesson. In the meantime, the lead teachers from several universities were dumbfounded when they saw the lone Wang Duan. Classmate, your Yanlong University sent you by yourself? The host of this exchange meeting, the leading teacher of Qingqiu University, greeted him with a somewhat ugly expression. Other universities have as many as 10 or as few as 3 or 4 students participating in the exchange. And Yanlong University, surprisingly, sent only 1 person, and there wasn't even a lead teacher. Is this, in fact, something against our Qingqiu University? Aha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded and said sincerely, "Teacher said that I'm enough on my own." You! Hearing his words, the corner of Qingqiu University's leading teacher's mouth twitched, and his face grimaced. It's so arrogant. What do you mean one is enough? This is not taking our talented students from other universities seriously at all. Okay. Classmate, you come with me and register. The teacher of Qingqiu University said dryly, turned around and headed towards the registration office. Following behind this teacher, Wang Chun swept his eyes flatly over the surrounding crowd. He could already feel the anger spewing from the eyes of those around him. If the gaze could kill, he would probably have been torn to pieces by now. However, in response, the expression on Wang Chen's face was without a ripple. His goal in coming here, apart from the foxheart grass, the rest is to smash the scene. Hostility and all that doesn't matter, it's all just a task for the mentor. As for fear, it doesn't exist. Just as Tutor Mu Weining had said before coming, there was not a single capable fighter among these people. This guy looks so familiar. At the back of the angry rising crowd, a girl in Yenshan University's group had a somewhat hesitant expression on her face. Her line of sight constantly glanced at Wang Chun and the 2 little ones on his shoulders. What's wrong, Fang Yen? You know this cocky guy? Beside the girl, a taller boy asked with some curiosity at the sight of his companion. Lu Yunzhang. This guy seems to be the top scholar of our Far River province, Wang Duan. Upon hearing this, Fang Yen said with some hesitation, "Oh, Wang Duan? That giant royal beast master who contracted a giant dragon." Hearing her words, the anger on Lu Yunzhang's face disappeared, and his gaze was somewhat grave as he looked towards the figure that was registering. A provincial scholar and also having a divine beast-level dragon as a beast pet, even if the level was only 55, it was enough to attract attention. Right? After confirming a few more times, Fang Yen nodded. Ha! At this moment, another student amongst the Yenshan University team heard his companion's discussion and said with a disdainful sneer, "A province's top scholar, running to attend an exchange meeting? It seems that his reputation as a top scholar is also in vain. I'm afraid he's not doing well in Yanlong University. Zhu Jiangming, you'd better not underestimate him. To get the provincial first prize, he must have something to offer." Lu Yunzhang, who was on the side, couldn't help but remind his companion when he heard his words. Humph! Hearing his words, Zhu Jiangming snorted coldly. Far River Province ranks at the bottom of dozens of provinces in our Dragon Kingdom. The moisture in his province's top prize can be imagined. If we meet in the middle of the secret realm, I can easily eliminate this Wang dust. Zhu Jiangming shook his head in disdain. At those words, Fang Yan's face had a somewhat annoyed expression. The blow was too broad. She is also from Yuanjiang province. The first prize has water. She is not more water? However, despite the annoyance in her heart, Fang Yan's lips moved at this time, but she didn't dare to speak the retort out. Zhu Jiangming came from a powerful family. His rank reached 59, and his strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the freshmen of Yenshan University. She can't afford to mess with it. Once Wang Chun had registered his information, the universities participating in the exchange meeting all arrived, and the teacher from the host Qingqiu University began to announce the rules of this exchange meeting. For this exchange meeting, a point system ranking is adopted, and every wild monster you hunt and kill in the middle of the secret realm will accumulate corresponding points for you. After the secret realm closes, the top 10 among you in terms of the number of points will be rewarded accordingly. For the first place, you can even get a special reward prepared by our Qingqiu University. Standing in front of the crowd, the lead teacher of Qingqiu University said with a smile. As he spoke, he asked his accompanying colleagues to give each student present a jade token. Students, the wild mysteries are different from the copies of the mysteries you have entered before. This is actual combat. Danger is everywhere when you enter the wild mysteries, so don't let your guard down. You're up against more than just other competitors and wild monsters. The jade token has the function of breaking away from the secret realm. If you encounter a life and death crisis, please crush the jade token immediately. But note that the jade card will lose its qualification for the exchange ranking once it is pinched. After all the students had collected their jade tags, the teacher of Qingqiu University said with a serious expression on his face. As the words fell, an expression of disbelief appeared on the faces of the many students below. They didn't even take the reminder to heart. However, Wang Dust, who was playing with the jade cards, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the ordinary professionals gathered around him. With any disengagement prop, it takes time to use it. With that in mind, he stepped aside and waited when the rules were announced. Soon, a faint fluctuation of magic power appeared from the entrance of the secret realm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 103. Bingqing will never be a mount. Outside the city of Qingqiu, there was a sea of people. The moment, as a weak magic power fluctuation swept across the entire field, all eyes immediately fell on the entrance to the secret realm of the Black Fox country, only to see that the space at the entrance rippled in circles as the magical fluctuations appeared, as if the water had been thrown into a stone. Next, this ripple surged even more violently, and in the end, it formed a 3-meter diameter, constantly rotating spatial vortex. Through the spatial vortex, one could see that behind it, there was an unknown space. It's finally turned on. It's not in vain that I've waited here for 3 days. I hope I can find precious magical materials in the middle of the secret realm. I've heard that all the wild monsters in there have a pretty high burst rate, and I'm not greedy, as long as I can pop out a handful of silver-level equipment. When the spatial vortex appeared, the eyes of the crowd gathered outside the city went straight, and an excited expression appeared on each face. However, although the many ordinary occupiers couldn't wait to enter the secret realm, at this moment, none of them acted first, but instead set their sights on the area closest to the spatial vortex. There, teachers and students from several universities stood at attention. The secret realm is open. Everyone enter immediately. The teacher from the host Qingqiu University, seeing the space vortex appear, gave the order to enter. In an instant, the students participating in the exchange meeting, one by one, stepped into the middle of the spatial vortex in an orderly manner. Wang Dust, naturally, stepped among them along with the crowd. Buzz off, between the rotation of the sky and the earth, when Wang Chun once again set his feet on the ground, he had already arrived at another space. As far as the eye can see, the scenery is beautiful, the vegetation is luxuriant, the air is filled with freshness, and green trees and red flowers. The landscape. If it wasn't clear that this was a dangerous secret realm, anyone who saw it for the first time would think that it was a scenic landscape. It seems that it is randomized teleportation when entering the secret realm. While observing his surroundings, Wang Chun also realized that those students who entered at the same time as himself did not appear in the same place as himself, and there was no one present around him in his field of vision. However, Wang Chun was not much surprised by this. Every large secret realm had an inner space equivalent to a large city at the very least. A few thousand people can be considered a drop in the ocean in the middle of such a vast space. The chances of being able to bump into each other when you first enter are quite small unless you are congregating towards the center area. Master, let's go find the foxheart grass. It's so tiring to ooh-hoo and not communicate with this crispy guy every day. While Wang Chun was observing his surroundings, Bingqing waved her wings and flew around him, her small face filled with an expression of anticipation. Woo-hoo! On his shoulder, the nine-tailed sky fox, Crispy, did the same. Yes. Hearing the words of the two little guys, Wong Dust smiled and nodded, his vision looking far away and landing on a mountain peak in the middle of a forest in the extreme distance. According to the information he had heard from other professionals before, the final boss of the secret realm, the Black Fox leader, had his lair built on that mountain peak. Before entering the secret realm, Wang Chun had a perfect plan in his mind. Get the foxheart grass first to get Crisp into a new growth cycle, then hunt the wilds for points. After all, the current pasty level reached level 40, the limit of the first growth cycle, and there was no way to upgrade even if he gained more experience. At this distance, I'm afraid we'll have to walk for a long time if we just rely on our two legs to catch up. After eyeballing the distance between himself and the mountain peak, Wang Chun looked at Bing Qing with an expectant expression. Noticing her master's gaze, Bing Qing couldn't help but feel a bad feeling rise in her heart. Hoo hoo hoo. She waved her wings to keep herself away from her master, then eyed him warily. Master, what do you want? Good girl, let me ride. Looking at Bing Qing, Wang Duan rubbed his hands together and said expectantly. Ever since he had contracted the dragon of extreme cold, he had been looking forward to being a dragon rider. However, when he was in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, it was too dangerous to fly up into the sky, and he had never been able to find an opportunity. This time, Wang Duan felt like his dream was coming true. No! I'm only so small. Master, you have 1 foot bigger than me, you'll crush me. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Bing Qing's little head shook like a rattlesnake, and her 2 little paws were even protected in front of her body, very reluctant. How could the dragon of extreme cold, the honorable and incomparable ancestral divine beast, be ridden on by someone, even if it was its master? Seeing the little guy's look of resistance, Wang Dust touched his nose and a wry smile appeared on his face. Good boy. Did you enjoy the snacks you bought last time? Do you want some more? Looking at Bing Qing, he said compulsively. Yummy. Hearing his words, Bing Qing subconsciously nodded, feeling her mouth watering. No, master, it's useless for you to tempt me. Even if you buy me a bunch of snacks, there's no way I'm going to fly on your back. You're all abusive to young dragons. But as the dragon of extreme cold, Bing Qing was still very principled and swallowed to hold back the temptation of the food. See this space ring? However, in response to this, Wang Chun had already thought of a response, and he turned toward Bing Qing, shaking the space ring on his finger. I'll fill this space ring with snacks as soon as you fly me to that peak. Loaded. Hearing his master's words, little Ice Qing's face showed intent. That space ring was 5 cubic meters in size. If it was all filled up, wouldn't it be possible to swim in a pile of snacks? With this in mind, Bing Qing swung her wings and flew in front of Wang Chun. Master, let's pull the hook. You can't lie to me. Seeing the little guy with a wary look, Wang Dust let out a secret smile in his heart.
GRRRR.
You can guest star as a dragon rider later. Of course, I'm a man of honor. Wang Dust said sincerely, extending his finger to hook the little dragon claw. Then, let's go. With the agreement reached, Bing Qing hesitated for a moment, and with a wave of her wings, she was ready to turn on her battle status. But just then, whoosh, several violent wind-breaking sounds rang out, and 3 black shadows instantly surrounded Wang Chun. These were 3 human-standing, black-furred foxes that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. At this moment, they looked at Wang Chuan, a cruel look surging through their scarlet eyes, a look of seeing food. But after these 3 wild monsters surrounded Wang Duan, they did not attack at the first opportunity, but stood in place somewhat hesitantly. Their gazes, after sweeping over the 9-tailed heavenly fox Crisp on Wang Chuan's shoulder, flashed with doubt and scorn among their scarlet eyes. Even if they were just witless wild monsters, they felt that noble bloodline aura from the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Chapter 104 Wang Duan. It's too hard to be a dragon knight. Is this the wild monster in the middle of Black Fox country? It's a little different than I thought. Looking at the 3 hesitant wild monsters around him, Wang Dust's eyes were somewhat disappointed. He had thought that the wild monsters inside the secret realm would be the kind of vixens he had imagined. As it turned out, the foxes retained their original appearance, only enlarged many times over. With his heart lost, he casually threw out a scrying spell. Monster, Black Fox Warrior. Level, 45. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, charm. Type, general. Seeing the information about these 3 wild monsters, Wang Dust lost even more interest. At level 45, there was no difference between him and a straggler. "You're unlucky to run into me." With a movement of his feet, he rushed towards the 3 Black Fox warriors in a lightning-fast manner. Brush. In a flash of cold light, before the 3 hesitant Black Fox warriors could react, their heads shot straight up into the sky. At the same time, 3 points of light surged out from their corpses and disappeared into the jade plate that Wang Chun hung on his waist. In an instant, the numbers 1, 3, and 5 appeared on the blank jade plate. 135 points? It seems that the points are tied to the monster level. Glancing at the jade tablet, Wang Chun nodded silently. Then, he didn't clean up the battlefield either, and turned his gaze expectantly towards Bing Qing. A mere level 45 wild monster material was simply unappealing to him nowadays. Still, hurry up and be your own dragon rider. Humph! Noticing his master's line of sight, Bing Qing hummed a little embarrassedly before waving his wings and flying a little farther away. "I'm going to transform." As soon as the words fell, the little guy's figure expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-long, azure-colored beautiful creature appeared in the middle of the secret realm. "Hey, hey, hey!" Seeing Ice Qing manifest a fighting stance, Wang Chun didn't hesitate and jumped directly onto Ice Qing's back with Crispy in his arms. The 6-meter-long dragon's body had an extremely wide back, more than enough to sit him down alone. Is this what it feels like to ride a dragon? Sitting down at Bing Qing's neck, Wang Chun curiously touched the azure-colored scales, his heart filled with excitement. "Don't you move, master." Feeling itchy, Bing Qing embarrassingly twisted his neck. Fine, I won't move." Wang Dust realized that the little guy was a bit shy and put away his hands that were doing strange things. "Let's go." Reaching out and pointing toward the distant peaks, he shouted out in excitement. "Master, you sit tight." At those words, the little guy gave a reminder, and with a wave of his 2 powerful dragon wings, he instantly flew into the sky. Hoo. The gusts of wind that came to his face almost threw Wang Chun out. This little guy is definitely doing it on purpose. With that in mind, he hurriedly hugged Bing Qing's neck to stabilize his body. Outside, after all the students entered the secret realm, the teacher from Qingqiu University set up a screen in the open space and then greeted the others as they gathered together. "Well, for the next 3 days, let's stay here and wait for the final results to be revealed." This teacher smiled under his breath and greeted the staff to bring in tables and chairs. When everyone was seated, he turned on the screen. Buzz off. In an instant, a bright white light appeared on the screen, followed by the names of the students who participated in the exchange meeting when the light converged, floating on the screen. This time, there were a total of 6 universities participating in this exchange meeting, and the total number of students entering the secret realm of the Black Fox country was 50. As time passed, the names of these 50 students on the screen began to bounce up and down continuously. It may be noted that each time the names of these students rose or fell, it was accompanied by an increase in the number following their names. An hour later, 1. Yenshan University, Zhu Jiangming, no of points, 1060. 2. Qingqiu University, Wu Zixing, number of points, 980. 3. Ice Wind University, Liang Chengyong, number of points, 920. 4. Ningyuan University, Wu Xianwen, number of points, 850. Teacher Li, your student Zhu Jiangming from Yenshan University is good. It's only been an hour since the start, and his points have already broken 1,000. Among the several teachers who were chatting, the lead teacher of Qingqiu University glanced at the screen and said to one of the people beside him with a smile, "It's just starting now. Zhu Jiangming is just lucky. Maybe he just happened to run into a large number of wild monsters." Yenshan University's Mr. Li, a rough-looking middle-aged man, smiled and said, "Your Qingqiu University's Wu Zixing is also not bad. He has accumulated more than 900 points now, and will soon catch up. I heard that Wu Zixing is quite outstanding among the freshmen of your Qingqiu University this year. He is a special profession himself, and his level has even reached level 60, so I guess the first place in this exchange meeting is not his." Hearing his words, the teachers of Castle Peak University had smiles on their faces. Although he had the same thought in his mind, at this time, he still waved his hand in a hurry and said, "Dare not, dare not." This year, Yanlong University has sent a province's top student to participate in the exchange. and there are also strong players among the students from other universities. I'll be satisfied if he can get the top 10. As the Green Mountain University teacher's words fell, the eyes of the few surrounding teachers with smiling faces became slightly annoyed. What exactly does Yanlong University mean? Sending just one person to participate in an exchange meeting is something that has never happened before. Mr. Lee from Yenshan University frowned at the lone name of Yanlong University on the screen, his tone somewhat puzzled. So who knows, maybe they lost the #1 spot in the academy rankings last year and now they're giving up on themselves. On the side, the teacher from Ningyuan University sniffed and said, "A provincial scholar, he's been in the secret realm for an hour, and he's only just gained 135 points, at the bottom of the list amongst everyone else. At this level, I'm afraid that not only will Yanlong University not be able to reclaim the #1 spot this year, but it might even fall further down the rankings." Hearing his words, the few teachers around him looked at the somewhat eye-catching name at the bottom of the screen, their eyes somewhat playful. Even though this was only an exchange meeting, if they could overpower Yanlong University among the rankings, it would be an extremely honorable thing to do. And at the same time, in the secret realm of the Black Fox country. Hoo. A behemoth landed on top of the mountain peak in the center of the secret realm with a violent wind sound. "Bing Qing, you're flying too fast. Don't you know that it's cold in the sky?" Wang Dust jumped off Bing Qing's back and rubbed his hands together somewhat grumblingly. God see the pity. He had always thought that being a dragon knight was an imposing thing, but it turned out that Bing Qing had vividly taught him a lesson today. Sitting on the dragon's back not only pinched his butt, but the cold wind brought up by the rapid flight was a bit too much even for him, a second-turned professional. Chapter 105, The Devil's Muscle Fox. At the top of the mountain peaks of the Black Fox's country's secret realm was an extremely wide flat area that was the size of a soccer field. At the very center of the flatlands loomed a palace built of rock and guarded by a single tall wild monster. When Wang Chun and Bing Qing landed on the top of the mountain, the arrival of the 3 uninvited guests instantly attracted the attention of the wild monsters outside the palace. Roar! A mournful roar rang out, and 10 black foxes that were 3 meters tall and the size of a doormat waved their weapons and surrounded them from all sides. Seeing these wild monsters appear, Wang Chun gave up his intention to teach Bing Qing a lesson and turned his head towards those wild monsters. "It's ugly." At the first sight he couldn't help but skim. Those black fox warriors that he saw the first time he entered the secret realm were barely fox-like. These, the living devil's muscle foxes. It seems that the idea of running into a vixen in the middle of the Black Fox country is going to fall through. With this in mind, Wang Chuan threw a scrying spell at the wild monsters that surrounded him and quickly grasped their information. Monster, Black Fox Guard. Level, 60. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, charm. Type, general. Seeing the information about these Black Fox guards, Wang Dust nodded in satisfaction. A level 60 wild monster, it was not in vain that he had suffered the cold wind all the way to the peak. "You two don't snatch from me. Let Master Me move my arms and legs first." Without waiting for these Black Fox guards to attack, Wang Dust instructed the 2 little ones and took a step to instantly charge towards the Black Fox guards. Instant sword. In an instant, his entire body shot out as if he were a cannonball, and he arrived directly in front of a Black Fox guard. Roar! With the extremely fast speed, the huge-sized Black Fox guard didn't react at all and only had time to let out a roar. Next, swish! With a flash of cold light, the serrated long sword then directly chopped off its head. One hit. After killing one of the Black Fox guards, Wang Chuan did not stop for a moment, pointing his toes on the ground and continuing to rush towards the other Black Fox guards. Instant sword, 2 strikes. Wind blade jutsu. 2 skills came out in a row, and in just the blink of an eye, all 10 Black Fox guards died under Wang Dust's furious attacks. Master is great. Seeing this scene, Bing Qing, who was watching the battle from afar, very actively gave out praise. However, looking at the excitement that kept flashing in her eyes, it was clear that she couldn't wait to join the battle. "Be a good cheerleader for me." Wang Dust was not the least bit pleased by the praise, and his eyes glared at Bing Qing with a vicious look. This little guy was going to make a move, and his own intentions of trying to move his arms and legs today were going to be in vain. "Okay." Hearing his words, Bing Qing pretended to be lost and skimmed her head, but her eyes were secretly staring at a short distance away. At this point, the Black Fox guards guarding the outside of the palace After realizing that their companions had been easily disposed of, a tyrannical look surged out of their scarlet eyes. Ho 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 ho! A brutal roar rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so black fox guards came running wildly. They were extremely fast, stamping out a drum-like sound on the ground between their runs with great vigor. However, seeing this scene, Wang Chun did not have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. At this moment, he took a step back, his sawtooth long sword held diagonally in his hand, and raging magic power began to surge through his body. In the next second, he swung his sawtooth long sword and chopped out in front of him. Whoosh! From the blade of the sawtooth long sword, a 3-meter-long, incomparably solid giant gas blade shot out. Round moon chop! In an instant, the giant air blade collided with the charging black fox guards. Bang! Rip! The incomparably sharp giant air blade directly cut off the bodies of the 3 black fox guards at the front, and then the aftermath fell on the several at the back. Bang! Amidst the violent collision sound, these few black fox guards that were hit by the giant air blades were like being hit by a siege hammer as their bodies involuntarily flew backwards. Still in mid-air, blood continued to spurt out of their mouths, and the parts that were hit by the giant air blades were even more obviously dented, and it looked like they would not survive. Not bad for an A-rank skill. Kill 60 level 60 wild monsters in one hit. Seeing the power of the round moon slash, Wang Chun nodded with satisfaction. Then without hesitation, he took a step and rushed towards the remaining black fox guards once again. Soon, under his crazy slaughter, the black fox guards at the top of the mountain peak did not have a single enemy, and they were all turned into experience value that he laughed away. Phew! After it was done, Wang Chuan shook off the blood from the serrated longsword and let out a long breath, only feeling refreshed. The body that had been stiffened by the cold wind a moment ago was now without the slightest delay. Let's go, we'll take care of the Black Fox leader next, and we'll be halfway to accomplishing the goal of coming here. After greeting Bing Ching and Crispy, he took a step towards the palace. But at this point, Master, look! Bing Ching greeted excitedly, offering his huge dragon claws as if he were a treasure. At those words, Wang Dust stopped in his tracks in confusion. Twisting his head to look, he couldn't help but stare when he saw what was on the claws of the ice-clearing dragon. On the dragon's claws, it held a small, delicate box that emitted a bronze luster. Bronze treasure chest? Seeing this, Wang Dust couldn't help but be a little surprised, not expecting to ship out this time. It's worthy of being a wild secret realm. The chances of popping out treasure chests really aren't comparable to those outside. With that in mind, he took the treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. In an instant, the treasure chest disappeared as a point of light, and a ball of light hovered alone in front of him. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, one only opens the treasure chest for a guaranteed haul. Surprisingly, only one was opened. Master, you have no one else's luck. On the side, little Ice Ching said in disgust, frantically filling in on her master. Upon hearing this, Wang Dust rolled his eyes in dismay and tore open an appraisal scroll and aimed it at the light mass. Equipment: Black Fox Boots. Type: Defense. Grade: Bronze. Level limit: 60. Attribute: Agility plus 30. Enchanted effect: Increases movement speed by 5%. Rubbish. Seeing the attributes of this piece of equipment, Wang Dust glanced at his mouth in disdain. The increased attributes of the dang level 60 equipment were not as high as the level 20 silver equipment he had eliminated before. I'll just have to keep it and sell it on the trading floor for scrap metal. Go! Casually putting away the Black Fox's boots, he greeted Bing Ching and Crispy and took a step towards the palace in the center of the mountaintop. Soon, without the Black Fox guards to stop him, Wang Chun arrived directly outside the palace's main door. Looking at the gate of the palace, which was 7 or 8 meters tall, he kicked it open without hesitation. Chapter 106: Battle against the Black Fox Leader. Bang! The palace gates opened. Wang Dust brought Bing Ching and Crispy and stepped inside. At this moment, inside the giant palace, an oil lamp hanging on the wall, as the uninvited guest stepped in, the fire flames skyrocketed, making the light inside the palace become incomparably bright. Ho ho ho! The moment he entered the palace, Wang Chun heard a hiss of suppressed anger in his ears. 8 even larger devil muscle foxes with unkind eyes came up from the surroundings. The size of these guys was more than a circle larger than their counterparts outside the palace, their bodies bulging with muscles, even when compared to the Minotaur warriors. Monster, Black Fox Guard. Level, 70. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, power increase. Type, general. However, after skimming the information of these Black Fox prohibited guards using the scrying technique, Wang Chuan directly swept his eyes away from them. Just 10 levels stronger than the Black Fox guards. These guys weren't strong enough. His gaze landed on the most central part of the palace, sitting on a stone chair, a figure filled with a sense of oppression. This was a behemoth that was a full 6 meters tall, and its size was no different compared to Bing Qing, who had turned on her battle state. The looks were the same as the Black Fox forbidden guards, but more hideous. The outturned fangs were half a meter long, with the tips flashing sharp and cold, and a pair of scarlet eyes that seemed to be the size of a millstone constantly flashed with a cruel and tyrannical red light. Moreover, beside the stone chair, there was a huge nail-head hammer, and the grip of this nail-head hammer alone was thicker than Wang Chen's waist. Black Fox Chief. Without hesitation, at the first sight of the Black Fox Chief, Wang Chuan directly released his scrying technique. Monster, Black Fox Chief. Level, 80. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, strength increase, heavy hammer dance, mental charm. Type, chief. Taking the Black Fox Chief's message in his eyes, Wang Dust nodded with satisfaction. As expected of an alpha wild monster, it was quite strong. Today, you can have a good fight. With that in mind, the blade of the sawtooth longsword in his hand pointed straight at the Black Fox leader in front of him. Roar! Damn humans! How dare you disturb my rest? The crime deserves death. Looking at the tiny human in front of him, aiming his weapon at himself, the Black Fox Chief let out a brutal hiss and a ferocious light soared among his scarlet eyes. The violent sound shook the entire palace, causing an unknown amount of dust to fall. Hearing the Black Fox Chief spit out human words, Wang Dust did not have any surprises. Apart from the low-level monsters, the higher the level of the monsters, the higher the intelligence, and even those strong monsters, the intelligence was comparable to that of human beings. As an 80-level leader, it was completely normal for the Black Fox leader to be able to speak. Loud is a big deal? Before he could say anything, Bing Qing on the side heard the Black Fox Chief's growl at this time, and was instantly annoyed, directly opening the combat state and squeezing him to the side. Anon! A high dragon's roar resounded in the palace, and the violent waves of sound instantly enveloped the Black Fox Chiefs and Black Fox guards present. In an instant, the pupils of the Black Fox leader with a ferocious light in his eyes couldn't help but shrink, inexplicably feeling fear in his heart. A sense of oppression from the top of the food chain made it seem as if its body was shackled at the moment, and its strength weakened quite a bit compared to usual. Roar! Damn big lizards! I'm going to roast you! In the next second, the Black Fox Chief, who felt insulted, directly stood up from his seat, carrying the huge nail-head hammer next to him, and let out a crazy roar. Icy cold to the extreme killing intent was instantly locked onto Bing Qing's body. Asshole! How dare you call me a big lizard? You're dead! Locked by this icy killing intent, Bing Qing did not have the slightest fear. Instead, a monstrous rage surged amongst the gem-like vertical pupils. Bang! Bing Qing's thick hind limbs stomped heavily on the ground, and his ponderous body transformed into azure-colored residual shadows as he rushed towards the Black Fox Chief. She, for one, was going to tear the scumbag who dared to provoke the dragon of extreme cold into pieces. Ah! Seeing this scene, Wang Chun shook his head helplessly. Nice guy. The Black Fox Chief is really brave. It's not good to provoke anyone, but to provoke Bing Qing. It seems that there is no need for me to make a move. Muttering under his breath, Wang Dust took a second of silence for the Black Fox Chief, then turned his head to look at the 8 Black Fox forbidden guards in the palace. I didn't get any of the big ones, and it was excellent to hit a few of the smaller ones. With that in mind, he flashed a nuclear goodness smile at the Black Fox guards. However, the Black Fox forbidden guards, didn't take care of him at all at this time. Their sights were dead on, suddenly appearing in front of a 9-tailed white fox. One by one, the peach-pink color flushed up among their bright red eyes. Ho ho ho! In the next second, the guys didn't hesitate to swing their weapons at their companions. Seeing this scene, the expression on Wang Chen's face froze. Good lord! You guys are not going to leave any of them for me? He looked at Crisp, who was in the middle of the Black Fox's forbidden guards, and couldn't help but grumble under his breath. Woo-hoo! Hearing his words, the nine-tailed sky fox Crispy twisted her head and wagged her tail in a smug manner, as if to say, "You've left all the wildlife outside. These inside are all ours." Noticing the emotions transmitted from the middle of the contract, Wang Dust rubbed his nose in chagrin. "If I had known, I would have made the first move." With this in mind, he had nothing better to do, and silently stepped aside and began to watch the battle. In the meantime, knock! Seeing Bing Qing charging in, the Black Fox chief pulsed his two thick legs to meet him without hesitation. Whoosh! It swung the nailed hammer in its hand and heaved it at the creature that dared to provoke its majesty. Buzz off! Berserk fluctuations of magic power surged, and as the Black Fox leader's nailhead hammer fell, the huge nailhead hammer split into two and two into four, for attacks that seemed like substance smashed into Bing Qing with a violent whistling sound. Heavy hammers flailing about. In order to wash away his humiliation, the Black Fox chief did not hesitate to use the skill at this moment. Boom! In the next second, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in the middle of the palace, and the violent air waves spread in all directions, blowing everything in contact to the east and west.
嘎嘎嘎！该死的大蜥蜴，被我砸成肉饼了吧？
After the attack, the Black Fox chief let out a wild laugh, his ugly face filled with excitement. However, anon! In the next second, as the high keening sound rang out, the expression on its face directly transformed into disbelief, only to see that as the rolling smoke dispersed, Bing Qing's azure-colored dragon body appeared unharmed in front of its eyes. The heavy hammer chaos skill did not cause any damage to Ice Clear, and could not even leave a mark on its body surface. How is this possible? Chapter 107. Can't wait for Crispy. How is that possible? The Black Fox chief was filled with disbelief. Under its heavy hammer flurry skill, a creature that was only level 50 was unharmed. This seemed to it like a pipe dream. GGG. Stupid mole cricket. You have no idea what kind of existence you're facing. Today, let me show you what power is. Bing Qing's azure-colored dragon pupils locked onto the Black Fox leader, and a strange laugh escaped his mouth. I don't know where the little guy picked up this villainous look. As the words fell, her huge dragon claws lashed out, and the grabbed nailhead hammer was directly snatched from the Black Fox chief's hands. This, with his hands empty, the shock on the Black Fox chief's face intensified. How could it not have imagined that in just one head-to-head encounter, its own weapon would be seized by the creature on the opposite side of the room? However, before it could think much, Bing Qing grabbed the nailhead hammer and directly opened the dragon's mouth. Buzz off! Berserk Ice attribute magic power converged, and in an instant, a ball of azure-colored energy was formed in her mouth. In the next second, the azure-colored energy ball was spat out by Bing Qing in one gulp. The moment, feeling the terrifying power fluctuations in the energy ball, fear surged amongst the scarlet eyes of the Black Fox chief. Being hit by this energy ball would definitely result in serious injuries. A flash of realization surfaced in his heart. The Black Fox chief did not hesitate to move his thick legs and dodge to the side. However, it completely underestimated the speed of the energy ball's flight. Whoosh! In the violent sound of breaking wind, the Black Fox leader's footsteps had just moved when the energy ball hit its body heavily. Boom! The energy ball instantly exploded. The azure-colored energy continuously flickered on the Black Fox leader's body, exploding the thick fur of the Black Fox leader into a bloody mess. Moreover, at the same time, the extreme coldness caused the Black Fox chief's body surface to be wrapped in a thick layer of ice. Opposite. After the extreme cold spitting breath, Bing Qing did not hesitate for a second and immediately took a step to rush towards the Black Fox leader once again. Brush! The hideous dragon's claws swung, and the snatched spike hammer was swung high, and in the next second, it heavily smashed into the Black Fox leader's body. Bang! In a dull collision sound, the nailhead hammer smashed the Black Fox leader's head without any surprise, and incidentally smashed half of the Black Fox leader's body into pieces as well. Che mole. This is what you get for provoking the great extreme cold dragon. Casually throwing away the nail hammer, Bing Qing held his dragon's head in an unbeatable manner. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Wang Chun could not help but sigh. This little guy, it seems, has been poisoned by the TV show. You can get away with it, but what are you doing throwing away your trophies? Walking aside to pick up the nail hammer, he kicked Bing Qing's thighs, which were taller than his entire body, without any good grace. Master, I'm good, right? In the next second, Bing Qing, who maintained a condescending expression, broke in a second, and her huge head directly rubbed against Wang Chan. Awesome, awesome. Wang Dust, who had been arched backwards, hurriedly let Bing Qing return to his usual state, dispelling this little guy's urge to take another lick. After all, he didn't want to take a shower right now. Humph. Mouthful. Noticing Wang Chen's perfunctory behavior, the little guy disgruntledly disengaged himself from the battle and waved his wings to go to Crispy's place to watch the battle. At this point, the Black Fox Forbidden Guards who were charmed killed each other extremely gruesomely, and soon they all died together. When all the wild monsters died, fluctuations of upgrades flashed up on Wang Duan and Bing Qing's bodies. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 56. Talents, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Appraisal Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade Technique C, Bloodthirsty Berserking B, Beast Pet Increase Technique B, Circular Moonchop A, Lightning Steps A, and Stored Power Strike A. Power, 880 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 950 plus 100 points. Physique, 880 plus 450 points. Agility, 890 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 290. Beast Pet, Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, 1 month juvenile. Level, 51. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2700, Wisdom 2700, Physique 2700, Agility 2700. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills, Frost Body SSS, Extreme Cold Breath SSS, Ice Inferno SSS, Dragon Might SSS, Frost Fury SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. After taking a look at the current attributes, Wang Dust took the 2 little ones and began to scavenge amongst the palace. Soon, they then found 2 plants that shimmered with a mysterious luster at the back of the Black Fox leader's huge chair. Foxglove. Woo-hoo! Seeing the foxheart grass, Crispy chirped with excitement, a pair of adorable eyes staring excitedly at Wang Dust. Just now, Master and Sister Bing Qing upgraded, which made her envious. Okay, hurry up and eat it. Seeing this look of impatience on the little one's face, Wang Chun smiled and rubbed her head. Then he plucked off the foxheart grass and took out the other advancement aid materials and placed them on the ground. Woo-hoo! Upon hearing this, Crispy wagged his tail happily and directly jumped into the midst of the materials on the ground, his 2 little paws opening left and right, stuffing the materials into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the materials for advancement on the ground were swept away by her. After eating the materials for advancement, Crispy swayed dizzily and slumped right down to the ground, arcane fluctuations rising from her body. At the same time, a dazzling pink light lit up from the surface of Crispy's body, wrapping her completely in it and turning her into a pink ball of light. Bing Qing, you stay here and watch your sister advance. After taking a look and knowing that Crispy had already begun to undergo evolution, Wang Dust had Bing Qing stand guard and turned around to clean up the battlefield in the middle of the palace. The materials on a level 70 wild monster could not be ignored even with his current stature. And the materials on the Black Fox Chieftain as an 80th level chieftain rank wild monster were of even greater value. Soon, after harvesting the materials from the Black Fox Prohibitor, Wang Dust came to the side of the Black Fox Chief's corpse. At this point, the broken body of the Black Fox Chief was dissipating into points of light little by little. With the Secret Realm's ultra-high burst rate and its own alpha wild monsters bonus, these points of light that emerged, little by little, converged in mid-air. Eventually, it coalesced into a golden treasure chest that emitted a magnificent luster. Shipped! When the golden treasure chest completely solidified, Wang Dust rubbed his hands together and touched towards the treasure chest. Chapter 108, Successful Advancement. In the Palace of the Black Fox Chief. As Wang Chan opened the golden treasure chest, 3 rays of light leapt out from it and lined up side by side in front of him. 3. Looks like I'm in luck. Seeing this scene, Wang Chun could not help but have a smile on his face. Compared to the items that could be opened amongst the golden treasure chests, this luck of pulling a full stop straight away made him feel happier. Let's see what goodies opened up. Without hesitation, he directly tore open the prepared appraisal scroll in his hand. Brush. The light flashed, and the information of the 3 items surfaced in front of him. Equipment: Black Fox Armor. Type: Defense. Grade: Gold. Level limit: 80. Attributes: Strength plus 150, Physique plus 150. Enchanted effects: Each time you take an attack, reduce damage by 10% and increase abnormal resistance by 10%. 2. Increase the power of all your own skills by 5%. Equipment: Black Fox Belt. Type: Defense. Grade: Gold. Level limit: 80. Attributes: Strength plus 100, Physique plus 100, Agility plus 50. Enchanted special effect: Increases strike speed by 10%, comes with 5 cubic meters of storage space. Equipment: Black Fox Gaiters. Type: Defense. Grade: Gold. Level limit: 80. Attributes: Strength plus 100, Agility plus 150. Enchanted effect: Increases movement speed by 10% and reduces damage taken when falling from a height by 10%. 3 pieces of gold level equipment paired together happen to be the gold set called the Black Fox set. 3 pieces of equipment worn at the same time can additionally provide the wearer of the equipment, reducing damage by 10% and increasing strength by 10%. Sloppy. After looking at the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment, Wang Dust rubbed his nose, somewhat dissatisfied. It felt like the Black Fox Chief was a little too out of line. Anyways, it was also the highest level boss that he had killed nowadays. As a result, only 3 pieces of gold level equipment were popped out, and even if it was a set, it fell short of his previous expectations. Moreover, the 80 level wearing condition made him only be able to look at the ocean at this time. It seems that it can only be taken to the trading house to be sold. With that in mind, Wang Chun waved his hand and received the 3 pieces of gold level equipment into his spatial ring. The last time he went to the trading house, he had dealt with some inventory and had a rough idea of the current selling price of equipment. An 80 level gold suit could be sold for almost 200 million gold coins in the trading house, and could make his deflated wallet bulge a little more. After storing these 3 pieces of equipment, Wang Dust turned around and yanked the Black Fox leader's huge spike hammer over. As the weapon of an 80 level leader boss, this was the most important thing he had gained from this battle. Swish! As the light of the appraisal scroll fell, the attribute information of this equipment appeared before his eyes. Equipment: Blood-stained spike hammer. Type: Weapon. Grade: Platinum. Level limit: 80. Attributes: Strength plus 300, Physique plus 200. Enchanted effects: 1. Increase attack power by 20%. 2. Crushing effect. When equipped with this weapon, it will activate the crushing effect when facing an enemy less powerful than yourself. 2. Special effect crushing. When equipped with this weapon, when facing an enemy whose strength is not as strong as your own, the crushing effect will be activated, increasing your strength by an additional 20% during battle. Seeing the attribute information of this weapon, Wang Chen's face revealed a touch of satisfaction. Although the bloodstained spiked hammer had the same level restriction flaw as the previous Black Fox 3-piece set, its own platinum grade and 2 enchantment effects increased its value tremendously. This piece of equipment alone was worth at least 300 million gold coins. Not bad, a boss fight with 500 million gold coins in hand. Maybe, during the 3 days in the secret realm of the Black Fox's country, I can make up for all the losses I made when I purchased the beast pets before. With excitement in his heart, Wang Chun turned his head to look behind the stone chair. At this moment, a marvelous power fluctuation slowly surged, and a brilliant light percolated the entire palace pink. Crispy's promotion is coming to an end. Seeing this scene, his heart was delighted, and he hurriedly took a step to the back of the stone chair and waited quietly with Bing Qing. At this moment, under his gaze, the blooming pink-colored light mass was beating like a heart. With every beat, mysterious inscriptions emerged from it, and then a little bit of it disappeared into the depths of the light mass. Even though there was a contractual connection between Wang Chun and the nine-tailed sky fox, and even though his wisdom attribute was now approaching the 1,000-point mark, he could not help but feel lustful in his heart when his eyes fell on this mysterious inscription. It only felt that before his eyes, there were countless pretty figures floating around, and his hands and feet were waving in a way that took his heart. This little guy, I'm afraid that the newly awakened natural skill is again about the charm aspect. Wang Chun hastily moved his gaze away and silently speculated in his heart. Soon, when he felt the light in the palace dim, the nine-tailed sky fox's advancement entered its end. The pink light tightened a little and disappeared into one of the luscious little ones. Brush. When the light completely dissipated, a small figure jumped directly into his arms. Master, master, listen. I can talk too. In the next second, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in Wang Chen's ears. Lowering his head, he then met with a pair of magnificent pink eyes. The nine-tailed sky fox, Crispy, was writhing in his arms with a face of excitement. Compared to before, Crispy had grown a few sizes. If it was the size of a palm before, it's probably grown another 2 knuckles taller now. The looks were exquisite and absolutely beautiful. The country's color was heavenly, and that petite and delicate body became even more full of charm. However, after carefully checking it out, Wang Chun rubbed his nose and moved his eyes away. It's too hot. It's a little hot. Crispy. Hurry up and change back to what you were before. He instructed the little guy and silently checked the brand new attribute information of the nine-tailed sky fox after its promotion. Beast pet. Nine-tailed fox. Nickname. Crispy. Sex. Female. Age. Under 1 month adolescence. Level 40. Rank. Ancestral divine beast. Talent. Infinite growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2000, wisdom 2700, physique 2000, agility 2100. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills. Body of delusion SSS. Crimson eyes SSS. Charming beings SSS. 9 tails of destruction SSS. Seal of enslavement SSS. Loyalty 100. Equipment none. Introduction omitted. The 4-dimensional attributes are unchanged from before the advancement. But from now on, the barrier restricting Crispy's upgrades had been lifted, and the little guy could happily boost his strength again. Wang Dust's line of sight swept past the attribute information and landed directly on the skill bar, above the newly appeared talent skill. Chapter 109. This skill seems to be immodest. Palace. As Wang Chun landed his thoughts on Crispy's skill bar, a subtle message surfaced in his mind. Seal of enslavement SSS. Active skill, charm skill after the launch of the skill, can be in any wisdom attribute lower than the nine-tailed fox creature soul. Implanted a seal of enslavement, was implanted in the seal of enslavement of the creatures. Everything will be subject to the control of the nine-tailed fox. The seal of enslavement cannot be resisted during the existence of the seal of enslavement, until the death of the nine-tailed fox or lifting the seal of enslavement. Remarks. During the current growth stage, creatures controlled by nine-tailed fox using seal of enslavement are 0-2. Hiss. Seeing Crispy's newly awakened natural skill, Wang Dust couldn't help but suck in a breath. Any creature with an intelligence attribute lower than that of the nine-tailed sky fox will be controlled by the seal of enslavement without any limitations. It's too bossy. With Crispy's wisdom attribute of up to 2,700 points, I'm afraid that an ordinary third-turn professional wouldn't be able to resist the seal of enslavement at all. This meant that he could have 2 third-turned hitmen who were completely under his control and were loyal and unafraid of life and death at any time. The little guy is getting scary. Holding Crispy, who had returned to her usual state, in his arms, Wang Dust stroked her head with some emotion in his heart, and also secretly warned himself that this skill should not be shown easily. This was only because he was a decent person. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that a professional below the third turn would be played out. Master, master, what are you thinking? Letting out a purr from being stroked, Crispy rubbed against Wang Dust's palm and asked curiously. It's fine, in the future. This seal of enslavement skill, you can't use it indiscriminately without my permission. Wang Dust met the little one's pink eyes and admonished in a grave tone. Yes, master. Hearing his words, Crispy was unsure, but nodded obediently. Master, shouldn't we go bully the wild monsters? Just then, little Bingqing squeezed into the embrace and asked excitedly with a warlike look on her face. Aha! Upon hearing this, Wang Chun nodded. Now that we've taken care of Crispy's promotion, it's time to move on to the exchange. There's still more than 2 days left. Let's strive to sweep the Black Fox Country's secret realm. Patting the two little ones on the head, Wang Chun took a step toward the outside of the palace. At this moment, he took the time to check the jade plate hanging on his body, and the number of points on it currently came to 500. It didn't take much thought to realize that he was definitely at the bottom of all the students participating in the exchange right now. Jrrr! The hunt hour has begun. Walking out of the palace, the excited Bing Qing didn't wait for orders, and after giving a strange laugh, he directly turned on the battle state, carrying Wang Chun and Crispy as they flew rapidly toward the bottom of the mountain. At this point, in the middle of the secret realm of the Black Fox Country, the students who participated in the exchange meeting were like locusts moving through the countryside, killing every wild monster they saw. The students who were able to participate in the exchange meeting, although they weren't the top freshmen of their respective universities, each one of them also came from a not-so-ordinary background, and the deadly wild monster material was not even on their radar. Many of the ordinary professionals who entered the secret realm hung behind these students from afar, helping them cut the materials of those wild monsters. For a while, in the middle of the secret realm, ordinary professionals and these students who participated in the exchange meeting formed a bizarre yet harmonious picture. The moment, bang, bang, bang. There seems to be movement up ahead. Somewhere in the middle of the jungle, 3 ordinary professionals who were traveling together were walking vigilantly in the middle of the jungle. Just then, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and realized that there was magic power constantly fluctuating in the middle of the jungle a few dozen meters away. Looks like those students ran into the wildlife again. Among the 3, a middle-aged man with a thin figure squinted his eyes at this moment, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. Let's go over there? Eyes locked with his companions, he offered cautiously. After entering the secret realm, they had already encountered this situation several times, earning a lot of extra money in the process. Good. Upon hearing this, the other 2 nodded and took a step, carefully walking in the direction from which the fluctuations came. Although the strength of the 3 of them had all reached level 60, they were still very cautious on their way forward at this time. Danger was everywhere in the secret realm, and this danger was not only in the wild monsters, but also in the other professionals who entered. Soon, a distance of a few dozen meters was then crossed by the 3 of them, and they arrived at the area where the magic power fluctuation appeared. As previously guessed, the 2 sides of the battle were none other than those high school students and wild monsters. However, the situation is not like what they have encountered before, when college students hack and slash their way through wildlife, but 2 students wearing Yenshan University uniforms were barely able to hold on under the attack of a 6-meter-tall mammoth. The behemoth was somewhat similar to the Black Fox warrior that Wang Chuan had encountered when he had just entered the secret realm, but it was much larger and had a more violent aura. It's a level 75 wild monster, an elite Black Fox warrior. I'm afraid these 2 students are in trouble. Should we do something? Looking at the battle in the distance, a flash of disappointment appeared on the skinny middle-aged man's face, followed by him asking his 2 companions. Hearing his words, one of the people on the side had a somewhat hesitant expression, but immediately afterward he shook his head. Wait a minute. Those students have means prepared by the school on them. They can't beat them and still be able to leave the secret realm gracefully. Let's go up there. If there's a slip-up, it'll be a problem. He shook his head as he spoke, a slightly odd expression on his face. That's right. Hearing his words, the other man nodded in agreement. It's better to wait for them to lose both of them, so we can just pick up the slack. Besides, I've long been tired of seeing these high school students with no one in sight, and saving them I'm not so kind. As he spoke, the man let out a cold snort, and his feet had already begun to fall backward. A level 75 elite wild monster, combined with the strength of the 3 of them, it would take a lot of effort to kill it, and maybe someone would get injured wasting precious healing potions. He wasn't going to do this kind of money-losing business. Hearing his words, the skinny middle-aged man and the other man followed suit and stepped backward. Bang! At this point, the battle between the 2 high school students and the elite Black Fox warriors had reached a white-hot stage. Ho 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 ho! The elite Black Fox warrior let out a berserk roar, and the wooden stick in his hand that was as thick as a normal person's waist swept out. Bang bang! 2 dull collision sounds rang out, and the 2 college students surrounding it were directly sent flying. When people were in mid-air, blood was already spilling from the corners of their mouths, and after they landed, they were even more unsteady on their feet. Seeing this scene, the thin middle-aged trio retreated even farther. However, as soon as they moved on their side, they suddenly felt a biting, killing intent lock onto them. The elite black fox warrior, Scarlet Eyes, looked over. Chapter 110. It's time for you to feel the social evil. Damn it! How did this guy's hate fall on us? In the forest, the thin, middle-aged trio found themselves and others locked down by the elite black fox warriors. There was a dead look on his face. It's too grassy. Just watching the fun. How did it get the attention of the elite black fox warriors? The three of them wailed in their hearts and moved their feet to quickly leave the area. They were going to pick up the slack. They weren't going to let anyone else pick up their slack. However, roar. As soon as the three of them moved their feet, brutal roars suddenly rang out. The elite black fox warrior directly abandoned the two students who had fallen to the ground and took a step towards the trio. At this moment, with its 75-level strength, the distance between the two sides was quickly closed. Almost the next second, he arrived in front of the trio. Phew! The weapon in his hand slammed down heavily with an ear-splitting wind-breaking sound. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind and the sickening fishy odor, all three groups couldn't help but show bitterness on their faces. What a day! Without hesitation, the three of them hurriedly dodged toward the surroundings in a wretched manner. Bang! The elite black fox warrior's weapon landed heavily on the original spot where they stood, and the violent force directly smashed out a large pit. Ho ho ho! As the blow fell short, the elite black fox warrior roared, his scarlet eyes locking onto the skinny middle-aged man of the trio. Knock knock! With dull footsteps, the elite black fox warrior approached once again carrying a furious killing intent. Whoosh! The weapon in his hand slammed down, about to smash the skinny middle-aged man into a meat cake. Grass! Seeing that he had become the target of the elite black fox warrior, the skinny middle-aged man cursed in his heart. Then, with a stony face, he swung out his weapon and tried his best to block the blow. Bang! A violent crash sounded, and the skinny middle-aged man felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. The berserk force directly knocked away his weapon, then landed heavily on his body, sending him flying. Eft! The person was still in mid-air. The skinny middle-aged man involuntarily sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew out more than 10 meters before tumbling down to the ground. Do it together or we all die today. Staggering to his feet, the skinny middle-aged man greeted his two companions in a loud voice. Hearing his words, the other two looked at each other and clenched their teeth and swung their weapons to meet the elite black fox warrior. As the companions had said, the three of them together could still handle the elite black fox warrior right now. If there was attrition, the remaining people would be even less of a match for this level 75 wild monster. Damn! I'll never get together again. For a while, the three of them cursed their greed in their hearts while using all their strength to tangle with the elite black fox warriors. In the secret land of the Black Fox, after Wong Dust took care of Crispy's promotion, he rushed into the middle of the forest with the two little ones to make a big kill. The number of wild monsters that died at his hands in a few hours was in the hundreds. Regardless of whether it was ordinary wild monsters of level 40 or 50, or those elites of level 70 or above, he all came and went. The efficient killing had caused the points on his Jade card at this point to grow by the minute, and had broken through 5,000 by now. And on top of that, he had found quite a few valuable magical materials in the middle of the forest. Although these magical materials, all of which were ranked at C or D, were not worth much individually, the gains they could bring when added together were quite substantial. But as more and more wild monsters died in his hands, next, the frequency of his wild monster encounters started to decrease a little bit, and the level of the wild monsters that he encountered also became lower and lower. The moment, trouble! The wild monsters around the mountain peaks seemed to have been killed off by me. After loading a C-class magic material into his spatial ring, Wang Chun shook his head somewhat helplessly. He felt that he was afraid that his idea of making up for what he had spent when he purchased the beast pet in the Black Fox's country secret realm would be in vain. The location he was in at the moment could basically be said to be the center of the secret realm, with the quality and quantity of wild monsters being the highest. It's so hard to fight monsters here now, and if we expand the range, I'm afraid that the wild monsters we encounter will be even more difficult to fight. Forget it. A mosquito leg is also meat, and a gain is better than no gain. Shaking his head, Wong Dust gathered his emotions, and then prepared to continue searching for wild monsters with the two little ones. Yet just then, bang, 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 roar! There was a sudden crash in the distance, interspersed with the sound of wild monsters roaring. Looks like it's going to pay off again. Wang Dust raised an eyebrow and greeted Bing Qing and Crispy as he quickly rushed in the direction the sound came from. This place was already the center of the secret realm, and basically all those who could make it here were students participating in the exchange. With this wave, there might be a bit of a windfall. Soon, Wang Dust then brought the two little ones to the area where the sound rang out, only to see that not far away, a 6-meter-tall wild monster, wielding a huge wooden stick, was furiously abusing 3 professionals. And on the ground to one side, there were 2 other guys in school uniforms, lying there pretending to be dead. It was obvious that these 2 guys were planning for the wild monster and those 3 ordinary professionals to lose both of them, and then they jumped out to pick the peach. Hey! Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Dust's mouth could not help but curl up. These 2 students who attended the exchange had a good idea. Unfortunately, today they're going to get a taste of society's sinister ways. With this in mind, Wang Chun casually released a scrying spell towards the distant wild monster. Monster, Elite Black Fox Warrior. Level, 75. Fighting style, melee. Skills, tear, charge, charm, mega strike. Type, elite. A level 75 elite monster? Seeing the information returned by the scrying technique, Wang Dust nodded in satisfaction. Barely enough to qualify him to steal the monster. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated and walked out from behind the tree with a flourish. As he passed by the 2 students pretending to be dead, Wang Dust glanced at them in amusement and ignored them, directly swinging his longsword to join the crusade against the elite Black Fox Warriors. Wang Duan. How did he show up here? The 2 students who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead saw the sudden appearance of Wang Chuan, and their faces had a somewhat shocked expression. But, after seeing Wang Duan wielding his long sword and charging towards the elite Black Fox Warrior, disdain appeared on the 2 men's faces. This elite Black Fox Warrior, with a level as high as 75, he's really looking for death as a royal beast master who doesn't release his beast pet to fight, but instead, he's getting in close with a longsword. One of them shook his head and moved his body to a more comfortable position, ready to enjoy how Wang Duan was eliminated by the elite Black Fox Warriors. Yet the next second, he had just gotten his posture right when he climbed up with a shocked look on his face. Chapter 111. What are you so excited about? We're in this together. The forest. The trio of skinny middle-aged men made their best efforts to tangle with the elite Black Fox Warriors. But don't look at the fact that there were many of them and their average level had reached 60, but in front of this level 75 wild monster, they were instead at a disadvantage and were the ones being abused. Each attack could only with difficulty leave a small wound on the elite Black Fox Warrior's body. And once the elite Black Fox Warrior's attack landed on them, they would either vomit blood or be sent flying. For a while, the skinny middle-aged trio could only rely on recovery potions to support themselves painstakingly, intending to wear down the elite Black Fox Warriors little by virtue of their bloodletting tactics. Wang Dust, who had come here, saw this slightly hilarious scene. However, Wang Chun was not much surprised by this. It is extremely difficult for the average professional to grow up without going to a university for further education. Being able to level up to turn 2 and level 60 was already considered quite good. With skills and equipment that are very much pulled across the board, it's basically impossible to fight monsters across the board. The fact that the trio of skinny middle-aged men were able to firmly control the elite Black Fox Warriors showed that the coordination between them was quite tacit. At this point, Wang Chen's arrival was also discovered by the thin middle-aged trio. Friend over there, please give me a hand. The harvest from decimating the wild monsters will be split in half for you then. A flash of joy appeared on the faces of the 3 of them, and without hesitation, they opened their mouths to call for off-site support. Hearing their words, Wang Dust nodded. These 3 guys are kinda on the ball. Since you've offered to let me help, I'm not going to be polite. Showing his teeth towards the 3, he moved his feet and brought up a residual shadow to rush towards the elite Black Fox Warrior.
Instant sword.
Whoosh! Amidst the violent sound of wind, he instantly arrived in front of the elite Black Fox Warrior. Phew! The sawtooth long sword in his hand, with a strong might, directly chopped down. Rip! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the body rang out, and the elite Black Fox Warrior who had just discovered Wang Chun only had time to let out a roar before his body stiffened in place. Immediately following, flutter, the body of the elite Black Fox Warrior split into 2 halves from top to bottom and fell heavily to the ground, and the rich smell of blood filled the entire space in an instant. After killing the elite Black Fox warrior with a single strike, Wang Dust nodded with satisfaction and shook off the blood on his sawtooth longsword. After Pasty advanced, the feedback attributes directly increased by 10%, making him more than one step stronger today than when he entered the secret realm. A level 75 wild monster couldn't even block a sword in front of him. Aside, seeing this scene, the skinny middle-aged trio who were rejoicing that they had come to help, the expression on their faces directly stiffened. 1 second with the sword, the elite Black Fox warriors that the three of them together could only barely fight against could not even block a single sword in front of this student who suddenly appeared in front of them. What kind of strength is this? Looking at Wang Chun, who was not far away, the three of them were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Is this a student at a top university? It's almost like those two guys from Yenshan University, a heaven and a hell. And on the other side, the two students from Yenshan University, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead, climbed up from the ground with a grunt, and the expressions on their faces were incomparably horrified. A giant Imperial Beastmaster, without even using a beast pet, had killed a 75-level elite wild monster with just a single sword. It seemed like a pipe dream to them. Wang Dust, level 56. One of the students released his scrying technique and rubbed his eyes full of disbelief when he saw the information that came back. 56? Just kidding. A sword kills a level 75 wild monster in a second. You are saying that he is level 76. I also believe it. The two of us better run. This guy is so mean. With this strength, I'm afraid that even our Yenshan University's #1 freshman this year wouldn't be able to block a sword in front of him. The companion on the side, at this moment, shivered and said. After saying that, the two of them lightly retreated backward, afraid of attracting Wang Chen's attention. However, just after exiting a few steps, they felt as if they had hit a wall. A chill instantly rose from their hearts and bodies. What is it? One of them turned his head, looked behind him, and then stiffened in place, only to see that behind them, a 6-meter-long dragon covered in azure-colored scales and armor, exuding a noble aura, was quietly looking at them. Those beautiful dragon eyes that seemed like jewels carried undisguised malice. Ha! Gargoyles! Seeing this scene, the two students let out a shout from their mouths with their mouths wide open and rolled to the side to hide. Lowly ants, you two have soiled my scales. What shall I do with you? Bing Qing looked at the two students who had fled. Her mood was incomparably pleasant, and she pretended to speak viciously. That's right, that's right. On her head, the 9-tailed sky fox, Crispy, followed suit and flaunted her. Feeling the dragon's might that came upon them, the two Yenshan University students were about to pee in fear. As we all know, most of the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster comes from the attribute feedback of the beast pet. Wang Dust was able to kill a level 75 wild monster with a single sword, and the strength of this dragon would definitely be even stronger. I. The two students from Yenshan University hugged and shivered together, their hearts incomparably regretful. Had they known that Wang Chun would arrive with the dragon, they definitely wouldn't be lying on the ground pretending to be dead and waiting to pick the peach. This is great. They're afraid they're going to become peaches if they don't get to pick them. Don't scare them. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang in their ears. Turning their heads, the two of them saw Wang Chun walking over with a spring-like smile on his face. Mr. Wang Duan. Seeing Wang Chuan, the two students from Yenshan University seemed to have seen their savior and ran towards Wang Chuan, hiding behind him. That little expression was as if he was afraid of being swallowed by the giant dragon in one bite. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust could not help but be somewhat speechless. Nice guy. What are you guys so excited about? Don't you know I'm in league with Chiron? You too. Do you want to think about how you should compensate for dirtying Bingqing's scales? Looking at the two Yenshan University students, Wang Duan asked in a pleasant manner. Ha! Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the two Yenshan University students froze, before they came back to their senses and jumped to the side like frightened rabbits. What do you want? The two hugged each other, shivering. If those who were not aware of the situation saw this scene, I'm afraid they would have thought that they had stumbled upon some kind of demon king. Bring out your haul for me to pick through, and if it pleases me, I'll let you go. If not, then I'm sorry. A gentle smile appeared on Wang Dust's face as he waved the serrated longsword in his hand. I can only, for free, send you out of the secret realm. Chapter 112. Can you respect our profession? The forest. Faced with Wang Chun, who had a face of nuclear goodness, the two Yenshan University students were very happy to take out their own harvests after entering the secret realm. Pick and choose. Wang Dust chose a few of the more valuable ones, and then he drifted away with Bing Qing and Crispy in a very trustworthy manner. After he left, the Yenshan University duo who remained in place looked at each other in dismay, the shock and horror in their hearts not cut down the slightest bit. A level 56 Imperial Beastmaster, without using his beast pet, killed a level 75 elite wild monster with a single sword. This horrifying battle record was not something that even those sophomore veterans they had come into contact with after enrolling in school were able to achieve. This person, too demonic. After the shock had passed, the two of them bitterly smiled and shook their heads, not having any thoughts in their hearts of wanting to get back at all. At the beginning, when they saw that Yanlong University had only sent Wang Qin alone, they were still angry and dissatisfied in their hearts, feeling that Yanlong University had no one in mind and looked down on them, the students of other universities. But now, this anger and dissatisfaction had long been crushed into pieces by Wang Chen's terrifying strength. They have only one thing on their minds right now, and that's Inferno University is not about martial virtues. A small exchange meeting sent out such a monster with terrifying strength. This is too much of a bully. Yanlong University, how much does this look up to them? Let's go. This kind of monster is simply not something we can catch up with. It's better to hurry up and hunt the wild monsters to try to save up more points so we can go back to school to deliver. The magic is denser deeper in the forest. We might be able to find better magic materials. The two helped themselves to their feet, and after each drank a bottle of recovery potion, they slowly walked deeper into the forest. As for the skinny middle-aged trio who were frozen in place and still hadn't regained their senses, neither of them paid any attention to them. A little hiccup later, Wang Dust brought the two little ones with him and continued to look for traces of wild monsters in the middle of the forest. However, after discovering a few very obvious traces of battle, he decisively took the two little ones to explore in a different direction. These two guys from Yenshan University have already arrived at the center, so I guess the others are close. Hopefully, these guys, they'll leave me some wild monsters. Otherwise, I'll just have to find some compensation from them. Along the way, the number of wild monsters encountered was few and far between, and Wang Dust felt a great sense of helplessness in his heart. Because the wild monsters represented points, the students who entered the middle of the secret realm were simply like locusts, almost about to kill the wild monsters wherever they passed. This, coupled with the ordinary professionals following behind to pick up the pieces, had left him without a harvest for almost an hour or so. Master, it's so troublesome to find wild monsters and stuff. Why don't we go find those of your kind? As if sensing his master's annoyance, little Ice Qing, who was lying on his shoulder, excitedly made a proposal. Looking for trouble with them? At those words, Wang Chan gave Bing Qing a strange look. This little guy, he's not addicted to making favors, is he? Right. Bing Qing nodded her head excitedly, her jewel-like eyes shining brightly. Master, let's go find them and play guts and dragons. Beat them down and get as many gains again as before. The little guy waved his wings and flew into the air with a look of impatience. And it wasn't just her. There was intent in the eyes of Crisp on the other shoulder. Hearing Bing Qing's words, Wang Chun rubbed his nose and looked at the problematic dragon with strange eyes. A game of guts and dragons? Nice guy. You think you're an evil dragon? Isn't it true that, your master, I still have to go and snatch a princess for you? Where did you learn all this nonsense? Breathlessly grabbing Bing Qing into his hands, Wang Chun knocked her little head. On TV, the little guy said with a straight face. That's how it's done on TV. The dragon captures the princess, and then a bunch of brave guys go to deliver the food. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Wang Chun rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. You're an ancestral god beast. Is it really good for you to discredit yourself like this? With a breathless thought in his mind, he grabbed the little ice clearing and placed it in front of his eyes. Playing games is fine, but where am I going to find you a princess? Crispy. Crispy is fine. The little guy pointed over his shoulder at Crispy, his little face full of excitement. Hearing her words, Wang Dust looked at Bing Qing and then at the expectant Crispy on his shoulder, and his heart suddenly realized. These two little guys, I'm afraid they've planned this long before. Okay. Wang Dust nodded and said, then let's wait for those brave men to come to our door. Come on. We finally ran into a lone one. Surround him quickly, Don't let him get away. In the middle of the forest, 3 professions with bad looks suddenly popped out from behind the bushes and surrounded a handsome young man with a sardonic smile on their faces. Yell, or an imperial beast master. Kid, I advise you to be obedient and voluntarily hand over all the equipment on your body. Otherwise, maybe brother me, I'll have to talk to you about a several $100 million deal. Seeing the 2 budding pets on the handsome youth's shoulders, one of the 3 professionals, a big man with a face full of flesh, grinned, his eyes glowing. Ha ha ha, you're craving again, old 6, but this kid is a real looker. Upon hearing his words, both of the big man's companions had teasing smiles on their faces, their eyes glancing at the youth impishly. The 3 of them, all second-turn professionals whose level had reached 65, had entered the secret realm of the Black Fox's countryside for the purpose of entering the secret realm, in addition to the magical materials in the secret realm, which were the students who had entered the secret realm together. After all, finding a few D-rank, C-rank magical materials was not as profitable as picking off a set of at least silver-ranked equipment. And the risk is not big. There are thousands of people who enter the secret copy, and when they leave the secret area to the pile of people, the bitter owner cannot find even if they want to find. Opposite. Surrounded by 3 people, it was none other than Wang Chun. At this moment, he looked at the 3 unsuspecting fellows across the street, and a smirk flashed in his eyes. I didn't realize that someone would be delivered to my door so soon. Little Bing Qing, it's your turn to perform on stage, isn't it? As he spoke, Wang Chun took 2 steps backward, intending to leave the stage to Bing Qing. But it's too ugly. Master, it's better if you do it yourself. Bing Qing looked at the 3 crooked people across the street and moved his wings, then lazily flopped down on his shoulders. Alas! Hearing Bing Qing's words, Wang Chun could not help but be somewhat speechless. It's nice to meet someone, and you're picking and choosing, little man? Opposite. Seeing this scene, anger appeared on the faces of the 3 professionals. Nice guy. Can we have some respect for our profession? Kid, it looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The big man with a face full of horizontal meat gave a fierce laugh, removed the axe behind his back, and directly rushed toward Wang Chun. Chapter 113. A family should be neat and tidy. The forest. The big man with a face full of horizontal meat swung his battle axe and chopped at Wang Dust with a furious aura. Just now, he could already tell that this youth's level was only 56. So for this attack, the big man didn't use a skill at all. After all, in his opinion, with his 65 level strength, crushing a 56 level student was easy. If you use your skills and accidentally hit too hard, you'll be in big trouble if you kill or maim someone. Hoo. In an instant, the battle axe arrived in front of the youth. Seeing that the youth didn't move at all, a flash of surprise flashed across the big man's face. Good lord, that's a shock? The quality of this year's freshman class is really not good. With that in mind, he was already looking forward to what he could gain from this wave. In the middle of a battle, there's still a mind to ramble? However, just at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang in his ears. Whoosh! Then, in the next second, the battle axe in his hand directly chopped a blank. The young man who was standing in place slowly turned into fragments and disappeared. Stigmata? Seeing this scene, the big man's eyes couldn't help but shake a little. Although he didn't use his skills in this strike, his speed was extremely fast. The student was able to dodge it, so I'm afraid that he had just utilized a displacement-type skill. Kid, what are you hanging on to by dodging through skills? Hefting his battle axe, the big man's eyes looked disdainfully toward Wang Duan, who had appeared on his right. Skills? Hearing his words, Wang Chun couldn't help but lose his smile a little. I just took a step to the right, he explained in all seriousness. Humph! At those words, the big man snorted coldly, with an expression of you're fooling around. Without using skills, you're a level 56 little guy who can be faster than a level 65 professional? Together, let's waste this kid's mobility first. Don't let him get out of the secret realm. The big man shouted and greeted his 2 companions as they surrounded Wang Chun together. As he watched the 3 of them vaguely form a closed circle, a flash of interest appeared on Wang Chen's face. No action, intending to see what else they have to play for. Just then, the tall, thin man who had circled around to Wang Chen's back flipped his hand and took out a crossbow, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! 3 crossbow arrows shot out, instantly arriving behind Wang Chun at an extremely close distance. When he saw the youth in the middle of the encirclement, not even dodging in the face of the surging crossbow arrows, The tall, thin man could not help but show a touch of joy on his face. Although this continuous crossbow was only a bronze-level equipment, every single crossbow arrow was coated with a strong poison by him. As long as the skin is pierced a little, the poison will instantly spread all over the body, causing the poisoner to fall into a sluggish state. The tall and thin man put down the crossbow and smiled. "This one is stable. This kid is really too tall." Before the words were finished, his voice suddenly stuttered and his smug expression froze on his face. Bang! The 3 crossbow arrows hit Wang Chen's back heavily, and not only did the force they carried not make his body sway in the slightest, but instead, the 3 crossbow arrows themselves were bounced off. Seeing this scene, the robbery trio had a somewhat stunned expression on their faces. However, in the next second, greed appeared in the eyes of all 3 at the same time. Carrying a bronze-level weapon attack hard and unharmed? How good is the equipment on this kid? For a moment, several people breathed heavily. Side by side, the big man with a face full of horizontal meat greeted, and the battle axe in his hand heavily chopped at Wang Dust. On the other side, the assassin who used a dagger also secretly opened Shadow Step and rushed up, stabbing out the cold and shining dagger directly. At the back, the tall and thin professional who saw that the crossbow was ineffective even took out a short magic staff and threw 2 benefit reduction skills at Wang Chun in a row. Retardation technique. Weakness technique. 2 magical rays enveloped his body, and Wang Chun instantly felt the power in his body decline by a few points. Probably a 20% drop in speed and about 10% drop in strength. The fit is pretty good. Being attacked from 3 sides in an instant, Wang Dust had no expression of fear on his face at this time, and instead, he even commented in an old-fashioned manner. It had to be said that although these ordinary professionals were no match for college students in terms of resources and equipment and whatnot, their combat experience, however, was quite rich. The other students who entered the secret realm, not to mention the 56th level, I'm afraid that even if the 60th level came, they would still have to drink their hearts out under such a siege. But this would seem a bit childish to Wang Dust. Even if he was stacked with 2 mitigating statuses, his 4-dimensional attributes at this point were going to crush the 3 people around him. Bang! At this moment, Wang Chuan, who was in the middle of the encirclement, did not hide or avoid, and with one heavy foot on the ground, he directly rushed towards the big man on the left. He was already in close quarters with the big man before the other man's battle axe could fall. Then, punch is thrown. Bang! With the equipment, the power carried in Wang Chen's punch exceeded 1,500 points. Even without using a skill, after being hit by this punch, the big man with a face full of flesh felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. Under the huge power catharsis, his body directly bowed into a shrimp, and then flew out backwards, crashing through 2 big trees one after another before coming to a stop. After doing this, Wang Dust did not take advantage of the situation, but instead, he put his foot on the ground, dodged the dagger that was stabbing at his waist by a hair's breadth, and came face to face with the assassin professional. Snap! Looking at the guy's face full of horror, Wang Dust rewarded him with a slap without hesitation. He spun around in place a few times, and for a while, his eyes were so starry that he couldn't tell east from west and south from north. What's wrong with picking a target for an attack? You pick my waist. Snap! Muttering in his heart, Wang Dust backhanded another slap, directly slapping the assassin professional to the ground. The back and forth added up to 5 seconds, and the robbery trio was directly ed over by 2 people. On the side, the tall and thin mage who was preparing his magic skills. His mouth widened when he saw this scene, and the skills he was about to prepare in his hands were interrupted. It's too fierce. Took care of 2 level 65 professionals in 5 seconds. This TNND was the fat sheep that fell alone? It's clearly a lone tiger. At this moment, the mage professional could see that the 3 of them had kicked the bucket. I surrender. Glancing at his miserable companions, the mage professional threw away the magic staff in his hand with great lack of modesty and raised his hands. The goons are very much from the heart. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust was a bit surprised, not expecting this fellow to be so sensible. But, without stopping his feet, he slapped the mage professional on the ground as well. Why are you hitting me when I've surrendered? The mage professional was very aggravated as his face came into close contact with the ground. Hey, a family needs to be neat and tidy. Wang Dust rubbed his hands together and looked at the red mark on only one side of the mage professional's face, pondering whether to make him symmetrical. Chapter 114. I still like you when you're untamed. The forest. Snap. A clear voice rang out. Wang Dust withdrew his hand in satisfaction and looked at the mage professional on the ground with calm eyes. This time, symmetry. On the ground, the mage professionals were confused. I don't even have the strength to resist. Why do you still beat me? His eyes trembled as he looked at the youth across from him, his heart extremely aggrieved. But, don't dare say it. On the other side, the strong man who was knocked away and the fallen assassin professional staggered up from the ground, shivering and wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not a rival. Not a match at all. Their expressions were incomparably bitter at this time. How could they not expect that a good fat sheep turned into a big tiger? 3 punches and 2 kicks and they were easily knocked out. Are all the students nowadays so demonic? Wailing frantically in their hearts, the 2 men cautiously looked at the youth across from them. This? Student, how can you spare us? The strong man asked, shivering, not even daring to run away. At those words, Wang Chun twisted his head to look over. Seeing the awe on the burly man's face, he had a somewhat playful expression on his face. I still like it better. The way you were untamed before. Looking at the strong man, Wang Dust said with a smile. Classmates, don't joke. Thinking of his previous actions, the burly man's body stiffened and he revealed a smile that was worse than a cry. Hand over everything of value you have on you and I'll let you go. Seeing the strong man's face of fear, Wang Dust didn't bother to tease him and bluntly put forward his conditions. Good. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 stout men sniffed and directly placed their respective equipment on the ground along with their harvest from entering the secret realm. Yo! Can't tell, you 3 are pretty fat. After calculating the value of these things, Wang Dust glanced at the burly trio with a smirk. Looks like you guys did a good job trading before. Can't. It's half our life savings. Hearing his words, the 3 burly men shook their heads frantically, their heads shaking like rattles. Get lost. Seeing this, Wang Dust smiled and didn't pursue the matter. Thanks. Let's go. The burly man breathed a sigh of relief and tugged his 2 companions out of the area in a roll. When these 3 people left, Wang Chun took the 2 little ones and continued to follow the predetermined route. Although Bingqing's offer to play the game earlier was a bit implausible, the harvest just now was really good. Wang Dust felt that he was afraid that he was going to have his hands full next. 2 days later, outside. Holy! What kind of monster is this Wang Chun? The points are already over 50,000. Did he slaughter all the wild monsters in the secret realm of the Black Fox's country? In front of the entrance to the secret realm of the Black Fox's country, the lead teachers of the 6 universities waiting here were dumbfounded as they looked at the screen not far away. At the moment on the screen, a line of incomparably blinding words flashed so brightly that they could barely keep their eyes open. Yanlong University, Wang Chuan. Number of points, 53,000 points. Looking at the handwriting, the lead teachers of the 6 universities felt their worldviews shatter. Among the students who had entered the secret realm now, the number of points of the top 5 ranked students combined was only comparable to Wang Chen. How is Wang Chun so strong? Do you have any insider information, Mr. Li? 3 days of hunting wild monsters to gain more than 50,000 points. This kid's strength is placed in our university. I'm afraid it's stronger than those veterans who entered the sophomore year. The lead teacher of Yenshan University, his eyes shook as he looked to the side. Hearing his words, Qingqiu University's teacher Li let out a bitter smile. This kid is the number 1 among the freshmen of Yanlong University this year. I heard that just after 2 days of enrollment, he refreshed the record of clearing 8 silver-level secret realm copies. What? As the words fell, the faces of the leading teachers from the 5 surrounding universities all shook. Freshman first just entered the school will refresh 8 silver-level secret copy pass record. This young man also too demonic. That's sick. Isn't Yanlong University looking down on us too much as well? A networking event to promote relationships, and they sent the freshmen first to attend. Isn't that a descending blow to our students? The teacher from Yenshan University was silent for a moment and said in a somewhat indignant tone. No. It's so unmartialized. He's here specifically to undermine the confidence of our students. Isn't he? Upon hearing this, the teachers from several other universities around them followed suit. Yanlong University, as one of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, the strength of the students is extremely strong. Any of the top 10 in the freshman rankings, put in the other non-top university students can crunch and kill. They participate in the exchange. One is to bring the students along insight, and the other is to sharpen their temperament so that they know what it means to be outside the crowd. But now, Yanlong University sent the demon who was ranked number 1 in the freshman rankings down to the field. The teachers were worried that when the students who had entered the secret realm came out, they would be struck with skepticism when they saw this horrifying achievement of Wang Chun. Hearing their words, the corners of Qingxiu University's leading teacher's mouth turned a little bitter. No, I just contacted a teacher from Yanlong University, and the secret realm of the Black Fox country happens to have something that Wang Chun needs, so he came over. He shook his head and said, his tone unmistakably emotional. Who would have thought that Wang Chun, whose rank was at the bottom of all the students participating in the exchange, would instead be the strongest one? Hearing the words of the teacher from Qingxiu University, the leading teachers from the several universities on the side looked at each other with some helplessness in their hearts. What a unmitigated disaster! Buzz. Extreme cold dragon breath. A ball of azure-colored energy fell into the midst of the 10 wild monsters, and extreme coldness erupted, freezing the 10 wild monsters into ice sculptures in an instant. Immediately afterward, the surging magic power impacted these ice sculptures to pieces again. When these wild monsters died, the 10 faint light clusters split into 3 parts, and like swallows returning to their nests, they disappeared into the bodies of the 3 figures on the side. 58 levels up. Wang Dust nodded with satisfaction as he sensed that the power in his body had increased by a few more points. Today was already the last day of entering the secret realm of the Black Fox's country, and in 3 days' time, he had not only taken care of Crispy's advancement, but also raised his level by 2 levels. Although this harvest was said to be not as good as the first time he cleared the secret realm copy, it was still quite good in his opinion. After all, now that he had entered the second turn, the amount of experience needed for upgrading was increasing, and the amount of experience needed was even greater as he, the giant beastmaster, still had 2 bottomless pits of beast pets to raise. Counting the time, it's almost time to teleport out of the secret realm, so the next 3 of us will honestly wait in place. Chapter 115, Leaving the Secret World. In the secret land of the Black Fox, Wang Dust found a clean place and took out the snacks in his spatial ring and handed them to the 2 little ones. Instead, he sat on the sidelines and checked up on the attribute panel while waiting to be teleported out of the secret realm. During these 3 days, his level had risen from 56 to 58, and Bing Qing's level had also risen to 53. As for Crispy, because of his low level, he had even risen to level 46. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, 1 month juvenile. Level, 53. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2800, Wisdom 2800, Physique 2800, Agility 2800. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills: Frost Body SSS, Extreme Cold Breath SSS, Ice Inferno SSS, Dragon Might SSS, Frost Fury SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Beast Pet, 9-tailed fox. Nickname, Crispy. Sex, female. Age, under 1 month adolescence. Level, 46. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 2300, Wisdom 3000, Physique 2300, Agility 2400. Without any buff, equipment, or props. Skills: Body of Delusion SSS, Crimson Eyes SSS, Charming Beings SSS, 9 Tails of Destruction SSS, Seal of Enslavement SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. At this moment, the strength of the 2 little guys had increased by at least 30% compared to before entering the secret realm. However, to say that the one who had improved the most, it had to be Wang Chen, the master. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 58. Talent, All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion God. Skills: Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Appraisal Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade Technique C, Bloodthirsty Berserking B, Beast Pet Increase Technique B. Circular Moonchop A, Lightning Steps A, and Stored Power Strike A. Power, 1,140 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1,280 plus 100 points. Physique, 1,140 plus 450 points. Agility, 1160 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 310. Puffy entered the second growth cycle, and the percentage of feedback attributes was increased to 20%, which caused Wang Chen's four-dimensional single attributes to all break through 1,000. Right now, he was already able to arm wrestle with a veteran third-turn professional just based on his attributes. In addition to the increase in strength during these 3 days with the Brave and the Dragon game, Wang Duan's other gains were also quite substantial. The magic materials and wild monster materials contributed by those ordinary professionals, as well as students from the other 6 universities, were almost filling up his spatial ring. Although he hadn't gone to the trading house to sell it yet, just by estimation, these materials plus the equipment opened from the boss treasure chest were worth more than 1 billion gold coins. And now, the number of points on his jade tablet had also reached 53,000 points. Taking first place in the exchange is more than enough. What a blissful 3 days! After taking stock of his harvest, Wang Dust nodded his head in satisfaction. Right now, half of what was spent on purchasing the 9-tailed skyfox was returned. By the time the rewards from the exchange were handed out, his kitty would be almost back to where it was when he started school. Buzz off! While Wang Dust and the 2 little ones waited leisurely, the space in the middle of the secret realm of the Black Fox's land suddenly shook. Every professional who entered the secret realm had their bodies wrapped in a burst of white light, and between the surges of silvery white spatial power, all of them instantly disappeared in the middle of the secret realm and returned to the outside world. The secret land of the Black Foxes, officially closed. It's out, it's out. It's finally out. I wonder how I ranked this time. Ha ha ha. I'm not asking for too much. 8,000 points? It's reasonable to get into the top 10. The students participating in the exchange had just recovered from the vertigo of the teleportation when they erupted into boisterous chatter, many with excited expressions and anticipation in their eyes. But the vast majority of the students, however, were silent, with expressions on their faces as ugly as eating. Meanwhile, their eyes all landed on a handsome youth at the back of the crowd, their eyes incomparably complicated. Phew! Exhaling a breath of the fresh air of the outside world, Wang Chen's eyes swept over the surroundings. He looked away from all those gawking eyes around him and gave the owner of the eyes a gentle smile. These guys, all of whom are enthusiastic participants in the Guts and Dragons game, have spent almost all of their savings in order to play the role of a G.I. Joe. It is a great deal of good. Silently giving these guys a nod in his heart. In the end, Wang Chen's line of sight landed on the host Qingqiu University teacher. The moment, as if sensing Wang Chuan's line of sight, the Qingqiu University teacher returned an ugly smile. Then with a wave of his hand, all the jade tiles flew down in his hands and fused together. Between the surges of magic power, the fused jade tiles projected a curtain of light in mid-air, displaying all the students' points and rankings. 1. Yanlong University, Wang Dust, number of points, 56,000 points. 2. Yenshan University, Zhu Jiangming, number of points, 18,000 points. 3. Qingqiu University, Wu Zishang, number of points, 17,000. 4. Ice Wind University, Liang Changyong, number of points, 15,000 points. 5. Ningyuan University, Wu Xianwen, number of points, 14,000 points. The moment, seeing the point rankings, many of the students' expressions became dumbfounded. King Dust? First? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with this ranking? Wang Chen's rank is at the bottom of everyone. How could he possibly get the most points? Also, over 50,000, just kidding. Zhu Jiangming and the 4 of them combined would only be able to compare the number of points to him. After the stupor, disbelieving voices resounded among the students. The number of points of one person was comparable to the sum of the top 5 others, which was beyond their imagination. For a while, even those students who had friendly exchanges with Wang Chuan in the secret realm couldn't help but have their eyes shaken. They knew that there was a gap with Wang Chun, but they didn't expect that the gap would be so large, so big that they simply could not afford to compare. Silence. Seeing the students below looking at their respective rankings, the leading teacher of Qingqiu University dispersed the light screen, drawing everyone's attention to him. The exchange is over. Next, according to their respective rankings, the appropriate rewards will be given out. Chapter 116 Reward and Return. Wang Duan. As the first in the exchange, there are two choices for the reward that Qingqiu University has prepared for you. One type, it's 1 billion gold coins, plus a set of gold grade suits, including battle armor, belt, arm guards, and weapons, 4 pieces in total, and the wear level is 60. One kind is an A-ranked skill book, plus access to all silver-ranked as well as gold-ranked secret replicas of our Qingqiu University. Of course, each secret replica is limited to 1 entry. In front of the crowd, Qingqiu University's teacher Li looked at Wang Chan with complicated eyes. He was actually not much surprised that the students from Yanlong University who participated in the exchange could get first place. After all, the amount of resources over the years had long since opened up a considerable gap between the 4 top universities and them, the top universities. But he didn't expect that Wang Chun, this first place, would be taken so easily. In the previous sessions of the exchange, although Yanlong University also had good results, the gap between it and other universities was not too large. But this year's class, the achievement gap is so big that there really is no face at all. But across the street, Wang just didn't care about Mr. Li's complicated emotions, and after listening to the 2 options for rewards, he silently pondered. Both rewards were generous, and from the heart he wanted both. After all, it's the little kids who make the choices. Money and equipment can be turned into real combat power, and the rewards for passing the secret copy for the first time are extremely generous. Although Qingqiu University's overall strength was inferior to that of Yanlong University, the number of silver-level secret realm copies and gold-level secret realm copies that it possessed was around 15. If he were to clear these secret copies, Wang Dust felt that his level could definitely be raised to the limit of the second turn in a short period of time, and there was a good chance that he could even carry out the third turn. But this is a single-choice question. I choose the first reward, gold and equipment. After thinking about it, Wang Dust made a difficult choice. Hearing his words, Qingqiu University's teacher Li's eyes were a bit surprised. Student Wang Chun, I hope you think about it. Compared to the monetary equipment, the permission to enter the secret realm copy is obviously worth more. Looking at Wang Chun, teacher Li persuaded in a complicated tone. Qingqiu University actually had a bit of selfishness of its own by offering 2 reward options for the first-place winner of the exchange. After all, if one chose to enter the secret realm copy, then it was inevitable that one would have to stay at Qingqiu University. That would give the Green Gables University a chance to dig in. And it had to be said that there had been a few times in the past when they had hosted exchanges as hosts, and Qingqiu University had really scooped up a few good seedlings with their crazy coin scattering. Therefore, although he had very mixed feelings about Wang Chun, teacher Li very much hoped that Wang Chun would choose the second reward option. Wang Chuan's strong strength that far exceeded that of other students, once he joined Qingqiu University, would be able to greatly enhance Qingqiu University's ranking in the next national universities. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Li, but I won't change my decision. Hearing his words, Wang Chun shook his head and said with a smile, besides, if I choose the second reward option, I'm afraid my master will split me. Master! Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's eyes twitched and his expression was somewhat surprised. These 2 words can have very important meanings. He asked curiously, I wonder, which lord of Yanlong University is student Wang Chen's master? It's from our Yanlong University, Provost Lin. What? Lord Lin Feng? The corners of Mr. Li's mouth twitched a little, and he immediately dismissed the little thought in his mind. A disciple of an 8th-turned powerhouse, this was not something they could dig up at Qingqiu University. Moreover, thinking of Lin Feng's once fierce reputation, Mr. Li's expression was very subtle, and he subconsciously took a step backward, pulling away the distance between him and Wang Chun. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's eyes looked over in disbelief. It seemed that Master's name made the opposite teacher, Mr. Li, very intimidated. Master, his old man. Did he have any other glorious deeds in the past? Pondering in his mind, Wang Chun suddenly felt a bit curious about his master's past experiences. Opposite. Student Wang Duan. This is your reward for being first. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Mr. Li did not say much and directly took out the first reward. There was no mention whatsoever of persuading Wang Chun to choose the second reward. Thank you, teacher. Seeing this, Wang Chun put away the doubts in his heart and took the reward to politely thank him. You deserve it. Mr. Li returned the comment and walked on flustered feet to the second place of the exchange. With this look on his face, Wang Chun, who had intended to be polite for a few moments, couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Soon, however, his attention was drawn to the reward in his hand. Equipment: Clear Wind Battle Armor. Type: Defense. Grade Gold. Level limit: 60. Attributes: Strength plus 150, Physique plus 150. Enchanted effects: Each time you take an attack, rebound 15% of the damage. 2. Increase the power of all your own skills by 10%. Equipments: Wind Clearing Belt. Type: Defense. Grade Gold. Level limit: 60. Attributes: Strength plus 70, Physique plus 70, Agility plus 70. Enchanted effects: 1. Increase defense by 5%. 2. Increase movement speed by 5%. Equipment: Clear Wind Arm Guard. Type: Defense. Grade Gold. Level limit: 60. Attributes: Strength plus 100, Physique plus 100. Enchanted effects: Increase attack power by 10%. 2. Increase defense by 5%. Equipment: Long Sword of the Clear Wind. Type: Weapon. Grade Gold. Level limit: 60. Attributes: Strength plus 100, Physique plus 100, Speed plus 50. Attachment effects: 1. Increase attack damage by 10%. 2. Attachment effect of extreme speed, increasing the speed of strikes by 30%. The attributes of the 4 pieces of equipment were quite good, and they were extremely good when placed amongst the gold level. Wearing all of them increases the wearer's skill damage by an additional 10% and defense by 15%. However, after reading the attributes of these pieces of equipment, Wang Dust's eyes were a bit hesitant. He was very happy with these pieces of equipment, and the level restriction wasn't a problem. But if he wanted to use it, he could only wear it singly. The Qingfeng Battle Armor and Qingfeng Longsword were completely incomparable to his current Earth Battle Armor and Sawtooth Longsword. Wearing the Clear Wind Belt and Clear Wind Armguard alone, he would have no way to obtain the additional attribute bonus of the set. Let's go back and see what good equipment is available in the trading house. If there is something that can provide what I need, I will sell this set. If not, wearing 2 separate pieces will enhance my strength quite a bit. With this in mind, Wang Chun received a few pieces of equipment into his spatial ring, said goodbye to the few teachers around him, and then took a step toward the interior of Qingqiu City. Chapter 117: The competition is about to begin. Yanlong University. I envy you. So much for a trip out. On the streets of the trading area, Sitiyu held a cup of milk tea and sipped it while her eyes constantly glanced at Wang Chun. It's not my problem, but I invited you before, but you declined. You know, you could have made a lot of money if you had followed me to the exchange. On the side, Wang Dust, who was also holding a cup of milk tea, said with a smile, I'm not like you. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Sitiyu rolled her eyes and said in a somewhat sour tone, You have the backing of your master, and if you don't go to class every day, the teachers at the academy won't bother you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun touched his nose in some embarrassment. Speaking of which, a week had passed since the new student enrollment, and one still didn't even know where the classroom for the auxiliary academy's classes was. Hey, I've made a small fortune this time, so I'll take you to dinner. Laughing dryly, Wang Dust quickly changed the topic. After returning to Yanlong University, he called on Sitiyu to come to the trading area with him to deal with those harvests of his. And by the way, he transferred the portion that was in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to Sitiyu at that time. Just as he had estimated before, the proceeds from this trip to Qingqiu City directly made up for the deficit he had incurred when he had purchased the beast pets before, and slightly exceeded it. Up until now, in addition to the equipment on his body, and the set of Qingfeng suits that he had kept, the gold coins he carried in his pocket had already exceeded 3.5 billion. It was a number that, before, was completely unimaginable to him. However, it seemed like a lot of money, but after shopping around in the trading houses, Wang Dust felt his poverty deeply again. A platinum equipment that was suitable for his level had a base price of at least 1 billion or more, and it was still the kind that was at the lower end of the platinum equipment, and the price of the refined quality was at least a few times higher. As for the diamond gear, that's followed by a series of zeros. It was even more so that Wang Chun felt shy in his pocket, and at the same time, he also had a deep appreciation for his master's generosity. Taking equipment worth tens of billions of dollars as a meet and greet gift, Lin Feng, this master, was simply too able to deal with it. Aside, when she heard that Wang Chun was going to treat her to dinner, Sityu jumped up. Just find a place to eat in the trading area. The school cafeteria all costs credits if you want to eat something good. I know a good place over here. Their raw materials for their dishes are all magical materials. Not only do they taste good, but they can also faintly enhance the four-dimensional attributes. You've made a fortune this time, so I'm going to have to give you a good pit stop. As she spoke, Sityu tugged Wang Chun and went straight to the trading area's food and drink street. After eating and drinking, Wang Duan covered his bleeding wallet and returned to the dormitory. The food in the trading area is really good. The only downside is that it's so expensive. It took him a full tenth of a small goal to buy someone dinner this first time. Master, let's go there again next time. I want a big elbow. Little Bing Qing, who had a bulging stomach, was lying on the bed and rolling around, her little face full of anticipation. I want ribs. Off to the side, Crispy, who was also bursting at the seams, had a retrospective look on his face. Seeing the two little ones, Wang Dust couldn't help but rub his forehead. 90% of the expenses of this meal all went into the mouths of Bing Qing and Crispy. These two big eaters. Their stomachs are like bottomless pits. Fortunately, as ancestral divine beasts, normally, Bing Qing and Crispy didn't need to eat and could survive by absorbing the magic power from heaven and earth. Otherwise, if this goes on for a long time, this 3 billion or so gold coins in one's pocket, not to mention buying equipment, I'm afraid that in the future it won't be enough to pay for the food of these two little guys. Well, next time for sure. After perfunctorily patting the two little ones on the head and placating them, he turned around and went to the study, checking out the cultivation plan that his master had prepared for him. Because of the upcoming opening of the National Freshman Competition, Wang Duan was given special authorization not to go to class during this period of time. Before the start of the competition, all of his focus was on improving his strength. Swipe the copy and enter the sparring space to fight. Master is setting me up in a clear way. Seeing that every day was filled to the brim on the cultivation plan, Wang Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. However, his eyes were very bright, and he was somewhat looking forward to how much his strength would increase when he finished this cultivation program. After recuperating in the dormitory, Wang Chun took the two little ones to the Secret Realm replica hall and began his own cultivation. With each day of uninterrupted fighting, his strength began to increase as if it was snowballing. Later on, even if he didn't bring Bing Qing and Crispy with him and entered the silver-level Secret Realm copy alone, he was able to refresh his previous best score with his own power. And during the time he was practicing, there was a great deal of activity among the newly enrolled freshmen. Every year at the National Freshman Scramble, each university sends a team of 5. During this month's time, the freshmen frantically improved their strength and competed for the other 4 spots on the participating teams. The time has passed. More than half a month has passed. On this day, Wang Chun had just come out from amongst the Secret Realm copies when he received a communication from Instructor Mu Weining, asking him to head to the school square immediately. Time flies. The National Freshman Competition is surprisingly all set to begin soon. Hanging up the phone, thinking of Mentor Mu Weining's explanation, Wang Chen's eyes couldn't help but feel some anticipation. After simply packing up, he immediately headed to the school square. The moment, in the middle of the school square, there were already 6 people waiting here. It was the other few contestants from Yanlong University who were participating in the global competition, as well as the teachers leading the team. When Wang Chen arrived, he found 2 familiar faces among the other 4 contestants. Zhou Wu and Zhao Li. These 2 guys had become stronger after a month of cultivation, both reaching level 70. In addition to them, the other 2 Wang Dust had not come into contact with, but he had heard of them. One was a level 69 shield warrior, Chu Mingkong, and the other was a level 69 flame mage, Zhang Qiao. This girl, Sityu, it seems that she has fallen behind. As his line of sight swept through and did not find Sityu's figure, Wang Chun was not much surprised. Sityu's own foundation was not as good as the other few, and although he had obtained a huge amount of resources after entering Yanlong University, it was unrealistic to want to convert these resources into strength in a short period of time. While Wang Chun was sizing up Zhao Li and the others, they likewise landed their eyes on Wang Chun the moment he appeared. At the first sight of Wang Chun, the pupils of the four people could not help but shrink. Even without using the probing technique, they all felt an extremely strong aura from Wang Chen's body. Chapter 118 The Flaming Bird. The Plaza. With Wang Chen's arrival, the crowd's attention was drawn to him. This fellow, his strength has become even more terrifying than before. Feeling the aura on Wang Chen's body, Zhao Li and the others could not help but have their eyes vibrate as a flash of frustration welled up in their hearts. Wang Dust, level 65, turn 2. Especially after quietly checking Wang Chen's rank through the scrying technique, the four of them turned their hearts upside down. Knowing that Wang Chen's profession was a giant beast royalist, and that the experience value gained was to be shared equally with the contracted beast pet, his upgrading was at least 3 times as difficult as that of himself and the others. Under such difficult circumstances, leveling up by more than 20 levels in a month's time was simply beyond their imagination. NND, there's no getting the previous scene back. This guy is too scary. I'm afraid I'll have to live under his shadow for the next 4 years. Of the 4, Zhou Wu quietly took a step backward to lower his presence. Originally, after experiencing a crushing defeat at the entrance ranking battle, he had risen to the occasion and frantically raised his strength in the secret realm copies, wanting to make a clean sweep of the previous shame. But now take a look at, it's absolutely hopeless. When there was a 15-level difference between Wang Dust and him, he was able to crush him without deploying his beast pet. And now that there was only a 5-level difference in level, I was afraid that it would be even easier. But this is good, with this horrible guy around, this national freshman competition should be easy for us. It's time for the geniuses of other universities to feel the terror of this guy. Silently pondering in his heart, Zhou Wu inexplicably felt some gloating. Opposite, Wang Dust detected the fluctuation of the scrying technique and glanced at the 4 with playful eyes, smiled and greeted them before walking over to stand in the group. After coming back from the exchange meeting, he had been rooted in the middle of the secret realm copies to frantically raise his strength. By now, although he hadn't raised his level to the limit of the second turn, he had also allowed himself and the 2 little ones, all of them, to enter the 65th level. Beast Pet. Swire Overlord Dragon of Extreme Cold. Nickname, Bing Qing. Sex, female. Age, 2 months adolescent. Level, 65. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 3400, Wisdom 3400, Physique 3400, Agility 3400. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills: Frost Body SSS, Extreme Cold Breath SSS, Ice Inferno SSS, Dragon Might SSS, Frost Fury SSS. Loyalty 100. Equipment none. Introduction omitted. Beast Pet 9-tailed fox. Nickname, Crispy. Sex, female. Age, 1 month juvenile. Level, 65. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth SSS. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 3200, Wisdom 3900, Physique 3200, Agility 3300. Without any buff, equipment, props to enhance. Skills: Body of Delusion SSS, Crimson Eyes SSS, Charming Beings SSS, 9 Tails of Destruction SSS, Seal of Enslavement SSS. Loyalty 100. Equipment none. Introduction omitted. Name, Wang Dust. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level, 65. Talents: All Beasts Attachment SSS, Beast Pet Fusion Divine. Skills: Imperial Beast Technique S, Imperial Beast Rejuvenation Technique B, Bloodline Appraisal Technique Divine, Contract Summoning B, Instant Sword D, Wind Blade Technique C, Bloodthirsty Berserking B, Beast Pet Increase Technique B, Circular Moon Chopping A, Lightning Steps A, and Stored Power Strike A. Power, 1,480 plus 630 points. Wisdom, 1,620 plus 100 points. Physique, 1,480 plus 450 points. Agility, 1,500 plus 5 plus 250 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 0. The free skill points he gained from upgrading were also smashed onto the A-rank skill round Moonslash, successfully raising the skill level to 5 and unlocking a new special effect, multiple attacks. Full Moon/A. Consumes magic to slash out a sharp sword aura with its own armor-breaking effect, dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy. Level 5 effect, multiple attacks. When activating the skill, an additional sharp sword chi is chopped out to attack the enemy. The current him had nearly doubled his strength compared to before. Aside, upon seeing Wang Chun enter the lineup, the middle-aged man standing in front of him with his eyes closed opened his eyes. He was a lanky man, standing a full 2 meters tall, and his loose casual clothes were almost as good as tights on him. This person was none other than Yanlong University's leading teacher for the national freshman competition, Chun Xiaolin. 1. A 7th-turned powerhouse. Very well, everyone is here, so let's set off straight away. Next on the way, I will explain to you the do's and don'ts about the scramble. Chun Xiaolin swept a glance at Wang Duan, who had entered the ranks, and nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. Phew! A hurricane blew up in the square, and in the next second, a huge shadow was projected on the ground of the square. Wang Chuan and the others looked up, only to see a huge flying creature flying at breakneck speeds and slowly landing on the square. Flaming bird! Upon seeing this creature, the crowd could not help but let out a gasp of surprise, and even Wang Chen's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Flame bird, a rare flying system, source beast level beast pet. Not only is it an excellent walking beast pet, its strength is also quite strong. Growing to its limit, it is enough to be comparable to a 5th-turn professional. Everyone get on the back of the flaming bird and will leave right away. The lead teacher, Chun Xiaolin, greeted the group and jumped onto the back of the flaming bird with a single movement of his feet. Hearing his words, Wang Chun and the others hurriedly followed. When the crowd all mounted the back of the flaming bird, as Chun Xiaolin patted the head of the flaming bird, the massive flaming bird waved its wings and flew into the sky. Buzz off! At the same time, magic power surged from Chun Xiaolin's body, and a layer of semi-transparent magic barrier rose up on the back of the flaming bird, encompassing everyone. In an instant, the gusts of wind that had hit his face disappeared into nothingness. At this speed, I wonder when Bing Qing will be able to reach it? Wang Dust sat on the back of the flame bird and looked at the scenery rapidly passing by below. And on the side, Zhao Li and the others all looked curiously at the building below that had turned into a black spot. Since the revival of the will of the heavens, the rise of teleportation arrays and the appearance of flying wild monsters had made the sky almost a forbidden area for humans. Other than powerful people whose strength had reached 5 turns or more, ordinary professionals could rarely have the experience of flying. At this point, after the flaming bird flew to a certain height and began to advance according to the established bearing, the lead teacher, Chun Xiaolin, clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd. Next, I'll briefly introduce you to the scramble. Chapter 119. Participating teams appear. Every year, the National Freshman Competition is held in the large gymnasium in Kyoto, Dragon Kingdom. There will be more than 100,000 spectators who will enter the big stadium to watch the game. Moreover, in addition to the audience watching at the scene, the specifics in the competition will be broadcast live in front of a national audience. It could be said that the National Freshman Competition was a large-scale event that took place once a year in the Dragon Kingdom. This tournament, in addition to determining the strongest freshmen, as well as ranking the colleges and universities for the year, also serves the purpose of showing the country's strength and uplifting its people. The annual National Freshman Scramble is divided into qualifiers and official matches. The qualifiers will be held in the middle of the secret realm, and each university will select one person to enter the secret realm and compete for the qualification for the official tournament. Among the qualifiers, there are a total of 100 qualifications for the official tournament, and the higher the ranking, the higher the final bonus points. On the back of the flaming bird, the lead teacher Chun Xiaolin explained the precautions of the competition, and as his words fell, his sight landed on Wang Duan's body. For the first qualifier, Wang Dust, you have to perform well and try to get the top spot. Chun Xiaolin said with a smile. Ha! At those words, Wang Chun could not help but stare. I didn't realize that the competition hadn't even begun yet, and that I was carrying such a heavy burden on myself. On the side, Zhao Li and the others' eyes were also a bit shaken, but none of the 4 had any objections to Wang Chun appearing in the qualifier. The qualification for the official tournament, determined by the qualifying rounds, has traditionally been played by the strongest of each university's participating teams. There was no one in Yanlong University who was more qualified than Wang Chun. Okay, Mr. Chun. After freezing, Wang Dust nodded solemnly. This feeling of being valued wasn't bad. Aha! You don't have too much pressure. Just play normally when the time comes. Seeing this, a flash of satisfaction flashed across Chun Xiaolin's eyes as he gave an explanation before continuing to introduce the matters of the competition. After the qualifiers are over, each university that has qualified enters the official tournament, which will be a ring battle, with each university randomly matched against each other, and you will all need to be on the field at that time. The ring battle is a 3 out of 5 round system, and the first team to get 3 wins accumulates 1 point and advances to the next round. If one loses in a head-to-head match, then one enters the loser's bracket to continue fighting. The final rankings for the official tournament will be determined by the number of points scored, and the freshman who gets the most wins in the ring will receive the honor of being the strongest freshman of the year and a mysterious reward. Mystery reward? Hearing Chun Xiaolin's words, Wang Duan and the other's eyes glowed a little. Mr. Chun, can you tell us what exactly this mysterious reward is? Zhang Qiao, who had a delicate appearance, couldn't help but ask. The mystery rewards are different every year and are prepared by the officials. What this year's reward really is, no one knows until the final moment. But, looking at the expectant expressions on the faces of the crowd, Chun Xiaolin paused and said, the mysterious reward that last year's strongest freshman received was a cosmic class divine beast cub, a universe-level divine beast? Hearing his words, Zhou Wu and the others' expressions couldn't help but vibrate. A universe-level divine beast. This was a terrifying existence that could rival an 8th turn powerhouse once it grew up. Getting such a beast pet was equivalent to getting the key to open the door to a strong person. For a while, Zhou Wu and the others couldn't help but feel agitated. However, soon after, they looked at Wang Duan, who was on the side, with a somewhat grudging line of sight. With this guy around, it seems that if the mystery reward is any good, it won't be the turn of a few of them. Aside, Wang Dust couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart when he heard Chun Xiaolin's words about the mysterious rewards. For him, with the divine talent of beast-pet fusion, a universe-level divine beast couldn't even look at it. Might as well, gold and equipment are more attractive. Yanlong University was originally located on the outskirts of Kyoto, and with the extreme speed of the flaming bird, Wang Chuan and his group soon arrived at their destination, the Kyoto Grand Gymnasium. The moment, with the national freshman scrimmage about to begin, the crowd outside of the large gym was buzzing. Although it was not yet time for the audience to enter, journalists from all over the country had already enthusiastically surrounded the place. They waited to get a first-hand look at the teams competing at each university and earn more clicks and attention before their peers. Last year's teams ranked after 50 in the college rankings have pretty much all come, and looking at this time, the top 50 ranked teams should be arriving soon as well. Why hasn't Yanlong University come yet? They're the closest to the big stadium, so they should logically be the first to arrive here. It's probably because they don't want to come out so soon. After all, in last year's national freshman competition, Yanlong University was crushed by Huaqing University and lost the #1 spot of all time. Last year's national freshman competition was really wonderful. Who would have thought that Huaqing University, the second oldest in the world for 10,000 years, would go against the odds and pull Yanlong University off of first place with a 1-point advantage. But this year, I feel that I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Huaqing University to retain the #1 spot. Outside the large stadium, there was a lot of talk amongst the crowd, and many people had excited expressions on their faces when they mentioned Huaqing University and Yanlong University. Last year's freshman competition was considered the most exciting of all the years, and the battle was extremely intense. The result of the final battle between Huaqing University and Yanlong University had even caused a furor on the internet. No one had expected that Yanlong University, which had been the #1 ranked university for 10 consecutive years, would be pulled down by Huaqing University in the final ring battle. Here comes another competing team. Look, it's Southern Saint University, who was 4th last year. I heard that their goal this year is to hit the top 3. I wonder if they can achieve it? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. For a moment, everyone followed its line of sight, and at a glance, they saw that not far away, amongst a landed dirigible, 6 people walked out. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a strong aura, and the 7 golden lines on his sleeves indicated his identity as a 7th-turned powerhouse. There was no need to guess that this person was none other than the leading teacher of Southern Sage University. And behind him were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The men were tall and handsome, the women were delicate and beautiful, and each with a goggle-eyed expression on their faces. I'll go. All of them are second turn level 70. The participating freshmen of Southern Sage University this year are all very strong. This is already the second team with a full second turn of 70 levels. It seems that this year's national freshman competition will be even more intense than last year's. Among the reporters, someone released a scrying spell and couldn't help but exclaim in shock after seeing the information displayed by these 5 people. At the age of 18 or 19, with a strength of 2 turns and 70 levels, he was definitely outstanding amongst all his peers. Chapter 120: A strong lineup of Huaqing University. Turn 2 and level 70. In today's Blue Star professionals, it can be considered an important watershed, the threshold to cross from a low-level professional to an intermediate professional. Put in a third-rate city, it can already be considered middle class. 90% of ordinary professionals who have not entered a university for further study will not be able to cross this threshold even in their entire lives. Right now, a few 18 or 19-year-old students had leveled up to turn 2 and 70, and could almost be said to have stood at the apex of ordinary people. And predictably, their limits are by no means limited. So at this moment, the journalists surrounding the outside of the Kyoto Grand Gymnasium could imagine the shock in their hearts when they saw that all of the participating students of the Southern Sacred School had turned 2 and 70 levels. What a terrific lineup this year! Now that 2 teams with a full second turn of 70 levels have come out, I'm afraid that the intensity of the competition is going to be the highest it's ever been. As I recall, at last year's competition, the only one who won the championship was Huaqing University with such a magnificent lineup. Even Yanlong University, the reigning 10-time champion, didn't make it. There was a lot of talk amongst the crowd, and everyone's eyes shook as they looked at the South St. University's team. The way I see it, I'm afraid that this year's Southern St. University isn't trying to make a run at the top 3. They're trying to make a run at the championship. Yanlong University and Huaqing University are in danger. Many reporters shook out their voices and felt that Southern St. University had the potential to shock the champions. Boom, boom, boom. When the South St. University's team walked into the gymnasium, the sound of engines roaring once again resounded in the middle of the sky. Look, the team from Huaqing University is here. With a cry of surprise, everyone's attention was all drawn to it. Bang! The cabin opened and a group of 6 people appeared in everyone's view. Huaqing University's lead teacher and 5 contestants. Just like Southern Sage University, Huaqing University's 5 participants were also all level 70 at the second turn. But even though they were of the same rank, the aura on their bodies was vaguely stronger than that of the Southern Sacred University. In particular, a tall and muscular boy among the 5 with a large 2-handed sword on his back was permeated with a heart-quivering berserk aura. It gave one the sensation of having one's eyes burned when one looked at it from a distance. Look, he's Lan Qianlong, gosh. The aura on him is too terrifying. This is a second turn 70 level? I feel like it's an ordinary third turn professional, but I'm afraid they don't have this kind of aura, right? I heard that Lan Qianlong has a record of defeating sophomores after joining the school. This is definitely the ace of Huaqing University. Outside the large stadium, in the cluttered ranks of reporters, I don't know how many gazes frequently fell on Lan Qianlong's body. Lan Qianlong, the top student of Tianjin Province, special occupation Dragon Slayer warrior. It seems that Huaqing University has come prepared again this year, taking out its most elite forces in order to retain the first-place throne. This Lan Qianlong is so strong. I'm afraid that this year's strongest freshman is going to fall on him. That's right, among the teams that went in just now, even among the participants from Yanhua University and Southern Sacred University, none of them had an aura as terrifying as his. Reporters are talking long guns and short cannons at Lan Qianlong, constantly shooting, excited about these first-hand materials, back to their respective websites. The team from Huaqing University. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lan Qianlong's expression was a bit impatient as he raised his eyebrows and glared back towards the sites that were sizing him up one by one. Boss, don't be so mean. You're tarnishing the image of our Huaqing University. On the side, the only girl among the 5 participants from Huaqing University said, with a smile, when she saw Lan Qianlong's appearance. This girl looks pretty, delicate features painted with light makeup, a pair of long eyes like autumn water gaze flow. Let a person unconsciously will have to sink into it. With her proud figure and perfect curves, she was the one who attracted the most attention in the Huaqing University team. other than Lan Qianlong. Especially the round and slender long legs are particularly eye-catching. This person's name was Wu Qingwen, a special occupation ice mage, and among the 5 people competing from Huaqing University, her strength was only below Lan Qianlong. Heh! Hearing her words, Lan Qianlong raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with being fierce? It's not like I care about them liking me. Besides, the image of our Huaqing University is made by our fists. Why should we care about these superficial things?" However, despite this statement, the impatience on his face tightened a bit. Yes, you're strong and you're right. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwen shook her head with a somewhat speechless expression, then turned around and greeted the surrounding reporters enthusiastically. The sweet smile made the reporters around her want to poke the cameras in their hands into her face. Cut! Seeing this scene, Lan Qianlong glanced at his mouth disdainfully, somewhat unable to seize Wu Qingwen's actions at this moment. But he didn't say much, just continued on in silence. But at this point, hoo. A few people were just about to step into the doorway of the large gymnasium when a violent whistling sound suddenly rang in their ears. Stopping and turning his head to look, he saw a small black in the distant sky. Flaming bird. The people from Yanlong University are here. Huaqing University's lead teacher Gu Wanqing's eyes narrowed and his expression became somewhat playful. Hearing his words, Lan Qianlong and Zhu Qingwen and the others at the side also came to be interested, directly standing in place with inexplicable eyes looking into the distance. Hoo. The wind grew more and more violent, and soon a huge shadow loomed over the outside of the large gymnasium. Then, a huge-sized flaming bird slowly landed in the docking area under everyone's gaze. Look! The people from Yanlong University are here. Adult flame birds comparable to fifth-turned powerhouses walking on their behalf. Yanlong University is really extravagant. The reporters gathered outside the large stadium couldn't help but get excited in their eyes at the sight of the divinely handsome flaming bird. This kind of creature with strong strength and beautiful appearance directly hit the G-spot of many people. And at that moment, Lan Qianlong and Zhu Qingwen, several people, also sized up the line of people on the back of the blazing bird with sights that were either filled with wariness or curiosity. I didn't expect that Yanlong University would send Chun Xiaolin to lead the team. Gu Wanqing, the leading teacher of Huaqing University, saw the tall figure that stepped down from the back of the flaming bird, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Mr. Gu, does this Mr. Chun Xiaolin have anything to say? Hearing his words, Zhu Qingwen on the side asked curiously with a gossipy gleam in her eyes. Him. The strength is strong. That competition for supremacy 20 years ago was a big hit. A strange light flashed in Gu Wanqing's eyes, and he said in a tone that pretended to be unconcerned. Chapter 121. Has Yanlong University pulled so much? The people from Yanlong University have arrived. An adult flame bird comparable to a fifth rotation powerhouse walking on behalf of an adult flame bird. Yanlong University's appearance is definitely one of the most razzle-dazzle. Just arrived and they have this kind of momentum. I'm afraid that they are determined to win the first place in this year's competition. The crowd outside the large stadium couldn't help but murmur under their breath as they watched the several figures walking down on the backs of the flaming birds. Quite a few people were even quietly using scrying techniques to check the strength of the Yanlong University's participating teams. This look, however, threw them for a loop. No, only 2-second turn 70 levels? Is the strength of Yanlong University's participating team so pulled? Geez, South Sage University and Yanhua University both sent teams with a full complement of 70-level participants. Yanlong University is planning to break the mold after losing the first place last year, isn't it? Seeing the strength of the crowd of Yanlong University's participating team, the crowd gathered outside the stadium exploded. 2-second turn 70 levels, 269 levels, and 165 level. Such a lineup of participants, if placed in the previous editions of the National Freshman Competition, the strength can be said to be quite strong. But put it in this year's session and it's clear to all journalists that it's a bit underwhelming. Not to mention anything else, just from the point of view of paper strength, Yanlong University had a considerable gap with the other 3 top universities. It's playful, isn't it? What on earth was Yanlong University thinking? In last year's competition, the lowest strength of the participating students they sent was at level 68. This year, they even sent out a 65 level. This is to make up the numbers. Looking at the slowly approaching Yanlong University's group, the reporters murmured, their expressions all incredulous. And at this moment, a slender and handsome figure in the Yanlong University team attracted the most attention. Hey, this little brother is the weakest, but he's really handsome. I'm afraid that none of the students who entered all of the participating teams just now can be compared to him. Among the crowd, many female reporters looked at Wang Chan in the middle of the team, their eyes sparkling, and the cameras in their hands pressed down frantically. Cut! What's the use of being handsome? At level 65 in the second turn, he's definitely the one who pulls the strings the most out of all the participating students. Let me see. I'm afraid that Yanlong University sent him here just to make up the numbers. Otherwise, no matter how unpickable the manpower is, it wouldn't be so bad as to send a 65-grade student to compete. It's also not likely that Yanlong University is planning to use the beauty trick. Many of the male journalists around them had a somewhat puzzled and more than a little sour tone. In their opinion, Yanlong University, as one of the 4 top universities and having been the #1 university in the Dragon Country for 10 consecutive years, even if it had gone through twists and turns last year, it would not be so bad as to send a 65-year-old student to compete. This is not a joke. Make up the numbers? The female journalists around them, hearing their peers' words, were instantly displeased. What's wrong with making up the numbers? People have the qualifications to make up the numbers too. Handsome, with the strength of a second turn level 65 at the age of 18 or 19, the future prospects are equally unlimited. You people, you can't catch up even if you clap your horses. Many people looked around with bad eyes and disliked them nonchalantly. Upon hearing their words, those who had just been talking about Wang Chun shut their mouths. Although they wanted to retort a few times, they had to say that they couldn't really find a reason to do so. At the age of 18 or 19 years old, with the strength of a second turn level 65, he truly deserved a sentence of having a great future. Boss, should we give them a bit of a hard time? In the middle of the group, hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhao Li curtly came over to Wang Chun. There's no need. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun shook his head indifferently, not caring at all about the surrounding comments and gawking. Instead, his gaze at that moment was on the line of people at the entrance of the large stadium. Someone from Hua Qing University? Looking at these people, Wang Dust raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. When he was enrolling students, he had discovered that there was some bad blood between Hua Qing University and Yanlong University, and the other party was waiting here now, so he was afraid that they were not coming from a good place. As Wang Dust sized up the several people from Hua Qing University with his sight, they were likewise observing Wang Dust and Zhao Li's several people. However, other than Zhu Qingwen's eyes lingering on Wang Chan for a longer period of time, everyone else swept past him, their eyes focusing on Zhao Li and Zhou Wu. With only 2 second turn 70 levels, it seems like Yanlong University is planning to give up on competing for first place this year. The corners of Lan Qianlong's mouth curved up, his tone somewhat sarcastic. It seems so. Those two should be Zhou Wu and Zhao Li. I've heard of them. Their strength is comparable to mine. Looking at this lineup of theirs, I'm afraid that in the ring of an official match, you alone can punch through them, boss. On the side, a slim, ordinary-looking boy from the team of Hua Qing University echoed Lan Qianlong's words. His face was a little pale, a sickly sort that hadn't seen the sun for years, and in his hand he kept playing with a dagger that glinted with cold light. His name is He Qizhi, special occupation Shadow Walker. After He Qizhi's words fell, several people around him couldn't help but nod their heads, and although they didn't speak, they obviously agreed with his words. But don't be careless. At that moment, Gu Wanqing, who had been gazing ahead, suddenly spoke. Although Zhou Wu and Zhao Li are second turn level 70, I'm afraid their strength isn't the strongest among the Yanlong University team. You guys have to be careful of that Wang Chuan. Don't look at his low rank, but I'm afraid he's going to be the toughest bone to chew on in Yanlong University. Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Lan Qianlong and the others couldn't help but look a little sideways. Teacher, no kidding. A level 65 with a 5-level strength gap with us. His strength is limited even if he is strong. He Qizhi skimmed his mouth and said in a somewhat indifferent tone. No. However, upon hearing his words, Gu Wanqing solemnly shook his head. This is no joke. You guys don't know how terrifying Wang Chuan's performance was in the middle of the college entrance examination competition. Thinking of that achievement he had once seen, Gu Wanqing's eyes shook a little. Pulling up the best score of the once great higher education examination competition by 10 times, This was enough to place Wang Dust's name in the history of the great higher education examination competition since its beginning. As he spoke, Gu Wanqing saw that the student was a bit unimpressed and gruffly instructed again. The enrollment teacher told me that when Wang Chuan had just turned 2, he showed the strength to repel a third-turn professional, and he had only contracted a beast pet at that time. Yanlong University, which recruited him to enroll at the cost of a giant beast pet, and now that 2 divine beast-level beast pets are added to his body, his strength is definitely even stronger than before. Chapter 122. I heard that you have a dragon? Entrance to the Grand Gymnasium. When Lan Qianlong and the others heard the reminder from Gu Wanqing, the lead teacher, their eyes gazed slightly more intensely. However, when they placed their eyes on the handsome figure in the distance, they couldn't see how the strength of the other party was worth their vigilance. Between the second turn 65 levels and 70 levels, the gap of 5 levels was by no means that easy to cross. Not to mention, each of them were top geniuses among their peers, and crossing levels to battle each other was as simple as eating and drinking water. Especially Lan Qianlong, with his strength at this time, even if he encountered a level 75, casting the silver body of the third-turn professional, he also had the confidence to win the battle. Mr. Gu is good at everything, but he's just too cautious, Lan Qianlong muttered in his heart, not taking Gu Wanqing's reminder to heart at all. Hey! Just then, Zhu Qingwen tapped her head as if she suddenly thought of something. Teacher Gu, I remember that Wang Chen's first beast pet seemed to be a divine beast-level dragon. She twisted her head to look at Gu Wanqing and asked with some excitement in her eyes. That's right. Hearing her words, Gu Wanqing nodded and said, based on our guesses, that's most likely an overlord-class divine beast. He. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingwen let out a silver bell-like laughter from her mouth as she gazed strangely at Lan Qianlong. Boss, an overlord-level divine beast dragon. Aren't you a little very excited right now? After all, your profession is a dragon slayer warrior, Zhu Qingwen said in an excited tone. Hearing her words, Lan Qianlong's expression froze, followed by his eyes flaming as he looked toward Wang Chan in the distance. The ultimate dream of every dragon slayer warrior is to slay a real dragon. Being reminded by Zhu Qingwen, it suddenly occurred to him that he appeared to have a chance to fulfill this dream at this year's national freshman competition. Bam! With excitement in his heart, Lan Qianlong directly moved his legs and took large steps toward Wang Chan. Behind him, Gu Wanqing's eyes flashed with a touch of helplessness when he saw this scene, while Zhu Qingwen's few people on the side were all excited, especially Zhu Qingwen. At this moment, her eyes were filled with a gloating expression. And on the opposite side, hello, Mr. Chun. Lan Qianlong stopped in front of Yanlong University's group and respectfully greeted Chun Xiaolin. Even though he was a student of Huaqing University, he showed due respect in the face of a 7th-turn powerhouse. Aha! Yes. Chun Xiaolin nodded and looked at Lan Qianlong with a flat gaze. Teacher Chun, I'd like to have a word with Wang Duan, Lan Qianlong said in an unassuming manner, his eyes resting on the handsome figure behind Chun Xiaolin. What? Hearing his words, Chun Xiaolin's eyes couldn't help but look a little strange. At this moment, he remembered the information about Lan Qianlong that the school had collected. Dragon Slayer warrior? Ha! Laughing lightly in his heart, Chun Xiaolin nodded indifferently, bypassing Lan Qianlong and continuing towards the entrance of the large stadium. At the back, Zhou Wu Zhaoli and the others gave Lan Qianlong an odd look in their eyes. Is this a provocation? This Wang Chun fellow doesn't have a good temper. Looks like another victim is going to show up. Zhou Wu had some gloating in his heart, but he didn't stop and hurriedly chased after Chun Xiaolin with Zhao Li and a few others. Yes. Looking at the opposite Lan Qianlong, whose size seemed like a door panel, Wang Dust raised an eyebrow. I heard that you have a gargoyle? As his eyes glanced over Wang Chun, Lan Qianlong seemed to be searching for something. Hearing his words, Wang Chun was a bit puzzled, but he politely nodded. I'm looking forward to running into you in the ring battle. Remember, my name is Lan Qianlong and my profession is Dragon Slayer Warrior. Seeing Wang Chun nod his head, Lan Qianlong's face revealed a sardonic smile filled with excited anticipation. As his words fell, he didn't wait for Wang Chun to reply and turned around to return to Huaqing University's team. Lan Qianlong, Dragon Slayer Warrior? Hearing his words, Wang Chun froze, and in the next second, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up, revealing a cold smile. This guy, what arrogance. Hey! Looking at Lan Qianlong's back, Wang Chun greeted him and then took a step over. You want to slay a dragon? I'm afraid that's not possible. After all, with this little body of yours, I'm afraid Bing Qing could slap you into a cake with a single claw. As he walked past Lan Qianlong, Wang Duan twisted his head and smiled at him in nuclear goodness. Also, work hard in the qualifying rounds, or you won't qualify for the official rounds. As the words fell, Wang Chuan did not even look at Lan Qianlong's ugly face as he took large strides to chase after Chen Xiaolin and the others. You! Lan Qianlong's fists clenched tightly as substantial anger rose in his eyes. Growing up, it was the first time someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Boy, I'm definitely going to beat the crap out of you. Lan Qianlong thought viciously in his heart as he took a step toward the group. Wow! And on the sidelines, the reporters gathered around the big stadium couldn't help but get excited at the sight. Right on! Right on! The competition for supremacy hasn't even started yet. And there's a lot of gunpowder between Yanlong University and Huaqing University. With the feud between the two schools for so many years, I'm afraid that the qualifying round starting tomorrow will definitely be very hotly contested. Fun, fun, fun. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow's qualifier now. There was a lot of talk in the crowd, and many people had an excited gleam in their eyes. In the crowd, however, there were others with puzzled faces. What's the situation? Why didn't Lan Qianlong go to the two strongest ones in Yanlong University, but instead went to this handsome guy? Yeah, this handsome guy is only level 65. Why would Lan Qianlong take the initiative to provoke him? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that you're jealous because you see how handsome he is? No. Hearing the puzzled voices around them, a number of journalists who understood the situation opened their mouths to explain. That handsome guy just now, he's Wang Duan, the top scorer from Yuanjiang province in the college entrance exam competition. His profession is a giant beast royalist, and I've heard that the beast pet is a divine beast-level dragon. Lan Qianlong's profession is dragon-slaying warrior. I'm afraid he's eyeing Wang Chen's giant dragon and wants to make his profession a real name. Hearing this man's explanation, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but vibrate, their eyes glowing. Dragon Slayer warriors and giant royals with giant dragons. It's a combination that's just so conversational. No wonder Lan Qianlong would take the initiative to provoke Wang Duan. I heard that a Dragon Slayer warrior who kills a pure-blooded dragon will usher in the sublimation of his own profession. Lan Qianlong is using Wang Duan as a stepping stone. I'm already looking forward to the showdown between the two of them now, and I'm afraid that this will be one of the most notable collisions in the national freshman competition. Chapter 123 Chen Xiaolin's Poisonous Tongue. There was a lot of talk outside the big gym. All of them were greatly interested in the clash between the dragon-slaying warrior and the giant imperial beastmaster who possessed a giant dragon. This interest caused the eyes of the crowd to become fiery, their eyes falling unblinkingly on the participating teams of Yanlong University and Huaqing University, and in their hearts, they couldn't wait, so that they could fight right now. But, compared to the hot atmosphere among the crowd, the two teams from Yanlong University and Huaqing University were very cold and even silent among themselves. Even Lan Qianlong, after returning to his own group again, only stared ferociously at Wang Chun without saying a word. At the side of two seventh-turn powerhouses, even if the anger in his heart was as violent as it was, he had to restrain himself. On the side of the Yanlong Academy, it was similarly the same, with the exception of Wang Chuan. Zhou Wu and the others just returned their gaze one after another. For a moment, the gazes of both sides collided together, as if sparks were stirring in the middle of the air. And up ahead, compared with the students who are competing with each other, Gu Wanqing and Chen Xiaolin, who are walking side by side toward the large gymnasium, are talking to each other. I really didn't expect that Yanlong University would send you to participate in the competition as the lead teacher. Gu Wanqing glanced at the students behind him and said smilingly, also, the strength of the students you sent out this year is quite a bit worse than last year. So what, are you planning to surrender the first place to us without a fight? Heh! Hearing Gu Wanqing's words, Chen Xiaolin snorted coldly with a somewhat disdainful expression. One win and your tails are going to be in the air? This time I'm leading the team. Just to tell you, Huaqing University, you can't keep what you get by playing small tricks. The first place will always be our Yanlong Universities, and you Huaqing University will honestly stay in the position of the 10,000-year-old second place. You! At those words, the smile on Gu Wanqing's face stalled, and the corners of his mouth twitched a bit. Good guy. Chen Xiaolin, this mouth is still as poisonous as before. Ho ho ho! Gu Wanqing sneered and said with a raised eyebrow, "I'll have to wait and see then." But, as he spoke, his sight glanced at Wang Chun in the Yanlong University team. "What a good seedling. Why did you let your Yanlong University teach him away?" Old Chun, with the strength this little guy showed in the Gao Gao University, as well as his terrifying potential, your Yanlong University simply can't handle it. Look at this. It's been a month since enrollment, but Wang Chen's level has only risen to level 65. What are you guys doing? Moreover, don't you guys know that this period of time is a blowout period for these children's strength? At such an important time, how dare you send him to some exchange meeting, wasting time for so little resources? Saying that, the expression on Gu Wanqing's face became incomparably sincere. If Yanlong University can't provide the resources to supply Wang Chan, we, Huaqing University, can do it for him. No need. Chun Xiaolin shook his head disdainfully, looking at Gu Wanqing with a smirk and a sneer in his tone. We at Yanlong University aren't like you guys. We don't like to uproot people. You. Hearing Chun Xiaolin's words, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little bit angry. What do you mean by plucking? The grade is what matters. Your old teaching methods from Yanlong University should have been eliminated a long time ago. As long as we get our levels up, the rest of what's missing will soon be made up. A touch of anger rose on Gu Wanqing's face, and his tone was somewhat impolite. However, upon hearing his words, Chun Xiaolin didn't care, just shook his head, and then said indifferently, "In that case, let's see the real thing in the brawl. These kids will let you know that your Huaqing University's way of education is simply wrong." Humph. Gu Wanqing sniffed coldly and was about to retort again. However, at this time, both parties had completely walked into a hall of the large gymnasium, drawing quite a few people's eyes to look over, and Chun Xiaolin even took a direct step towards the registration office. Sooner or later, your Yanlong University will be lost in the hands of you curmudgeons. Gu Wanqing thought silently in his heart, and under the gaze of the crowd, he didn't bother to argue with Chun Xiaolin anymore. In the middle of the hall, a number of teams that had come to the large stadium early stopped by to get some advance information about their future opponents. When the two teams walked into the hall, the other teams that were still lingering in the middle of the hall suddenly cast their eyes over. Yanlong University and Huaqing University are here. Huaqing University is surprisingly all 70 levels again. It seems like they are planning to replicate last year's tactics. That's Lan Qianlong, right? The aura on his body is really strong. I heard that a week after he enrolled in school, he picked off a sophomore at Huaqing University who had entered the third turn in a head-to-head battle. That girl is so pretty. Which brother knows her? It's Wu Qingwen, our province's provincial scholar, special occupation cold mage, beautiful and strong, the goddess of many students in our class. The line of sight swept over the team from Huaqing University, and the expressions of many of the students who stayed in the hall stared, their eyes filled with wariness and curiosity. Of course, more than half of the gazes fell on Zhu Qingwen, who had a delicate look and a hot body, in the team of Huaqing University. After all, everyone loves beauty, and Zhu Qingwen is more lethal to these 18 or 19-year-olds than he is ranked. After looking at Huaqing University, the crowd's eyes fell on Yanlong University, which was parallel to them. However, at this look, many people in the hall had a disappointed expression on their faces. No, only 270 levels? Yanlong University's team this year is surprisingly a little weaker than last year's. What the hell are they thinking? After losing first place last year, even if they don't spend resources to pile up a third-turn freshman this year, they should at least send out a team with all 70 levels. Oh my god! Look guys, that handsome guy in the middle of their team, his level is actually only 2 turns and 65 levels. I'm afraid this is the weakest of all. After seeing the strength of Yanlong University's participating team, the many students who stayed in the hall instantly murmured, their faces showing expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes incredulous. At this moment, more than 80% of the people in the hall had their gazes resting on Wang Chen's body. They were all curious as to why a guy who was at level 65 of the second turn and whose strength was at the bottom of the heap amongst all the participating students would be qualified to participate in the scramble tournament. Just because he's better looking than everyone else in the room? Chapter 124. I'm going to be all enemies. Inside the big gym, the participating students who stayed here had their eyes resting on Yanlong University's participating team. For Zhou Wu Zhao Li and others, Many of these students from major schools knew or were from the same province as them. There was a basic knowledge of their strength. So after looking at Zhou Wu Zhao Li and the others, everyone's eyes rested on the most special among the group, Wang Chun. In this year, a 2-turn-65 level, competing in the National Freshman Scramble. It's like a sheep mixed in amongst the wolves. It gives them a very unreal feeling. Moreover, Wang Dust had a flat aura on him, and other than a face that was so handsome that it was tragic, the entire person could be described as ordinary. The crowd was very curious. What qualifications did he have to represent Yanlong University in the National Freshman Competition? This person, he seems to be our Far River Province's top scholar, Wang Duan. Among the crowd, there were a few students from the Far River Province who said with wide eyes and some disbelief, "Wow!" As soon as the words fell, many of the people around them immediately murmured, "Wang Duan, the guy who switched to the giant beastmaster profession and had the good fortune to contract a giant dragon? No way. How does a kid like him, who got lucky, have the qualifications to participate in the contest of champions with us?" As we all know, the giant imperial beastmaster was the top amongst the special professions though, growing up with an incomparably huge battle power. However, in the 700 years since the revival of the Will of the Heavens, not a single giant imperial beastmaster had managed to make it to the top. It wasn't that those former giant imperial beastmasters didn't work hard enough. It was because the resources consumed were horrible. Giant imperial beastmasters can't grow up without a contracted beast pet. However, because of the characteristics of the profession, the only beast pet for a giant imperial beastmaster was a giant beast. But every giant beast, at least, was at the level of a divine beast. Even if you turned the blue star over, you wouldn't be able to find 9 divine beasts. Those giant beast masters once had the good fortune of contracting a giant beast at the beginning to show a strong combat strength. But after that, because they could not continue to contract a giant beast pet, they gradually died out in the crowd. It seems that Yanlong University doesn't care about this year's competition at all. It's also true that they have consecutively won 10 consecutive competitions and have been sitting on the first-ranked throne of our Longwa universities for 10 years. The resources they have accumulated are not even on the same level as us, and occasionally failing to take the first place a few times is not painful for them. I'm afraid that the champion of this year's competition is going to be among Hua Qing University, South Sage University, and Yanhua University. Many in the crowd shook their heads and sighed. A few students from Southern Sage University and Yanhua University who had stopped by were even more glittering in their eyes. It feels like the hope of hitting number 1 this year becomes even greater. And just then, "Old Chen, are you crazy? You let the 65-level Wang Dust participate in the qualifier. What on earth was your Yanlong University thinking?" At the registration desk in the hall, a 7th rotation powerhouse in charge of registration couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when he saw the name that Chun Xiaolin had registered on the preliminaries battle list, an incomparably strange expression on his face. Wow! This exclamation of surprise had just sounded, causing the entire atmosphere in the middle of the hall to explode. The qualifying rounds, which can be said to be the most important part of the National Freshman Championships every year, determine whether or not you can qualify for the official rounds. Once passed, at the very least, they would be able to kill the top 100 among all the colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Historically, the universities that went to the qualifiers were basically the strongest among their respective teams. Of course, the 4 top universities have the capital to be capricious, and any one of their teams has the strength to make it through the qualifiers. But it was just as well that Yanlong University didn't send Zhou Wu and Zhao Li to fight, but to send Wang Chun? That's not crazy. Turning 2 and level 65, even if he had a dragon, when placed among all the people, his paper strength was the weakest. There was a lot of talk amongst the crowd, and many students' eyes lit up, especially those students from the participating teams that didn't deal well with Yanlong University, who had even more sardonic smiles on their faces. Ha! If Yanlong University dares to send Wang Chuan to fight, then we dare to make sure he doesn't get the qualification for the official tournament. Does anyone want to cooperate? Let's eliminate Wang Dust right after the qualifiers start, and make Yanlong University take a hard fall this year. Count me in. For a while, many students secretly came together with rampant and excited smiles on their faces. However, among these people, there were a few people with cold smiles on their faces. They were students from Qingqiu University and also Yenshan University. A bunch of screwing Wang Duan? I'm afraid you'll lose your pants. Really don't know the heights of heaven. This guy Wang Dust was able to mow down level 80 bosses when he was over level 50. And now that he's level 65, he's only going to get stronger. When the students of the two universities thought of their teacher's explanation and looked at the surrounding students who were preparing to deal with Wang Chuan, their faces couldn't help but show a superior look. Make a scene. The more you make a fuss now, the worse you'll die when the time comes. Maybe we can move up in the rankings without much effort at all in this competition. Registry. Why, what's the problem? Chun Xiaolin asked indifferently as he saw the surprised expression on his old friend's face. It's not a question of whether has a problem. The seventh-turned powerhouse at the registry had a very tangled expression, looking at Chun Xiaolin as if he was looking at a little cutie. This person was none other than Shi Changjie, who was the head of the national freshman competition and also the referee. Old Chun, think about it. If you write Wang Duan's name now, you won't be able to change it tomorrow when the qualifiers officially begin. Shi Wenjie looked at Chun Xiaolin and said in a very strange tone, no need to change. To deal with this group of rustic dogs, Wang Chuan alone is enough. He doesn't even need to use his full strength. He can hang them with one hand. Chun Xiaolin shook his head, his tone incomparably confident. Swish! As soon as his words fell, in an instant, the gazes of everyone in the hall all landed on Wang Chun. Not using your full strength? One hand to hang? This T&D is also too rampant. For a while, everyone's eyes became indignant, grinding their teeth and clenching their fists, determined to make Wang Chun look good in the middle of tomorrow's qualifier. And being gazed at by the crowd, Wang Chun couldn't help but touch his nose in some embarrassment. Although there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Chun Xiaolin said, this is too much hate. I just want to be a quiet, pretty boy. You're making me all enemies in the middle of the qualifiers. Okay. Seeing Chun Xiaolin's insistence, Shi Wenjie nodded breathlessly and collected the registration form with the others. Since you insist, I won't say anything. Here's the key to your rest area. Bring your own people there. Chapter 125. Chun Xiaolin. In terms of arrogance, I only serve Wang Duan. All of the teams were arranged to live in a rest area in the large gymnasium. As one of the 4 top universities, Yanlong University was even directly staying in the most luxurious room in the rest area. Previously, the teams from the other universities would not have any objections to this arrangement. This seemed reasonable to them. After all, Yanlong University had a big, strong fist. But this year, seeing Yanlong University staying in one of those few most luxurious rooms, many people were grinding their teeth in exasperation, their eyes incomparably grim. Chun Xiaolin's words in the middle of the hall were simply too hateful. It made them all hold their breath in their hearts, itching to immediately drag Wang Chun out and beat him violently. The moment, teacher, why didn't you let me participate in the preliminaries? In the room at Huaqing University, Lan Qianlong sat across from Gu Wanqing, the lead teacher, with a somewhat dissatisfied and indignant tone. When he was in the hall, hearing that Wang Chuan was going to represent Yanlong University in the qualifiers simply made Lan Qianlong happy. It felt like he was one step away from slaying the dragon. But Gu Wanqing filled in Zhu Qingwen's name on Huaqing University's list for the qualifier. This made Lan Qianlong very dissatisfied. Now everyone was secretly waiting to clean up Wang Chun, in case Yanlong University didn't get the qualification for the official tournament in the qualifier. Wouldn't he have no chance to slay the dragon? You'll get a chance to meet up with him. Hearing Lan Qianlong's words, Gu Wanqing said in a flat tone, don't underestimate Wang Duan. Don't underestimate Chun Xiaolin either. Since he dared to let Wang Chun fight in the qualifiers, he must have confidence in Wang Chun. And, as he spoke, Gu Wanqing paused and continued, no matter how many people target Wang Chun in the qualifiers, there's no way that Yanlong University won't be able to qualify for the official tournament. Can't? Can you? Lan Qianlong sniffed with some disbelief. Chun Xiaolin had already fired a map cannon when he was in the hall, and it would be strange if the students from the other universities who were out for the qualifiers didn't block Wang Duan. The angry eyes of those students just now, even with Lan Qianlong's state of mind, he felt a bit intimidated. One should know that there were a total of 320 teams participating in the national freshman competition. Being targeted by these people, no matter how one looked at it, Wang Chun had no possibility of killing his way out. You don't understand. Although this Chun Xiaolin fellow has a poisonous mouth, he never talks big. Wang Chen's strength is much more terrifying than what you see. But, as Gu Wanqing explained to Lan Qianlong, his gaze suddenly rested on Zhu Qingwen, who was on the side. If there's really a chance to trip up Yanlong University, you shouldn't give it up. The rankings of the qualifiers have corresponding points, and the lower the ranking of Yanlong University, the greater the certainty that we'll end up getting first place. Gu Wanqing opened his mouth and instructed. I know, teacher. Upon hearing this, Sui Qingwen had an excited expression on her face, a look of impatience. Humph! Seeing this, Lan Qianlong, who was on the side, snorted coldly with some exasperation. Meanwhile, while Huaqing University was discussing tactics for tomorrow's qualifier, other universities were doing the same. However, other than the lead teachers of the same 4 top tiers, who were wary of Chen Xiaolin's decision, the lead teachers of the other universities all gave an impassioned morale boost, allowing the students from their own schools who were going to battle to teach Wang Duan a good lesson in the qualifying rounds. Fighting so that Yanlong University can't get the official qualification. And in the room at Inferno University, teachers. Wang Dust looked at Chen Xiaolin with a very helpless expression. It's been a big day, and it's very much at odds with his low-key style. What? Is it because you think I'm too arrogant today? Chen Xiaolin smiled and said in a very flat tone. Aha! Wang Dust nodded. In his opinion, there was no need to pull hate like that. You don't understand. Seeing Wang Chen's appearance, Chen Xiaolin shook his head and said with a smile, It's good to be arrogant. You said that you are only 18 this year, a vigorous age, but your mentality is similar to that of us old men. This can't be conducive to your future development. Young people should be fearless, like your senior brother Bai Ziding. After that kid enrolled in school, he was rampant, disliking the sky and the air, invincible all the way, and it only took 8 years for his strength to rise to the 8th turn. Now it's even sitting on the battlefield of the heavens for my dragon kingdom, fighting against all races. You boys should really learn from him and be brave. Huh? Hearing Chen Xiaolin's words, Wang Duan could not help but freeze. I didn't realize that senior brother Bai Ziding was so raw back then. But dislike the sky and the air? Teacher, why do you describe it like a teddy? Shaking his head and shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, Wang Chan said with a bitter smile. All right, then I'll do what you tell me to do, teacher, and be arrogant tomorrow. Pick over all your opponents in the qualifiers without using your beast pet. Yes, this is the sky of our Yanlong University. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Xiaolin's face was thick, and he opened his mouth to praise a few words. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Wang Chun with wide eyes and a somewhat strange expression. Not using a beast pet? Young man, you're even more arrogant than I said. Early the next morning, the Kyoto Grand Gymnasium was filled with people. The time had just reached 8 o'clock, and the large stadium, which could hold 100,000 people to watch the battle, was already full. The moment, in the center of the large gymnasium, 320 students who had appeared in the qualifying rounds stood silently, their bodies bursting with battle intent, converging together to stir up the clouds in the sky. And in front of them, a giant teleportation light door stood silently, the ancient and mysterious patterns on the door exuding a mysterious aura. This, precisely, was the entrance to the secret realm of the qualifiers. It's starting. It's starting. The annual National Freshman Brawl will finally begin. Melon drinks for sale in the front row. Ha ha ha. Waited too long for this day. I've heard that this year's competition is going to be the most exciting one since all the years. I can't wait. At the same time, the cameras floating in the sky synchronized the images from the large stadium to the major live broadcasting websites in the Dragon Kingdom. The National Freshman Competition, which can be said to be the most golden competition among young people, is not only a platform to show the ability of major schools to train their students, but the strongest freshman who goes to the end is the most deservedly the first of his or her age. At this moment, more than 80% of the people of the Dragon Kingdom were excitedly gathered in the middle of the live broadcast room, looking forward to the official start of the competition. Even the major schools in the Dragon State have stopped teaching at this time. All the students sat in the classroom, watching the live screen with excited expressions, waiting for those former seniors to take the stage. Chapter 126, the qualifying round begins. The moment, the large stadium was filled with people, and nearly 100,000 spectators sat in their seats, their eyes looking expectantly at the center of the stadium. Between the grounds, 320 students stood in solemnity, a strong battle intent stirring in each of them. The vigor and strong battle spirit shot straight up into the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky and letting the golden sunlight spill down on this group of 18 or 19-year-olds. In front of the 320 students, the huge teleportation light gate stood silently. and underneath the teleportation light door, the tall, deep-breathed Shurchilin's eyes were like electricity as his gaze swept over each and every student's body. Silence! When the time came to 8:30, Shur Wenlin took one step out, his solemn voice resounding throughout the entire arena, directly suppressing the clamor in the arena. As the aura of a seventh-turned powerhouse erupted without restraint, Shur Wenlin's figure in everyone's eyes seemed to draw infinitely taller, transforming into a giant that stood on top of the sky and attracted everyone's attention. The National Freshman Scramble Qualifier is officially underway. The rules of the game are now announced. The qualifiers will be held in the middle of a large secret trial land, with points being used as the assessment criteria to determine 100 qualifications to enter the official tournament. There are two sources of points. One is kill points and the other is defeat points. There are a large number of wild monsters in the secret realm, and depending on the strength of the wild monsters, killing them will earn you a different number of kill points. Eliminating other contestants will result in a defeat point of a fixed amount of 100 points plus 10% of all points on the contestant. All the contestants will be transported to the outer perimeter of the secret realm when they are teleported, and the number of contestants remaining in the number of everyone who ascends to the holy mountain in the center of the secret realm or stays in the middle of the secret realm is 100, and the qualifying rounds are over. At that time, the qualifiers will be ranked according to the number of points possessed by the participants, and the corresponding number of official tournament points will be accumulated according to the different rankings. Please note that this match, the entirety of which will be presented live to every viewer in the country. Shur Wenlin's voice was like rolling thunder resounding through the entire arena. When the rules of the qualifiers were read out, all the contestants standing in the center of the stadium couldn't help but get excited with their eyes. The rules have been announced. Next, everyone please get ready and teleport to the secret realm immediately, Shur Wenlin said in a solemn tone, and as his words fell, the light on the teleportation light door behind him shone brightly, and the silver-white spatial power instantly enveloped the 320 contestants present. Buzz off. Immediately afterward, the subtle message about the secret realm surfaced in the minds of every participant. Secret realm, land of trials. Secret level, silver. Type of secret, massively multiplayer secret. Access level, level 40 or above can enter. Number of persons admitted, multiple. Return scrolls have been issued automatically. Death will automatically teleport out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, after the information of the secret realm appeared in everyone's minds, the spatial power surging between the grounds reached its peak. Brush up. The dense silver-white spatial power swept through, and the bodies of all the contestants disappeared into the teleportation light door. In an instant, the front of the teleportation light door became empty, leaving Shurchilin alone. After the teleportation ended, the huge teleportation light door didn't disappear. Shur Wenlin's body was surging with magic power, and a vast sea of magic power was injected into the teleportation light door. Buzz off, only to see the huge portal of teleportation light blossom into an even brighter light, and then rise up in front of everyone's eyes, transforming into a giant screen. This screen is connected at the beginning and the end, surrounded into a circle, to ensure that all viewers in the audience, everyone can clearly see the scene on the screen. When the teleportation light gate transformed into a screen, the images on the major broadcasting rooms in the Dragon Kingdom also changed, revealing the situation in the middle of the secret realm. Swish. End of transmission. Wang Dust shook his head to shake off the dizziness of the teleportation. Then his eyes curiously scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he was in the middle of a forest, surrounded by towering trees, and a rich natural atmosphere wrapped him. This environment, it's somewhat similar to the Black Fox Country secret realm. Looking at his surroundings, Wang Chuan thought silently in his heart, and with a movement of his feet, he jumped onto the top of a large tree. As far as the eye could see, the lush forest covered an extremely wide area, with only a little other color visible in the extreme distance. However, at the end of the sky in the distance, there was a huge mountain peak sticking straight into the sky, which seemed to be aligned with the sky from afar. Master, master, quickly let us out. I don't want to stay in the middle of the Imperial Beast space. As Wang Chan observed his surroundings, Bing Qing and Crispy's voices rang in his ears. You guys just stay honest in the qualifiers, you're aces. How can you possibly come out so early? Hearing the two little ones' impatient voices, Wang Duan smiled and shook his head. Huh. No. We're not going to do anything. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Okay? Upon hearing their master's words, The two little ones instantly pouted. But Wang Dust, who had planned ahead, was not moved at all. These two little guys are not afraid of the sky and the earth. Letting them out is like a wild horse out of control. Wanting them to go back is obviously impossible. It was better to stay honestly in the Imperial Beast space. After promising a large number of conditions and placating the two little ones, Wang Dust jumped down from the tree crown, intending to head directly toward the holy mountain in the distant sky. But at this point, suddenly, a ripple emerged from the shadow of a large tree 3 people hugged to Wang Chen's left. In the next second, a figure emerged from among the shadows. Ha! Wang Dust twisted his head to look and couldn't help but let out a light eep. Just entered the middle of the secret realm and ran into a contestant? Moreover, the clothes on this person looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. This seems to be a contestant from Bright Light University. With that in mind, Wang Chun looked over with interest. Mingguang University ranked outside of the 100th amongst the colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and if Wang Chuan hadn't coincidentally seen it when he was checking out the participants' information before, he really wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Moreover, this guy was really cautious. The first time he entered the secret realm he hid first, almost like a little mouse. In the meantime, Wang Dust, the figure that appeared from the shadows, while carefully observing the surrounding situation, similarly discovered Wang Chun. It was a boy with a thin build and a svelte look, the dagger in his hand and his previous hiding in the shadows indicating his status as an assassin professional. After seeing Wang Duan, the assassin boy's body first trembled in fear, but immediately afterward, an expression of excitement surged on his face. Chapter 127. It's not scary to run into who's weak and who's embarrassed. Mingay University. It was in the second-rate ranks among the universities in the Dragon Kingdom, with rankings hovering between 105 and 106 all year round. Gomez, one of Brighton University's students competing in the National Freshman Scramble this year. Being able to represent Mingguang University in the qualifier, his strength was clearly the strongest among the Mingguang University's participating teams. Turn 2, level 68, profession is assassin. His own profession and the weakness of his school made him turn on the assassin's exclusive shadow sneak skill the first time he entered the middle of the secret realm, hiding in the shadows to observe his surroundings. After all, Gao Ming had a very compelling number in his mind. His strength of 68 levels at the second turn was more than enough to be placed among all the participating teams. He wasn't afraid of the wild monsters in the middle of the secret realm, but if he accidentally ran into the other contestants, especially the strong ones, he would be out of luck. Only after observing his surroundings from among the shadows and confirming that there was no risk did he emerge from the shadows. But I didn't expect. He was already so cautious that he would still run into one of the other contestants in the first place. Really? What's the point of popping up to the canopy for nothing when you're not honestly observing the situation from where you are after entering the secret realm? Feeling the aura behind him, Gao Ming muttered in his heart and carefully turned his head to look. However, this look caused a flash of joy to appear in his eyes. King Dust? How could he not have expected that the one who had teleported to the same area as himself was Yanlong University's Wang Chun? If it was in the past, he would have chosen to run away at the first opportunity when he encountered the Yanlong University's contestants. But it's different now. Wang Dust's strength was only level 65 at the second turn, and his own occupation was a giant Imperial Beast Master. Gao Ming swept his sight across the surroundings and discovered that the first time Wang Chun entered the secret realm copy, he hadn't even summoned his beast pet out. This discovery simply made Gao Ming overjoyed. As we all know, whether it's an ordinary beast master or a giant beast master, when the level is low, all the strength is in the body of the beast pet, and there is no big gap between their own strength and that of an ordinary professional. In his opinion, his level was 3 levels higher than Wang Chen's, so if he suddenly sneaked under, he would most likely eliminate Wang Chen. Ha ha ha! At the thought of being able to eliminate the Yanlong University's contestants, Gao Ming couldn't help but laugh maniacally in his heart. Yanlong University was a top university, and it had won 10 consecutive national freshman competition championships. If it does work, he's going to be famous. So it's Mr. Wang Dust. You scared me by appearing out of nowhere. Want to form a team? The two of us can definitely gain more points by hunting wild monsters together. Pressing back the killing intent in his heart, Gao Ming had a smile on his face and walked towards Wang Chun with a smile on his face. At the same time, his dagger clenched in his hand, looking for the right moment to strike. As long as they were close, with the explosive power of the assassin profession, they could definitely eliminate Wang Duan with a set of combos. Opposite. A ghost in the woods? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Wang Chen's eyes were a bit playful. He could see through this guy at a glance as to what he was playing at. However, at this time he didn't bother to call it out. Instead, he rose to the idea of teasing the other party. After all, it's a whopping 100 points. Team up? Yeah. Then we'll have to confer. Wang Dust looked at Gao Ming, who was walking towards him. His feet did not move, and the expression on his face was very nuclear good. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, especially seeing that Wang Chuan didn't even look the slightest bit wary, Gao Ming's eyes flashed with a faintly undetectable disdain. That's it? Not a bit of vigilance. How dare you act so arrogant in the middle of the hall? It was a bad decision for Yanlong University to send Wang Duan to participate in the qualifiers. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I'll be rushing to the top of the hot list tomorrow if I can eliminate Yanlong University in the qualifying round. We, Mingguang University, have greatly improved our reputation, and I wonder, how much will the school reward me then? Thinking excitedly in his heart, the smile on Gao Ming's face grew more and more intense. Student Wang Chun, you've agreed to form a team? That's really great. Don't worry. I'll definitely protect you next, and combining the strength of the two of us, we'll definitely be able to get a spot in the official tournament. Gao Ming said with a smile, calculating the distance between himself and Wang Dust little by little. Opposite. Hearing Gao Ming's words, Wang Duan tried his best to hold back before letting himself laugh out loud. A college competitor who is ranked outside the 150th percentile and perennially fails to qualify for the official tournament. Telling him that he can carry him to the official tournament? This is full of drama any way you look at it. Well. That's up to you, classmate. However, at this moment, Wang Chun didn't point it out, and instead looked at Gao Ming with a smile on his face. Finally, do you know how long I've waited for this day? I've waited a full year, 320 contestants, and I wonder who will get the first place in the final qualifier? I've heard that this edition of the competition is the strongest lineup ever, with each university sending a full 50 participants whose strength reaches the second turn 70 level. There are even 3 teams that are full turn 2 level 70. When the screens of the major live broadcasting rooms transformed to show the situation in the secret realm of the trial land, the enthusiastic viewers instantly swiped up pop-up screens in a frenzy. Turn 2 and level 70? Worthy of being the geniuses of my dragon kingdom. These little guys are truly demonic. I'm 30 years old this year, and up to now I'm still struggling at level 50 of the second turn. And I'm afraid that if I want to reach level 70, I'm afraid that I won't have a chance in this life. Worship front row level 50 Big Brother. A turn of small garbage to you, Neil. I do not know Big Brother legs need pendant child? Lines of pop-ups kept drifting by, and numerous enthusiastic viewers started the live broadcast of the entire work. Huh? You guys, look! Just after teleporting into the secret realm, some contestants ran into each other. Just then, a fresh pop-up caught everyone's attention. At the same time, the screen shifted in the live broadcast room, and 2 figures were seen by everyone. What kind of luck is that? I've heard that the secret area of the trial land is extremely vast, and if they just entered and stumbled upon it, I'm afraid they'll win the first prize if they buy a lottery ticket, right? It's not scary to run into. It's embarrassing to see who's weak. That skinny guy seems to be a participant from Mingguang University. I heard that he's a second turn level 68 assassin. Who's that handsome little guy across from him though? The school uniform on him looks a bit familiar. Seeing the unlucky man appearing on the screen, the excited viewers in the live broadcast room talked. That's the uniform of Yanlong University. The participants from Mingguang University are probably dumbfounded right now. Just entering and running into Yanlong University, it looks like they won't even make it into the top 200 this year. Chapter 128. 1 strike seconds. In the big gym, the circular screen that surrounds a circle shows the situation in each part of the secret copy. Numerous contestants, after the teleportation ended, either moved forward carefully after vigilantly observing the situation, or fought with the wild monsters at the very first moment. And among these images, many viewers quickly noticed a scene that was out of place with the other contestants. I'll go. Just entered and ran into one another? Which school is this unlucky? Huh? It seems to be Gao Ming from Mingguang University and Wang Chan from Yanlong University. This is really unlucky. Mingguang University managed to advance 1 place last year and ranked 150, and now they just entered and bumped into Yanlong University. I'm afraid they're going to be at the bottom this year. As a gasp rang out, Many of the audience's eyes landed on the two approaching figures on the screen. My God! What is Gao Ming doing? When he ran into Yanlong University's Wang Dust, he didn't even run away in the first place. Instead, he took the initiative to approach. Is he giving up resistance? Seeing Gao Ming take the initiative to approach Wang Duan, a gasp rang out amongst the audience, very puzzled by Gao Ming's actions. But at this point, Yanlong University, Wang Dust, level 65 in the second turn, profession, Giant Imperial Beast Master. Mingguang University, Gao Ming, second turn 68th level, profession, assassin. The giant screen thoughtfully displays the strength of both sides. No, second turn 65 levels? Why would Yanlong University send Wang Duan to fight in the qualifier? As I recall, it seems that all the participating students this year start at a minimum of level 67. And a giant Imperial Beast Master, the first time after entering the secret realm, he didn't even summon out his beast pet. What is he trying to do? Seeing the prompts sent out by the organizers, the audience's murmur grew louder and louder as if it was a wave, and everyone had an incredulous expression on their faces. No one had expected that Yanlong University would send students from the 65th grade to fight in the qualifier. Is this, after losing the number 1 spot last year, a bust? Ha ha ha. And in the area where the universities were watching the battle, the leading teacher of Mingguang University, a middle-aged man with the strength of the 6th revolutions, had his mouth grinning to the back of his head. What luck! We're going to rise up this year at Mingguang University. He thought excitedly in his mind, his eyes locked dead on the screen. As long as they eliminated Yanlong University and made it unable to get the qualification to participate in the official tournament, even if they couldn't get the previous rankings this year, the reputation of their Mingguang University would be greatly enhanced. After all, trampling Yanlong University under his feet was an honor that he had never even dared to think about in the past. On the side, the other first and second-rate university teams watching the battle had incomparable expressions of excitement on their faces. However, in the 4 top universities' viewing area, the atmosphere was not as boisterous as they were. Old Chun, Wang Duan ran into a level 68 assassin and didn't pull away or use his beast pet in the first place. So you're not worried about him being eliminated? Shi Wanqing, the lead teacher of Huaqing University, retracted his gaze from the screen and glanced at Chun Xiaolin next to him. Worried? Why should I worry? This Gao Ming doesn't pose any threat to Wang Chun at all. Hearing Shi Wanqing's words, Chun Xiaolin shook his head with an expression of not being able to raise his interest. Oh! Seeing this scene, Shi Wanqing raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking behind Chun Xiaolin, the other 4 contestants from Yanlong University. Noticing that, the 4 of them didn't have the slightest bit of worry on their faces either. Instead, they looked like they were watching the fun. It seems like they really have confidence in Wang Chun. With that in mind, Shi Wanqing withdrew his sight to look at the big screen again. At the same time, he whispered to the students behind him, "You guys, observe the battle between Wang Chun and Gao Ming." In the meantime, while the outside world was talking, Gao Ming had already closed the distance between himself and Wang Dust to 3 meters. It was fantastic. Looking at Wang Dust, who was not far away, the excitement in Gao Ming's eyes was almost impossible to hide. A distance of 3 meters, for him, an extremely explosive assassin, was almost close enough to cross with a lift of his foot. Wang Duan, Wang Duan. If you had released your beast pet in the first place, you might have been able to avoid the fate of being eliminated, but unfortunately, now you don't have a chance. Seeing that he was so close and Wang Chun still had that unguarded look, Gao Ming could not help but think excitedly in his heart. Be a good boy and become my points. Next, Gao Ming didn't bother to pretend. His body swayed and rushed out like lightning. In the next second, he had come behind Wang Chun, with excitement and killing intent in his eyes, and the dagger in his hand was like a viper stabbing at Wang Chen's neck. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of breaking wind rang in Wang Chen's ears. However, at that moment, feeling the strong wind coming from behind him, Wang Chen's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest at all. With a movement of his feet, he instantly turned to face the charging Gao Ming squarely. Then, a hand stretched out like lightning, 2 fingers gently clamped together, and a dagger that flashed with cold light was clamped in his fingers. At this point, Gao Ming, who had an excited expression on his face, was still immersed in the fantasy of being famous soon. But in an instant, he realized that the dagger in his hand seemed to be pressed by a huge mountain, and the powerful attack was directly dissolved. This, Looking up in surprise, he met with a pair of brilliant starry eyes. This student, didn't you say you wanted to cooperate? Why, all of a sudden, did you strike at me? Looking at Gao Ming, Wang Chun asked with a smile at this time. I. Gao Ming was horrified in his heart, and with all his strength, he was unable to yank his dagger out of Wang Chen's fingers. Student Wang Chun, I'm just trying out your strength to see if you have the qualifications to work with me. For a moment, his face paled, knowing that he had kicked the iron plate, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, trying to put it off. Oh, is that so? Hearing his words, Wang Chun asked with the corners of his mouth slightly curved up and a smile-like expression on his face. So are you still satisfied with my strength? Satisfied, satisfied. The two of us teaming up will definitely be able to sweep the trial land. Gao Ming spoke sharply under his breath, his expression incomparably horrified. How about this? Since you've tried my strength, I'll try yours. Upon hearing this, Wang Dust said with a smile. What? Hearing his words, Gao Ming was shocked in his heart, and at this moment, he could not even care about his weapon, and hastily scattered his hands to retreat. Yet at this point, whoosh, violent wind sounds surged around him as Wang Chen's powerful thigh swept out like a steel whip. The speed was so fast that Gao Ming couldn't even react. Bang! Next, a dull collision sound rang out, and Gao Ming's body was kicked away as if it was a leather ball, and while the person was still in mid-air, he had already dissipated into a point of light. Chapter 129. One power down. Ping A is a big move. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as he was struck by Wang Chen's whip leg, and Gao Ming only felt as if his entire body had been torn apart. And it is true. The person was still on his way to fly backwards when his body began to dissipate into points of light, about to be teleported out of the secret realm of the trial land. I can't believe I got flat a second. The incomparably intense pain hit the nerves, and Gao Ming thought with hindsight as he looked at his body, which had dissipated into a point of light. The secret realm of the trial land was different from the usual secret realm copies. There were no teleportation scrolls, and there were only two ways of wanting to leave. One was the closure of the secret realm, and the other was death. How can that be? This is never possible. His level is only 65. How can his power be this strong? Growling in horror in his heart, Gao Ming's gaze was dead on the opposite side of the room, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. And on the opposite side, you can't even block my kick, you're too weak. It seems you have no qualifications to work with me at all. Wang Chun looked at Gao Ming with flat eyes and said in a bland tone. No! Hearing his words, Gao Ming roared hysterically, trying to say something. However, at this moment, his body completely transformed into a point of light under the power of space and was transported out of the secret realm. In the meantime, the dagger that was grasped in Wang Chen's hand also disappeared together. Seeing this scene, Wang Dust raised his eyebrows and a flash of disappointment, as well as annoyance, flashed across his eyes. Eliminate a competitor, but even there is no loot. This trial place secret realm is simply too pitiful. And hiss! Eliminating a competitor can't get loot. It can't be that killing wild monsters in the middle of the secret realm can only get points but not other gains, right? After eliminating Gao Ming, a possibility came to Wang Dust's mind, and his mood couldn't help but become even less beautiful. Really, if it's what he thinks it is, he's going to lose a lot of money in the qualifiers. Never mind. Let's try a wild monster first. Wang Dust sighed and turned around to take a step toward the extremely distant sacred mountain. Wow! In the large stadium, when the image of Wang Chun killing Gao Ming with a single kick appeared on the screen, the atmosphere in the audience was directly detonated. One-hit kill? Am I reading this right? Gao Ming's rank can be even higher than Wang Chen's, but he was directly eliminated by his kick? Even if the assassin profession's physical attributes are weaker than other professions, it's not so exaggerated, right? The power of this kick. Wang Chuan's strength attribute is at least over 800 points. Otherwise, it would definitely not be possible to have such a strong power. Nima, the power of Wang Dust's kick is more powerful than the damage I can do with a big move. What is this? A flat, that's a big move. One power down. This is interesting. Wang Chuan's strength far exceeds his own rank. I'm afraid that among all the players who participated in the qualifier, he can be ranked at the top. There was a lot of talk among the audience, and everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. A level 65 giant Imperial Beastmaster without the use of a beast pet, a single normal attack that took out a high-level assassin in seconds. The terrifying power that this represented directly shocked them. And in the viewing area of the major teams, those participants who didn't go on the field, as well as the leading teachers of each team, also had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Isn't Wang Chen's divine beast-level gargoyle beast pet a magical ice gargoyle? Why would it feed him such a strong power attribute? Gu Wanqing, the lead teacher of Huaqing University, had a cloudy expression on his face, his heart incomparably puzzled. If Wang Chan had used his magic skill to kill Gao Ming in seconds, he could still accept it. After all, having received feedback from the attributes of a divine beast-level ice dragon, Wang Chen's wisdom attribute was definitely extremely high. But now it's just a plain old kick. Could it be that Wang Dust's gargoyle beast pet not only possesses strong magical attacks, but is also extremely capable in melee combat? Speculating in his mind, Gu Wanqing felt that the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Behind him, the indifferent expression on Lan Qianlong's face dispersed, and he also became grave. I'm afraid that this fellow, with his equipment added, has exceeded 1,000 points in his strength attribute. Dropping Gao Ming in a second with a single strike caused Lan Qianlong to place importance on Wang Chan in his heart. Although it was said that he was equally capable of doing this, he was a special profession Dragon Slayer warrior, and the characteristics of his profession dictated that his innate increase in strength attributes was going to be greater than other professions. It was quite terrifying for Wang Dust, a giant imperial beast master, to be able to do this. That's good. Before I was worried that you were too weak and that defeating you wouldn't be an accomplishment. Now the stronger you are, the more interested I am in you. Lan Qianlong's heart gradually became excited. The secret realm of the land of trials. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and the mangled corpse of a shadow wolf fell to the ground. Sure enough, Wang Chuan shook off the blood on his sawtooth long sword and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As he had guessed before, only points were scored after killing the wild monsters, no experience at all. Moreover, the amount of points given was extremely small. The shadow wolf was a level 50 wild monster, and surprisingly, it only gave a little bit of points to count, only 1% of Gao Ming's. But it took the same amount of effort to kill Shadow Wolf as it did to kill Gao Ming. It seems that the qualifiers are encouraging the contestants to kill each other, or else they would never have kept the kill points gained on wild monsters so low. It's beating the points that counts. Silently pondering in his mind, Wang Chan turned around and jumped onto a large tree, observing the surrounding situation. Now, as the qualifiers had officially begun, the entire forest around them had become noisy. As far as the eye could see, there was smoke and dust rising from a number of places, interspersed with the vague sounds of battle. Students from all the major schools that went out for the qualifiers were fighting hard to kill wildlife and earn points. Observing the situation around him, Wang Dust waved his hand and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Wang Dust, number of points 101. Left Haruai, number of points 35. Zhao Mingkong, number of points 28. This was a convenience given to the participants by the secret copy, where they could view the number of points of the other participants and their current rankings through the light curtain. After eliminating Gao Ming, Wang Chen's ranking directly skyrocketed to number 1, far exceeding the others. I guess there are already others who know the importance of defeating the points, and they must be starting to prepare to go after the other contestants. I have to act quickly as well, since there are only points to be gained from killing wild monsters. I'll target the other contestants and firmly maintain my points in the number 1 position. Wang Dust pondered in his mind, locking onto the one closest to him amongst the movement of the surrounding battles. Chapter 130, The Forest of Confusion. In the middle of the forest, Sui Qingwen looked at the data on the light screen, a touch of doubt appearing on her pretty face. How is that possible? How is Wang Chen's number of points so much higher than mine? Does that mean he ran into a nest of wild monsters? Seeing Wang Chen's number of points that exceeded her own by 2 times, a guess surfaced in Sui Qingwen's mind. But soon she shook her head, throwing the speculation out of her mind. During the time she had entered the secret realm of the trial land, she had already tried out the rules of the point drop on the wild monsters. Wild monsters above level 50 gain 1 point for killing them. Wild monsters above level 60 receive 2 points for killing them. Based on the strength of the wild monsters in the outskirts of the forest, Wang Chuan's 101 points were equivalent to 101 level 50 or higher wild monsters, or 50 level 60 or higher wild monsters. In Sui Qingwen Shang's opinion, even if Wang Chen's strength far exceeded his own level, it was absolutely impossible to kill so many wild monsters in such a short period of time. Could it be beating the points? A possibility came to mind, and Zhu Qingwen's eyes lit up. Right now. Xiao Yun, number of points 115. Wang Dust, number of points 101. Left Heruai, number of points 35. Zhao Mingkong, number of points 28. The data on the light screen changed, and a contestant named Xiao Yun surpassed Wang Chun in the number of points and occupied the first place in the rankings. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Zhu Qingwen's eyes twitched, confirming her suspicions. She knew this Xiao Yun, a freshman from Qinghai University, second turn level 68, occupation magic swordsman. Xiao Yun's strength, when placed amongst all the participants in the qualifiers, could only be ranked in the middle of the pack. Being able to go airborne at number 1 in the point standings is definitely because he eliminated a contestant. Hee. It turns out that the other contestants are the most important source of points, thanks to me wasting so much time killing wild monsters. Looks like it's time to go have some fun with the other contestants. Confirming the guess in her heart, Zhu Qingwen's face revealed an excited expression, her eyes shining brightly. So, which way first? Leaping onto a large tree and looking at the battle fluctuations that kept appearing around her, Zhu Qingwen pondered. In the meantime, the changes in the point standings have likewise caught the attention of other competitors, and start putting it into action. Grass. Wu Yong, are you crazy? Now that the qualifiers have just begun, why are you bothering me when you kid doesn't go hunting wild monsters? A stifled roar rang out from a certain area of the forest. Two figures quickly ran through the forest, one chasing the other. The one who fled was a boy with a woeful figure holding a magic staff, and at the moment his face was flushed red, and from time to time he turned back to look angrily at the people behind him. Ha 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 ha. The one who was called Wu Yong was a tall boy with a sharp battle axe. How many points do you get for hunting wild monsters? Where do you get more than beating the other contestants? Wu Yong laughed maniacally under his breath, looking at Gao Zhihao with incomparably teasing eyes. After noticing the change in the points ranking list, he targeted his hunt on the other contestants. Hearing his words, the corners of Gao Zhihao's mouth turned bitter. Earlier, he had run into Wu Yong while hunting wild monsters and had agreed to the other party's group invitation, intending to hunt wild monsters together to earn points. As a result, he didn't expect that this Wu Yong was harboring evil intentions and directly sneak attacked him after he let his guard down. A level 68 magician, being approached by a level 68 axe warrior, the end could be imagined. In the first moment, the magic shield on Takashi Hao's body was broken, and he suffered a considerable amount of injuries. If he hadn't kept a displacement skill in his hand, he would have probably been directly eliminated by Wu Yong at that time. In vain I trusted you so much before. Just wait for me. I will definitely take this revenge. Gao Zhihao waved his magic staff to enchant himself with the light body technique while viciously snarling at Wu Yong. It's not working. You don't have that chance. You don't think that you can outrun me after you've been injured, do you? Don't struggle. Be a good boy and stop so I can eliminate it. In the back, Wu Yong sneered, not caring at all about Gao Zhihao's words. As he spoke, he took advantage of Gao Zhihao's distraction and swung his arm round to throw the battle axe in his hand. Whoosh! The battle axe spun at breakneck speed and flew towards Gao Zhihao, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Grass! Gao Zhihao, who had just finished performing the light body technique to prepare for his escape, cursed in his heart when he saw the battle axe flying in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't think about escaping, and he hastily waved up the magic staff in his hand, laying down layers of magical barriers in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Violent collision sounds rang out, and the battle axe and the magic barrier crashed heavily together. Gao Zhihao, who had responded in haste, couldn't help but have his body knocked back a few steps by the impact. Whoosh! After shattering a layer of magical barrier, the battle axe flew and returned to Wu Yong's hand. Let's see where you're going to run this time. He gripped his battle axe tightly, and step by step, he approached Gao Zhihao, who was forced to stop. Seeing the undisguised malice on Wu Yong's face, Gao Zhihao could not help but curse angrily. Trying to eliminate me doesn't make you feel any better, Gao Zhihao said viciously under his breath, waving his magic staff to first put a layer of magic shield on himself, and then his gaze was dead on the opposite side. It's over. Standing in the middle of a messy area, Wang Dust looked around and couldn't help but frown. When he found out that there were battle fluctuations here, he quickly rushed here without stopping, but he didn't expect to be a step too late. When they came here, it was empty except for the traces of the battle that remained on the ground. These two guys ended it pretty fast. Silently pondering in his mind, Wang Chen's feet moved, and he was ready to jump onto the tree and look for his next target. But just then, boom! Suddenly, a violent crash sounded in his ears. With a footstep, Wang Dus twisted his head to look toward a short distance away. He didn't even need to jump up the tree to check it out. Just by listening to the sound, he knew that the two sides of the battle were extremely close to him. Luck! Without any hesitation, Wang Chun directly and quickly sensed toward the direction from which the sound came. With the agility attribute of over 1,500 points, his figure seemed to sweep through the forest like a gust of wind. Soon, he then came to the area where the battle was taking place. Standing behind a large tree and looking, he saw that not far away, two figures were in a stalemate. One held a magic staff, the other a battle axe. Chapter 131. Phew! 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 In the forest, the woefully out-of-shape Takashi Ho, panting, looked across the room. In the fight with Wu Yong, he was first attacked by a sneak attack, and then the other party closed the distance. This kept him, as a magician by profession, in a state of suppression, unable to utilize his full strength at all. At this time, his clothes were broken, an arm hanging helplessly to the side. His face was so white that he couldn't see the slightest bit of blood, and on his shoulder there was a wound that was deep enough to see through to the bone. In just a few minutes' time, Gao Zhihao, who was comprehensively at a disadvantage, was being pushed to the brink of exhaustion by Wu Yong, and his magic reserves were about to be exhausted. But on the opposite side, Wu Yong's state was only a little better than his. The body was full of marks from the fire, and the eyebrows and hair had all disappeared. Phew! Phew! After a few violent gasps, Wu Yong looked at Gao Zhihao with cold eyes. I have to say, you kid are really out of my league, to be able to burst out with such battle power despite being sneak attacked by me. But now, do you still have the magic to release your skills? With a sardonic laugh under his breath, Wu Yong took a step forward with his battle axe in hand. Previously, he had thought that he had first sneak attacked and then consumed Gao Zhihao's physical strength, and that he would definitely be able to easily resolve the other party in the midst of a melee battle. The results were not expected. This Gao Zhihao is also a tough guy, and he is going to give him a few tough blows even if he has to exchange his injuries for injuries. After being hit by 2 flame shocks and 1 extreme cold ray, Wu Yong felt like his body was going to stiffen. But fortunately, the one who held out until the end was himself. Takashi Ho's outburst was unexpected. But the battle had dragged on to the point where the opponent had very little magic left, while he, on the other hand, still had half of his strength. You can try. Even if I'm eliminated, I can still drag you as my back. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Gao Zhihao returned viciously under his breath, pretending to look like he was ready to die. But at this time, without showing any weakness, his mind could not help but tighten up. In the fierce battle just now, he had used all his means, using several life-preserving skills one after another, before dragging the battle to the present. But vulnerability was vulnerability. There was no way to distance himself from Wu Yong, and several of the powerful skills in his hand did not have enough release time. If he fought any longer, Gao Zhihao knew very well in his heart that he would definitely lose. Yes. Hearing Gao Zhihao's words, Wu Yong's footsteps lurched and the expression on his face was somewhat cloudy. The battle just now had already consumed him greatly. Although he was confident in eliminating Ko Chi-ho, if the other party had any counterattacks that would cause him to be injured again, then it would be a bit of a loss. Each participant is only allowed to carry 2 bottles of recovery potion when entering the trial realm. He had already used 1 bottle in the battle just now, and if he consumed another bottle, he was afraid that he would not have any advantage when he met the other contestants. For a while, there was a stalemate between Wu Yong and Gao Zhihao. In the meantime, these two guys are fighting quite fiercely. An uninvited guest stood behind a large tree not far away, his eyes calmly watching the scene. It was precisely Wang Duan who had heard the commotion and rushed over. 2 contestants would represent a minimum of 200 points. It seems that the 2 of them should be cheap for me. With a playful thought in his heart, Wang Dust stepped out from behind the tree without hesitation. To him, the axe warrior and magician opposite were not his opponents in their heyday, and now that they were both injured, they were even less in his sights. The moment Wang Chun appeared, the calm between Gao Zhihao and Wu Yong was instantly shattered, and the 2 men's eyes were ice cold as they placed their gazes on the uninvited guest. Wang Duan. Recognizing Wang Chen's identity, The two could not help but let out a low cry at the same time, with a somewhat ugly expression on their faces. Wu Yong in particular, his face became extremely grim. He was about to finish off Gao Zhihao, but at this time, a peach picker popped out. How could he not be angry in his heart? And on the opposite side, although Gao Zhihao's face was ugly, a touch of surprise surfaced in his heart. Wang Chen's appearance gave him hope of breaking the situation. The magic staff in his hand was quietly waved, and a weak magical power slowly enveloped his body. Cat's agility. After feeling his body lighten up a few points, Gao Zhihao's feet moved back a little bit. This movement of his immediately drew the eyes of Wang Chen and Wu Yong. Your prey is getting away. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Clasping his hands in front of his chest, Wang Dust glanced at Wu Yong with a teasing look in his eyes. Cut! I don't need you to remind me that I'm more interested in you than him right now. At those words, Wu Yong's face was a bit grim, and his sight just swept over Gao Zhihao, who was going to escape. Gao Zhihao has already wasted an arm. This kind of injury is by no means something that can be treated by a recovery potion. Even if the magic power is replenished afterward, all the fighting power will still be discounted. Therefore, compared to Gao Zhihao, who only wanted to escape now, Wu Yu was more wary and interested in Wang Chun, a participant from Yanlong University and a level 65 giant Imperial Beast Master. Wu Yong felt that even if he was not in good shape right now, he would be able to suppress or even solve Wang Duan with his advantage of being 3 levels higher. Eliminating the participants from Yanlong University? That's a really anticipated battle. Silently thinking in his heart, Wu Yong's entire body could not help but get excited. Opposite, Wang just shook his head at the words, paying no attention to Wu Yong's words. Instead, placing his sight on Gao Zhihao, who had already withdrawn some distance. Since Wu Yong didn't want it, he would take the points on Gao Zhihao for now. However, Wang Chun was about to make a move, but Wu Yong made the first move. D. With a movement of his feet, Wu Yong rushed towards Wang Chun at a fairly fast speed, his body pulling out a residual shadow in the middle of the air. The rank skill charge. In an instant, Wu Yong, who had a fierce smile on his face, arrived in front of Wang Chun, and the heavy battle axe in his hand chopped down at great speed. Axe strike. Facing the oncoming battle axe, Wang Dust raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this guy Wu Yong would be quite decisive and make a move when he said he would. But alas, his decisiveness was used in the wrong place. With one side of his body, Wang Chun stepped out of the way of the huge axe that was rapidly chopping down, and then lifted his foot and kicked it out heavily. Bang! Click! With a dull collision sound, Wu Yong's body hovered directly in front of him, then flew backwards at a faster speed than when charging. It crashed into a large tree with a loud bang, knocking the trunk of the tree out with cracks that looked like spiderwebs before slowly sliding down. Pest! This can't be right. Just as his body landed on the ground, Wu Yong sprayed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Wang Chuan with a face full of disbelief, the expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 132: Attacking Contestants. In the forest, the atmosphere was stagnant for a moment. Wu Yong's eyes looked at Wang Chun incredulously, his face incomparably pale. How could he not expect that his two skills came out in unison? But he had not even touched the corner of Wang Chen's coat. Instead, he was directly kicked into serious injury by his opponent's ordinary kick. Hiss! He struggled to get up from the ground, but as soon as he did, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The kick just now broke several of his ribs. Damn it! How can he be so strong? With horrified thoughts in his heart, Wu Yong hurriedly took out the last bottle of recovery potion and poured it into his mouth. And on the other side, after seeing Wu Yong launch his charge, Gao Zhihao, who had quietly retreated, also froze in place, as if he had been petrified, with an incomparably shocked expression on his face. Are you kidding? Looking at Wang Chun, he muttered incredulously under his breath. Wu Yong's strength had been shown very clearly in the battle with him just now. 68 level axe warrior, force big power sink body tough, even if hit the ice ray, and flame impact, 2 skills, did not spit blood. As a result, it was just that the defense was broken by Wang Chen's ordinary kick. If he had heard correctly just now, Wu Yong had at least broken several more bones. How is this possible? Isn't he a level 65 giant beast master? The strength can actually crush a level 68 axe warrior. What the hell kind of monster is this? Shocked in his heart, Gao Zhihao couldn't think more, and with a movement of the magic staff in his hand, he cast a light body technique on himself once again, and then turned his head to run. With the two gain skills stacked on top of each other, his speed at the moment reached the average level of a 68 ranked professional, and he brought up a hint of wind between his runs. However, he had just run out less than 10 meters when a teasing voice was suddenly heard in his ears. "Where do you want to run?" Hearing this voice, Gao Jihao's footsteps lurched and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost, only to see that Wang Dust seemed to have appeared in front of him at an unknown time, looking at him with a neat and tidy face. You! Looking at Wang Dust, Gao Jihao's eyes were almost glazed over and his mouth was open. Cat's agility, combined with light body technique, increased his movement speed by 30%. The speed that Wang Chun could suddenly stop in front of him and display was at least twice as fast as him. This meant that Wang Chen's agility attribute was at least equivalent to a 70-level agility profession. Plus, the power that is stronger than a 68-level deputy warrior. What the hell? Are you a monster? Gao Zhihao looked at Wang Chun with a face full of disbelief, his voice stuttering with a broken worldview. Opposite, Wang Dust looked at Gao Zhihao with a flawless expression on his face. "Take it easy, classmate. Just let me punch you gently." As he spoke, he took a step forward with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "You! Stay away." However, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Gao Zhihao's eyes snapped wide, his expression incomparably fearful. Firewall spell. Under extreme fear, he swung his magic staff heavily in his hand, laying down a wall of flame in front of his body, as if he could remove himself from danger by simply separating Wang Chun. However, he didn't even see that the moment the wall of flames appeared, Wang Chen's slowly approaching figure dissipated like a phantom. "Told you to take it easy. I'll just punch you." Gao Zhihao had just let out a sigh of relief when Wang Chen's flat voice once again sounded in his ears. "Huh!" He jerked his head around, and the expression on his face froze straight away. Wang Chun, who should have been blocked by the firewall technique on the other side, unexpectedly appeared beside him at this moment. "You! Takashi Shiho opened his mouth to say something. However, a large, strong hand directly held his neck. "Made me waste a skill on you. You're making it hard for me to do this." Lifting Gao Zhihao up with one hand, Wang Chun spoke in a light tone. Click. Before the words fell, his palms suddenly exerted force, directly crushing Gao Zhihao's throat. As Wang Chun loosened his hand, Gao Zhihao's body fell softly to the ground, and with a face full of fear, he transformed into a point of light and teleported away from the secret realm. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Wang Dust sighed with a sigh and turned his head to look at Wu Yong, who was furtively trying to escape. Whoosh! The figure flashed and instantly arrived behind Wu Yong. Instant sword, 2 strikes. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, Wang Dust fiercely punched and heavily smashed Wu Yong's head. Bang! In the dull collision sound, Wu Yong did not even have time to send out a miserable scream before his head was directly blown to pieces and his body was teleported away from the secret realm. This gruesome death will probably leave him with a serious psychological shadow. Gained 103 points. Gained 102 points. After resolving the 2 contestants, the number of points accumulated by Wang Chun reached 306. But more than 300 points, but at this moment, he couldn't even enter the top 20 of the points ranking. Left Heruai, number of points 565. Zhao Mingkong, points number 532. Xiao Tianji, number of points 506. The guys in the top 3 all had point counts of 500 points or more. This means that each of these 3 guys eliminated 5 contestants handily. Sure enough, the others have also discovered the fastest way to gain points, and now the fights in the middle of the secret realm are getting more and more intense. Sweeping the points leaderboard, Wang Dust shook his head. Nowadays, almost all the contestants are targeting their competitors. Entering the secret realm until now was only an hour. With a total of 320 contestants, there were still 256 left, and 64 contestants had been eliminated miserably. I'm going to have to act quickly and earn the most points in the early stages to gain an advantage. Thinking about the rules of the qualifiers, Wang Chun turned around and continued toward the area where the battle fluctuations appeared. Each contestant eliminated gets a fixed 100 points on him or her plus 10% of the points he or she has earned. The more people you eliminate, the more points you get. But once the qualifiers reach the later stages and the number of contestants plummets, it becomes very difficult to accumulate points quickly. After all, the difference in the number of points gained from resolving a contestant with 1,000 points and resolving a contestant with no points was only a difference of 100 points. The rankings of the qualifiers were based on the points that the contestants had earned in the secret realm. Even if they are eliminated, the contestant only loses the opportunity to continue to gain points, and the points they have gained themselves will not be erased. And most importantly, when the number of people in the secret realm was reduced to 100, the qualifiers would simply end. Chapter 133: Zhuo Qingwen's Terrifying Strength. The Big Gym. The moment. Ring screen. The two figures entangled together, surging magic power and skills constantly colliding together, causing the ground in a radius of tens of meters to be plowed out in a furrow. On both sides of the battle, one side was a warrior professional wearing battle armor and wielding a long sword, while the other side was a wizard wielding a magic staff with a delicate figure. The battle between the two made the audience in the stadium watch and applaud. Worthy of being a student coming out of a top university, this participant from Huaqing University is simply a demon. A long-range profession is able to suppress a melee profession of the same rank in the middle of a melee battle. It's really terrifying. The participant who fought against her is Yuan from Faraway Mountain University, a second-turn 70-level warrior, the strongest among the Faraway Mountain University's participating team, and his strength is not far from that of an ordinary professional who has just entered the third turn. As a result, in front of Zhuo Qingwen, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't even find north. Yeah, and not only is Zhuo Qingwen's battle power strong, her appearance is also superior. I've heard that this Zhuo Qingwen, her strength is not the top among the participating teams of Huaqing University. It's really hard to imagine how strong Lan Qianlong among their team will be. There was a lot of talk amongst the audience, and Zhuo Qingwen's outstanding beauty and strength drew many people to look at her in a different light. And in the area where the participating teams were watching the battle, Chun Xiaolin looked at the traveling silhouette on the screen with a somewhat admiring expression on his face. With his vision, he could tell that at this moment, Zhuo Qingwen's strength had not been fully utilized at all. It looked like she and that warrior were fighting neck and neck, but in fact, Zhuo Qingwen had never been serious. This little girl, her talent is truly terrifying. I wonder if she can force out Wang Chen's full strength? Silently thinking in his heart, Chun Xiaolin had some expectations. And behind him, Zhou Wu Zhaoli and the others had stony faces, and their eyes were filled with scorn as they looked at Zhuo Qingwen in the screen. This twat, her strength is terrifying. I'm afraid it's hard to predict whether I'll win or lose against her. Zhou Wu thought silently in his heart, glanced at Zhao Li on the side, and asked quietly, "When you run into her, are you confident you can win?" Hearing his words, Zhao Li was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "If it's a close fight, I have about 60% certainty. If she pulls away, I'm afraid my chances of winning are less than 30%. Zhao Li said with a somewhat grave tone. 30%, huh? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu nodded, his expression somewhat ugly. Zhuo Qingwen isn't the strongest in Huaqing University. I heard that Lan Qianlong's strength is even more terrifying than hers. I'm afraid we're going to be in for a bitter battle in the official ring battle," Zhou Wu said gruffly. "But..." Hearing his words, Zhao Li however shook his head and said in a somewhat relaxed tone, "What are you worried about that for? With that guy Wang dust around, they can't turn any waves at all. Relax your mind. We'll just wait to be carried away by Wang dust in this year's freshman competition." Also, at those words, Zhou Wu froze, followed by an approving nod. Although as a genius, he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to other people, but when that person was Wang Chun, it was a different story. The shadow Wang Chun had left on him at the entrance freshman ranking battle had not been dispelled until now. Thinking of the terrifying strength that Wang Chun had displayed, for a moment, Zhou Wu's eyes that looked at Zhuo Qingwen in the screen took on a touch of gloating. If this were to happen in the secret realm of the trial land, Zhuo Qingwen and Wang Duan would be afraid that they would have to fall on their faces. The moment, the battle on the screen comes to its final moments. Yuan from Faraway Mountain University had been completely suppressed in front of Zhuo Qingwen. As a mage, Zhuo Qingwen, holding a magic staff, her figure was like a butterfly wearing flowers, constantly wandering around Yuan. As she waved her magic staff in her hand, a magic attack skill continued to be sent out, forcing Yuan into a state of disarray. Moreover, careful observation could reveal that Zhuo Qingwen's speed of releasing magic was extremely fast, and the interval between each skill was even less than a second. Such a terrifying spell-casting speed allowed Zhuo Qingwen's magic attacks to almost connect. Although the power of a single magic attack skill wasn't that great, and the impact it caused on a thick-skinned warrior professional was rather small. However, the damage that could be dealt by this constant stream of attacks added up to be quite considerable. Damn it! Yu-1, who had received an ice ray and whose movement speed had once again become sluggish, couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had never expected, no matter what, that he would one day be suppressed, or even said to be teased, by a long-range professional in the midst of a close-quarters battle. The combat skills and awareness that had been exercised to the extreme were defeated by Zhuo Qingwen's agile and flexible positioning and the grasp of battle opportunities that could be described as demonic. Both sides had been fighting until now, and it had always been him being unilaterally hung, sending out attacks that hadn't even touched the corner of Zhuo Qingwen's clothes once. Is there such a big difference between me and a student at a top university? For a moment, Zhu felt so distraught that his defense was contorted. Good chance. On the opposite side, seeing Zhu reveal an open goal, a flash of joy flashed in Zhuo Qingwen's eyes. Whoosh! With a wave of the magic staff, 2 ice rays shot out, instantly freezing Zhu Wen's body in place. Next, Zhuo Qingwen stopped and gripped her magic staff and chanted the skill. This was the first time she had spent so much time preparing her skills in the middle of her battle with Zhu. It's over. Upon seeing this scene, Yu-1, whose body was covered in coldness, had a flash of despair in his eyes. The power of the attacks that Zhuo Qingwen had casually sent out before were not weak, and now that she had spent time preparing, the power of the skills she would be facing next was absolutely terrifying. Fruity. 3 seconds later. When Zhu Wen's body recovered from the sluggish state, the opposite side of the room, Zhuo Qingwen, had also long prepared her skills. Buzz off. Frost Nova. The disordered magic power bound at the tip of the magic staff shot out in an instant, hitting Zhu Wen like lightning. Click. Extreme coldness erupted, and Zhu Wen's entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture before he turned into a point of light and was teleported out of the secret realm. Gained 110 points. Done and done. Upon hearing the hint of the secret realm, Zhuo Qingwen clapped her hands and a smile appeared on her pretty face. This is already the 7th contestant I've eliminated, and now I'm definitely pulling away from the people behind me in terms of the number of points I have. With a joyful thought in her heart, Zhuo Qingwen tapped on the points ranking with a thought. The next second, however, she leapt to her feet and stared. Chapter 134. A Little Trouble. Wang Dust. Number of points 1065. Left Heruai. Number of points 775. Zhao Mingkong. Number of points 632. Looking at the rankings on the points leaderboard, Zhuo Qingwen's pair of beautiful eyes widened. Her eyes filled with incredulity. Wang Duan. This guy. How did he get so many points? With doubtful thoughts in her mind, Zhuo Qingwen pursed her lips. Before she fought with Yu-1, she had looked at the points ranking once, and at that time on the ranking, she herself was firmly occupying the number 1 position, and Wang Chen's ranking had fallen out of the top 20 with only 350 points. Results now. After spending half an hour solving Zhu-1 and getting more than 100 points again, her number 1 ranking was stolen by Wang Duan. 30 minutes and over 700 points gained. This meant that during this period of time, there were nearly 7 contestants that were eliminated by Wang Dust. This fellow Wang Chun. How the hell did he do it? Even if the other contestants stood still, it took more than 30 minutes to eliminate them, right? Zhuo Qingwen was incomparably puzzled in her heart at the moment. In the meantime, in another area of the forest, boom! Dazzling flames rose to the sky from the violent explosions. The blazing waves of fire enveloped an area 10 meters in circumference, and a figure that was in this area didn't even have time to send out a miserable scream before it was transformed into a point of light and was teleported away from the secret realm. When the wave of fire dissipated, a boy with a magic wand and a small, lean and handsome figure stepped out from behind a tree not far away. This person's name was Zhao Mingkong, from Yanhua University, a second turn 70 level tyrannical flame mage. It's the 6th one. I should be able to pass Zhuo Qingwen this time, right? Zhao Mingkong looked at the participants who had been teleported out of the secret realm not far away and opened the points leaderboard with some anticipation. Seeing the rankings on the leaderboard, his expression couldn't help but freeze. King Dust? First. How is his number of points higher than mine for a level 65 Imperial Beastmaster? A cold light flashed in Zhao Mingkong's eyes, and there was some annoyance in his heart. Being pressed down by Wang Chun, who was inferior in rank to himself, made him very dissatisfied. No, I have to speed up my actions. If the 65-level Wong Dust gets the first place in the qualifiers, won't I lose face? It would have been great if I had run into Wang Chun. As long as I eliminated him, my points would have skyrocketed by another 200 points. Zhu Qingwen's and Zhao Mingkong's surprise was not an exception. At this time in the secret realm of the place of trial, all the participants who were checking the points ranking were in the same mood as them. Shocked, puzzled, curious, and full of malice. And at the moment, Wang Duan, who was missed by everyone, encountered a little trouble in his search for the other contestants. Somewhere in the area of the forest. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, and the leaves of the trees were shaken and bristled. After the roaring sound, a 5-meter-long, massive giant wolf stepped out from behind the trees, its 2 scarlet eyes staring dead on at the human who had intruded into the scope of his territory. Opposite, Wang Dust stopped and looked at the giant wolf that had suddenly appeared and helplessly released a scrying spell. Monster, Blizzard Wolf King. Level, 80. Fighting style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, strength increase, giant wind blade. Type, Chief. Level 80 Chief Wild Monster. There's no one else for my luck. Seeing the attribute information of the Blizzard Wolf King, Wang Dust scratched his head. Ever since he realized that the wild monsters in the middle of the secret realm only gave points and not experience, he had turned away from these guys. After all, the points that could be gained from killing wild monsters were not half a star's difference compared to eliminating the contestants. Time spent fighting wild monsters would have been better spent rushing to find the other contestants. Roar! As if sensing Wang Chuan's contempt, a flash of humanized anger flashed through the Blizzard Wolf King's scarlet eyes. It roared up to the sky, and 2 giant wind blades instantly appeared around it before shooting out toward Wang Chun. Whoosh! An ear-piercing wind-breaking sound rang out, and the giant wind blade arrived in front of Wang Chun at an extremely fast speed. Trouble! Wang Chuan moved his feet and his body instantly leapt high into the air as 2 giant wind blades flew past his feet. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he landed, ear-piercing collision sounds rang out behind him, and the aftermath of the giant wind blade cut off dozens of large trees before dissipating. Let's talk about it, shall we? Just pretend you don't see me today, and we'll go our separate ways. Looking at the opposite side of the Blizzard Wolf King, Wang Chun spread his hands and said, just now, he had managed to find a trace of a contestant's activity, and now if he were to fight with the Blizzard Wolf King, I'm afraid that by the time he rushes over there, his fur would be gone. Ho 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 ho! However, upon hearing his words, the Blizzard Wolf King let out a brutal roar from his mouth, a pair of scarlet eyes staring deathly at Wang Chun, and his mouth even left behind fishy saliva. Apparently, it wasn't going to let go of the food that had been brought to its door. Roar! With a roar, the Blizzard Wolf King stomped on the ground with all 4 of its feet, and its ponderous size rushed toward Wang Chun at an extremely terrifying speed. In almost just a breath of time, it crossed the distance between the 2 sides and arrived in front of Wang Chun. Next, swish! The Blizzard Wolf King's sharp claws that were comparable to the size of a millstone were swung out sharply without hesitation. The sharp claws that popped out flashed with a chilling cold light, leaving no doubt that even hardened steel would be cut into several pieces in front of these claws. It seems to be non-negotiable. However, in the face of the Blizzard Wolf King's attack, Wang Chun did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face at all. He let out a helpless sigh, and with a movement of his body, he instantly retreated backwards, dodging the Blizzard Wolf King's attack. Bang! The Blizzard Wolf King's sharp claws fell short, directly blasting a large crater in the ground. Since you're looking for death, I'll have to fulfill you. At the same time, taking advantage of the Blizzard Wolf King's pause, the retreating Wang Chuan waved his hand and took out his sawtooth long sword, and chopped out with a single stroke. Round moon chop. Whoosh! 2 curved moon-shaped air blades shot out and landed heavily on the Blizzard Wolf King's body. Boom boom! A violent collision sound rang out, and the Blizzard Wolf King was directly blown away, with 2 more wounds on his body that were deep enough to see through. Roar! The Blizzard Wolf King, who had crashed through several large trees before coming to a stop, let out a wail from his mouth as a flash of awe flashed through his scarlet eyes. It struggled to hold its body up, trying to get away from this horrible human. However, next, the Blizzard Wolf King, who had just climbed up from the ground, saw a blur before its eyes, and that terrifying human appeared in front of it as if in an instant.